Welcome back to the Midnight Mysteries sleeping experience. We're here to help you have the best night's sleep you've ever had. But first, like the video and comment where you're watching from as well as how late you're watching. Now get comfortable and have a nice night. There's something eerie about a plane with no passengers. A machine meant to carry hundreds of people, now sitting idle, its engines silent, its cabin empty. The Boeing 727-223 at 4 de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola, had been sitting there for over a year. Unpaid airport fees kept it grounded. No flight attendants bustled through its aisles. No captains checked their instruments. Just dust, settling quietly over the aircraft's faded American Airlines stripes. This particular 727 had seen better days. Built in the 1970s, it once soared across the United States, carrying businessmen, families, and dreamers. But time had stripped it of its prestige. By the early 2000s, it was purchased by an American businessman named Miami-based Keith Irwin, who leased it to an Angolan airline for fuel-hauling operations. Its new role? A flying gas station, refueling remote locations where fuel trucks couldn't go. But things weren't going smoothly. The aircraft sat unpaid, unwanted, and unmoving. Mechanics worked on it sporadically, hoping to get it flying again. But bureaucracy and financial troubles kept it stuck on the tarmac. It became just another forgotten plane in an airport full of them. Until one quiet evening in May 2003, when it did something no one expected. Without warning, the 727 powered up. Its once dead engines rumbled to life, sending a low vibration through the concrete beneath it. Airport workers paused, confused. There had been no flight plan filed, no clearance, no crew had officially boarded. Yet, there it was, moving. As the plane began to taxi, its lights remained off. No communication with the tower, no acknowledgement of commands, just the deep growl of its engines as it turned toward the runway. By the time air traffic control realized what was happening, the Boeing 727 was already accelerating. Within seconds, its wheels left the ground, and the massive aircraft soared into the darkening sky. No distress calls, no transponder signals, just silence. One of the world's largest commercial jets had just vanished into thin air, and no one knew why. At least not yet. The sky was beginning to darken over Luanda, the air thick with the lingering warmth of an African evening. The hum of airport activity had started to quiet, but on the runway, something unusual was happening. The Boeing 727, long grounded and collecting dust, was moving. Its engines, once lifeless, now roared with a low, steady rumble. It wasn't scheduled for departure. No flight plan had been filed, no pilots had requested clearance. But here it was, slowly taxiing toward the runway, as if it had a mind of its own. Airport workers turned to watch. Some assumed it was a maintenance check, maybe a simple repositioning. But something felt off. The aircraft's exterior lights remained off, making it difficult to track in the growing darkness. No calls came through the radio. No one in the control tower had authorized the movement. Inside, if there was a pilot at all, they were flying blind. The 727 was a complex machine, typically requiring a 3-person flight crew to operate. A captain, a first officer, and a flight engineer. Yet, according to every log, no qualified flight crew had boarded that evening. The only 2 people suspected of being on the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic with some piloting experience, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was licensed to fly a 727 solo, yet somehow the plane accelerated down the runway. Then, in a rush of displaced air and roaring engines, the massive jet lifted off the ground. Control tower operators scrambled to make contact. Unidentified aircraft, please respond. Silence. State your flight number and intentions. Nothing. The aircraft climbed westward, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. It passed over the coastline, growing smaller and smaller, fading into the horizon. Then, it was gone. No distress calls. No emergency transponder signals. No radar track beyond a certain point. A 200,000-pound aircraft had just disappeared, and the world would never see it again. The night air over Luanda settled into a thick, humid stillness. The Boeing 727 had disappeared beyond the horizon, swallowed by the vast Atlantic. Yet inside the control tower, the confusion lingered like a fog. Officials scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. A commercial airliner had taken off with no clearance, no lights, and no communication. That alone was an aviation nightmare. But worse, no one could confirm who had been at the controls. The last known individuals connected to the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla and John Mutantu, but neither had been scheduled to fly. Padilla was a skilled mechanic and a licensed pilot for small aircraft, but he wasn't qualified to operate a 727 alone. The aircraft required a flight crew trained in complex systems, someone with experience in a large multi-engine commercial jet. So how did it take off so smoothly? Some in the airport speculated that Padilla and Mutantu were not alone. Had a third person, perhaps a skilled pilot, been secretly involved? If so, who were they, and where had they gone? Immediately, officials in Angola reported the missing aircraft. But there was little they could do. The plane had left national airspace. Once it flew over the ocean, it became a ghost. In the following days, the U.S. government took an interest. It was 2003, and in the post-9/11 world, an unidentified commercial jet suddenly going off the grid set off alarms. The FBI, CIA, and even the National Security Agency, NSA, started monitoring possible sightings. Had the plane been hijacked? Was it being repurposed for something sinister? A Boeing 727 wasn't exactly easy to hide. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed over 100 tons when fully fueled. Yet, as the days passed, there were no sightings. No distress signals. No reports of a crash. It was as if the plane had never existed. Authorities issued international alerts. Air traffic controllers around the world were told to be on the lookout for any unidentified Boeing 727s. Security was tightened at airports in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. But the missing aircraft never turned up. It had vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 quickly escalated beyond a local aviation mystery. Within hours, intelligence agencies around the world were paying attention. A fully loaded commercial airliner, capable of carrying 10,000 gallons of fuel, had taken off without authorization, without communication, and without a clear destination. In the post-9/11 era, this was more than just a missing aircraft. It was a potential security threat. If the plane had been stolen, what was its purpose? Was it being repurposed for smuggling? A terrorist attack? A military operation? The questions mounted, but the answers were nowhere to be found. The U.S. government immediately launched an investigation. The CIA, FBI, and NSA began tracking any possible sightings, while the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, issued an international alert. Any Boeing 727 matching the stolen aircraft's description had to be stopped and searched. But stopping an aircraft that didn't want to be found was no easy task. Unlike modern jets, the 727 didn't rely on satellite-based tracking systems. Instead, it used older transponder technology, which meant whoever was flying, it could turn it off at any time, and that's exactly what had happened. With no transponder signal, the plane had disappeared from radar almost immediately after takeoff. That meant tracking it would rely on human eyes, pilots, airport workers, or intelligence sources who might spot an unfamiliar aircraft landing somewhere unexpected. Rumors began spreading. Some believed the 727 had landed at a remote airstrip in Africa, repainted and repurposed for illegal activity. Others suspected it had flown to South America, where criminal organizations could use it for smuggling. A few even speculated that it had been taken to a Middle Eastern country to be outfitted for a terrorist attack. But despite weeks of searching, no confirmed sightings ever surfaced. There were no satellite images, no recorded landings, just silence. For intelligence agencies used to tracking the world's most advanced military jets, the idea that a massive commercial aircraft could simply vanish was unthinkable. Yet somehow it had. The search for the missing Boeing 727 took a new turn as investigators focused on the why behind its disappearance. A plane this size doesn't just vanish, it has to go somewhere. But where? And more importantly, for what purpose? Authorities quickly latched onto the most alarming theory. The plane had been stolen for a future attack. In a world still on edge from 9/11, an untracked commercial jet loaded with thousands of gallons of fuel was more than a curiosity. It was a potential weapon. The FBI and CIA scoured international intelligence reports for any sign of the missing aircraft. Could it have landed at an unregistered airstrip in Africa? Had it been smuggled into a conflict zone for use in illicit operations? Or worse, had it been modified for an attack? U.S. officials issued a global security alert, warning that the missing 727 could be repainted and disguised as a commercial jet before being used in a terrorist plot. Every airport from South America to the Middle East was ordered to report any unusual, unregistered Boeing 727s. But there was another possibility, one less dramatic but just as puzzling. What if the plane had been stolen for profit? In the early 2000s, Africa's aviation industry was riddled with corruption. Stolen aircraft weren't uncommon, especially in regions where planes were used for illegal operations. Diamond smuggling, arms dealing, and even drug running. A Boeing 727, if properly hidden and repainted, could become an untraceable aircraft. Smugglers could use it for years, operating out of remote airstrips beyond the reach of law enforcement. Intelligence agencies turned their focus toward known criminal networks in Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South America. Was the plane hidden in a jungle airstrip, making illicit runs between continents? Or had it been dismantled for parts, piece by piece? Leads came in, but none led to the missing plane. No verified sightings, no satellite images, no answers. The idea that a massive, fuel-hungry commercial aircraft could operate in secrecy for this long seemed impossible. Yet, months passed, and still, nothing. It was as if the Boeing had simply ceased to exist. The deeper investigators looked, the stranger the case became. The theories about terrorism or smuggling made sense, but something wasn't adding up. How do you keep a Boeing 727, a plane nearly 50 meters long, hidden for so long? Some believed the aircraft had crashed into the Atlantic shortly after takeoff, possibly due to fuel mismanagement or pilot error. After all, neither Padilla nor Mutantu were certified to fly a 727 alone. If they had tried, the flight could have gone horribly wrong. But if the plane had crashed, where was the wreckage? In aviation history, even deep-sea crashes leave behind something. Floating debris, an oil slick, radio transmissions, something. But in this case, there was nothing. No emergency beacons, no reports of wreckage washing up along the coast. Just silence. Then there was the idea that the plane had been dismantled for parts. A Boeing 727 was valuable, even if it wasn't in prime condition. Its engines alone were worth millions on the black market. If criminals wanted to strip it down and sell it piece by piece, they could. But where? Investigators searched for a hidden airstrip or facility where a 727 could be disassembled. Remote airports in Africa, illegal smuggling hubs in South America, anywhere a plane could be secretly torn apart. But again, nothing. No missing aircraft parts matching the plane's serial numbers ever surfaced. Then came the most bizarre theory. The plane was still flying. Some experts believed the 727 had been repainted and given a fake identity, allowing it to blend into international air traffic. In less regulated parts of the world, paperwork could be forged, flight plans fabricated, and an aircraft's past erased. Reports surfaced of suspicious Boeing 727s spotted in Guinea, Colombia, and even the Middle East. But every lead hit a dead end. None of them could be confirmed as the missing Angola aircraft. The lack of evidence only deepened the mystery. If the aircraft had been stolen for profit, why had it disappeared so completely? If it had crashed, why wasn't there a single trace of it? And if it was still out there, flying under a new identity, who was using it, and for what purpose? Months turned into years, and the missing Boeing 727 became something more than just a stolen plane. It became a legend. The case never truly went cold. There were always whispers, rumors of sightings, and theories that refused to die. A plane of that size couldn't just vanish. Someone, somewhere, had to know something. Then, in 2005, 2 years after the disappearance, an unregistered Boeing 727 was spotted in Guinea, West Africa. The sighting came from a private intelligence source, someone who had been tracking illegal aircraft movements in the region. The plane matched the description of the missing Angola jet. Same model, same modifications, but there was no way to confirm if it was the same aircraft. By the time authorities arrived, the plane was gone. Not long after, a second suspicious 727 was reported, this time in Colombia, a known hub for drug cartels and smuggling operations. Again, the details were vague. The aircraft had no verifiable records, and its ownership was a mystery. Could the missing plane have been repurposed for illegal operations? If so, who was flying it? Some former intelligence officers suggested that criminal networks had rebranded the 727, changing its tail number, repainting it, and using it for untraceable flights. A plane that didn't officially exist could be used to move drugs, weapons, or even people without detection. But these theories were just that, theories. No concrete evidence ever surfaced. No serial numbers were confirmed. And despite the occasional sighting, no government agency was ever able to intercept or identify the missing plane. At one point, aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and even former pilots started forming their own networks, trying to track the aircraft. Online forums buzzed with speculation. Had the plane been hidden in a hangar, waiting to be used? Was it flying in a war zone, running supplies or weapons? Or had it been quietly destroyed, its parts scattered beyond recognition? Every time a new sighting emerged, hope flickered, but just as quickly, it faded. The Boeing remained a ghost, appearing and disappearing in whispers, but never in reality. The missing Boeing 727 wasn't just a plane anymore. It was a riddle with no answer. For years, aviation experts, intelligence agencies, and amateur sleuths chased rumors, hoping for a break in the case. But despite fleeting sightings and scattered theories, the real question remained. What happened to the two men suspected to be on board? The last known individuals connected to the stolen aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was an experienced commercial pilot, and certainly neither was qualified to fly a 100-ton jet alone. So where did they go? Ben Padilla, the man at the center of the mystery. Of the two men, Ben Charles Padilla was the bigger mystery. A Florida-based aircraft mechanic, Padilla had been in Angola working on the Boeing 727 for months. He was hired to help restore the aircraft to flying condition, which meant he had intimate knowledge of its systems. He wasn't just a mechanic, though. He had some flight experience, though far below what was needed to operate the 727 safely. Padilla's family refused to believe he had stolen the plane on his own. His sister, Benita Padilla Kirkland, insisted that he was not a criminal and had no reason to steal the aircraft. In her eyes, something had gone terribly wrong. Ben had either been forced to take off or had been taken against his will. She believed he was dead. According to Padilla's family, the most plausible scenario was that someone else hijacked the plane, forcing Padilla to fly it before eventually disposing of him. But if that was the case, where was the wreckage? Where was the aircraft? The Mutantu enigma. Less was known about John Mutantu, the Congolese aviation technician also believed to be on board. Mutantu had no piloting experience and had only been working on the aircraft in a maintenance capacity. Unlike Padilla, Mutantu had no family or contacts advocating for him in the search. His name faded from most reports, and it seemed that whatever had happened to him was an afterthought in the larger mystery of the missing aircraft. If Mutantu had been involved, what was his role? Was he simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, or did he know more than anyone suspected? What if they never took off alone? There was always another possibility, that neither man had anything to do with the disappearance. Some theorists believed that a third party had been involved. Could a group of trained pilots have hijacked the aircraft, forcing Padilla and Mutantu to cooperate? Some details seem to support this idea. The aircraft took off smoothly, with no signs of struggle. It climbed westward into the Atlantic as if following a planned flight path. No distress signals or mayday calls were made. If Padilla had been piloting against his will, why hadn't he found a way to communicate with the tower? Was he already dead before takeoff? Others speculated that the aircraft had already been prepped for theft, and Padilla and Mutantu were mere pawns in a larger operation. If this was an organized crime effort, the true pilots could have been waiting nearby, taking control at the last moment. No bank activity, no calls, no traces. For months, investigators kept tabs on Padilla's finances, phone records, and personal connections. If he had stolen the plane, wouldn't he need money, new documentation, or a way to survive? Yet, nothing surfaced. No bank activity. No communication with his family. No confirmed sightings. If he was alive, he had vanished just as completely as the plane itself. This deepened the mystery even further. If he had stolen the aircraft willingly, where did he go? If he had been killed, where was the body? For all the governments, intelligence agencies, and independent researchers involved in the search, not a single solid clue led to his whereabouts. A pattern in aviation. Mysteries? Strangely, this wasn't the first time an aircraft had disappeared so completely. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 had left the world wondering for decades. Flight 19's loss in the Bermuda Triangle, 1945, still defied explanation. Even Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370, 2014, which vanished in modern times with all the world's tracking technology, still had major unanswered questions. Could the Boeing 727 disappearance be part of this long history of unsolved aviation mysteries? Or was it something entirely different, a theft or hijacking that simply succeeded? A final dead end. By 2004, the case had all but stalled. No governments reported the 727 landing in their jurisdiction. No wreckage surfaced. No black market parts were linked back to the missing aircraft. And most unsettling of all, Padilla and Mutantu were never heard from again. Their families never received closure. No remains were found. No records indicated they had started new lives under different identities. It was as if they had been erased. Even today, aviation experts still debate what happened that night in Angola. Was this a carefully planned operation, an accident that spiraled out of control, or something even stranger? No one knows for sure. And until someone, somewhere, finds that missing Boeing 727, the mystery will remain unsolved. In the quiet expanse of the Australian skies, where the vast blue meets the endless horizon, flying was more than just transportation. It was a profound expression of freedom. For 20-year-old Frederick Valentich, it was also a gateway to a future he dreamed of, one that combined his passion for aviation with a youthful fascination for the unknown, particularly his keen interest in unidentified flying objects. Frederick was not just an ordinary young man with a hobby. He was an ambitious pilot, albeit relatively inexperienced, with about 150 hours of flying time logged, a significant portion of which was solo. He was serious about turning his passion into a profession, aiming to qualify as a commercial pilot. However, his journey was marked by both enthusiasm and a few instances of overconfidence, as noted by his instructors and peers. Despite these minor setbacks, his commitment to flying was unwavering, driven by a deep-seated love for the skies. On October 21, 1978, Valentich prepared for a routine flight that was anything but ordinary. His plan was to fly from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria to King Island, a simple stretch across the Bass Strait. The purpose of the trip was partly practical. He was tasked with picking up some friends, and partly personal, a chance to log more flight hours under his belt. The weather that day was favorable, and everything seemed poised for a smooth journey. As he performed his pre-flight checks, Valentich's demeanor was calm and collected. Those who saw him that afternoon reported nothing out of the ordinary. He filed his flight plan, noting his route, expected time of arrival, and other standard details. The flight to King Island was supposed to be a straightforward one, with clear skies and gentle winds. But what transpired over the next few hours would turn this routine flight into one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. The aircraft Frederick chose for this flight was a single-engine Cessna 182, a reliable model known for its sturdy handling and forgiving nature in flight, qualities that made it a favorite among training schools and private pilots alike. This particular Cessna, however, was about to become famous not for its performance, but for its mysterious and sudden disappearance. With everything in order, Valentich took off from Mooraban at approximately 6:19 p.m. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. Valentich maintained regular contact with air traffic control, providing routine updates on his position as he crossed the coastline and headed out over the open water of the Bass Strait. However, as he neared the halfway point of his journey, his communications took a strange turn. He reported encountering another aircraft, which he described as exceedingly unusual in appearance. According to transcripts of his radio communications, Valentich was initially curious, then increasingly perturbed. He described the other craft as moving at high speed, and it seemed to toy with his Cessna, appearing overhead, then vanishing only to reappear from different angles. His descriptions grew more frantic, his voice tinged with confusion and alarm. Frederick's fascination with UFOs was well known among his circle. He often spoke of them not as mere science fiction, but as a genuine interest, fueled by a string of recent sightings reported across Australia. This context turned his flight into a narrative ripe for speculation and wonder, as he was now seemingly living his worst, or perhaps most thrilling, scenario. His last transmission was the most harrowing. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he reported. These words would be the last anyone would hear from Frederick Valentich. Moments later, the radio link crackled into static, and silence took over. Back at Mooraban Airport, confusion reigned. Air traffic controllers scrambled to re-establish contact, but to no avail. As the minutes turned into hours, concern grew. Search and rescue operations were soon underway, marking the start of an extensive search that would captivate and mystify the world. Frederick Valentich's disappearance raised numerous questions. What did he see in the sky that evening? Was it a misinterpretation, or had he encountered something truly unexplainable? These questions haunted the investigation, and would soon elevate the incident from a mere missing person case to a legend discussed and debated by aviators and UFO enthusiasts alike. Frederick Valentich's departure from Mooraban Airport had been routine. The engines of his Cessna 182 hummed smoothly as he ascended into the early evening sky, leaving the familiar landscape of Victoria behind. His flight plan was straightforward: head southwest towards King Island, a speck of land nestled in the Bass Strait between Australia and Tasmania. It was a flight path he had considered carefully, suited to his experience level and the Cessna's capabilities. As Valentich settled into the cockpit, the world below him transformed. The urban sprawl gave way to the rugged, windswept coastline, and then to the open sea. Flying over water was a different kind of piloting experience, one that demanded constant vigilance and respect for the unpredictable nature of the ocean below. The first half of the flight passed uneventfully. Valentich maintained a steady altitude, checking his instruments routinely while keeping in contact with Melbourne's air traffic control. He reported his position methodically, confirming his progress and ensuring he was on track. The communication was standard procedure, a lifeline to the ground and a record of his journey's progress. However, as Valentich approached the midway point of his flight, something changed. It began subtly. An unscripted pause in his communications, a break in the rhythm that had defined the earlier part of his journey. Then, the tone of his transmissions altered. He contacted Melbourne Air Traffic Control with an unexpected report. He was not alone in the sky. Valentich's voice, usually calm and collected, carried a note of confusion as he described the other aircraft. It was, he reported, an unusual sight, faster than his Cessna and far more agile. The aircraft appeared to be playing a strange game, moving at high speed, ascending past him only to suddenly appear on a different side. Each report Valentich made grew more alarmed. The craft seemed to toy with him, darting in and out of his field of vision with baffling ease. As he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, Valentich continued to describe the aircraft's maneuvers to air traffic control. His descriptions were punctuated with attempts to identify the type of aircraft, but none fit. It wasn't behaving like any conventional airplane he knew. It didn't seem to adhere to the physical limitations of human-made aircraft. The situation escalated as Valentich reported that the aircraft had approached much closer. It hovered overhead, its movements unlike anything he had encountered before. This proximity allowed him to provide more detail about its appearance. It seemed to be metallic, shiny, and was emitting a green light. His voice conveyed a mixture of awe and distress. The aircraft's behavior and capabilities were unlike anything he had studied or heard about. This part of the flight, marked by these bizarre encounters, was critical. Valentich's focus shifted from navigation to dealing with the unexpected presence. Each transmission to Melbourne became more urgent, his sentences clipped as he struggled to maintain composure and control over his aircraft. The exchange reached a climax when Valentich expressed something more than surprise or confusion. There was a palpable tension in his voice. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he stated firmly, the final words that painted a picture of something beyond ordinary understanding. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the communication cut off. The line went dead, leaving only static in its wake. Melbourne Air Traffic Control frantically called out to Valentich, seeking clarification, any response to indicate that he was still there. But there was nothing, only the haunting silence of an open channel with no reply. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich had begun as an ordinary flight, a young pilot in pursuit of hours and experience. But as the sun set over the Bass Strait that evening, it turned into something entirely different, a mystery that would echo through the annals of aviation history. After the chilling final transmission from Frederick Valentich, the atmosphere in Melbourne's Air Traffic Control Centre shifted from routine oversight to acute crisis management. The young pilot's last report, unsettling in its content and abrupt in its conclusion, spurred immediate action from the concerned controllers. Valentich had been clear, albeit deeply troubled, in his last communication. He described an object hovering above him, which he distinctly stated was not an aircraft. His words were marked by a firmness that suggested he was seeing something extraordinary, something that defied his understanding as a pilot. The silence that followed his final transmission was ominous, turning the routine tracking of a small aircraft into a potential search and rescue operation. With no further contact from Valentich, the controllers wasted no time in deploying standard emergency protocols. Initially, they attempted to re-establish communication, hoping for any sign that Valentich was still airborne and simply experiencing radio difficulties. Repeated calls were made, each unanswered, only amplifying the urgency of the situation. As minutes turned into hours without any response, the scope of the operation expanded. The Australian authorities were notified, and a full-scale search and rescue mission was launched by the evening. The operation involved multiple assets, including aircraft and sea vessels, tasked with scouring the area of Valentich's last known position over the Bass Strait. The search teams faced daunting conditions. The Bass Strait, notorious for its unpredictable weather and rough seas, posed significant challenges. The vastness of the area, coupled with the fading light of dusk, further complicated the efforts. Search planes swept over the water, looking for any sign of Valentich or his Cessna, while boats combed the waves below. Despite the extensive resources deployed and the urgency of the search, no trace of Valentich or his aircraft was found that night. The search continued over the following days, with additional teams joining the effort. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated the operation, expanding the search area and utilizing more sophisticated technology, including radar and satellite imagery. The lack of physical evidence was perplexing. No debris, oil slick, or other typical indicators of an aircraft crash were evident. The sea and air search teams reported back only the emptiness of the open water and the unyielding silence of the sky. The search efforts persisted, driven by hope and the possibility that Valentich might have landed somewhere on the water and was waiting to be rescued. But as days passed with no sign of him or his aircraft, that hope began to wane. The official search operation would eventually be called off, leaving unanswered questions and profound concern for the young pilot's fate. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich became a focal point of intrigue and speculation. It catalyzed a series of investigations, discussions, and theories, both official and among the public. The mysterious circumstances, particularly the pilot's report of an unusual object, fed into broader discussions about unidentified flying objects and their possible interactions with aviation. This chapter of Valentich's journey concludes not with resolution, but with the stark reality of his vanishing, a moment in time that would forever be etched in the annals of Australian aviation mysteries. The silence from his radio on that fateful evening marked the beginning of a story that continues to provoke curiosity and debate to this day. As the reality of Frederick Valentich's disappearance settled in, the focus shifted entirely to a comprehensive search and rescue operation. Initiated by the Australian authorities, the operation spanned several days and involved numerous assets, drawing on a broad spectrum of air and sea resources to comb through the vast, treacherous waters of the Bass Strait. The search efforts were extensive and meticulously planned. Aircraft equipped with advanced radar and thermal imaging flew grid patterns over the area, while boats with sonar capabilities scanned the depths below. The goal was to cover as much area as possible, as quickly as possible, in the hope of finding any trace of Valentich or his Cessna 182. Despite the favorable weather conditions that followed the initial disappearance, the search teams faced the inherent challenges of the Bass Strait, known for its capricious weather patterns and strong currents. These conditions often made the search efforts difficult, with waves and wind disrupting the progress of boats and limiting the effectiveness of aerial searches during certain parts of the day. As the search continued, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated efforts from multiple agencies, including the Royal Australian Air Force, local volunteer marine rescue organizations, and even merchant vessels passing through the area. Each day, the teams would debrief, share findings, and adjust their strategies, determined to uncover any clue that could lead to Valentich. However, the days passed with frustratingly little to show for the efforts. No wreckage was sighted, and no signals were detected that could suggest the location of the crashed plane. The search teams expanded the search radius, hoping that drift patterns might have carried Valentich away from his last known location. Still, the vast ocean seemed to have swallowed all evidence of his passage. The lack of any physical evidence perplexed investigators and search crews alike. In cases of aircraft crashes at sea, some debris typically surfaces, whether from the impact itself or from the interior of the aircraft. Yet, in Valentich's case, the sea offered nothing. No floating debris, no oil slicks, no emergency locator transmissions, nothing that indicated a crash site. This complete absence of evidence led to an increased interest in Valentich's last communication. His report of an encounter with an unusual aircraft, described under clear distress, became a focal point for both official investigators and the public. The peculiar nature of his descriptions prompted some to speculate about otherworldly explanations, including UFO involvement, which only intensified as the search yielded no results. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, the official search and rescue operation was reluctantly called off. The decision was met with disappointment and a sense of defeat by those involved, especially given the emotional toll on Valentich's family and friends. The announcement marked a somber acknowledgement that the chances of finding Valentich alive, or even recovering his remains, were exceedingly slim. The cessation of the search did not end the public's fascination with the case, nor did it silence the myriad theories about what might have happened. Instead, it transitioned the incident from an active rescue operation to a lingering mystery, one that would captivate curious minds and fuel debates about aviation safety, the unknown, and the unexplained. The story of Frederick Valentich's disappearance remained alive in the collective memory, a perplexing enigma of the skies that refused to be forgotten. With the official search for Frederick Valentich concluded and no tangible evidence found, the focus shifted from a rescue mission to the realm of speculation and investigation. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Valentich's last transmission led to a myriad of theories, each trying to make sense of the unexplained disappearance. Valentich's own interest in UFOs became a significant aspect of the public discourse surrounding his disappearance. His final communication with air traffic control, where he described an encounter with an unusual aircraft exhibiting extraordinary capabilities, naturally led to conjecture about extraterrestrial involvement. This theory was bolstered by reported UFO sightings in the area around the time of his flight. UFO enthusiasts and some members of the public embraced the possibility that Valentich had encountered an alien craft, which somehow led to his disappearance. These speculations were fueled by a broader global interest in UFOs, which in the late 1970s was still riding the wave of the post-Roswell fascination with flying saucers and government cover-ups. Skeptics of the UFO theory proposed more conventional explanations for Valentich's disappearance. Some aviation experts suggested that Valentich, possibly disoriented by the overwater flight at dusk, might have become the victim of spatial disorientation, a common hazard in aviation, particularly among less experienced pilots. This could have caused him to misinterpret what he saw, including mistaking his own aircraft's lights reflected on the water or on a layer of cloud as another craft. Another theory was that Valentich had staged his own disappearance. This stemmed from investigations into his background, revealing his fascination not only with UFOs, but also with stories of pilots disappearing or starting anew under a different identity. However, those close to Valentich, including family and friends, strongly disputed this, describing him as enthusiastic and serious about his aviation career. The possibility of a more mundane accident was also considered. Some speculated that Valentich's aircraft might have suffered a mechanical failure, or that he might have crashed into the sea after running out of fuel. However, the lack of debris and the absence of an oil slick on the water made this scenario seem unlikely unless the aircraft had sunk intact, a rare occurrence given the expected breakup on impact. The absence of hard evidence meant that no conclusive determination could be made. The Australian Department of Transport conducted an investigation, but its findings were inconclusive, citing a lack of sufficient information to reach a definitive explanation. The mystery of Valentich's disappearance had a lasting impact on aviation in Australia, leading to increased safety protocols and more rigorous training for pilots flying over water. The case also continued to be a topic of academic and investigative interest. Researchers and documentary filmmakers periodically revisited the story, each bringing new technology and theories to bear in the hope of uncovering new information, or perhaps one day finding physical evidence that could bring closure to the case. The Valentich disappearance remains a compelling story, not just for those involved in aviation and UFO studies, but for anyone intrigued by human interaction with the unknown. It serves as a cautionary tale about the limits of human perception and the mysteries that can arise when the familiar intersects with the unexplainable. As the years passed, the disappearance of Frederick Valentich continued to resonate not just within the aviation and UFO enthusiast communities, but also among the wider public as a compelling mystery of the unknown. The lack of closure and definitive evidence has kept the case alive in the form of books, documentaries, and continued discussions in various forums. Here, we examine the legacy and ongoing interest surrounding Valentich's mysterious flight. Frederick Valentich's case has become a cornerstone discussion in both aviation safety and UFO circles. For aviation professionals, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of potential disorientation and the vital importance of maintaining situational awareness, especially when flying over large bodies of water. The incident has been used in training seminars to educate pilots about the psychological and physical effects of flying under stressful conditions and the potential for misinterpreting visual cues in the vast and featureless landscapes like the sea. In the realm of UFO research, Valentich's disappearance is often cited as one of the most intriguing cases due to the pilot's own reported sightings and the circumstances of his last transmission. It continues to fuel debates about the possibility of otherworldly encounters, and has become a part of UFO lore, frequently referenced at conferences and in literature discussing human interactions with supposed extraterrestrial vehicles. New developments occasionally reignite interest in the Valentich disappearance. Advances in technology, such as satellite imagery and improved sonar capabilities, have prompted new searches in the Bass Strait and surrounding areas. Though these efforts have not yet produced any concrete results, they maintain public interest and hope that new evidence may eventually surface. Interest is also kept alive by the media, with periodic retrospectives and updates on the case. These often coincide with anniversaries of the event, drawing new attention from those previously unaware of Valentich's story. Each wave of interest encourages fresh looks at the available data, sometimes bringing new theories to light or re-examining old ones with new technology or methodologies. Researchers and theorists continue to explore less conventional explanations, driven both by the strange details of Valentich's last reported observations and by the absence of physical evidence. Discussions often involve the exploration of what an encounter with an advanced unknown technology might entail, and how it could lead to the disappearance of an aircraft without a trace. such speculations delve into the limits of current human understanding of physics and technology, proposing scenarios where conventional retrieval and detection methods might fail. The Valentich case has also had a significant cultural impact, inspiring segments of films, television series, and literature. These portrayals explore the human aspect of the mystery, emphasizing the emotional and psychological effects on those involved, particularly Valentich's family and friends. They also examine the broader implications of a society grappling with phenomena that it cannot easily explain through current scientific understanding. The legacy of Frederick Valentich is a complex tapestry woven from threads of mystery, tragedy, and the unyielding human quest for answers. While the truth behind his disappearance may never be fully uncovered, the story continues to intrigue and inspire. It serves as a reminder of our perpetual fascination with the sky and what lies beyond, as well as the profound and sometimes haunting unknowns that remain in our own world. As long as the mystery remains unsolved, the legend of Valentich's flight will continue to captivate imaginations and stimulate curiosity across generations. In commercial aviation, few places in the world are as busy and precisely controlled as the skies above Los Angeles International Airport. Known simply as LAX, this sprawling hub is home to hundreds of daily takeoffs and landings, where air traffic controllers choreograph streams of incoming and outgoing flights with near-flawless coordination. At around 3,000 feet, just a few miles from final approach, pilots are focused, systems are configured for landing, and every second is part of a rehearsed and monitored ballet. So when an American Airlines pilot, flying a routine approach into LAX on August 30th, 2020, looked out his window and reported seeing something wildly out of place, the entire system paused to take notice. Tower, American, 1997. We just passed a guy in a jetpack. The transmission was calm, clipped, and strangely casual, but the words hung in the air like vapor. A guy. In a jetpack. At 3,000 feet, on the approach path to one of the busiest airports in the world. The controller, caught between routine chatter and disbelief, asked the pilot to confirm. He did. Moments later, another voice crackled over the radio. A JetBlue pilot, on a nearby approach vector, chimed in with the same observation. A humanoid figure, upright, flying alone through open sky. No wings, no visible support, just flying. At first, there was an air of disbelief. Not denial exactly, but that pause between hearing something unusual and truly processing it. Pilots are trained observers. They know the difference between a bird, a balloon, and a person. Their reports don't come from imagination or exaggeration. They come from discipline, training, and 1,000 hours behind the yoke. If they saw something, it wasn't a joke. And they weren't the only ones. LAX Tower immediately alerted law enforcement and the Federal Aviation Administration. The term jetpack lit up radios and inboxes in minutes. Within the hour, the FBI had been notified. It wasn't just a strange sighting. It was a potential breach of highly controlled Class B airspace, a safety concern that could not be ignored. Jetpacks, as far as most people understood, were the stuff of comic books and air shows. Yes, the technology existed in experimental form, but they weren't widely available, and their limitations were well known. Short flight times, low altitude, extreme fuel consumption. The idea of someone hovering at commercial altitudes for any length of time was, to experts, next to impossible. And yet, there were now multiple eyewitnesses from 2 commercial aircraft, all describing the same thing. LAPD dispatched helicopters to canvass the area. News crews began calling aviation authorities. The story was strange, yes, but this was Los Angeles, a place where helicopters fly low, stunts are commonplace, and the occasional oddity in the sky isn't entirely unheard of. But this was different. This was controlled airspace. This was close to final approach, where jets are vulnerable and margins are slim. And the figure, whoever, or whatever, it was, had vanished by the time aircraft were redirected to get a closer look. Back in the control tower, the recording of the pilot's transmission was already being reviewed. The audio was shared among aviation circles and online forums within hours. "We just saw the guy pass by us in the jetpack," the JetBlue pilot added later, as the transmission looped back through public replay. The reports were consistent. Upright figure, No wings, no obvious propulsion source, just flying alongside a jet. Within days, the sighting was national news. Headlines toggled between amused curiosity and serious safety concern. Was this a rogue inventor, a publicity stunt, a drone designed to look like a person, or something more advanced than what the public knew? The FAA launched an investigation, as did the FBI, citing potential violations of airspace regulations and serious risks to flight safety. But no individual came forward. No known jetpack test flight had been scheduled or cleared in the region, and no wreckage, equipment, or follow-up sighting was found that day. The skies above LAX returned to normal, but the radar logs now included a gap, a moment when something unexplainable shared airspace with a Boeing 737. For the pilots involved, it was a brief moment, an odd blip in an otherwise standard descent. But for investigators, it was the beginning of a deeper mystery, one that would repeat itself in the months to come. Because this wasn't the last time Jetpack Guy would appear over Los Angeles. In fact, it was just the first. 6 weeks after the initial report, the skies over Los Angeles once again played host to something no one could quite explain. On October 14th, 2020, another commercial aircraft, this time a China Airlines flight on final approach into LAX, reported an object strikingly similar to the one described by American and JetBlue pilots weeks earlier. The pilot's voice came through air traffic control frequencies with the same blend of calm professionalism and subtle disbelief. "We just saw a flying object. Looked like a person in a jetpack." Once again, the figure had been spotted thousands of feet above the ground, dangerously close to the descent path into one of the busiest airports in the world. The timing, the location, and the description all echoed the earlier sighting. But despite an expanded response and active surveillance by the LAPD, no trace of the jetpack-like figure was found. It was becoming harder to dismiss the incident as a one-off error or a case of mistaken identity. These weren't casual eyewitnesses. These were commercial airline pilots with thousands of flight hours logged, trained to recognize potential hazards, and required to report them with accuracy and clarity. And now, there were more of them, saying the same thing. The FAA confirmed both sightings had been officially logged. Investigators reviewed radar data, flight paths, and local air traffic activity. Still, nothing showed up on radar. No transponders were active. No known aircraft, manned or unmanned, were authorized in the area at those altitudes. If someone was truly flying a jetpack near LAX, they were doing so without coordination or clearance, a major violation of U.S. airspace regulations. Jetpack manufacturers were quick to comment, some with interest, others with frustration. The consensus among industry experts was simple: this shouldn't be possible. The technology to fly solo with a jetpack does exist, but it comes with sharp limitations. Current jetpacks can fly for only 30 seconds to a few minutes, rarely above 1,500 feet, and require highly controlled conditions to remain airborne safely, and certainly not at the altitudes and distances described by pilots in controlled airspace, above dense urban sprawl and near passenger aircraft. David Mayman, CEO of Jetpack Aviation, a Los Angeles-based company developing jetpack technology, openly stated that if someone had built a device capable of flying for extended periods at commercial altitudes, it would represent a leap beyond the current state of the art. And he would know. His company's jetpacks, while impressive, are not capable of the range, altitude, or stealth described in these incidents. As aviation authorities scrambled for explanations, the general public latched onto the mystery. News outlets began calling the figure Jetpack Guy. It became a social media curiosity. Memes and mock videos popped up, some humorous, others speculative. But behind the levity was a growing concern. Whoever, or whatever, was in the skies near LAX wasn't just turning heads. They were entering protected airspace, putting aircraft, passengers, and crews at risk. By November, the FAA and FBI had launched a joint investigation. Every agency with a stake in aviation safety was now watching closely. They reviewed reports, canvassed local airports, questioned operators of experimental aircraft, and scanned satellite imagery. Helicopters were deployed in the area with infrared and high-resolution cameras. Still, no definitive source. Then came a new lead. Around the same time as the second sighting, a video surfaced online showing what appeared to be a human-like figure drifting along the coast near Palos Verdes, south of LAX. Captured by a local flight school during a training exercise, the video showed a floating object, dark in shape and upright in posture, slowly moving through the air at around 3,000 feet. It didn't behave like a balloon, but it also didn't appear to have visible propulsion. It hovered, it drifted, and then disappeared into the haze. The footage deepened the mystery. Was this the same entity spotted by commercial pilots? Was it a drone made to resemble a person, perhaps even with a mannequin attached? Or was this simply a case of optical illusion, a stray object caught in the right light, seen from the wrong angle? Speculation began to stretch. Some experts suggested a sophisticated drone, possibly a hobbyist project gone too far. Others floated the idea of an elaborate hoax, though how such a prank could evade multiple radar systems and fly alongside aircraft without consequence remained unanswered. What was certain, however, was that this wasn't going away. LAX controllers continued to warn pilots to report any unusual aerial activity, and pilots, now aware of the prior sightings, were watching more closely. It wasn't a question of whether the jetpack guy would return. It was a question of when, and what, if anything, would be waiting for him on the ground. By early 2021, the jetpack guy had evolved from an aviation oddity into a full-blown mystery. With 3 pilot sightings logged near LAX and a growing archive of videos and speculation, the phenomenon was no longer a fleeting curiosity. It was a potential threat to flight safety. And still, there were no answers. No individual had come forward, no jetpack had been recovered, and no government agency could confirm what, exactly, was moving through controlled airspace, undetected and untraced. The Federal Aviation Administration and the FBI remained at the helm of the investigation, but their updates became increasingly scarce. The absence of solid leads was baffling. In an age of constant surveillance, radar coverage, and drone regulation, how could something, whether manned or unmanned, appear and disappear with such precision? The question wasn't rhetorical. It was one investigators were asking behind closed doors. Meanwhile, the Los Angeles Police Department, which had initially treated the sightings as a potential airspace violation, began taking a more active role. Helicopter patrols were deployed intermittently through the LAX approach corridor, particularly during peak travel times when traffic converged into tight formations on descent. LAPD air support teams flew grid searches, scanning for signs of jetpack activity using thermal cameras and long-range lenses. Nothing turned up. Not a blip. Not a trail. The airspace remained quiet, until the next report came in. On July 28, 2021, the mystery returned. A Boeing 747 pilot, again descending into LAX, radioed air traffic control. "We just passed a guy in a jetpack." The location was consistent with previous sightings, 5 miles from the airport, around 5,000 feet. This time, ATC quickly notified other nearby aircraft and launched an immediate response. Helicopters were dispatched. Airspace data was reviewed in real time. Still, nothing. What made this fourth sighting more alarming was its consistency. The reports were no longer isolated. They followed a pattern. Similar altitudes, locations, and descriptions. Each time, the figure was seen hovering upright, traveling at a steady speed. No wings, no rotors, and no visible means of lift other than what could only be described as a jetpack. Yet, jetpack experts continued to raise doubts. While several companies around the world were actively developing personal flight systems, some of them quite advanced, the physics didn't align with what pilots were describing. Real jetpacks, even those powered by miniature turbines, couldn't sustain flight at 3,000 or 5,000 feet for long periods. They used enormous amounts of fuel. They generated intense heat and noise. They were notoriously difficult to control at high altitudes or in congested airspace. The idea that someone could fly repeatedly near one of the world's busiest airports with that level of precision and remain unidentified, it just didn't compute. One working theory began to gain traction. Perhaps the sightings weren't of a human at all. Perhaps what the pilots were seeing was a drone, highly customized to look like a person in flight. Drone technology had advanced rapidly in recent years. and high-performance platforms could now mimic humanoid shapes. A mannequin or foam figure, paired with a sophisticated propulsion system, might appear from a distance to be a person flying upright. It was a plausible explanation, at least more plausible than a lone jetpack pilot defying altitude limits and FAA regulations undetected. But if it was a drone, it was being flown far beyond the line-of-sight rules required by law, with flight durations and range capabilities not available to the average hobbyist. That suggested either a high-budget operation, a reckless daredevil, or someone intentionally trying to provoke a response. The fact that it had happened repeatedly, and always near LAX, implied planning. Despite all this, authorities remained cagey. Official statements confirmed that investigations were ongoing, but declined to share technical details. Internally, FAA analysts were reviewing radar logs and ADS-B tracking data from the time of the sightings. Military radar inputs were also considered, though it was unclear whether the figure had ever registered on any system. That alone raised even more questions. Was the object simply too small to reflect radar? Or was something else interfering? Journalists covering the story began to dig deeper. They contacted jetpack companies, aerospace experts, and drone hobbyists. Most agreed. This wasn't likely to be a prank. Whoever was doing this had access to advanced equipment, knowledge of aviation corridors, and a clear sense of timing. And still, nothing concrete emerged. The media narrative oscillated between playful headlines and serious concerns. The FAA reiterated its warnings. Entering controlled airspace without clearance, especially in proximity to commercial aircraft, could result in severe penalties or prosecution. But no suspect was named. No arrests were made. No footage, beyond the now famous Palos Verdes video, had captured the figure up close. By mid-2021, the jetpack guy had become aviation's high-altitude phantom, real enough to be seen, but elusive enough to vanish without a trace. Pilots were instructed to continue reporting any sightings. Radar techs kept their eyes on unusual returns. And overhead, the descent into Los Angeles continued, one jet at a time, gliding through the sky where something unknown had passed not long before. By the end of 2021, the mystery of the so-called jetpack guy had transformed from an odd aviation anecdote into an unsolved case drawing attention from pilots, investigators, and even intelligence analysts. Despite 4 confirmed pilot reports, ground searches, and a viral video, there was still no definitive explanation. And then came something new. A clue, but of a different kind. In December 2020, a video began circulating on aviation forums and social media. It had been captured several months earlier by flight instructors near Palos Verdes, south of LAX. In the grainy footage, a humanoid-shaped figure appears to hover motionless at high altitude over the ocean. There were no wings, no contrail, no visible propulsion. It simply floated. The figure's legs dangled loosely, as if from a mannequin, and it drifted with the wind, eerily steady in its upright posture. Some experts quickly pointed to the possibility that the object wasn't a person at all, but a balloon. A very specific kind of balloon. Perhaps a novelty inflatable shaped like a human or superhero. Others weren't convinced. The object's stability and behavior in the air suggested more than passive drifting. Still, the theory gained ground. Could this explain the pilot sightings? Could a life-sized balloon, caught in a thermal or carried by upper-level winds, be the entire mystery? The FBI quietly acknowledged the theory in early 2021, noting that one working theory was that the sightings involved a balloon made to resemble a jetpack-equipped figure. But they didn't confirm that this explained everything. The locations didn't quite match. The altitudes reported by pilots seemed high for a standard inflatable, and the behavior, floating alongside jets on approach, didn't fully add up. The Palos Verdes footage complicated rather than clarified things. If it was a balloon, who launched it? Why? And why hadn't it been recovered? Investigators were left with another piece of the puzzle, but no corner pieces to frame the bigger picture. For many, the mystery only deepened. Because while the balloon theory might explain a few things, it didn't explain everything, especially not why pilots, trained observers, flying in broad daylight, continued to describe a person, not a drifting figure, a man, in a jetpack. By mid-2022, the jetpack guy phenomenon had settled into a strange limbo. unresolved, unconfirmed, but still very much alive in the minds of those who followed it. The mystery refused to fade, in part because it touched something deeper than aviation protocol. It challenged the limits of what we expect to be possible in the sky. At the heart of the growing concern was a simple fact. If a person, drone, or balloon was routinely entering restricted airspace near one of the busiest airports in the world, it posed a real safety risk. Airliners approaching LAX travel at high speeds in dense air traffic. A collision, even with a small object, could be catastrophic. This wasn't just a curiosity, it was a vulnerability. The FAA, now under increased scrutiny from the aviation community, reiterated their guidance to pilots: report any unusual aerial activity immediately. Air traffic controllers near LAX kept a closer watch. But with no new confirmed sightings since mid-2021, the skies remained uneventful. Still, interest continued to grow behind the scenes. Private drone operators and engineers began analyzing the case, offering their own theories. Some suggested that the sightings could have been a drone platform equipped with a lightweight mannequin or dummy, built specifically to resemble a flying person. Such a craft could, in theory, be operated remotely with high precision, especially with modern GPS stabilization. It wouldn't require a pilot on board, just a skilled technician on the ground. But that theory, too, had holes. A drone large enough to appear man-sized at 3,000 to 5,000 feet would need serious thrust, not to mention a power source capable of lifting it that high and keeping it stable. Regulations on drone flight make such an operation illegal without special waivers, and even then, not in a commercial corridor. So if it wasn't a man, and it wasn't a drone, what was it? Even among the most grounded investigators, the question remained open. Every technical explanation seemed to solve one part of the puzzle, but created new questions elsewhere. And through it all, the mystery persisted. A silent figure in the sky, appearing where no one should be, then vanishing without a trace. As the investigation into the jetpack guy sightings dragged on without resolution, a quiet frustration began to set in. Aviation authorities were running out of conventional explanations. And while the media had largely moved on, pilots, engineers, and a growing community of amateur sleuths continued to pull at the thread. By now, two dominant theories had emerged, each compelling, each flawed. The first was the drone theory, that someone had built or modified a drone to look like a human in a jetpack, perhaps using foam, a mannequin, or lightweight materials. It would explain the upright posture, the lack of wings, and the controlled movement. But it didn't account for the altitude or the extended flight time. Most drones, even high-end custom builds, struggle to reach the heights reported, let alone hover stably there while being mistaken for a person. The second theory was the balloon explanation. A novelty balloon, shaped like Iron Man or a human figure, drifting into approach paths on upper air currents. A few of these had been known to cause confusion before, mistaken for UFOs or strange objects at a distance. And unlike drones or jetpacks, balloons require no power source, no pilot, no effort. But again, the details didn't fit perfectly. The reported behavior by pilots, flying parallel to aircraft, maintaining altitude, showing no signs of uncontrolled drift, wasn't typical of a balloon at all. And then, there were the radar returns, or lack thereof. Despite the sightings being in tightly monitored airspace, none of the figures were ever confirmed by ground radar or air traffic control systems. Not once. No transponder signal, no visible target. Just trained pilots calling out what they saw, then watching it vanish. This gap, between what was seen and what could be tracked, left room for speculation. Some online theorists proposed secret military testing. Others jumped to fringe ideas, cloaking technology, advanced flight suits, or even extraterrestrial probes. Most of these were dismissed outright, but their existence showed how far the public imagination had stretched trying to fill in the blanks. No matter how rational the conversation started, it always seemed to circle back to the same question. How could something be seen so clearly, by multiple pilots, and yet leave no trace behind? By early 2023, the jetpack guy had become more myth than man. His presence in the skies reduced to speculation and echo. There were no new sightings, no breakthroughs. The FAA stopped releasing updates, and the FBI, after a period of quiet probing, also fell silent. Whatever momentum had once propelled the investigation had faded into a holding pattern. The skies above LAX were busy as ever, but the strange visitor hadn't returned. For some, the mystery's slow disappearance was the answer itself. If it were a drone prank or an unsanctioned experiment, maybe the operator had stopped after realizing the risk, or after being quietly warned. If it was a one-off balloon incident, maybe it had been a fluke that gained more attention than it ever deserved. The absence of further appearances made a convenient case for coincidence, but others weren't so convinced. Many within the aviation world remained unsettled. Pilots who had seen the figure firsthand didn't walk away thinking they'd misjudged a balloon. These were professionals trained to identify threats in the sky, and they had described a person, upright, in motion, at altitudes where no solo flyer should be. Their stories hadn't changed, even when the world moved on. Investigative journalists revisited the case, looking for missed connections, any overlooked detail in radar logs, any unreported test flights, any quiet payoff or sealed file. Nothing surfaced. Radar operators from the original incidents remained baffled. One admitted in a later interview, "We had guys scanning the scopes live when it happened, and there was nothing there. No return at all." So the mystery endured, not as a constant news story, but as a quiet chapter in aviation lore. A moment where something appeared against the odds, then disappeared without explanation. And like all good mysteries, it didn't leave answers. Just a strange shape in the sky and the certainty that, for a few brief moments, the rules of flight didn't quite hold. Today, the story of the jetpack guy floats somewhere between urban legend and unresolved aviation case file. There's no confirmed identity, no recovered equipment, no public resolution. The official investigations have long since gone quiet, but the incident lives on, spoken of in pilot lounges, discussed in online forums, and remembered by those who saw it firsthand. In aviation circles, it serves as a kind of parable, a reminder that even in one of the most regulated, monitored, and controlled spaces on Earth, the sky above a major airport, something unknown can still slip through. Pilots remain vigilant. Controllers still reference the event from time to time, especially when an unusual blip appears on radar, or when a trainee asks if that jetpack guy thing really happened. It did. At least 4 pilots, on separate flights, in broad daylight, saw something that didn't belong in their airspace. They weren't drunk. They weren't confused. They were reporting what they saw. A figure, flying upright, alone, thousands of feet in the air. The FAA still logs it as an unresolved aerial occurrence. The FBI, when pressed, simply refers to the case as open, but inactive. There's nothing more to pursue, unless someone speaks up or something new appears. And so, it joins the quiet catalog of aviation anomalies, like the phantom aircraft that appear on radar but never visually materialize, like the ghost flights tracked over empty oceans. It's part of a strange truth about aviation. For all our technology, our control, and our charts of the sky, there are still moments that slip through the gaps. Jetpack guy may never return, but if he does, if another voice crackles through the radio to say, "We just passed someone in a jetpack," pilots will believe it. They've seen it before. And the sky, for all its predictability, still has room for a little mystery. On a warm summer morning in August 2005, the island of Cyprus was bustling with the usual tourist activity, its sunny beaches promising relaxation, and the azure waters inviting a refreshing dip. At Larnaca Airport, the atmosphere was charged with the typical rush of international travel. Amidst the hustle, Helios Airways Flight 522 was preparing for its routine journey to Prague, with a scheduled stopover in Athens. The Boeing 737, a workhorse of the skies, stood ready on the tarmac, its engines quiet before the day's flight. The flight crew of Flight 522 arrived at the aircraft carrying their customary pre-flight checklists and personal effects. The captain, an experienced pilot with years of service under his belt, was known for his meticulous attention to procedure. Alongside him, the first officer, younger but equally competent, shared duties that ranged from checking the flight instruments to reviewing the weather conditions. Both men had flown this route numerous times, each trip uneventful, each landing routine. As passengers began boarding, the cabin crew, led by a seasoned flight attendant, welcomed them with practiced smiles and polite greetings. Families settling into their seats with young children in tow, business travelers opening laptops to catch up on emails, and vacationers eagerly discussing their plans, all formed the tapestry of the day's passengers. The boarding process proceeded smoothly, with the gentle hum of conversations filling the cabin, and overhead bins being carefully packed with carry-on luggage. While the passengers adjusted to their surroundings, the ground crew was busy with the final preparations. Fuel levels were checked and rechecked, luggage was loaded and secured, and the catering services stocked the galleys with meals for the journey. Outside, the hustle continued as ground operators signaled to each other, orchestrating the ballet of airport ground traffic. Back in the cockpit, the captain and first officer went through the pre-flight checklist with precision. They confirmed the flight path with air traffic control, set the aircraft's navigational systems, and conducted a final review of the plane's mechanical status. All systems were reported as functioning within normal parameters. With everything appearing in order, the captain made a routine announcement to the cabin, his voice calm and reassuring, informing passengers of the expected flight time and weather conditions en route. As the final checks were completed, the doors were sealed, and the cabin crew performed the last head count. The flight attendant briefed the passengers on safety procedures, demonstrating the use of seatbelts, emergency exits, and oxygen masks, a standard precautionary measure that passengers listened to with varying degrees of attention. With clearance from the tower, the engines roared to life, breaking the morning calm. The aircraft vibrated gently as it began to taxi, the familiar sensations reassuring to frequent flyers and thrilling to those less accustomed to air travel. The Boeing 737 maneuvered towards the runway, its pace steady, the turn onto the runway smooth and practiced. Lined up with the runway, the aircraft paused for a final moment before the captain applied the throttles. The engines responded with a powerful surge, propelling the aircraft forward. As speed gathered, the familiar pull of gravity felt by every passenger marked the moment of takeoff. The landscape below shrank rapidly as the plane ascended into the clear morning sky, the coastline of Cyprus waving a silent goodbye. Helios Airways. Flight 522 was now airborne, climbing to its cruising altitude. The seatbelt signs flicked off, inviting passengers to move about the cabin. The flight attendants began their service, offering refreshments and attending to passenger needs. For everyone on board, the flight promised nothing out of the ordinary. A few hours in the air, a brief stop in Athens, and then onward to Prague. Yet, as the aircraft settled into its path across the Mediterranean, an unforeseen issue began to develop. One that would transform what should have been a routine flight into one of aviation's most puzzling mysteries. Unknown to those on board, a critical problem was emerging, one that involved the very air they breathed. As the minutes passed, the situation within the pressurized cabin started to deteriorate, setting the stage for a tragic sequence of events that would confound experts and shake the aviation industry to its core. As Flight 522 cruised smoothly over the picturesque Mediterranean Sea, the cockpit and cabin began to diverge into two very different realities. Within the cockpit, the first signs of trouble emerged subtly. The pilots noticed discrepancies in the cabin pressure warning system, a crucial system that ensures the air inside the aircraft remains breathable as it ascends into thinner atmospheres. A light flickered on the control panel, suggesting a potential malfunction in the pressurization system, but it was not immediately alarming to the experienced pilots. Assuming it might be a sensor error, a not uncommon issue, they attempted a reset of the system. Meanwhile, their conversation remained professional and calm, focused on troubleshooting the potential issue without undue concern. The reset appeared successful, and the warning light extinguished. With no further indications of malfunction, the pilots settled back into the routine of monitoring the flight's progress, discussing expected weather conditions in Athens, and occasionally exchanging light banter. Back in the cabin, the atmosphere was entirely different. Unbeknownst to the flight crew, the aircraft's pressurization system had failed to operate correctly despite the reset. As the plane climbed higher, the cabin altitude, the equivalent altitude inside the aircraft, began to rise, reducing the oxygen levels. This change was gradual, not immediately noticeable to the passengers or the cabin crew, who were busy with meal services and routine duties. The first real indication of something amiss came from the passengers themselves. Some began to feel symptoms of hypoxia, although they may not have recognized them as such. Hypoxia, a deficiency in the amount of oxygen reaching the tissues, starts with subtle symptoms like headache, dizziness, and fatigue. Symptoms easy to attribute to the normal stresses of air travel or a lack of sleep. Meanwhile, in the cockpit, the flight continued as planned. The aircraft had reached its cruising altitude and was now on autopilot, heading towards Athens. The pilots remained unaware of the developing crisis behind them, as communication between the cockpit and cabin had not yet conveyed any sense of urgency. The cabin crew, accustomed to dealing with minor passenger ailments, didn't immediately connect the dots between the various complaints. However, as the aircraft continued its journey, the situation escalated. More passengers began to show signs of discomfort. A child started crying, unable to articulate the nausea and headache overwhelming him. An elderly passenger felt severe dizziness and reached out for help from a flight attendant, who herself began to feel lightheaded and confused. It was then that the cabin crew started to realize that these were not isolated incidents. Concerned, the chief flight attendant tried to contact the cockpit. Yet, upon reaching the cockpit door, she found herself struggling with cognitive and physical symptoms of hypoxia. Her knocks on the locked cockpit door went unanswered as the pilots, now also succumbing to the same invisible threat, were losing their ability to perform critical functions. The flight deck had become an increasingly confused and disoriented environment. The captain and first officer, each experiencing the insidious onset of hypoxia, found it difficult to concentrate or understand the severity of their situation. Commands to check instruments and assess systems became sluggish and incoherent. As the situation deteriorated, the aircraft continued on its flight path, governed by the unyielding automation of the autopilot system. The disconnect between the helpless situation in the cabin and the serene, automated flight of the aircraft created a stark and tragic dichotomy. Without intervention, Flight 522 was on a steady course towards disaster, with every passing minute reducing the chances of a safe resolution. As Helios Airways Flight 522 continued its doomed trajectory across the sky, the aircraft's automated systems remained blissfully ignorant of the escalating crisis within. Guided by the autopilot, the plane maintained its course and altitude with robotic precision, flying over the expanse of the Aegean Sea towards the Greek mainland. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere grew increasingly dire. Passengers, now visibly struggling, were experiencing more severe symptoms of hypoxia. Confusion reigned, as many found it difficult to think clearly or move coherently. Parents attempted to comfort their children, who were crying or appearing unusually lethargic, while other passengers slumped in their seats, slowly losing consciousness. The flight attendants, trained for a variety of emergency situations, were also affected by the lack of oxygen. Their training did not prepare them for the creeping, invisible threat of hypoxia, which impaired their ability to recognize and respond effectively to the emergency. Attempts to administer oxygen from portable units proved futile, as the passengers' and crew's ability to operate the equipment waned. Back in the cockpit, the pilots were in a perilous state. The captain, struggling against the effects of hypoxia, displayed symptoms of confusion and disorientation, a condition marked by his inability to perform simple tasks or respond to the aircraft's warning systems. The cockpit voice recorder later revealed disjointed, nonsensical conversations between the pilots, conversations that veered off into irrelevance, a stark testament to their deteriorated cognitive functions. As the aircraft approached Athens, air traffic controllers became alarmed by the lack of communication from Flight 522. Repeated calls to the aircraft went unanswered, breaking standard protocol and escalating concern on the ground. Standard procedure for such silence typically triggers a state of emergency, and Greek air traffic control swiftly moved to implement these protocols. At this juncture, the Greek military was alerted to the potential threat of an unresponsive aircraft entering Athens' airspace, a scenario fraught with post-9/11 security implications. Fighter jets were scrambled from a nearby airbase, tasked with intercepting the Boeing 737 to assess the situation from a closer vantage point. The fighter pilots quickly located Flight 522, observing it from their cockpits. What they saw was chilling. Through the Boeing's cockpit windows, They noted the pilot's seats empty, or the pilots themselves seemingly incapacitated. This visual confirmation of the crew's condition heightened the urgency of the situation, transforming the mission from a simple intercept to a potential rescue operation. Despite the severity of the situation, the autopilot kept the aircraft in a holding pattern over Athens, as programmed for situations when landing clearance is not immediately available. The system's design to maintain flight parameters in lieu of human control was a testament to aviation safety design. Yet in this scenario, it only prolonged the inevitable. As the fighter jets accompanied the ghostly flight, they relayed real-time observations back to ground control, painting a grim picture of a plane effectively flying itself, with no conscious human guidance. The realization dawned on everyone involved that the passengers and crew of Flight 522 were likely beyond help. On the ground, emergency services were placed on high alert, and the airport prepared for the possibility of having to handle a plane, making an uncontrolled landing. A scenario fraught with potential danger, not only to those on board, but also to people on the ground. Meanwhile, in the skies, the limited fuel supply was nearing its end. The engines, which had been running smoothly throughout the flight, began to sputter as the fuel tanks edged closer to empty. This change marked the beginning of the end for Flight 522. As fuel depletion became imminent, the aircraft's engines started to fail, one by one. This loss of power finally disengaged the autopilot, shifting the aircraft from its steady holding pattern to an uncontrolled descent. The ghost flight, now in its final moments, was about to meet its tragic end. This sudden descent marked a catastrophic turn in the flight's narrative. A plane full of incapacitated passengers and crew, doomed to crash. The descent was rapid, the aircraft spiraling downward, pulled inexorably by gravity as it headed toward the rugged terrain north of Athens. The situation, which had started as a series of manageable anomalies, had spiraled into an uncontrollable disaster, highlighting the fine line between technological reliance and the critical need for human oversight in the complex domain of aviation. As Helios Airways Flight 522 descended uncontrollably toward the mountains north of Athens, the situation on the ground shifted into high gear. Greek military had already scrambled F-16 fighter jets to intercept the unresponsive airliner, providing essential visual confirmation that the crew appeared incapacitated. This stark revelation intensified the efforts of all involved, transitioning from a potential hijack or technical failure scenario to an imminent disaster management operation. At the military base, the control room buzzed with activity. Senior officers coordinated closely with civil aviation authorities and emergency response teams, mapping out potential crash zones and strategizing the best immediate response. The military's primary concern was to monitor the aircraft's path and communicate any sudden changes to air traffic control, which was simultaneously trying to clear airspace and manage inbound and outbound flights with heightened security protocols. The F-16 pilots maintained a visual on the Boeing 737, observing its erratic flight path. Their reports were grim. The aircraft's altitude was decreasing rapidly, and its maneuvers were uncoordinated and indicative of a complete loss of control. They described the plane's movements as erratic, with sudden drops in altitude and sporadic turns. The pilots relayed their observations in real time, providing crucial updates every few seconds. On the ground, the mood among the emergency response teams was tense. The Hellenic National Meteorological Service provided real-time weather data to ensure that rescue and recovery operations could be planned with the most accurate environmental information available. Fortunately, the weather conditions were clear, which was one less variable to complicate the already dire situation. At Athens International Airport, the Emergency Operations Center was activated. This included representatives from the fire department, medical teams, police, and airport management. They coordinated closely with the National Disaster Response Team to mobilize all available resources. Hospitals in and around Athens were put on high alert, and emergency medical teams, including ambulances and helicopter units, were prepped and ready to move out as soon as the crash site was confirmed. The real-time communication between the fighter jets and the control center was critical. As the F-16 pilots observed, the 737 began a final fatal descent, and the control room relayed this information to all emergency services. There was now an acceptance that the mission had transitioned from interception to recovery. The crash was imminent, and the focus was on saving as many lives as possible in the aftermath. The Greek Air Force and civil aviation authorities worked in concert to track the aircraft's descent path, using radar and the pilot's visual reports to predict the point of impact. This data allowed emergency services to position themselves strategically, optimizing response times to the expected crash site. As the 737 approached the ground, the fighter pilots observed one engine flame out, followed shortly by the second. The aircraft, now devoid of power, was a gliding hulk of metal, descending faster toward the terrain below. The pilots relayed these observations, their voices tense but controlled. Understanding their report carried grave implications. With every passing moment, the aircraft lost altitude, and the mountains north of Athens loomed closer. The fighter pilots could only watch in despair as the airliner they had been escorting, now silent and ghostly, dipped below the ridgeline and disappeared from sight. The impact was not seen, but the sudden silence on the radar confirmed the crash. The impact site was in a rugged area, difficult to access by road, which complicated the initial response. Helicopters were dispatched immediately, carrying search and rescue teams equipped with medical supplies, extraction tools, and first aid equipment. The response teams knew the chances of finding survivors were slim, given the nature of the crash and the condition of the passengers as last observed, but they remained resolute in their duty to provide any possible aid. Ground teams mobilized in all-terrain vehicles, navigating the challenging landscape to reach the site. Coordination was maintained via radio, with updates on their progress relayed back to the control center. The operation was a grim race against time, with each team member aware of the critical nature of their mission. Upon arrival at the crash site, the scene was devastating. The aircraft had disintegrated upon impact, with debris scattered across a wide area. The emergency teams began the grim task of searching through the wreckage, looking for any signs of life or recoverable bodies. The operation, carried out under the harsh shadows of the mountain, was methodical and respectful, each step taken with a profound sense of duty and sorrow. Back at the control center and across Greece, the nation held its breath, mourning the tragic loss and bracing for the toll of casualties. The crash of Flight 522 would leave a deep scar on the country's psyche, prompting immediate questions about aviation safety, emergency response protocols, and the measures necessary to prevent such a disaster in the future. As dawn broke over the rugged terrain north of Athens, the site where Helios Airways Flight 522 had met its tragic end lay eerily quiet. The once pristine aircraft was now a disfigured mass of twisted metal and scattered debris, painting a grim picture against the backdrop of the Greek mountainside. The initial shock of the disaster was slowly giving way to the somber reality of the rescue and recovery operations now fully underway. Emergency responders were among the first on the scene, their arrival marked by the rhythmic thud of helicopter blades cutting through the morning air and the distant rumble of all-terrain vehicles navigating the rough paths. These teams, composed of seasoned rescue personnel, medical staff, and fire and safety officers, were met with a scene of devastation. The aircraft had impacted with such force that it was immediately clear the chances of finding survivors were slim. The area was cordoned off as a secure zone to allow for an organized search and recovery effort. Teams methodically sifted through the wreckage, looking for any signs of life, although hope waned with each passing hour. Body recovery teams worked with respect and care, meticulously documenting the scene and recovering the remains of the passengers and crew who had perished. As the sun climbed higher, the full scale of the tragedy became apparent. The impact of the crash had spread debris over a large area, complicating the search efforts. Personal effects, a child's toy, a woman's scarf, a man's briefcase, were strewn amidst the twisted remnants of the fuselage, each item a poignant reminder of the lives abruptly ended. Meanwhile, at the makeshift command center set up near the crash site, investigators from the Greek Air Accident Investigation and Aviation Safety Board began their meticulous work. Their task was daunting: to piece together the events that led to the crash from the physical evidence at hand and the data retrieved from the aircraft's flight recorders, known colloquially as the black boxes. These devices, crucial to the investigation, were among the first items searched for amidst the wreckage. The black boxes, once recovered, were immediately transported to an analysis facility where experts began to extract and interpret the flight data and cockpit voice recordings. The data revealed a chilling timeline of the aircraft's final moments, including the loss of cabin pressure and the crew's incapacitating hypoxia. The voice recorder captured the pilot's increasingly confused and disoriented communication, painting a harrowing picture of their final struggle. Back in Athens, the tragedy had already begun to dominate the media, with continuous coverage broadcasting the grim details to a nation in mourning. The public's grief was palpable, compounded by a growing demand for answers and accountability. How had a routine flight turned into one of the country's worst aviation disasters? What failures in protocol or oversight could have allowed such a tragedy to occur? In response to the mounting public pressure, the Greek government announced the formation of an official commission to investigate the crash. This body was tasked with not only determining the causes of the disaster, but also recommending changes to prevent future tragedies. The investigation was to be thorough, transparent, and wide-ranging, involving experts from various fields of aviation and safety. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation deepened. Experts examined every aspect of the flight, from the maintenance records of the aircraft to the training and background of the crew. They scrutinized the airline's operational procedures and the actions of the air traffic control personnel. Each layer peeled back added complexity to the understanding of the crash, pointing to a confluence of technical failure, human error, and systemic issues in aviation oversight. The crash of Flight 522 thus became a catalyst for change in the aviation industry, both within Greece and internationally. It highlighted the critical importance of rigorous safety protocols, the need for continuous oversight and improvement in aircraft design and maintenance, and the vital role of effective communication and emergency response planning. As the investigation continued, the families of the victims began their own, more personal journey through grief and loss. Memorials were held, both in Greece and in the home countries of the passengers and crew, where communities came together to mourn and remember the lives lost. The legacy of Flight 522, marked by both tragedy and the lessons learned in its aftermath, would resonate in the annals of aviation history, serving as a somber reminder of the stakes involved in the complex interplay of human factors and technological reliance in modern air travel. As the investigation into the crash of Helios Airways Flight 522 continued, it became a focal point for profound changes in the aviation industry, not only in Greece, but across the globe. The months following the disaster saw an intense scrutiny of airline operational procedures, aircraft maintenance practices, and pilot training programs. The final report, when released, did more than just elucidate the tragic sequence of events. It prompted a serious reevaluation of how airlines and aviation authorities address safety and compliance. The comprehensive analysis conducted by the investigative commission revealed a series of failures that led to the crash. The primary issue was identified as a failure in the pressurization system, which was not correctly set for flight. This mistake, compounded by a series of miscommunications and oversight failures, led to the cabin atmosphere becoming hypoxic. Critically, the report highlighted that the flight crew missed several standard checks and did not adequately respond to the warning signals indicating a pressurization problem. Furthermore, the investigation pointed to deficiencies in the airline's training programs, particularly in emergency preparedness and response to pressurization issues. It became evident that the crew's incapacitation was due to a lack of oxygen, something that could potentially have been mitigated with better training and adherence to protocol. The findings led to immediate actions by aviation authorities in Greece and beyond. Regulatory bodies intensified their oversight of airline operational procedures, placing greater emphasis on compliance checks and safety audits. Training programs for cabin and flight crews were overhauled to include more rigorous simulations of emergency scenarios, including pressurization failures. Internationally, the crash spurred regulatory agencies to enhance the requirements for aircraft maintenance checks. There was a renewed focus on ensuring that all safety systems, especially those related to cabin pressurization, were not only fully operational, but also regularly checked and double verified. In response to the disaster, there were calls for better technology to monitor the cabin environment actively. Advances were made in cockpit alert systems to ensure that warning signals could not be missed or misunderstood by flight crews, regardless of their workload or stress levels. Additionally, policies were implemented that required more frequent and detailed communication between pilots and ground control, especially concerning aircraft system status and any deviations from normal flight operations. Beyond the technical and procedural enhancements, the Helios Flight 522 tragedy led to a cultural shift within the aviation industry. There was a renewed emphasis on safety culture, encouraging transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement. Airlines began to invest more heavily in crew resource management training, focusing on communication, decision-making, and teamwork in the cockpit. The victims of Flight 522 were memorialized in several poignant ceremonies and permanent memorials in Greece and Cyprus, serving as a somber reminder of the lives lost. These memorials also function as symbols of the commitment to aviation safety, reminding everyone in the industry of their responsibilities. Families of the victims found some solace in scholarships and foundations set up in memory of their loved ones, aimed at improving safety in aviation through research and education. These initiatives helped to channel their grief into efforts that could prevent future tragedies. The legacy of Helios Airways Flight 522 is twofold. It is a story of a tragic loss, a reminder of the potential human cost of oversight and error in complex systems. But it is also a story of learning and adaptation, a testament to the aviation industry's capacity to evolve and enhance safety in response to its failures. The changes implemented in the wake of the crash have undoubtedly saved lives, making air travel safer for millions of passengers around the world. As years pass, the lessons learned from Flight 522 continue to influence aviation practices and safety standards, ensuring that the memory of those lost informs a commitment to vigilance, excellence, and care within the industry. On the evening of June 23, 1950, Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was preparing for one of its regular long-haul flights across the United States. The aircraft, a Douglas DC-4 propliner, was a workhorse of commercial aviation, known for its reliability and robustness. It was scheduled to fly from New York City to Seattle with a stopover in Minneapolis, carrying 55 passengers and a crew of 3. As the passengers boarded at LaGuardia Airport, the mood was typical of a late-evening flight. Some were weary business travelers preparing for a sleep during the flight, while others were families looking forward to their vacations or homecomings. The crew, led by the experienced Captain Robert Lind, completed their pre-flight checks with practiced efficiency. Captain Lind, a veteran with an impeccable record, was well familiar with the route, having flown it numerous times. The ground crew loaded the last pieces of luggage into the cargo hold as the stewardesses made final adjustments inside the cabin, ensuring everything was secure for takeoff. The weather reports indicated clear skies in New York, but there were reports of potential thunderstorms over Lake Michigan. Such weather was not uncommon during the summer months, and the crew was prepared to handle the usual turbulence that might arise from such conditions. As the last of the evening light faded, Flight 2501 took off smoothly from LaGuardia, ascending into the night sky. The powerful engines of the DC-4 hummed as the aircraft climbed, its lights becoming just another twinkling among the stars. The flight plan took the aircraft westward, over the expansive landscapes of the United States, scheduled to cross over several states before reaching the wide expanse of Lake Michigan. As the plane settled into its cruising altitude, Captain Lind communicated with air traffic control to confirm their route and report their position. The passengers, now more relaxed, were either dozing off or quietly engaging in their own activities. Some read books under the dim cabin lights, while others chatted softly with their neighbors. Several hours into the flight, as Flight 2501 approached Lake Michigan, the weather began to change. The clear skies gave way to increasing cloudiness, and distant flashes of lightning were visible on the western horizon. Captain Lind reviewed the latest weather updates and discussed the situation with his co-pilot. They decided to request a lower altitude from air traffic control, hoping to avoid the worst of the approaching storm system. The air traffic controller at Chicago's radar center acknowledged their request and began the process to authorize a change in altitude. However, this routine communication soon took a critical turn. As Flight 2501 crossed over into Michigan airspace, the weather conditions deteriorated rapidly. The aircraft began to encounter severe turbulence as it entered the storm, with passengers instructed to fasten their seat belts and secure any loose items. Despite the growing severity of the weather, the crew of Flight 2501 maintained their professionalism. Captain Lind and his co-pilot worked diligently to navigate through the increasingly rough conditions, adjusting their instruments and preparing for a more turbulent ride. In the cabin, the stewardesses did their best to reassure passengers, their calm demeanor helping to keep everyone as comfortable as possible under the circumstances. The last radio contact with Flight 2501 occurred shortly after their request to descend to a lower altitude. Captain Lind reported their position and intentions to air traffic control, his voice calm but firm over the radio. Then, as the storm enveloped the aircraft, communication was suddenly lost. The radar blip that represented Flight 2501 on the controller's screens blinked once more, then disappeared. Back at the radar center, controllers frantically tried to re-establish contact with the aircraft. Calls went unanswered, and the screen showed no sign of Flight 2501. As minutes turned into hours without any word from the plane, the situation became increasingly dire. Search and rescue operations were initiated as the reality of the situation set in. Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, with all 58 souls on board, had vanished over Lake Michigan. This disappearance would trigger one of the largest search operations in the history of American aviation, and mark the beginning of a decades-long mystery that would captivate the nation and remain unresolved to this day. The story of Flight 2501 is not just a tale of a missing airplane. It is a narrative filled with human elements, technical challenges, and the profound mystery of the unknown. As Flight 2501 progressed over Lake Michigan, the storm intensified. Captain Lind's last transmission to air traffic control had been routine, requesting a descent to a lower altitude due to the worsening weather. There was no indication of panic or trouble beyond the storm itself. Yet, within minutes of this communication, the aircraft vanished from radar screens, leaving only silence where there should have been the steady crackle of radio contact. On the ground, the sudden disappearance of Flight 2501 sent shockwaves through the air traffic control community. Controllers made repeated attempts to contact the aircraft, issuing calls that went unanswered. With each passing minute, the urgency escalated. Radar operators widened their scans, searching for any sign of the plane, but found nothing. The situation quickly escalated to a full-scale emergency. The disappearance of an aircraft is a critical incident that triggers a rapid response from multiple agencies. Within hours, the U.S. Coast Guard was mobilized, along with state and local rescue units. The initial search was chaotic, hampered by the very storm that had ensnared Flight 2501. Boats and aircraft that could navigate the turbulent waters and gusty winds were dispatched. The night was dark, the rain heavy, reducing visibility and making the search efforts increasingly difficult. As dawn broke, the storm had passed, leaving behind calmer waters and clearer skies. The search area was vast, covering a significant portion of Lake Michigan where the plane was last reported. The operation involved aircraft flying low over the water, crews scanning the surface for any sign of wreckage or survivors. Boats equipped with sonar trawled back and forth, their crews hopeful, but growing more anxious as time passed without a sign. On shore, the situation was equally tense. At the Northwest Orient Airlines headquarters, officials gathered to coordinate their response with the ongoing search efforts. Families of those on board were contacted, many converging at the airline's offices seeking information and comfort. The atmosphere was fraught with grief and tension, as airline staff tried to provide updates on the search and support for the families. The media began to cover the story extensively, with reporters stationed at airfields, Coast Guard stations, and the airline's offices. The public's interest in the story grew as the hours turned into days without any sign of Flight 2501. The lack of news added to the speculation and concern about what might have happened to the aircraft. Was it a victim of the storm, or was there another explanation for its sudden disappearance? As the search continued, debris began to surface. Small items such as seat cushions, life jackets, and minor fragments of metal were recovered from the lake. Each piece was carefully logged and examined, but none provided any significant clues that could explain the disappearance. The discovery of these items confirmed the grim reality that the aircraft had met a catastrophic end, but the main wreckage, fuselage, engines, and the majority of the structure remained elusive. The Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, responsible for investigating civil aviation accidents, took charge of the investigation. Teams of experts were brought in to analyze the weather conditions at the time of the disappearance, the aircraft's maintenance records, and the crew's backgrounds. The investigation was exhaustive, delving into every conceivable aspect of the flight and its operation. Yet, the lack of substantial wreckage hindered the ability to draw definitive conclusions about the cause of the crash. Theories about what happened to Flight 2501 varied widely. Some experts speculated that a sudden downdraft, a common danger in thunderstorms, could have forced the plane into the lake. Others suggested structural failure due to stress from severe turbulence, without the aircraft's flight recorders, which were not mandated at the time, or significant wreckage. These theories remained speculative, each plausible, but unproven. As days turned into weeks, the official search was eventually scaled back. The reality set in that finding the aircraft might be impossible given the technology and resources available at the time. This decision was heartbreaking for the families, who had clung to hope that the search would provide answers, and perhaps even miracles. In the aftermath, the impact of Flight 2501's disappearance resonated deeply. It led to changes in how weather was reported to aircraft, and sparked discussions about improving safety protocols for flights over large bodies of water. It also highlighted the need for more robust search and rescue capabilities, including the eventual requirement for flight recorders, which would become known as black boxes, on commercial aircraft. The story of Flight 2501 thus became a catalyst for change in aviation safety, even as it remained one of the great unsolved mysteries of commercial aviation. The families of the lost passengers and crew continued to remember them, holding annual memorials and pressing for ongoing searches. Their loss was not forgotten, and the mystery of Flight 2501 continued to inspire both caution and curiosity in the aviation community. When the radar contact with Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 was lost on that stormy night over Lake Michigan, it signaled the start of a complex, multi-agency search and rescue operation that would eventually become one of the largest in the history of the Great Lakes. Initial efforts were hampered by the same storm that Flight 2501 encountered. The turbulent weather, with gusting winds and heavy rains, made immediate search activities challenging and dangerous. As the storm cleared in the early morning hours, the U.S. Coast Guard, along with several local maritime agencies, launched their vessels into the still choppy waters of Lake Michigan. Helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft from the Coast Guard and Michigan State Police were dispatched at first light. Pilots navigated above the vast water body, scanning for any signs of the missing aircraft. Their eyes searched for oil slicks, debris, or anything that could be linked to Flight 2501. Meanwhile, boats equipped with sonar systems crisscrossed the estimated crash area, hoping to detect underwater wreckage. On shore, the situation was becoming a focal point for national media attention. Reporters flocked to the Coast Guard stations and the Northwest Orient Airlines offices, where impromptu press centers had been set up. Family members of those on board the ill-fated flight gathered too, their faces etched with worry and grief, holding on to each other and waiting for any news. The airline's executives, faced with the enormity of the situation, coordinated closely with the search teams and federal aviation officials. They provided detailed information about the aircraft and its passengers, hoping it might aid the search efforts. Northwest Orient Airlines also set up support services for the families, offering counseling and regular updates about the search operation. As the search entered its second and third days, the scope expanded. The U.S. Navy joined the operation, bringing in additional ships and aircraft equipped with more advanced search technology. These military assets were used to cover larger areas of the lake more quickly than the smaller Coast Guard vessels and civilian boats could manage. Despite these extensive efforts, the search teams found frustratingly little. Small pieces of debris began to surface, items that were confirmed to be from Flight 2501, bits of upholstery, shards of window glass, and personal effects floating among the waves. Each discovery was meticulously catalogued and analyzed, providing grim evidence of the plane's disintegration, but little information on the cause. By the end of the first week, the lack of significant wreckage intensified the mystery. Divers were called in to explore areas where sonar hits suggested there could be larger pieces of debris on the lakebed. These dives were difficult and risky, given the depth and the unpredictable currents of Lake Michigan. The divers worked in challenging conditions, sometimes battling poor visibility and strong underwater currents that made each dive a potentially perilous endeavor. Parallel to the physical search, investigators from the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, began their inquiry into the disappearance. They examined meteorological data from the night of the flight, looking for clues in the storm patterns that might explain what happened. Interviews with other pilots flying similar routes that night provided additional context on the weather conditions and how they might have affected Flight 2501. The investigators also delved into maintenance records and the operational history of the DC-4 aircraft. They explored every possible angle, from mechanical failure and pilot error to structural deficiencies and potential overloading. Each hypothesis was systematically tested against the known facts of the flight's last hours, but without the main wreckage or flight recorders, conclusive answers were elusive. As weeks turned into months, the intensity of the search diminished. The daily briefings to the press and families became less frequent, and the flotilla of search vessels thinned out. Yet, for the families of those aboard Flight 2501, the need for closure never waned. They continued to push for continued efforts, holding on to hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. The CAB eventually released a report that was inconclusive in determining the exact cause of the crash. It cited the severe weather and the possibility of structural failure induced by stress from the storm, but noted the lack of physical evidence made it impossible to pinpoint a definitive cause. The report did, however, lead to recommendations for improving storm tracking and weather reporting to aircraft, hoping to prevent similar tragedies in the future. Decades later, the disappearance of Flight 2501 remains a poignant chapter in the annals of aviation history. It stands as a reminder of nature's power and the limits of human technology, a story that continues to evoke both sorrow and fascination. For the families of the lost, the lakeshore became a place of pilgrimage, a site to gather, remember, and perhaps one day find peace. The ongoing mystery surrounding the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had by now stirred considerable public and professional interest. Various theories about what had led to the aircraft's sudden loss began to circulate, each contributing its part to the complex tapestry of speculation. These ranged from mechanical failure and catastrophic weather events to more sinister possibilities such as sabotage. In the realm of formal investigation, the Civil Aeronautics Board, CAB, led the charge, poring over every piece of evidence, from weather reports to the aircraft's maintenance history. They sought to understand how a well-maintained, reliable aircraft like the DC-4 could simply vanish without a trace. Mechanics and engineers scrutinized the plane's service records, confirming that all routine checks and balances had been performed before the flight. Meanwhile, meteorologists provided in-depth analyses of the storm that Flight 2501 had encountered, noting that while severe, such weather conditions were not typically beyond the capability of the aircraft to withstand. Parallel to these professional inquiries, amateur sleuths and conspiracy theorists also took a keen interest in the disappearance. Some suggested that the aircraft might have been brought down by a bomb, theorizing that the lack of debris was consistent with a mid-air explosion that could have dispersed wreckage over a wider area, thus eluding search efforts. Others speculated about a possible collision with another aircraft, perhaps military, which was not reported due to the secretive nature of Cold War operations. Amid these swirling theories, one of the more grounded speculations involved a sudden structural failure caused by stress from the storm. Aviation experts pointed out that while the DC-4 was robust, unexpected weaknesses could emerge under extreme conditions. The possibility that the aircraft had suffered a critical failure at a high altitude could explain the minimal debris and the lack of a distress signal if the breakup had been swift and total. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the families of the passengers and crew found themselves in a painful limbo. The lack of closure weighed heavily, their grief compounded by the swirling uncertainty and speculation. They rallied for continued investigation, pressing for new searches and reaching out to anyone who might shed light on the fate of their loved ones. In response to these family advocacies, annual memorials were organized, both as a way to honor those lost and to keep the public's attention on the unresolved case. These events often featured moments of poignant remembrance alongside calls for action, with speeches that melded personal loss with broader appeals for aviation safety improvements. The emotional toll of the tragedy and the ongoing mystery also reverberated through the broader aviation community. Airlines and regulatory bodies, spurred by the tragic loss of Flight 2501, began to reconsider and revise their safety protocols. This led to increased investments in weather tracking technologies and improvements in aircraft design, especially concerning structural integrity and storm resistance. These changes reflected a growing acknowledgement within the industry that safety must evolve with the increasing complexity of air travel. The lessons drawn from the Flight 2501 tragedy and similar incidents began to shape a new era of aviation safety protocols, focusing on preventing recurrence by understanding the failures of the past. Meanwhile, as technology advanced, new efforts were made to locate the wreckage of Flight 2501. Innovations in sonar and underwater exploration offered hope that the main crash site might finally be discovered. These modern searches, often led by volunteer groups or funded by grants, were driven by a blend of historical interest and a commitment to providing answers to the families who had waited for decades. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public and professional interest in the case. Documentaries and news specials delved into the story, interviewing aging relatives of the passengers, retired investigators, and experts in aviation archaeology. These programs often concluded with a note of hope that somewhere beneath the waters of Lake Michigan, the answers to the mystery of Flight 2501 waited to be discovered. Through these continued efforts, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 remained alive, a somber reminder of nature's unpredictability and the relentless pursuit of closure in the face of unfathomable loss. Each chapter in the ongoing saga added layers to the legacy of the flight, intertwining threads of technological progress, human resilience, and the enduring quest for understanding. The ongoing quest to understand the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501 had significant repercussions across the aviation industry, highlighting critical areas for improvement in both technology and regulatory practices. The tragedy, unresolved and haunting as it was, catalyzed a series of changes designed to enhance the safety and reliability of air travel. In the wake of the disappearance, there was a concerted effort to improve weather forecasting and its integration into pilot briefings. The severe storm that Flight 2501 encountered was known to air traffic controllers and the Meteorological Service. Yet the existing protocols for communicating such critical information to aircraft were deemed insufficient. This led to more stringent requirements for real-time weather updates and mandatory weather briefings for flights traversing known problematic routes. Simultaneously, this incident underscored the vulnerability of aircraft to severe weather conditions and prompted research into better structural designs and materials that could withstand extreme turbulence. Aircraft manufacturers began collaborating more closely with meteorologists to understand how aircraft could be designed or modified to survive unexpected severe weather encounters. Moreover, the lack of debris and difficulty in locating the wreckage highlighted the limitations in search and rescue operations at the time. This realization pushed for advancements in emergency location technology. The push for equipping aircraft with more reliable emergency locator transmitters (ELTs) gained momentum. These devices, designed to emit signals in the event of a crash, were made more robust and effective, ensuring they could withstand impacts and operate under a broader range of conditions. The tragedy also played a pivotal role in the eventual development and mandatory installation of flight data recorders, FDRs, and cockpit voice recorders, CVRs, known colloquially as black boxes. While these were not new concepts in 1950, the Flight 2501 disaster underscored their potential value in solving aviation mysteries. By the late 1950s and early 1960s, regulations began to change, gradually making these devices standard equipment on commercial aircraft, providing investigators with crucial data in the aftermath of accidents. Aside from technological and procedural enhancements, the Flight 2501 incident had a profound impact on regulatory practices. It prompted a re-evaluation of how flight over large bodies of water was managed, leading to more rigorous safety protocols. New regulations were put in place requiring more comprehensive life-saving equipment on board and rigorous survival training for flight crews. For the families of the passengers and crew lost with Flight 2501, these changes were a bittersweet outcome. While they might not bring back their loved ones, these improvements in aviation safety provided a legacy of increased security for future air travelers. Their advocacy had not only kept the memory of the flight alive, but also ensured that the lessons gleaned from this tragedy would lead to tangible enhancements in flight safety. Memorials were erected in honor of those lost, serving as poignant reminders of the personal cost of aviation accidents. These memorials became sites of reflection, not only for the grieving families, but also for the communities and professionals within the aviation industry, reminding everyone of the ever-present need for vigilance and improvement. As technology continued to evolve, so did the efforts to locate Flight 2501's wreckage. Periodic expeditions were launched, fueled by advancements in underwater technology and driven by a mix of historical interest, technical challenge, and a deep-seated desire for closure. Each expedition brought hope that the aircraft might finally be found, providing answers to the lingering questions that had persisted for decades. Documentaries and news articles periodically revisited the story, each iteration renewing public interest and understanding of the impact such tragedies have on technology, regulation, and human lives. Through these stories, the legacy of Flight 2501 lived on, a narrative interwoven with lessons of resilience, the advancement of science, and the unyielding human spirit seeking answers in the face of adversity. Each retelling served to honor those lost and to celebrate the progress made in their memory, ensuring that their legacy would continue to influence safer skies for future generations. As decades passed since the disappearance of Northwest Orient Airlines Flight 2501, the unresolved mystery continued to captivate the imagination of many, serving as a poignant reminder of the uncertainties inherent in early commercial aviation and the ongoing quest for safety improvements. The legacy of the flight persisted, influencing not just regulatory practices and technological advancements, but also shaping cultural narratives and inspiring continued exploration. The collective memory of the incident was kept alive through a combination of public memorials, family advocacy, and periodic media attention. Each year, families of the passengers and crew gathered at memorials erected near the shores of Lake Michigan. These ceremonies were somber, yet meaningful occasions, where personal stories were shared, candles were lit, and flowers were laid in remembrance of those lost. The gathering served as a testament to the enduring impact of the tragedy on the community and provided a support network for the families affected by the disaster. These memorials also attracted historians, safety experts, and aviation enthusiasts, each drawn by the story's historical significance and the lessons it offered. The narrative of Flight 2501 became a case study in the evolution of flight safety, discussed in academic papers and featured at conferences focused on aviation history and technology. Through these forums, the incident was analyzed and reanalyzed, highlighting how each piece of the story contributed to a broader understanding of the risks and necessary precautions in air travel. Meanwhile, technological advancements in sonar and underwater exploration technology spurred new interest in locating the wreckage of Flight 2501. Every few years, renewed efforts were made to search the depths of Lake Michigan, driven by both improvements in technology and a hopeful desire to provide closure to the families. These searches were often collaborative efforts involving local historical societies, volunteer groups, and occasionally government agencies. The search teams used advanced side-scan sonar equipment capable of creating detailed images of the lakebed, a far cry from the technology available at the time of the disappearance. Documentaries and investigative reports played a significant role in maintaining public interest in the flight. Filmmakers and journalists delved into the archives, interviewing surviving family members, former investigators, and aviation experts. They pieced together the story with a mix of historical footage, dramatic reconstructions, and expert analyses, presenting the tale to new audiences and ensuring that the lessons learned from the tragedy continued to resonate. The narrative of Flight 2501 also found its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes of television shows, novels, and even theatrical productions. These portrayals varied from highly factual retellings to more speculative interpretations, exploring themes of fate, tragedy, and the human spirit's resilience. Through these stories, the broader public engaged with the mystery and the profound impact it had on the lives of those involved. In the realm of policy and regulation, the influence of Flight 2501 was significant. The incident had been a catalyst for change, pushing the aviation industry to adopt stricter safety protocols and better emergency response strategies. These changes were continually updated as new technologies and methodologies emerged, part of the industry's ongoing commitment to learning from past tragedies. The introduction of global positioning systems, GPS, and automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADS-B, technologies in aviation marked significant milestones in the industry's evolution. These systems provided real-time tracking of aircraft anywhere in the world, a far leap from the radar and communication technologies of 1950. Flight 2501 had underscored the critical need for such advancements, and as these systems became standard, they significantly enhanced the safety and management of flight operations. The continued interest in Flight 2501 also encouraged regulatory bodies to maintain rigorous oversight of aircraft maintenance and crew training programs. The aviation industry's growth was tempered with caution, with each new technological advancement or operational procedure tested against the backdrop of incidents like Flight 2501. The tragedy became a yardstick by which safety measures were evaluated and improved. Educational institutions used the story of Flight 2501 to teach new generations of aviation professionals about the importance of safety protocols, crisis management, and ethical considerations in aviation. Universities and training academies incorporated the case into their curricula, using it as a foundation for discussions on everything from engineering solutions to psychological preparedness for emergencies. As technology continued to advance, the possibility of one day locating Flight 2501 remained an achievable goal. The development of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, equipped with high-definition cameras offered promising new tools in the search for submerged wreckage. These technologies, coupled with more sophisticated data analysis techniques, provided hope that the lake might yet yield its secrets. Meanwhile, the families and communities connected to the tragedy remained engaged, their resolve undiminished by the passage of time. They continued to advocate for ongoing searches, support technological advancements, and participate in public discussions about aviation safety. Their involvement ensured that the memory of those lost on Flight 2501 was honored not just as a past event, but as a continuing influence on the present and future of aviation. In conclusion, the story of Northwest Orient Airlines, Flight 2501, is a profound narrative about loss, discovery, and the unending quest for answers. It serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities once faced in air travel and the strides taken to overcome them. The legacy of Flight 2501 endures, woven into the fabric of aviation history and continuing to inspire efforts that aim to make air travel safer for all. On the warm evening of March 8, 2014, the atmosphere at Kuala Lumpur International Airport was typical of a busy hub. Passengers, some weary from their journeys, others excited, congregated in the bustling departure area. Among them were the 227 passengers of Malaysia Airlines, Flight MH370, a diverse group of individuals from 14 different countries, each with their own stories and destinations. The flight, scheduled to depart for Beijing Capital International Airport, was set to traverse one of the busiest air routes in the Asian corridor. The aircraft designated for the flight was a Boeing 777-200ER, known for its stellar safety record and favored by airlines for its range and comfort. Malaysia Airlines, the flag carrier of Malaysia, had maintained an excellent safety record, and this Boeing was one of the jewels in its fleet. Preparations for Flight MH370's journey were meticulous. Luggage was loaded, safety checks conducted, and passengers boarded smoothly under the watchful eyes of a seasoned crew. The cockpit team was led by Captain Zaharieh Ahmad Shah, an experienced aviator with more than 18,000 flight hours, including substantial experience on the 777 model. His co-pilot, First Officer Fariq Abdul Hamid, though less experienced, was a competent pilot undergoing his final training flights on the Boeing 777, adding an extra layer of scrutiny to their operation. Together, they ran through the pre-flight checklist, a routine but critical procedure aimed at ensuring the aircraft's systems were fully operational. At 12:41 a.m., with all preparations complete, MH370 took off. The giant twin-engine aircraft gracefully ascended into the night sky, its path illuminated by the airport's powerful runway lights. As the plane climbed to cruising altitude, Captain Zahari communicated with Kuala Lumpur Air Traffic Control, signaling everything was proceeding as planned. The flight was supposed to be a routine overnight trip, expected to last about 6 hours. Passengers settled into their seats, some drifting to sleep, others watching movies or reading. The cabin crew, adept at ensuring passenger comfort, moved through the aisles with practiced ease. However, less than an hour into the flight, the routine nature of the journey took a mysterious turn. The last communication from Captain Zaharieh came at 1:19 a.m. when he radioed in with a casual, "Good night, Malaysian 370," as the aircraft was handed over from Malaysian to Vietnamese air traffic control. This standard sign-off indicated nothing amiss on board, but it was the last time anyone on the ground would hear from MH370. Shortly after this communication, something unprecedented occurred. The aircraft's transponder, which transmits data such as altitude and position to ground radar, was switched off. At the same time, military radar tracked MH370 as it deviated dramatically from its planned flight path, turning sharply to the west instead of continuing northward to Beijing. This sudden deviation and loss of communication triggered immediate concern among air traffic controllers. Attempts to re-establish contact failed. Calls to the aircraft went unanswered. On the radar screens, MH370's icon blipped once more and then vanished, leaving a haunting void on the displays that monitored the skies. Back at the Air Traffic Control Center, the situation quickly escalated to an emergency. Protocols for handling in-flight anomalies were initiated, and search and rescue operations were considered as controllers worked to triangulate the last known position of the aircraft. The skies over the South China Sea, where the plane was last detected, were immediately under scrutiny. As dawn broke and news of the disappearance spread, the world woke up to a baffling aviation mystery. What had happened to flight MH370? Was it an accident, a hijacking, or something else entirely? The lack of distress signals or any indication of trouble before the disappearance compounded the mystery. The initial shock gave way to a massive international search effort, focusing first on the South China Sea and later expanding to the vast and remote areas of the Indian Ocean. As ships and planes scoured the waters, the families of those aboard clung to hope against the growing odds, and the world looked on in puzzled concern, waiting for any news that might explain one of the most perplexing mysteries in the history of aviation. As the night progressed into the early hours of March 8, 2014, the flight deck of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370 was a hub of activity, typical of any long-haul international flight. However, unbeknownst to those on the ground and even to most on board, a series of events was unfolding that would lead to one of the most baffling mysteries in aviation history. At 1:19 a.m., after Captain Zahari's routine sign-off to Kuala Lumpur Air Traffic Control with a casual "Good night, Malaysian 370," the Boeing 777-200ER was expected to make contact next with Ho Chi Minh City Air Traffic Control in Vietnam. This transition between airspaces was a standard procedure, one that occurs countless times per day across the globe without incident. However, Flight MH370 never made that expected communication. Within minutes of signing off with Kuala Lumpur, the aircraft's transponder, which communicates crucial data such as altitude, speed, and identifying information to ground radar, was disabled or malfunctioned. This critical piece of equipment helps air traffic control track and manage the aircraft's flight in busy corridors. The disappearance of MH370 from radar screens immediately after the transponder ceased transmission was particularly alarming because it suggested a deliberate act or catastrophic failure. Simultaneously, military radar managed to track the aircraft as it turned sharply westward, deviating significantly from its planned flight path over the South China Sea, heading towards Beijing. This unexpected maneuver took the plane back over the Malay Peninsula, an opposite direction to its destination. The aircraft continued this way, crossing back over Malaysia and then heading towards the Andaman Sea. This deviation raised immediate concerns among aviation experts and authorities. The sudden change in course, combined with the loss of communication, pointed to a range of possibilities, from a hijacking to a possible onboard emergency that incapacitated the crew. Yet, the absence of any distress signals or communications from the crew left everyone groping for answers. As dawn broke and MH370 failed to arrive in Beijing, the situation escalated into a full-scale international crisis. At Kuala Lumpur International Airport, anxious family members began gathering, desperate for any news about the fate of their loved ones. The lack of definitive information created a tense atmosphere, compounded by growing media presence broadcasting live, feeding a global audience starved for updates. The Malaysian authorities, initially caught off guard by the scale and complexity of the incident, struggled to provide timely and consistent information. The first hours after the disappearance were marked by confusion and conflicting reports about the aircraft's last known position and status. This lack of clarity would later be criticized and seen as indicative of the need for better crisis management protocols in aviation incidents. International involvement grew rapidly. Given the plane's disappearance in a geopolitically sensitive region, several countries whose citizens were on board, as well as those with capable search and rescue operations, offered assistance. The United States, China, and Australia, among others, quickly became involved, bringing sophisticated technology and logistical support to aid in the search. The search area initially focused on the South China Sea, where the plane was last expected to be according to its flight path. However, analysis of subsequent automated satellite handshakes, periodic electronic communications between the aircraft and a satellite, even though the main communication systems were off, suggested a different and more complicated trajectory. These faint signals indicated that the aircraft continued flying for several hours after losing contact, leading to a drastic expansion of the search area. This revelation prompted one of the largest and most expensive search efforts in aviation history, initially concentrated in the South China Sea, and then shifting to vast, uncharted waters of the southern Indian Ocean off the west coast of Australia. The challenges of this expanded search were immense. The ocean depths, remote location, and often treacherous sea conditions made the search efforts incredibly difficult and costly. As the International Task Force scoured thousands of square miles without finding any trace of MH370, the world watched, captivated by the unfolding mystery. Theories abounded, fueled by the scarce and often contradictory snippets of information released by authorities. Each new day brought hope that the vast seas would give up their secrets, but as weeks turned into months, hope began to fade. The profound impact of the disappearance on the families of those aboard was heart-wrenching. The uncertainty and lack of closure took a significant emotional toll, manifesting in public outcries and pleas for continued efforts to find the aircraft and solve the mystery of what happened to Flight MH370. As the realization dawned that Flight MH370 had deviated so dramatically from its intended route without any communication, the complexity of the search operation increased exponentially. This unexpected turn of events shifted the narrative from a routine flight to one of the most enigmatic aviation mysteries in history. The lack of communication post-disappearance, coupled with the aircraft's drastic deviation from its flight path, intensified the urgency and scale of the international search and rescue operation. The international community rallied quickly, with multiple countries contributing resources and expertise. The search initially focused on the South China Sea, where the aircraft was last reported by civilian radar. However, analysis of satellite data soon suggested a completely different and much more complex scenario. The aircraft was not where it was supposed to be, nor had it followed any predictable course after communication was lost. The Malaysian authorities, leading the investigation and response, were under intense international scrutiny. The world demanded answers that were slow to come, complicating the emotional and political landscape. Families of the passengers gathered at airports in Beijing and Kuala Lumpur, grappling with the growing dread that the disappearance was not just a mere accident, but perhaps a profound mystery with no easy answers. The shift in search efforts to the Indian Ocean came after analysis of satellite handshakes, automated signals sent between the aircraft and a satellite even after the main communication systems had gone silent. These signals were critical in suggesting that MH370 had continued to fly for several hours after losing contact with air traffic control. The analysis indicated a possible southern corridor stretching across vast and remote areas of the Indian Ocean. This revelation led to one of the largest peacetime search operations ever mounted. The Australian government, due to the search area's proximity to its territory, coordinated much of this effort from Perth. The search involved dozens of aircraft, ships, and submarines from countries including China, the United States, and Australia. They scoured thousands of square kilometers of ocean, facing formidable challenges such as deep underwater terrain, treacherous weather, and the sheer unpredictability of finding anything in such expansive waters. Technologically, the search was a feat of international collaboration and innovation. State-of-the-art underwater drones, known as autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, equipped with side-scan sonar, were deployed to search the ocean floor for wreckage. Satellite imagery analysis was refined to identify objects floating on the water's surface that could be debris from the aircraft. Despite the sophisticated technology and the concerted efforts of an international team, the search yielded frustratingly few results. Debris confirmed to be from MH370 was eventually found washed ashore on the islands of the Indian Ocean and along the African east coast. These pieces included a flaperon, a part of the wing, which was discovered on Réunion Island in 2015. This find was significant as it confirmed that the aircraft had indeed ended in the Indian Ocean, but it still did not provide clues as to why the flight met such a fate. The ongoing search and investigation were not without controversy. Theories about the plane's disappearance ranged widely, from mechanical failure and a possible hijacking to more sinister scenarios involving pilot suicide or geopolitical intrigue. The lack of definitive answers led to immense frustration and grief for the families of those on board, compounded by inconsistent communication from the authorities involved in the search. This period was also marked by intense media coverage, which often bordered on speculative and sensationalist. News outlets across the globe covered every development extensively, sometimes outpacing the official flow of information and leading to a chaotic understanding of events. This coverage not only shaped public perception of the search effort, but also added pressure on the involved governments to deliver results. As the months turned into years, the cost and scope of the search began to weigh heavily on the participating nations. With millions of dollars spent and vast resources deployed, the decision was made to suspend the underwater search in January 2017. By then, the operation had become the most expensive in aviation history. The suspension was a heart-wrenching moment for the families, many of whom were devastated by the lack of closure and the unresolved fate of their loved ones. In retrospect, the disappearance of MH370 highlighted critical gaps in global aviation tracking and security, prompting calls for improvements. The incident accelerated the push for better real-time tracking of commercial aircraft, leading to changes in international aviation standards. It also sparked a broader discussion about the protocols for crisis management and emergency response, not just for Malaysia Airlines or the involved nations, but for the global aviation community. The story of Flight MH370 remains a profound reminder of the vulnerabilities in even the most advanced transportation systems and the boundless uncertainty that the families of those aboard continue to face. It underscores the need for perseverance in the search for truth and accountability in the face of unimaginable mystery. As the sun rose on the morning following the disappearance of Flight MH370, the scope of the search had expanded dramatically, becoming a multinational effort involving over 26 countries. The bewildering disappearance had evolved from a national crisis to a global mystery, capturing the world's attention and igniting a vast and unprecedented international search operation. At the heart of these efforts were the families of the 239 passengers and crew, whose anguish and desperation for answers fueled a relentless pursuit for any trace of the missing aircraft. Airports in Kuala Lumpur and Beijing became centers of an emotional ordeal, where family members gathered, clinging to hope amid an agonizing wait for news. Initially, the search focused on the South China Sea, the area where the aircraft last communicated with air traffic control. This phase involved aircraft, ships, and personnel scouring the sea and nearby regions, looking for any sign of the plane. The urgency of these early days was palpable, with search teams working around the clock, battling not only the vastness of the area, but also dealing with difficult weather conditions that often hampered progress. However, As days turned into weeks with no sign of the aircraft in this area, the focus shifted dramatically, following new analysis of satellite data. This data suggested that MH370 had continued to fly for several hours after losing contact, heading first northeast towards Vietnam, then making a sharp turn to the southwest across the Malay Peninsula, and finally heading northwest into the Indian Ocean. This new information expanded the search area from the relatively shallow waters of the South China Sea to the deep and remote waters of the southern Indian Ocean. The complexity of the search grew exponentially as it moved into these new areas. The southern Indian Ocean is known for its deep underwater canyons and rugged seabed, making the search operation not only harder but also more expensive. The international community, however, remained committed, with assets being deployed that included advanced sonar equipment capable of deep-sea searching, satellite imagery, and highly specialized aircraft equipped with state-of-the-art detection technology. During this phase, the Australian government took a leading role, coordinating the search efforts from Perth. Australia's proximity to the new search area, along with its considerable resources and expertise in maritime operations, made it a natural leader in the effort. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority organized one of the largest peacetime maritime search operations in history, involving military ships and aircraft from several nations, including the United States, China, and Malaysia. Despite the sophisticated technology and extensive resources deployed, the search teams faced immense challenges. The Indian Ocean's vastness and hostility posed significant logistical challenges, with ships and planes required to travel long distances from the nearest land just to reach the search area. Weather conditions in the region also frequently disrupted search operations, with high seas and strong winds complicating efforts and sometimes forcing teams to suspend their work temporarily. This phase of the search also saw an outpouring of support and assistance from the international community. Beyond the direct search efforts, experts in oceanography, satellite technology, and aviation from around the world contributed their knowledge and skills. Universities and research institutions offered their expertise in analyzing satellite data and flight path scenarios to refine the search area further. As the search continued, various pieces of debris began to wash ashore on the coasts of the western Indian Ocean, thousands of kilometers from the primary search area. The first significant piece, a flaperon, was discovered on Réunion Island in July 2015, confirming that MH370 had indeed ended in the Indian Ocean. This discovery was a poignant moment for the families, providing them with some concrete evidence, yet it also deepened the mystery of what had happened during the flight's final hours. The debris spurred renewed interest and led to more intensive searches along the African coast and nearby islands, where currents from the Indian Ocean could have carried wreckage. Each piece of debris brought back to shore was carefully examined by experts, hoping it would yield clues to the aircraft's final moments. However, while these fragments confirmed the crash location in broad terms, they offered no definitive answers about the cause of the disappearance. Throughout this period, the emotional toll on the families of those aboard MH370 was immense. Each new report, each piece of debris, each false alarm, was a reminder of the unresolved fate of their loved ones. They held vigils, press conferences, and meetings, continually pressing for the search to continue and for more information to be released. Their plight was a stark reminder of the human dimension of the tragedy, grounding the technical complexities of the search in a profound sense of loss and unresolved grief. As the third year since the disappearance approached, the official underwater search was eventually suspended, with authorities citing the lack of new evidence to guide their efforts. This decision was met with anguish and frustration from the families, many of whom felt that abandoning the search meant giving up on ever finding the answers they so desperately sought. However, unofficial efforts and private searches continued, driven by the hope that somewhere in the vast ocean lay the keys to unraveling the mystery of MH370. The disappearance of Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 presented an unparalleled challenge in aviation history, prompting an extensive international collaboration unlike any other seen before. As the initial search areas in the South China Sea and later the southern Indian Ocean yielded no conclusive results, the focus gradually shifted towards expanding the search based on new theoretical trajectories and satellite data. This effort grew to involve numerous countries and became one of the largest international maritime search operations ever undertaken. The search's expansion into the Indian Ocean was based on complex calculations made by satellite communications experts and analysts. These experts meticulously examined the handshakes, automatic, hourly communications between the aircraft and a satellite. Their analysis suggested that MH370 had flown south for several hours after vanishing from radar screens. This revelation redirected efforts thousands of kilometers southwest of Australia into one of the world's most remote and deepest oceanic regions. The transition to the Indian Ocean was a formidable challenge. The area is known for its deep waters, strong currents, and harsh weather conditions, which make any search and recovery operation particularly difficult. The depth of the ocean in the search zones often exceeded 4,000 meters, with mountainous underwater terrain that complicated the use of sonar and underwater drones. In this phase, the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, ATSB, took a leading role, supported logistically by the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, AMSA. The search strategy involved deploying ships equipped with deep-sea sonar equipment, capable of scanning the ocean floor for anomalies suggestive of aircraft wreckage. These ships towed sophisticated sonar scanners across predetermined corridors of the ocean floor, mapping areas that had never been charted with such detail before. This meticulous underwater search was supplemented by aerial surveillance missions, which involved aircraft equipped with sensors and cameras capable of spotting debris on the ocean surface. These flights were grueling, with planes often covering vast areas of ocean each day. The international fleet included contributions from Malaysia, Australia, China, the United States, and several other nations, reflecting the global scope of the tragedy. As the search continued, the costs began to mount, raising questions about the sustainability of such an extensive operation. Millions of dollars were spent in the multinational effort, with funding provided by the governments of Australia, Malaysia, and China primarily. The financial, emotional, and physical toll of the search was immense, as teams worked under difficult conditions, often facing disappointment and frustration when leads turned into dead ends. Despite these challenges, the commitment to finding MH370 remained strong, driven by a sense of duty to the families of those lost, and the broader international community's need for answers. The possibility of solving this aviation mystery provided a compelling motivation, pushing the limits of available technology and international cooperation. Theories about MH370's fate continued to evolve alongside the search efforts. Some experts suggested that the aircraft's final descent into the Indian Ocean was the result of a deliberate act by someone on board, while others believed a catastrophic mechanical failure might have led to the loss of control. Each theory was examined with the evidence at hand, but without the main wreckage or the flight data recorders, conclusive answers remained elusive. Amidst ongoing operations, occasional discoveries of aircraft debris on distant shores added pieces to the puzzle. The most notable of these finds was a flaperon that washed ashore on Réunion Island in 2015, followed by additional debris found along the coastlines of Mozambique, Tanzania, and Madagascar. These pieces were carefully analyzed by aviation experts, who confirmed that they belonged to MH370. Each discovery provided critical clues to the aircraft's disintegration pattern and drift models, helping refine search areas and fueling further investigative leads. However, these fragments offered limited insights into the events that transpired on board before the aircraft entered the ocean. The lack of data recorders continued to hamper efforts to understand the precise sequence of events during the flight's final hours. As a result, the investigation into MH370's disappearance maintained a high degree of uncertainty, with more questions than answers. The emotional impact on the families of the passengers and crew was profound and enduring. Regular meetings, vigils, and public appeals kept the memory of the missing alive and maintained pressure on governments and agencies to continue the search. These families, bound by shared tragedy, became advocates for aviation safety reforms, pushing for changes that would ensure no other flight met a similar fate. By late 2016, despite the most sophisticated search technology and analysis then available, the underwater search was officially suspended without finding the main wreckage. This decision marked a somber milestone in the saga of MH370, concluding a chapter of active search, but not the quest for answers. International teams stood down, leaving the mystery unresolved, but ensuring that the lessons learned from this unprecedented search would reshape future aviation safety and search and rescue operations. The story of MH370 is not just a tale of a missing airplane, it is a chronicle of human determination, international unity, technological innovation, and the relentless pursuit of truth in the face of overwhelming odds. It serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in modern aviation and the continuous need for improvement in global communication and monitoring systems. As the search for Malaysia Airlines flight MH370 transitioned from an active mission to a more investigatory and speculative phase, the focus increasingly shifted towards understanding not just the whereabouts of the missing aircraft, but the reasons behind its mysterious disappearance. This shift was marked by profound deliberations over the available data, including satellite communications, debris analysis, and the examination of all possible mechanical and human factors that could have led to the tragedy. The investigation into MH370 was as multifaceted as it was international, drawing on expertise from across the globe. The Joint Investigation Team, led by Malaysia but including specialists from Australia, China, the United States, and the United Kingdom, pored over every detail. Central to their analysis were the satellite handshakes, automated, hourly signals sent between the aircraft and a satellite that provided the only post-disappearance communications indicating the plane's possible location. These signals were groundbreaking in their ability to offer data points on the aircraft's location, yet they also underscored the vast regions over which the aircraft could have traveled. Analysts used this data to construct potential flight paths, leading them to focus on the southern Indian Ocean, a remote area that posed significant challenges for any search and recovery operations. Simultaneously, investigators delved into the backgrounds and actions of the flight crew, particularly the captain and the first officer. Scrutiny fell on the captain's personal life and his home flight simulator, which some reports suggested contained flight paths leading into the Indian Ocean, although these findings were later deemed not suspicious by official investigators. Despite thorough background checks, no evidence suggested that the crew had intentions or motivations for deliberately diverting the flight. Technical and mechanical theories were also exhaustively explored. The Boeing 777-200ER was examined in terms of its maintenance history and any known issues that could lead to catastrophic failure. The possibility of a depressurization event, which could have incapacitated everyone on board, was considered, as well as other scenarios such as an onboard fire or electrical failure. However, without physical evidence from the bulk of the wreckage, particularly the black boxes, definitive conclusions remained frustratingly out of reach. The role of satellite data in the investigation became a subject of both praise and criticism. The unprecedented use of this technology provided crucial insights and helped direct the search efforts post-disappearance. Yet, it also highlighted the limitations of current global aircraft tracking systems, which could lose complete track of an airliner. This realization prompted a push within the international aviation community for improvements in tracking technology, ensuring that commercial aircraft could be monitored in real time, anywhere in the world. This push led to significant regulatory changes. The International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and other regulatory bodies proposed new standards for aircraft tracking, mandating that by 2021, all aircraft must be capable of transmitting their location at least once every minute in distress conditions. Furthermore, the tragedy accelerated the adoption of enhanced cockpit security measures and more rigorous mental health screening for pilots, addressing issues of cockpit intrusion and pilot sabotage. As technical and regulatory frameworks evolved, so did public and cultural responses to the disappearance. MH370 became a touchstone for art, literature, and media, reflecting societal attempts to come to terms with the unknown. Documentaries and books sought to unravel the mystery, while feature films and fictional accounts explored the human stories intertwined with the disappearance. The emotional resonance of the tragedy also had a profound impact on the families of those aboard MH370. They became vocal advocates for the victims of air disasters, forming support networks that lobbied for changes in aviation policy and continued search efforts. Their persistent presence in the media and at international aviation forums ensured that the lessons from MH370 continued to influence discussions on global aviation safety. The tragedy of Flight MH370 also spurred renewed interest in other unresolved aviation mysteries, drawing parallels and sometimes providing new insights into decades-old disappearances. This collective memory of unresolved loss has permeated the aviation community, serving as a somber reminder of the stakes involved in air travel and the continuous need for vigilance and improvement. As the years passed, the direct search for MH370 may have wound down, but the drive for answers and the impact of the event on aviation practices, regulatory approaches, and international cooperation continued to evolve. The story of Flight MH370, with its profound mysteries and far-reaching consequences, remains a pivotal chapter in aviation history, symbolizing both human vulnerability and resilience in the face of the unfathomable. In the vast arid expanse of the Sahara Desert, a place where the sun reigns with relentless heat and the winds sculpt sand into endless waves, the last thing one might expect to find is a modern jet aircraft, silent and still, its metallic surfaces glaring under the intense sun. Yet, in 1969, this surreal scene captured the attention of the world when a fully intact jet was discovered abandoned without a trace of its crew or passengers, sparking one of the most baffling mysteries in aviation history. The aircraft, a Boeing 707, was found by a nomadic group wandering the desert in search of grazing for their camels. The nomads were familiar with the sight of planes flying overhead, a common enough occurrence with international routes crisscrossing the sky above the desert. But the sight of a large, intact jet on the ground was unprecedented. Curiosity drew them closer, and what they found was a plane that seemed prepared for a normal flight, yet eerily void of life. The scene around the jet was undisturbed, with no signs of a crash landing. The aircraft appeared to have made a perfectly controlled landing on the sands. The boarding stairs were down, as if inviting the passengers to disembark. Inside, the cabin was orderly with safety cards tucked into seat pockets and overhead bins closed. The only thing missing was the people. No crew, no passengers were found, and no personal belongings were left behind. Local authorities were quickly notified about the discovery. The news of the abandoned jet spread rapidly, attracting local police and eventually, international aviation investigators to the site. The aircraft's identification numbers were traced back to a recently reported missing jet, which had last communicated its position while overflying a neighboring country's airspace hours before its unexpected discovery in the desert. As investigators arrived at the location, the immediate task was to secure the site and begin the process of documenting everything exactly as it was found. Photographs were taken, and every element of the jet was carefully examined, from the engines and landing gear to the flight deck and avionics. The jet's logbooks and navigation charts were still in the cockpit, showing a flight path that had been abruptly abandoned. The mystery deepened as preliminary checks showed that the jet's systems were functional, with no mechanical failures recorded in the flight data recorder. There were also no distress signals sent from the aircraft before it descended into the desert. This impeccable condition of the jet, combined with the lack of any signs of struggle or emergency, baffled the investigators. Questions swirled among the investigation team. How had the jet landed here in the middle of the Sahara without any of its passengers or crew? Why were there no signs of a hasty evacuation or an emergency situation that might have prompted such an unusual landing? Theories began to form, but each seemed as unlikely as the next. The desert, silent and watchful, offered no clues, and the jet itself, despite being equipped with the latest technology of the time, held its secrets tightly. This enigmatic discovery would come to challenge the boundaries of what was understood about aviation incidents. It also posed poignant questions about the fate of those who had been aboard. As the investigation pressed on, the task of piecing together the events leading up to the aircraft's final flight became a puzzle that captured the imagination of the world, raising this particular incident to the status of legend in the annals of unsolved aviation mysteries. The Boeing 707 that sat deserted amidst the sprawling sands of the Sahara had embarked on what was supposed to be a routine commercial flight. Its journey had begun at a bustling international airport, where it was thoroughly checked and prepared for a long haul over several countries, with a final destination in a major European city. The jet, a marvel of modern aviation technology, was equipped to ensure a safe and comfortable journey across vast distances, manned by a seasoned crew well-versed in such routes. The flight crew consisted of an experienced captain, known for his meticulous attention to detail and an impeccable safety record, alongside a co-pilot and a navigator who were equally competent and respected in their professions. The passenger list included business travelers, a few families returning home or starting vacations, and solo travelers embarking on various personal adventures. Each had boarded the plane with luggage in hand, expectations for their travels ahead, and no indication that their flight would become an enduring mystery. As the jet took off that day, air traffic control monitored its progress, noting its ascent and stabilization in the cruising altitude. The crew's last communication was a routine position report over the radio, stating their current location and expected time over the next waypoint. This communication was logged by air traffic control, and everything appeared normal. However, shortly thereafter, the jet disappeared from radar screens without any distress signal or further communication, initiating a perplexing silence that would lead to its unexpected discovery in the desert. The investigation into the jet's last known hours painted a picture of normality. The flight data, up to the point of last contact, showed no deviations from the planned route or any signs of mechanical issues. The weather reports indicated clear skies with favorable flying conditions. Interviews with air traffic controllers and other personnel confirmed that there had been no signs of trouble and no emergency communications had been received from the flight. This disappearance triggered a search operation that spanned several countries. Military and civilian aircraft scanned the jet's expected flight path and adjacent areas, looking for any signs of the aircraft. Satellite imagery was analyzed to detect possible crash sites, and ships in nearby waters were alerted to watch for debris. Yet, despite these extensive efforts, there was no trace of the jet until its inexplicable appearance in the Sahara, far off its original course. The sudden vanishing of the aircraft, followed by its equally mysterious reappearance landed intact in the desert, raised numerous questions. How could a jet with a full complement of passengers and crew land in the middle of one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, without any sign of those aboard? Was the plane commandeered and diverted? If so, by whom and for what purpose? Alternatively, could a rare but conceivable set of circumstances have led to the crew and passengers incapacitating, leaving the plane to continue on a ghostly trajectory until fuel exhaustion brought it gently to the ground? These questions formed the core of the ensuing investigation, driving a deeper look into every conceivable aspect of the flight, from the mechanical integrity of the aircraft to the backgrounds and recent activities of everyone on board. As the global aviation community watched closely, the mystery of the jet in the Sahara became a puzzle that experts around the world were eager to solve, each clue adding a piece to the intricate tapestry of theories. The discovery of the abandoned Boeing 707 in the vast Sahara Desert not only baffled investigators, but also prompted an immediate and extensive investigation by local authorities. International aviation bodies, including experts from the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, were quickly involved, underscoring the severity and unusual nature of the case. Once the initial shock of the discovery settled, the first step was to secure the site. A perimeter was established around the aircraft to preserve any evidence that might help in piecing together the events leading up to its mysterious landing. Forensic teams meticulously examined the jet, taking note of every detail, from the positions of the cockpit controls to the arrangement of items found in the cabin. They collected fingerprints, fibers, and other residues that might yield clues about the presence and activities of the passengers and crew. Concurrently, a more comprehensive international response was organized. Given the jet's last known flight path crossed multiple international borders, authorities from several countries collaborated, sharing radar data, flight logs, and other relevant information. This cooperation was pivotal, as the jet had disappeared from radar coverage and left little for investigators to work with. The collaborative international effort aimed to reconstruct the flight's path and determine how it ended up in such a remote location. As part of the investigation, officials also scrutinized the aircraft's maintenance records, and the airline's safety protocols. This scrutiny was necessary to determine if mechanical failure could have played a role in the aircraft's fate. Interviews with maintenance crew and inspections of other aircraft in the fleet provided additional contexts, though initially, nothing pointed to a mechanical or technical failure. Meanwhile, the identities and backgrounds of every individual on board were examined in detail. Authorities reached out to families, colleagues, and friends, gathering information that might explain if any personal factors could have influenced the events. This process was emotionally taxing for the families involved, stirring a mix of hope and dread as each new piece of information was analyzed. The search for clues was not confined to the ground. Aerial and satellite reconnaissance played a crucial role in the investigation, attempting to trace the jet's unexpected deviation from its flight path. This search examined vast stretches of the jet's possible routes to find signs of distress or unusual maneuvers. Experts in satellite imagery and aerial photography joined the effort, scrutinizing images for any trace that the jet had been elsewhere before its final landing site. The efforts to find clues about the jet's journey and the fate of its occupants were painstaking and slow. Days turned into weeks, with the investigation team combing through an immense amount of data, from satellite images to weather reports from the day of the disappearance. Theories were tested and often discarded, adding to the mounting frustrations and the pressing demand for answers. The investigation also delved into less conventional theories, exploring the possibility of hijacking or sabotage. Security footage from the airport, passenger and crew records, and communications were analyzed to identify any potential threats or anomalies that might suggest such scenarios. However, these lines of inquiry also hit dead ends, as there were no indications of criminal activities or unauthorized access to the aircraft prior to its last flight. Public interest in the case grew as the investigation continued. Media outlets around the world reported on the progress of the investigation, speculating about possible explanations and contributing to a growing lore surrounding the event. This media attention often proved a double-edged sword. While it helped keep the investigation in the public eye and sometimes prompted valuable tips or insights, it also generated pressure on the investigators and distress among the families of the missing. Throughout this extensive and detailed investigation, the commitment to uncovering the truth never wavered. Each lead, no matter how small or seemingly inconsequential, was followed in the hope of solving the enigma of the jet that landed itself in the Sahara. This relentless pursuit of answers underscored the complexity and determination of those involved in unraveling one of the most perplexing mysteries in aviation history. As the investigation progressed, the focus intensified on the painstaking task of searching for any physical clues that could shed light on the jet's mysterious landing in the Sahara. The search teams, composed of experts in various fields, conducted thorough ground searches in the vast desert surrounding the found aircraft, hoping to find items that might have been ejected or lost during an unrecorded emergency landing. Ground search teams meticulously scoured the area immediately around the jet. This included combing through the sand for miles in each direction, looking for footprints, discarded items, or any other evidence that might indicate the movements of the passengers and crew after landing. Given the harsh desert environment, this task was arduous. The shifting sands and extreme temperatures posed significant challenges, often erasing what little trace might have existed. Simultaneously, aerial and satellite searches provided a broader view of the area. Advanced satellite imagery was employed to scan vast stretches of the desert, looking for any disturbances in the natural landscape that might suggest the plane had traveled over it, or that survivors had wandered away from the initial landing site. Helicopters and drones equipped with high-resolution cameras and thermal imaging technology flew over the region, expanding the search radius and providing real-time data to the teams on the ground. Despite these exhaustive efforts, the searches yielded few tangible results. The desert seemed to have swallowed any clues, leaving the investigation team grappling with more questions than answers. The pristine condition of the aircraft at the discovery site suggested a controlled landing rather than a crash, which only deepened the mystery. How had the aircraft landed so perfectly, without any trace of the crew or passengers? With physical searches providing limited insights, the investigation expanded to include detailed analysis of radar and satellite data from the days leading up to the jet's disappearance. This analysis aimed to reconstruct the flight path more accurately, and identify any unusual deviations or moments when the aircraft might have gone off course. The data recovery process involved syncing timestamps from various international radar installations, a complex task given the differences in technology and coverage areas. Experts also considered the possibility that the aircraft might have been flown deliberately off course, a scenario that pointed towards deliberate human intervention rather than mechanical failure. This line of investigation led to further scrutiny of the flight crew's backgrounds and recent behaviors, searching for any signs of discontent, financial problems, or connections that might suggest a motive for diverting the flight. Furthermore, the technical team delved deeper into the aircraft's onboard systems, examining the jet's autopilot and navigation systems to assess whether they could have been tampered with or programmed to execute a flight plan that deviated from the original route. The aircraft's communication systems were also analyzed to determine why no distress call was made, and whether the systems had been disabled or failed. As weeks turned into months, the complexity of the investigation grew. Each piece of data added a layer to the intricate puzzle, yet no conclusive evidence emerged that could explain the circumstances leading to the jet's final landing in the desert. The lack of answers was frustrating for the investigators, and agonizing for the families waiting for any news of their loved ones. Throughout this extensive search and investigative effort, the commitment of the teams never wavered. The mystery of the silent passenger jet in the desert captured the attention of the global aviation community, reminding everyone of the vast unknowns still present in modern aviation and the relentless pursuit of answers that drives human curiosity and ingenuity. As the exhaustive physical and technical investigations continued without yielding conclusive results, the range of theories regarding the disappearance of the jet and its passengers began to proliferate. Each theory attempted to fill the void left by the lack of concrete evidence, ranging from plausible explanations involving hijacking and sabotage to speculative scenarios including supernatural elements. Among the more grounded theories was the possibility of hijacking or sabotage. This line of thought was driven by the meticulous analysis of the aircraft's last known communications and radar signatures, which showed no signs of distress or deviation until shortly before it disappeared. Investigators pored over passenger lists and crew backgrounds, searching for any links to criminal networks or previous behavior that might suggest a motive for redirecting the aircraft. However, despite deep dives into the personal lives of those on board, no clear connections or motives emerged. Another compelling theory revolved around a catastrophic mechanical or technical failure that somehow did not compromise the aircraft's ability to land intact. Experts in aviation mechanics scrutinized the aircraft's maintenance records and interviewed the ground crew who had serviced the plane prior to its final flight. They examined scenarios where critical systems could fail in such a way that communication was lost while basic flight control was maintained. Yet, the condition of the jet upon discovery, undamaged and apparently landed with precision, made this theory difficult to support. Simultaneously, some investigators considered the potential for an elaborate insurance fraud scheme, where the aircraft was landed intentionally in a remote area to be later declared lost. Financial records and insurance policies related to the aircraft and its cargo were thoroughly reviewed, searching for unusually high insurances taken out or last-minute changes in policy terms. However, nothing out of the ordinary surfaced in the financial audit, leaving this theory also hanging without substantive support. As these plausible explanations were explored and often hit dead ends, more speculative theories began to gain attention. Not least among them, the idea of supernatural or extraterrestrial involvement. This was fueled in part by the aircraft's mysterious and pristine condition when found, which seemed almost staged or otherworldly. Ufologists and paranormal enthusiasts joined the fray, proposing ideas that ranged from alien abductions to dimensional portals, citing the Sahara's historical and mystical associations as a potential hotspot for such phenomena. In response to these wilder theories, some sections of the scientific community advocated for a more measured approach, suggesting psychological factors like mass hysteria or a shared delusion among the crew and passengers might explain the disappearance. Psychologists were brought in to analyze behaviors recorded on the flight's CCTV and any personal communications sent by those on board before the flight. They looked for signs of group psychological dynamics that could lead to a collective decision to disappear, though this approach, too, struggled to find factual grounding. The variety of theories, each with its proponents and detractors, created a vibrant, if chaotic, tapestry of possibilities that captured the public's imagination. Media coverage began to reflect this diversity of thought, with documentaries and news segments often presenting a new theory each week, each more sensational than the last. This media circus brought the incident into the realm of popular culture, where it was discussed and debated everywhere from internet forums to coffee shops. In the midst of all the speculation, the investigation team worked tirelessly to maintain a focus on verifiable facts and evidence-based theories. They coordinated with international aviation and safety organizations to ensure that all possible leads were thoroughly explored. The complexity of the case required them to be open-minded yet skeptical, willing to follow where the evidence led but cautious of falling into conjecture without proof. Through it all, the mystery of the silent passenger jet in the Sahara remained an open question, a puzzle that seemed to resist every attempt to solve it. As months turned into years, the incident continued to be a source of fascination and frustration, a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and the enduring allure of the unknown. The investigation into the abandoned jet in the Sahara continued, gradually shaping the aviation industry's approach to flight safety and emergency response. The unusual circumstances surrounding the jet's mysterious landing prompted a critical reassessment of existing protocols, emphasizing the need for enhanced tracking and communication technologies. In response to the incident, aviation authorities worldwide began to scrutinize and subsequently strengthen the protocols for tracking aircraft over large, uninhabited areas like deserts and oceans. This led to the accelerated adoption of more advanced real-time tracking systems that could maintain contact with aircraft regardless of their location. Technologies such as ADS-B, Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, which provides air traffic controllers with real-time updates on an aircraft's position, became standard requirements on commercial jets. The incident also highlighted the importance of improving onboard communication systems to ensure that pilots could maintain contact with ground control under any circumstances. Enhancements were made to satellite communication technologies, allowing for a continuous two-way communication channel between the aircraft and ground control, even from the most remote parts of the world. These technical improvements were accompanied by revisions to emergency response strategies. The mysterious circumstances of the jet's landing, with no distress call or indication of trouble, led to the development of more robust procedures for investigating and responding to sudden silences or disappearances of aircraft. Simulation exercises and training programs were updated to include scenarios involving unexplained landings and disappearances, preparing both aircrews and ground personnel to handle similar situations more effectively. The media's role in covering the incident also had a profound impact on public perception of aviation safety. Initial sensational reporting gave way to a more measured discourse as the investigation unfolded, helping to educate the public on the complexities and challenges of maintaining safety in modern aviation. This shift in media narrative helped to rebuild trust in air travel, which had been somewhat shaken by the mysterious event. In popular culture, the incident inspired various forms of artistic expression. Filmmakers, novelists, and television producers drew upon the eerie and unresolved nature of the story, creating works that captured the public's imagination and explored themes of isolation, technology, and human courage. These cultural products contributed to a broader societal engagement with the themes of the incident, ensuring that the story remained part of the public consciousness. Additionally, the incident became a focal point for discussions about transparency and government accountability in handling unexplained events. Advocacy groups pushed for more open access to information regarding aviation anomalies, arguing that public scrutiny can play a crucial role in improving safety standards. This led to somewhat more transparent practices, with authorities becoming more forthcoming about incidents in their investigations. The legacy of the abandoned jet in the Sahara is a complex tapestry of technological advancement, cultural impact, and improved safety protocols. It serves as a poignant reminder of aviation's vulnerabilities and the constant need for vigilance, innovation, and cooperation to ensure the safety of air travel. As the industry continues to evolve, the lessons learned from this mysterious incident remain a crucial part of the dialogue on how best to navigate the skies safely and responsibly. The mysterious discovery of the abandoned jet in the Sahara not only puzzled investigators and aviation experts, but also left a significant mark on popular culture and spawned a variety of conspiracy theories. The intrigue surrounding the event permeated various media, influencing films, literature, and sparking fervent discussions among both skeptics and believers. In popular culture, the abandoned jet became the subject of numerous documentaries, each attempting to unravel the mystery from different angles. Filmmakers explored the incident, often blending factual investigation with speculative fiction to engage audiences. The enigmatic nature of the case proved to be a fertile ground for storytellers, who envisioned scenarios ranging from espionage and governmental cover-ups to paranormal activity and alien interventions. These stories, while fictional, tapped into the collective fascination with the unexplained, drawing large audiences eager to explore the boundaries of reality. Literature also mirrored this fascination. Authors of thriller and mystery genres found inspiration in the desert jet, crafting novels that delved into the psychological and societal impacts of such a bewildering event. These books often portrayed characters grappling with the unknown, using the backdrop of the mysterious jet to explore themes of isolation, human fear of abandonment, and the existential dread of the unexplained. Furthermore, the incident spurred a slew of conspiracy theories that flourished on internet forums and social media platforms. These theories ranged from the plausible to the outlandish, with some suggesting that the jet was part of a secret government experiment gone awry, while others believed it was evidence of time travel or an interdimensional portal. These discussions were not just limited to fringe groups. They occasionally made their way into mainstream debates, prompting public figures and experts to weigh in on the possibilities. The proliferation of such theories highlighted a deep-seated human need to find explanations for the inexplicable. They also underscored the distrust some segments of the public had towards official accounts of mysterious incidents, reflecting a broader skepticism of authority. This skepticism often led to vigorous debates about transparency and the need for open government investigations into unexplained phenomena. Educationally, the incident became a case study in critical thinking and media literacy within academic settings. Teachers and professors used the event to encourage students to analyze sources, differentiate between evidence-based conclusions and speculation, and understand the impact of media on public perception. This educational aspect was crucial in fostering a more discerning and questioning approach among students, preparing them for a world where distinguishing between fact and fiction is increasingly complex. The cultural impact of the mysterious jet in the Sahara extended beyond entertainment and education. It became a part of the social dialogue on mystery and exploration, a modern-day enigma that challenged our understanding of technology, human nature, and the cosmos. As such, it remained a topic of enduring interest, continuing to inspire curiosity and awe years after the initial discovery. Thus, the legacy of the silent passenger jet went far beyond its physical remnants in the desert. It became a symbol of the unknown, a catalyst for imagination, and a beacon for those who dare to question and explore the uncharted territories of human knowledge and understanding. As the years passed, the jet's mystery remained unsolved, but its impact was indelibly etched into the cultural and intellectual landscape, proving that some mysteries, whether solved or not, have the power to captivate and transform. As the years passed since the discovery of the abandoned jet in the Sahara, the mystery remained largely unsolved, continuing to puzzle experts and captivate the public imagination. The ongoing fascination with the incident has not only sustained interest in the case, but also fostered a legacy that influences various aspects of aviation, government policy, and popular culture. The enigmatic nature of the incident has ensured that it remains a topic of discussion at aviation safety conferences and symposiums around the world. Experts regularly revisit the case, using it as a benchmark to discuss improvements in flight tracking technology and emergency response protocols. The incident underscored the importance of robust communication systems and reinforced global efforts to implement real-time tracking technologies across all commercial flights to prevent such mysteries in the future. The unresolved case continues to be a significant point of reference for training programs in aviation academies. Instructors use the scenario to teach students about crisis management, decision-making under duress, and the procedures for handling unusual in-flight events. The discussions often extend beyond technical responses, delving into ethical considerations such as the responsibility of crews to passengers and the impact of decisions on the families involved. In the realm of policy and governance, the incident has prompted ongoing debates about transparency and public access to information regarding aviation anomalies. Advocacy groups have emerged, pushing for legislation that requires governments and agencies to be more forthcoming with information about such incidents. These efforts have led to some changes in policy, with several countries adopting more transparent processes for reporting and investigating unexplained aerial phenomena. The case has also continued to inspire a wide range of cultural productions. New documentaries and investigative reports emerge periodically, each bringing fresh perspectives or revisiting old theories with new information. These productions contribute to a layered narrative that combines factual investigation with creative speculation, keeping the public engaged and eager for any new developments. Moreover, the incident has permeated academic discussions, becoming a subject of study in fields as diverse as psychology, sociology, and journalism. Academics analyze the public and media responses to the incident as a case study in human behavior, the spread of misinformation, and the societal impacts of unresolved mysteries. Such studies often highlight how human beings deal with the unknown, the role of the media in shaping public perception, and the psychological effects on those directly involved in or affected by such incidents. On a more personal level, the legacy of the mystery continues to impact the families of the crew and passengers who were aboard the jet. For many, the lack of closure remains a source of ongoing grief and frustration. However, some family members have channeled their experiences into advocacy, working with aviation safety organizations to improve passenger and crew safety. Their efforts ensure that the incident, while unresolved, has a constructive impact on the future of aviation. In the broader community, the abandoned jet has become a symbol of the enduring human fascination with the unknown. It sparks the imagination of those who hear about it for the first time and continues to intrigue those who have followed the story since the discovery. The incident serves as a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and technology, prompting both humility and a relentless drive for innovation among scientists, explorers, and theorists. Ultimately, the legacy of the silent passenger jet is woven into the fabric of modern lore, a mysterious narrative that challenges our understanding of the world and propels us toward greater exploration and discovery. Whether or not the mystery is ever solved, its impact is undeniable, influencing how we think about, respond to, and communicate our encounters with the unknown. As we move forward, the story of the jet in the Sahara serves as a profound lesson in the complexities of our technological age and the mysteries that still lie beyond our grasp. On January 30th, 1979, Narita International Airport bustled with the usual clamor of international travel as Varig Brazilian Airlines prepared its Boeing 707 cargo aircraft for a long-haul flight to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, with a planned stopover in Los Angeles, USA. This particular flight, Varig Flight 967, was not just any routine cargo operation. It was transporting a collection of valuable paintings by the renowned Japanese-Brazilian artist Manabu Mabe, making the flight notable for both its cultural and logistic responsibilities. The Boeing 707, a workhorse of the skies, was well regarded for its robust performance and reliability in long-distance cargo transport. Varig, Brazil's leading international airline at the time, had a sterling safety record and was experienced in managing high-value cargo, ensuring that all protocols for the security and safe handling of the artworks were meticulously followed. The crew, led by an experienced captain, was well versed in the nuances of trans-Pacific flights, adding an extra layer of confidence to the operation. Preparations for the flight began early in the afternoon, with ground staff overseeing the careful loading of the cargo. Each of Mabe's paintings was securely crated and inspected before being loaded into the aircraft's hold, a process observed by both security personnel and insurance representatives, given the considerable value of the artworks. The importance of the cargo added a palpable sense of urgency and precision to the loading process. As the winter sun began to set, casting long shadows over the tarmac, the crew made their final checks. The flight plan was reviewed, weather forecasts checked, and communications equipment tested. Each member of the 6-person crew carried out their responsibilities with the professionalism born of routine and the seriousness demanded by the nature of their cargo. With the cargo secured and all pre-flight checks complete, the Boeing 707 taxied to the runway. The engines roared to life, a deep, steady hum that spoke of power and readiness. At the control tower, the final clearance was given, and with a smooth surge of acceleration, Flight 967 took off, climbing steadily into the dusky sky. The aircraft's lights blinked steadily, a reassuring sign as it headed towards the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. The aircraft established contact with air traffic control, reporting its position and altitude as it made its way towards the United States. The crew settled into the rhythm of the flight, monitoring systems and navigating the plane along the well-traveled air routes across the Pacific. As Flight 967 approached the halfway point of its journey, the crew performed another routine check of the aircraft's systems. Everything appeared to be functioning as expected, with the aircraft on course and maintaining a steady altitude. The weather, which had been a concern for flights across the Pacific during the winter months, posed no issues, with clear skies reported ahead. However, just as the crew was preparing for the long mid-flight stretch, the routine nature of their journey took a dramatic and mysterious turn. After a final routine communication with Tokyo Air Traffic Control, in which the captain confirmed their position and expected route, the aircraft suddenly ceased all communications. This abrupt silence was out of character for such an experienced crew, and immediately raised concerns. At the Air Traffic Control Center, controllers attempted to re-establish contact, repeating calls to Flight 967. But there was no response, only the static hiss of an open but unresponsive channel. As minutes turned into hours without any word from the aircraft, the situation escalated rapidly from concern to emergency. The disappearance of Flight 967 initiated a flurry of activity on the ground. Varig's Operations Center, in coordination with international aviation authorities, began piecing together the aircraft's last known movements. Search and rescue operations were considered as the airline communicated with maritime and aviation assets in the region to be on the lookout for the missing aircraft. This initial response set the stage for what would become an extensive and perplexing search effort, spanning multiple countries and vast expanses of ocean. As the reality of the situation set in, the mysterious disappearance of Flight 967 with its invaluable cargo of artwork became a pressing enigma, prompting questions and theories that ranged from simple mechanical failure to more sinister possibilities of foul play. The fate of the aircraft and its crew, along with the artistic treasures it carried, had become an urgent and baffling mystery, captivating the attention of the world. The last known contact with Varig Flight 967 came as the Boeing 707 was approximately halfway over the Pacific Ocean, en route from Tokyo to Los Angeles. After routine communications with air traffic control, the aircraft, like a ghost, vanished from radar screens. The disappearance was both sudden and total, leaving no trace of the aircraft or any indication of trouble. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Varig and the relevant aviation authorities sprang into action. Initial hopes were that the aircraft might have diverted due to an emergency, seeking an alternate landing at one of the numerous available airstrips scattered across the Pacific Islands. However, as hours turned into days without any sign of the aircraft or distress calls, these hopes dimmed. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance saw the initiation of a large-scale search operation. Coordinated by Japanese, American, and Brazilian authorities, the search covered vast swathes of the Pacific Ocean, an area known for its deep waters and challenging weather conditions. The operation included aircraft from the U.S. Coast Guard, Japanese self-defense forces, and several commercial ships that altered their routes to aid in the search. Despite the extensive resources deployed, the search teams faced significant challenges. The Pacific Ocean's vastness and the lack of precise last-known coordinates complicated efforts. The Boeing 707 had disappeared in one of the most remote parts of the world, where radar coverage was spotty and satellite tracking of aircraft was not yet a standard practice. This lack of real-time tracking data severely hindered the search efforts, as rescue teams had to rely largely on estimated positions, which expanded the search area exponentially. Search planes flew over the ocean, scouring the waters for any sign of debris or oil slicks that might indicate a crash site. ships equipped with sonar systems crisscrossed the estimated flight path, hoping to detect underwater wreckage. However, the depth and topography of the ocean floor made these efforts like searching for a needle in a haystack. As the search continued without success, the focus shifted to understanding what could have caused such an experienced crew flying a well-maintained aircraft to vanish without a trace. Theories abounded, ranging from catastrophic mechanical failure to more sinister scenarios involving sabotage or hijacking. The disappearance of Flight 967 was particularly puzzling due to the valuable cargo it carried, paintings by the famous artist Manabu Mabe, valued at several $1,000,000. This led to speculation that the disappearance might have been orchestrated to steal the artwork, although there was no concrete evidence to support such a theory. The possibility of an insurance scam was also considered, given the high value of the cargo. However, investigations into these angles did not yield any verifiable conclusions. Aviation experts also considered technical and mechanical failures as potential causes. The Boeing 707, though reliable, was susceptible to issues common to all aircraft, such as structural failure, decompression, or a catastrophic engine failure. Yet, without debris or flight data recorders, these theories remained speculative at best. Another line of inquiry focused on the pilot's actions. It was considered whether the pilot could have deliberately diverted the course, similar to other historical incidents of pilot suicide or defection. However, the background checks on the crew revealed no psychological, financial, or personal pressures that might lead to such drastic actions. As weeks turned into months, the mystery deepened. The lack of any substantial evidence, coupled with the fading trail, led to a gradual scaling down of search operations. The disappearance of Flight 967 became a cold case, leaving a void filled with unanswered questions and profound implications for aviation safety and security. The impact on the families of the crew was devastating. They had to cope with not only the loss of their loved ones, but also the torment of not knowing what had happened. The absence of closure was a heavy burden, and many family members continued to push for the continuation of the search, holding on to hope that some trace of the aircraft would be found. Meanwhile, in the broader aviation community, the disappearance led to calls for better tracking and monitoring of aircraft, especially over remote and oceanic routes. The incident highlighted the critical need for advancements in aviation technology, including the implementation of more comprehensive satellite tracking systems that could prevent another aircraft from disappearing without a trace. The mystery of Varig Flight 967 thus not only marked a tragic chapter in aviation history, but also served as a catalyst for discussions about improvements in flight safety and tracking technologies that could one day ensure that no flight ever vanishes again. As the initial shock of the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 began to settle, the aviation community and international authorities intensified their efforts in a desperate bid to locate the missing aircraft. The profound implications of a vanished Boeing 707, particularly one carrying invaluable artwork, compelled a massive, coordinated search operation involving multiple countries and sophisticated technology. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance saw an array of resources being mobilized across the Pacific. The search area, determined by the last known position of the aircraft and its projected flight path, encompassed a vast swath of ocean notorious for its depth and unpredictable weather conditions. The U.S. Coast Guard, Japanese maritime forces, and several Pacific island nations deployed aircraft and ships in a concerted effort to comb the area. Despite these robust efforts, the initial days of the search yielded no tangible results. Compounding the difficulty was the unpredictable Pacific weather, which frequently hampered search operations. High winds and rough seas often made it dangerous for ships and problematic for aircraft. The vastness of the area, combined with these challenging conditions, meant that even the most advanced technology of the time struggled to make significant progress in locating any debris or signs of the aircraft. Simultaneously, international cooperation took on new levels of urgency and complexity. Diplomatic channels were activated to ensure that all possible resources were made available. Satellite imagery analysis was enlisted, with several countries contributing their satellite capabilities to scour the ocean for any anomalies that might suggest wreckage. This period marked one of the early instances where global satellite resources were pooled in such a manner for a search and rescue operation, setting precedents for future collaborations. As days turned into weeks, the lack of results began to fuel a range of emotions from frustration to despair, particularly among the families of the crew members. The Brazilian government, facing internal pressure and the eyes of the international community, continued to urge for an extended search. They argued that the disappearance of a Brazilian aircraft and the loss of Brazilian nationals required a sustained effort, despite the growing costs and logistical challenges. The search operation also had to contend with numerous false leads and reports. Several times, satellite images or aerial reconnaissance missions thought they had spotted potential wreckage, leading to rapid reallocation of resources to these locations, only to find them unfruitive. Each false alarm tested the resolve of the search teams and added to the emotional roller coaster experienced by the families and the general public following the saga. During this intensive search phase, experts from various fields, including oceanography and aeronautical engineering, were consulted to refine the search parameters. Drift analysis based on ocean currents was conducted to predict where debris might have moved from the assumed crash site. This scientific approach helped to narrow the search areas, focusing efforts on more promising regions and improving the efficiency of the operations. Despite these sophisticated methods and the tireless efforts of all involved, the search had to confront the inevitable limitations imposed by the nature of the search area and the available technology. Deep-sea searches were particularly hampered by the ocean's depth and the seabed's complexity in the presumed crash area, which included underwater mountains and valleys that could easily hide aircraft wreckage. As weeks turned into months with no significant findings, the initial unified resolve began to wane. The daunting reality of the task, combined with the high costs and logistical difficulties, led to discussions about scaling down the search efforts. International partners expressed concerns about the feasibility of continuing such an extensive search indefinitely, especially in the absence of any promising clues. This phase of the search operation culminated in a critical meeting involving representatives from all participating nations and agencies. The decision was made to transition from an active search to a more passive phase, where resources would be directed only towards specific leads, rather than broad sweeps of the ocean. This decision was met with a mix of understanding and resignation, acknowledging both the enormity of the task and the slim chances of success in finding Flight 967 after so much time had passed without a trace. The conclusion of this phase did not mean the end of efforts to find Varig Flight 967, but it marked a somber acknowledgement of the limitations faced by even the most determined and resourceful search operations. The mystery of Flight 967 would continue to linger, a haunting reminder of the uncertainties that still pervade even the most routine of human endeavors like commercial flight. The disappearance of Varig Flight 967 opened numerous investigative channels, as authorities worked tirelessly to unravel the mystery behind the vanished Boeing 707. The focus was divided between mechanical and structural theories, potential human factors, and even the more sinister possibilities of foul play, given the valuable cargo of artwork on board. Criminal investigations were initiated alongside technical inquiries to explore all conceivable angles that could explain the aircraft's sudden and complete disappearance. The Brazilian, Japanese, and American authorities coordinated their efforts, examining if the disappearance could have been orchestrated for the theft of the valuable paintings by Manabu Mabe, estimated to be worth millions of dollars. This theory was particularly compelling given the nature of the cargo, leading to a detailed scrutiny of everyone involved with the flight, from the ground crew that handled the cargo to the personnel who had access to the flight plans. Simultaneously, mechanical failure remained a strong contender in the list of possibilities. Investigators pored over maintenance records and interviewed the airline's maintenance staff to check for any signs of oversight or malpractice that could have led to a catastrophic failure mid-flight. Given the Boeing 707's robust design and Varig's reputation for rigorous maintenance standards, this line of inquiry required thorough examination to ensure no stone was left unturned. The aircraft's last moments were also under intense scrutiny. Data from air traffic control and radar recordings were analyzed to reconstruct the flight's path and altitude changes. Experts considered whether a sudden structural failure could have caused the aircraft to break apart or dive uncontrollably into the ocean. The possibility of an onboard fire or explosion, which could incapacitate the crew and lead to rapid depressurization, was also explored. Alongside technical and criminal investigations, the psychological profiles of the crew were meticulously examined. Authorities delved into the personal lives of the pilot and co-pilot, searching for any indicators of distress, financial problems, or motivations that might lead one to alter the course of the flight deliberately. This aspect of the investigation sought to understand not just the mechanical workings of the aircraft, but also the human elements at play. The investigation's complexity was compounded by the international nature of the flight's route and the jurisdictions involved. Differences in investigative techniques and interagency cooperation sometimes slowed down the process, highlighting the challenges of managing an international aviation mystery. Throughout the investigative phase, theories continued to circulate and evolve. Some experts suggested that the disappearance might have been caused by a deliberate act, perhaps a hijacking gone wrong, or an insurance scam involving the artworks. Others speculated about less likely scenarios, including a spontaneous decision by the pilot to divert the course due to a perceived emergency. The lack of definitive answers led to an atmosphere rife with speculation. Media outlets around the world reported on every development, often sensationalizing the mystery without providing concrete information. This intense public scrutiny added pressure to the investigative teams, but also ensured that the disappearance of Flight 967 remained in the public eye, fostering a sustained interest in uncovering the truth. As months turned into years without conclusive evidence or wreckage, the investigations gradually scaled back. However, the mystery of Flight 967 continued to engage the professional and amateur sleuth communities alike. Online forums, documentaries, and annual conferences dissected every piece of available data, propelling the story into the realm of legendary aviation mysteries. While the official investigations provided no definitive conclusions, they significantly influenced future aviation security measures and protocols for transporting valuable cargo. The disappearance of Flight 967 became a case study in aviation safety courses around the world, teaching new generations of pilots and airline executives about the complexities and unforeseen dangers of air travel. Despite the lack of closure, the investigative efforts into the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 underscored the importance of comprehensive safety and security protocols in aviation, leaving an indelible mark on the industry and continuing to inform practices to this day. As the mystery of Varig Flight 967's disappearance continued to baffle the world, its impact resonated deeply within the aviation industry, particularly in terms of security and cargo transport. The vanished Boeing 707, carrying millions of dollars worth of artwork, prompted a significant reevaluation of cargo security protocols worldwide, leading to enhanced measures designed to protect valuable air freight and ensure the safety of those tasked with its transport. The incident underscored vulnerabilities in the system that could potentially be exploited for criminal purposes. In response, international aviation bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and individual national aviation authorities, began to intensify their focus on securing air cargo. New regulations were introduced, requiring more rigorous background checks for airport and airline personnel, especially those handling valuable or sensitive cargoes. The aim was to create a more robust barrier against theft, smuggling, and other illegal activities. Technological advancements were also accelerated as a direct consequence of the Flight 967 mystery. Innovations in tracking technology became a priority, with significant investments made into real-time tracking systems that could monitor aircraft even over remote areas like the open ocean. These systems were designed to prevent a repeat of situations where a plane could disappear without a trace, providing continuous updates on an aircraft's position, speed, and altitude. The implementation of these tracking systems saw the introduction of the Global Aeronautical Distress and Safety System, GADSS, which was recommended by ICAO and began to be implemented by airlines globally. GADSS was designed to ensure that aircraft could be tracked in real time anywhere in the world, making it virtually impossible for a plane to vanish without leaving a digital footprint. Furthermore, the loss of Flight 967 catalyzed improvements in how cargo was screened and loaded onto aircraft. Security measures were tightened, with enhanced scanning equipment and more stringent inspection procedures put in place at major airports around the world. These procedures not only aim to detect potential threats like explosives or contraband, but also ensured that the documentation and handling of valuable items like artworks were thoroughly controlled and monitored. Airlines and insurance companies, recognizing the financial risks associated with transporting high-value items, started requiring additional security measures and higher assurance levels before agreeing to carry such cargoes. This often included escorts for valuable items, sealed and tamper-proof containers, and dedicated storage areas within aircraft where access was strictly controlled. The training of airline and airport staff in security procedures also saw significant enhancements. Personnel were now regularly drilled on emergency and security protocols, including scenarios involving hijacking, theft, and other security breaches. These training programs were designed to ensure that staff could respond quickly and effectively to protect passengers, crew, and cargo under a variety of adverse conditions. Despite these advances and heightened security measures, the disappearance of Flight 967 continued to haunt the aviation community. The event became a case study in many security training programs, used to illustrate potential vulnerabilities and the importance of vigilance and adherence to protocols. The lessons learned from the incident not only influenced cargo security, but also had broader implications for passenger safety and airline operations. The legacy of Varig Flight 967 is a complex tapestry of mystery, precautionary tales, and technological progression. It highlights the interconnectedness of safety, security, and operational integrity in the modern aviation landscape. While the aircraft itself was never found, the changes brought about in its wake have undoubtedly made air travel safer and more secure, ensuring that such a disappearance remains a rare and unlikely event in the future. This progression, however, came at the cost of an unresolved mystery, leaving an indelible mark on the annals of aviation history, reminding all of the perpetual need for improvement and innovation. As years passed since the disappearance of Varig Flight 967, the incident not only remained an unresolved mystery, but also continued to captivate the attention of the aviation community, researchers, and the public. The story of the missing aircraft and its valuable cargo of Manabu Mabe's paintings has been analyzed and reanalyzed, with various theories persisting or emerging over time. This ongoing interest has ensured that the case is not forgotten, and has also had a profound impact on the families of the missing crew and the airline's history. The legacy of Flight 967 is evident in how the incident has influenced ongoing discourse on aviation safety and operational transparency. Every year, new students of aviation safety study the case, using it to understand the complexities of international air travel regulations, the importance of stringent cargo security measures, and the challenges of deep-water search and rescue operations. Conferences and symposiums often feature sessions dedicated to discussing the case, focusing on what improvements have been made and what lessons can still be learned. The case of Flight 967 has also served as a critical reference point in the development of more comprehensive international cooperative frameworks for handling aviation incidents. It underscored the necessity for countries to work together seamlessly during air emergencies, which influence the protocols used today. These collaborations are crucial not only in crises, but also in regular operations, ensuring that the skies remain safe for international flights. Furthermore, the incident has left a lasting impact on the families of the crew members who were aboard Flight 967. For these families, the disappearance isn't just a historical or technical puzzle. It's a personal tragedy that has resulted in decades of uncertainty and grief. They have become advocates for improvements in how the aviation industry handles similar cases, particularly in terms of family liaison and support. Their efforts have helped to ensure that the relatives of those affected by such mysteries are treated with more consideration and given thorough, timely information. Efforts by these families and their supporters have sometimes led to renewed interest in the case, with calls for new searches or investigations when technological or methodological advancements become available. Although official searches have long since ended, the commitment of these families ensures that new leads and theories continue to surface, keeping the search for answers alive in public consciousness. In addition to impacting aviation safety and family advocacy, the mystery of Flight 967 has also permeated popular culture. It has inspired numerous articles, books, documentaries, and even fictional representations that speculate about the fate of the aircraft. These portrayals help to maintain public interest in the case and often bring forward new theories or insights, although they can also blur the lines between fact and fiction. Despite the tragedy and the myriad challenges it presented, the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 also contributed to a broader understanding of the value and impact of art in the world of aviation cargo. The loss of Manabu Mabe's artworks was felt deeply in the art community, highlighting the need for specialized handling and transport protocols for irreplaceable items. This aspect of the legacy has led to improved practices across the logistics and insurance sectors, ensuring that artworks traveling by air are better protected today. As time moves on, the legacy of Flight 967 continues to evolve. While the mystery may never be fully solved, the lessons drawn from this tragic event remain integral to the continual improvement of international aviation safety. Through continued discussion, study, and advocacy, the aviation community ensures that the story of Flight 967, its crew, and its cargo will not be forgotten, serving as a perpetual reminder of the need for vigilance, preparedness, and cooperation in the ever-expanding realm of global air travel. The cultural and artistic impact of the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 is a poignant chapter in the story, centered around the loss of 153 paintings by the acclaimed Japanese-Brazilian artist Manabu Mabe. These artworks, valued at several $millions, were not merely cargo. They represented significant cultural heritage and a profound personal loss to the art community and Mabe's legacy. The vanishing of such invaluable pieces under mysterious circumstances has left a lasting mark on the art world, highlighting the vulnerabilities associated with transporting art globally. Manabu Mabe's work was known for its vibrant expressionism, a fusion of Brazilian and Japanese artistic influences that made his paintings highly sought after on the international stage. The lost artworks were being transported back to Brazil after an exhibition in Tokyo, symbolizing a cultural bridge between Asia and South America and an important career milestone for Mabe. The disappearance of these works effectively erased a significant portfolio of his career's output, impacting not just the monetary value but also the cultural and historical record of global art heritage. This loss has prompted a broader discourse within the art and logistics industries about the risks associated with transporting art. In response, there have been tightened security protocols and better risk management strategies when moving valuable artworks. Insurance companies, artists, museums, and galleries now often insist on more stringent security measures, including enhanced tracking, vetted handling, and specialized transport services that minimize the risk of loss or damage. Moreover, the mysterious circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Flight 967 have fueled creative narratives in various media. Filmmakers, novelists, and journalists have drawn upon the story, weaving narratives that blend fact with fiction, exploring themes of loss, mystery, and the immeasurable value of art. These stories question what art means to our societies and how its value extends beyond monetary worth to embody cultural and historical significance. Documentaries focusing on the disappearance have also shed light on Manabu Mabe's influence in the art world, bringing his work to audiences who might not have been aware of his contributions before the incident. These documentaries often delve into the emotional impact of the loss on the art community and Mabe's family, highlighting the personal stories intertwined with the lost artworks. They serve as a reminder of the human aspects behind the headlines, grounding the technical and investigative details of the disappearance in a narrative of personal and cultural loss. In popular culture, the story of Flight 967 and its lost cargo of artworks has taken on a mythic quality, much like the mysteries surrounding the Titanic or the Amber Room. It captivates the imagination, offering a rich tapestry for exploration in novels, films, and art exhibitions. These cultural products allow people to engage with the story on multiple levels, from thrillers that use the disappearance as a backdrop to more introspective explorations of what such a loss means to the global community. Additionally, the story of Flight 967 has had educational impacts, being used as a case study in university courses related to art history, museum studies, and logistics. It provides a real-world context to discuss the challenges and considerations of transporting art across international borders, including legal, ethical, and logistical aspects. This educational use helps prepare the next generation of curators, artists, and logistics professionals to better manage and protect cultural assets. As the years pass, the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 remains a narrative rich with unanswered questions, but also full of lessons learned and stories told. It continues to influence not only the fields of aviation and logistics, but also the arts, serving as a stark reminder of the fragility and value of cultural artifacts. This legacy ensures that despite the mystery, the significance of the event and the art lost with it will not be forgotten. On a beautiful morning in 1970, a small Cessna aircraft, gleaming under the early sunlight, prepared for a routine flight that was soon to enter the annals of aviation mysteries. The pilot, an experienced aviator with a penchant for exploring the skies, conducted his pre-flight checks with meticulous attention. Little did he know, his upcoming journey over the Bermuda Triangle would challenge the boundaries of his understanding of time and space, turning a standard flight into a perplexing puzzle that continues to intrigue enthusiasts and experts alike. The pilot, whose passion for flying was matched only by his curiosity for the unknown, was no stranger to the legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. Yet, his scientific mind required more than anecdotal tales to sway his skepticism. Today's flight, originating from a small airstrip in Florida, was charted along a course that would take him directly over one of the most discussed regions in maritime and aerial folklore. His plan was straightforward: fly to the Bahamas, a trip he had made numerous times before, albeit never directly passing through the heart of the triangle. As he loaded his gear into the cockpit, the morning air was still and the sky clear, conditions that promised an uneventful journey across the serene Atlantic waters. The aircraft's instruments, all functioning within their optimal ranges, showed no sign of the drama that would soon unfold. His flight log was meticulous, documenting every detail, from fuel levels to the expected time of arrival, based on standard flight speeds and known weather conditions. Taking off, the Cessna lifted gracefully into the air, its engine humming steadily as it climbed to cruising altitude. The world below shrank away, leaving only the vast blue of the Atlantic stretching into the horizon. The early part of the flight was as serene as any pilot could hope for, with panoramic views of the ocean sparkling under the morning sun. However, as the aircraft edged closer to the coordinates that marked the Bermuda Triangle, a subtle change began to permeate the cockpit. The first sign was a flicker in the dashboard instruments. Dials twitched erratically, and the radio static increased. The pilot, initially unperturbed, made adjustments, attributing the anomalies to possible atmospheric interference common in this area of the globe. But the situation swiftly escalated as the compass began to spin inexplicably, and the familiar hum of the engine seemed to syncopate with an unfamiliar rhythm. The skies, still visually clear, now felt charged with an unexplained energy. Trying to maintain his course, the pilot felt a growing sense of disorientation, as if the very essence of time and space around him was warping. In his headset, the crackle of static grew louder, punctuated by what seemed like distant voices cutting in and out, an auditory illusion in an otherwise empty expanse. His trained instincts told him to trust his instruments, but they were becoming increasingly unreliable. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, planning to cross-check it with the flight duration to gauge any discrepancies upon landing. As quickly as it began, the phenomenon ceased. The instruments stabilized as suddenly as they had faltered, the radio cleared, and the Cessna resumed its steady drone. Shaken but focused, the pilot continued toward his destination, now vigilant for any further abnormalities. Upon landing, the reality of what had transpired hit with full force. His flight, by all logical accounts supposed to last over 3 hours, had recorded barely an hour and a half. The confusion was palpable as he tried to reconcile the discrepancy. His initial disbelief was echoed by the ground crew at the Bahamas airstrip, who were equally baffled by the early arrival. This bewildering experience marked the beginning of a series of investigations and theories. Had the pilot traversed a shortcut through time and space? Was this merely an anomaly in instrumentation? Or had he experienced a rare but natural meteorological phenomenon? As the story of his flight spread, it sparked debates and drew attention from around the world, adding another layer of mystery to the already infamous Bermuda Triangle. The pilot, once a staunch skeptic, found himself pondering the limits of human understanding and the vast, unexplained mysteries that still lie beyond our reach in the skies. As the Cessna gracefully crossed into the airspace above the Bermuda Triangle, the pilot felt a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Known for its history of mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena, the Triangle has long captured the imagination of pilots and sailors alike. However, for this pilot, a man of science and logic, the myths and legends associated with this region were just that, stories without empirical evidence. Nonetheless, as he entered this notorious zone, the clear skies and calm seas seemed to belie the Triangle's ominous reputation. The route planned for that day was one he had flown on the edges of, but never directly through the heart of the Triangle. Today's flight path took him directly over its center, a decision made partly out of necessity, and partly from a curiosity that he hadn't admitted to himself until now. The early part of his journey had been uneventful, with the aircraft performing flawlessly and the weather conditions ideal for a smooth flight. However, as he progressed deeper into the Triangle, subtle anomalies began to manifest. Initially, these were minor, slight malfunctions in the aircraft's electronic instruments. The GPS system flickered erratically, and the radio emitted intermittent bursts of static, despite the clear weather and absence of storm clouds. These technical issues were disconcerting but not alarming, at least not at first. The pilot double-checked his backups and continued, relying on his experience and manual navigation skills to maintain his course. The true moment of disorientation came without warning. It was as if the atmosphere itself had changed, with a slight but noticeable drop in temperature and a sudden, eerie stillness that enveloped the aircraft. The sky, so clear moments before, seemed to take on a muted, almost surreal quality. The ocean below mirrored this stillness, its surface unnaturally calm. The pilot's initial reaction was to check his instruments, but what he saw only deepened his confusion. His compass was spinning inexplicably, and the altimeter fluctuated between readings in a way that was impossible under normal flying conditions. Trying to maintain his composure, he reached for the radio to contact air traffic control, only to be met with a hiss of static that made communication impossible. This experience, unsettling as it was, paled in comparison to what happened next. Time seemed to dilate around him, with seconds stretching into minutes, and minutes feeling like hours. This sensation of time warping was difficult to rationalize, leaving the pilot grappling with his perception of reality. He felt a vague sense of vertigo, a disorienting feeling that he was moving both very slowly and exceedingly fast at the same time. Navigating through this bewildering scenario, the pilot focused on maintaining a steady altitude and heading, using his training to compensate for the unreliable instrument readings. He remembered reading about similar experiences from other pilots, though he had always regarded such stories with a healthy dose of skepticism. Now, faced with his own inexplicable circumstances, he wondered if there was more to the Bermuda Triangle than mere folklore. As suddenly as they had begun, the anomalies ceased. The instruments stabilized, the temperature returned to normal, and the radio cleared. The ocean's surface once again showed the gentle undulations of normal sea conditions, and the sky brightened to its previous vibrant blue. Shaken but relieved, the pilot continued his journey, now eager to reach his destination and land safely, his mind racing with questions about what had just occurred. The remainder of the flight was uneventful, allowing the pilot some time to reflect on his experience. Had he experienced a natural phenomenon unique to this region, or was there something more? Something unexplained, that could account for the bizarre conditions he encountered. These questions would linger in his mind, fueling both his own curiosity and the inevitable discussions that would follow his report of the incident. As the small Cessna emerged from the enigmatic clutches of the Bermuda Triangle, the pilot felt a surge of relief. The instruments stabilized, the skies remained clear, and the air traffic communications resumed their normal clarity. Yet, the feeling of disorientation and the haunting quiet of the past hour lingered in his mind. He knew the flight was far from over, not just in distance, but in the mental and emotional processing of what had just occurred. Upon landing at his destination in the Bahamas, far earlier than scheduled, the pilot was greeted with a mixture of confusion and concern from the ground crew. His premature arrival threw the routine operations into disarray, and as he stepped out of the aircraft, the weight of his experience began to truly sink in. The ground crew, aware of his intended flight path and expected time of arrival, immediately questioned the discrepancy. The pilot, still grappling with his own confusion, attempted to provide a coherent explanation. The discrepancy in time was stark. According to the clocks on the ground and the flight logs, the journey that should have taken over 3 hours was completed in just under 90 minutes. This impossibility was not lost on the pilot or the airport staff, prompting an immediate and thorough review of the aircraft's logs and instruments. The debriefing session that followed was intense. The pilot recounted his experience in detail to both the airport authorities and later to representatives from the Aviation Safety Board. His account included the initial instrument malfunctions, the strange atmospheric conditions, the sensation of time dilation, and the abrupt return to normalcy. His report was met with skepticism, but the undeniable fact of his early arrival demanded serious consideration. Technical experts examined the Cessna with fine-tooth combs, searching for any faults that could explain the anomalies reported. All systems were found to be in perfect working order, and no mechanical issues were identified that could have accounted for the acceleration in flight time. The GPS data, recovered from the onboard navigation system, confirmed the aircraft's accelerated passage through the designated flight path, further deepening the mystery. The situation called for an investigation that went beyond routine mechanical checks. Meteorologists and physicists were consulted to understand if unusual atmospheric conditions could have created a kind of jet stream, or if known phenomena like gravity waves could explain the time discrepancy. However, all scientific explanations fell short of providing a satisfactory answer. The conditions reported by the pilot, particularly the spinning compass and fluctuating altimeter, suggested influences beyond standard meteorological or geographic anomalies. As the aviation community began to buzz with discussions over the incident, the story of the pilot's mysterious flight attracted attention beyond the immediate stakeholders. The media caught wind of the story, and soon it was being reported across various platforms, inciting a flurry of speculation and intrigue. The Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena provided fertile ground for theories, ranging from rational skeptical inquiries to wild speculations about supernatural occurrences. Amid the growing public fascination, the pilot found himself at the center of a whirlwind of attention. His experience was dissected and debated in online forums, television specials, and by experts in aeronautics and meteorology. Some embraced his account as possible evidence of an unexplained anomaly associated with the Bermuda Triangle, while others dismissed it as an error in perception or an exaggeration. However, within the scientific community, a few were intrigued enough to propose more radical theories. These included the possibility of a temporary rift in the space-time continuum, or an encounter with a rare natural anomaly that had yet to be understood or documented. These theories, while speculative, opened the door to further research and discussion about the limits of current understanding of physics and atmospheric science. Throughout this period, the pilot cooperated fully with all inquiries, maintaining his stance that his experience was accurately reported despite the absence of a clear explanation. His credibility as a seasoned pilot lent weight to his account, forcing even the most skeptical to consider the possibilities of what might have occurred during that anomalous flight. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the incident remained a fascinating topic of discussion, a case study that challenged existing knowledge and expanded the dialogue about the mysterious forces that might operate within the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The pilot's story, marked by both his personal integrity and the unexplained phenomena, continued to resonate, offering a compelling narrative of mystery and exploration at the edges of human understanding and scientific explanation. After landing well ahead of schedule under mysterious circumstances, the pilot found himself not just physically disoriented, but at the center of a rapidly unfolding drama that questioned the very laws of physics. As he disembarked from his Cessna, the sense of reality slowly seeping back in, his mind raced with possibilities, each more confounding than the last. The ground staff at the Bahamas airport met him with a mix of skepticism and awe as the word of his inexplicable journey began to spread. The airport's operations room turned into an impromptu briefing area where aviation authorities began a more formal debriefing. They reviewed the aircraft's logs and interviewed the pilot extensively, noting every detail of his account. The aviation experts on hand were initially dubious, suspecting an error in the flight's timing or a malfunction of the aircraft's tracking systems. However, as they delved deeper, the data corroborated the pilot's story, The timings, the flight path, everything he recounted was consistent with the logs. As news of the incident spread, it attracted a barrage of media attention. Journalists, intrigued by the story, descended on the airport, eager for interviews with the pilot and any officials willing to comment. The pilot, still grappling with his own understanding of the event, faced cameras and repeated his story. Each retelling added more layers to the already thick fog of mystery surrounding his flight. The coverage soon ballooned into a sensational news story, with headlines touting the pilot as the man who outran time. Speculation ran rampant, with theories about wormholes, alternate dimensions, and even extraterrestrial intervention being bandied about in the press and on television. The Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for unexplained disappearances and bizarre occurrences provided fertile ground for such theories, and the public lapped up every conceivable explanation, no matter how far-fetched. Amidst the media frenzy, serious investigative work continued. The pilot's aircraft was subjected to rigorous mechanical checks, with experts from the Cessna manufacturer brought in to ensure no stone was left unturned. They examined the aircraft's engine, avionics, and structural integrity, but found no abnormalities that could explain the acceleration in travel time. The GPS and other navigation systems were also scrutinized and found to be in perfect working order, deepening the enigma. Aviation analysts and experienced pilots weighed in, discussing the possibilities of rare meteorological phenomena that could have influenced the flight. Some suggested highly localized wind currents that might have pushed the plane at an unusually high speed, while others theorized about unrecognized atmospheric anomalies specific to the Bermuda Triangle area. The scientific community, generally skeptical of supernatural explanations, urged caution and a focus on plausible scientific explanations. Discussions ensued about the limits of current understanding of atmospheric sciences, and some researchers proposed studying the Bermuda Triangle area more extensively, hypothesizing that unknown natural phenomena could be at play. As weeks turned into months, the incident continued to be a hot topic of discussion at conferences and seminars, in academic circles, and among the general public. The pilot was invited to speak at various events, where he shared his experience and engaged with experts trying to unravel the mystery. These interactions were insightful, but they often raised more questions than answers. Ethicists and philosophers also entered the discussion, pondering the implications of such unexplained phenomena on our understanding of reality and the universe. They debated questions about the nature of time and space, and how humanity's grasp of these concepts shapes our understanding of the world. The pilot's story became a case study in the broader debate about the known and the unknown. Throughout this period, the pilot maintained a level-headed demeanor, his credibility bolstered by his detailed and consistent recounting of the event, and by the empirical data that supported his story. Despite the wild theories and media sensationalism, he remained focused on a rational explanation, hoping that ongoing research and dialogue in the scientific community would eventually uncover a logical reason for his bizarre and unprecedented flight experience. As the story aged, it remained a compelling mystery, emblematic of the human quest for knowledge and understanding in the face of the inexplicable. The time-warped flight not only challenged scientific assumptions, but also captured the imagination of people around the world, reminding everyone that the universe still holds many secrets, waiting to be discovered. The baffling case of the time-warped Cessna sparked an investigation that reached far beyond routine aviation inquiries, drawing in experts from various fields including aviation technology, meteorology, physics, and even paranormal research. As the investigations deepened, the pilot's unexpected early arrival continued to perplex investigators and the public alike. The official inquiry was spearheaded by aviation authorities, who first ensured that all data from the aircraft's instruments and flight logs were meticulously analyzed. They verified times, altitudes, and airspeeds recorded by the onboard equipment against the pilot's account and external sources, such as radar tracks and communications logs. All the evidence consistently supported the pilot's narrative. His flight had indeed covered the expected distance in roughly half the expected time, with no detectable increase in airspeed or any unusual maneuvers recorded. To further complicate matters, the mechanical inspection of the aircraft revealed no modifications or anomalies that could have inadvertently increased the plane's speed. The engines, Airframe and electronic systems were all found to be standard and fully functional, showing no signs of tampering or malfunction that could explain the phenomenon. With mechanical and instrumental errors ruled out, investigators turned to environmental factors. Meteorologists were consulted to analyze weather conditions on the day of the flight, specifically looking for unusual atmospheric phenomena that could have contributed to the anomaly. This inquiry looked into rare occurrences like jet streams or sudden wind shears that might account for rapid transit, but nothing out of the ordinary was recorded in the weather data for that region on the day in question. Physicists also joined the investigation, intrigued by the possibility of unknown scientific phenomena. They explored concepts ranging from gravitational anomalies to more speculative ideas like spatial distortions, or the existence of a previously undocumented type of atmospheric tunneling effect. However, these theories remained speculative, with no empirical data to support them, leaving the scientific community both baffled and fascinated. Parallel to the scientific and technical investigations, the story attracted the attention of paranormal enthusiasts and theorists who linked the incident to the Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for mysterious occurrences. This angle was popular in the media and among the public, leading to a proliferation of sensationalist theories involving time slips, dimensional gateways, and other science fiction-like explanations. Television documentaries and online forums speculated wildly about the pilot's experience, drawing connections to past disappearances and unexplained events in the Triangle. The fervor around these theories prompted a broader discussion about the reliability of anecdotal evidence and the scientific approach to unexplained phenomena. Skeptics and believers alike debated the merits of pursuing investigations into what some considered to be pseudoscience, while others argued for the importance of keeping an open mind to all possibilities in the face of inexplicable evidence. As the months passed, the incident remained unsolved but became a case study in the limitations of current scientific understanding. Academics and researchers used the event as a springboard to discuss how science addresses anomalies and the role of unexplained phenomena in advancing scientific inquiry. Conferences and scholarly articles pondered the implications of the event for the philosophy of science, especially concerning the demarcation between accepted science and fringe theories. Ultimately, the official investigation concluded without a definitive explanation for the pilot's premature arrival. The final report stated that while all known possibilities had been exhaustively explored, the incident still lacked a satisfactory scientific explanation. It recommended ongoing monitoring of similar incidents and encouraged further research into atmospheric and environmental conditions in the Bermuda Triangle. This unresolved conclusion left the door open for continued speculation and interest. The pilot's story remained a captivating mystery, emblematic of the enduring human fascination with the unknown and the limits of our understanding. As a result, the incident continued to inspire both caution and curiosity among pilots and scientists, serving as a reminder of the vast mysteries that still lie beyond the reach of current scientific explanations. As the enigmatic story of the time-warped Cessna circulated, it inevitably sparked a broader conversation about the implications of such unexplained phenomena on both political and military strategies, especially considering its occurrence in the Bermuda Triangle, a region shrouded in mystery and often associated with navigational anomalies. The intense public and media interest in the pilot's story brought the Bermuda Triangle back into the spotlight, prompting authorities to reconsider the navigational warnings and monitoring systems in place for the region. Historically viewed by some as merely a collection of myths, the Triangle's reputation was bolstered by this incident, leading to calls for more rigorous scientific investigations into the area. In response, several governmental and independent agencies initiated studies to explore electromagnetic disturbances and other environmental factors unique to the Triangle. These studies aim to demystify the area and provide a clearer understanding of whether the Triangle posed a real threat to modern aviation and maritime activities, or if its reputation was built on coincidental mishaps amplified by folklore. This initiative brought together experts in oceanography, atmospheric science, and geomagnetic fields, pooling a wide range of scientific expertise to tackle the mysteries associated with the Triangle comprehensively. In the realm of aviation safety, the incident had a tangible impact. Aviation authorities, particularly those in countries bordering the Bermuda Triangle, scrutinized their flight safety protocols, considering additional measures to ensure that aircraft could handle unexpected environmental conditions. This included enhancing pilot training programs to better prepare them for high anomaly zones where natural electromagnetic interference could ostensibly affect navigational instruments. The incident also influenced the military's approach to operations in areas known for high electromagnetic disturbances. The Bermuda Triangle, and by extension similar regions around the world, were marked for detailed geomagnetic surveys. Military exercises in such areas were accompanied by increased monitoring of communication and navigation systems to prevent mishaps similar to what was reported by the pilot. These measures were designed to mitigate risks not only to military personnel, but also to the civilians who traverse these mysterious waters and airspaces. Internationally, the incident spurred discussions at various global forums about the need for a coordinated approach to dealing with unexplained phenomena affecting international airspaces and waters. Proposals were made for the establishment of an international registry to track and analyze incidents similar to that of the time-warped Cessna. The idea was to compile data from around the world in hopes of identifying patterns or correlations that might elude smaller localized studies. The dialogue extended into the academic sphere, where the incident was frequently cited in discussions about the scientific method and the treatment of anomalous data. It served as a case study in numerous scholarly articles and conferences on the philosophy of science, particularly concerning how anomalies are integrated into existing scientific paradigms. This discourse highlighted the dynamic nature of scientific inquiry, its capacity for self-correction and adaptation in the face of new, challenging evidence. The ongoing fascination with the Bermuda Triangle and the pilot's unusual experience underscored a universal truth about human curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge. It reminded the scientific community and the public alike of the vast mysteries that remain unsolved and the continual need for humility and rigor in scientific exploration. While no definitive answers were forthcoming from the studies initiated as a result of the pilot's experience, the increased attention and resources dedicated to understanding the Bermuda Triangle contributed to a greater body of knowledge about this and other similarly mysterious regions of the world. The pilot's account, though unresolved, thus served as a catalyst for renewed scientific and exploratory efforts, ensuring that the pursuit of answers continued with renewed vigor and broader participation. As the strange incident of the time-warped Cessna continued to perplex experts and the public alike, the pilot's experience remained at the forefront of discussions surrounding unexplained phenomena. With no conclusive explanations emerging from the extensive investigations, the incident transitioned from an acute mystery to a lasting enigma, becoming a subject of ongoing academic and cultural interest. The pilot's encounter sparked a significant increase in research activities focused on the Bermuda Triangle and similar regions known for mysterious occurrences. Universities and independent research institutions embarked on multidisciplinary studies that blended atmospheric science, physics, and folklore studies, aiming to provide a more comprehensive understanding of these enigmatic zones. These scholarly efforts were complemented by increased funding for projects exploring electromagnetic anomalies, atmospheric disturbances, and other potential natural explanations for the phenomena reported by the pilot and others before him. In the realm of popular culture, the incident inspired numerous documentaries, books, and articles. These narratives often blended fact with fiction, sensationalizing the event to capture the imagination of a global audience. However, they also played a crucial role in keeping the discussion alive, encouraging amateur sleuths and professional scientists alike to continue exploring the possibilities. The legacy of the pilot's flight also extended into the educational sector. Curriculums in universities that offered programs in aviation, meteorology, and oceanography began to include case studies of the Bermuda Triangle and the time-warped Cessna, as a means of illustrating the complexities of their respective fields. This educational focus helped to demystify some aspects of the triangle, while promoting a scientific approach to understanding unexplained phenomena. Furthermore, the incident had a profound impact on the pilot's personal life. He found himself a reluctant celebrity within both the scientific community and the general public. Invitations to speak at conferences and participate in televised interviews became commonplace. While he appreciated the attention to some extent, it also allowed him to advocate for a balanced, scientific approach to investigating unexplained events. warning against the allure of sensational explanations devoid of empirical support. This advocacy was particularly poignant in forums dedicated to aviation safety, where the pilot used his platform to discuss the importance of rigorous training and preparation for dealing with unexpected situations in flight. His experience served as a cautionary tale, underscoring the need for pilots to maintain composure and rely on their training, regardless of the circumstances. Annually, the incident was commemorated in various ways, both to honor the scientific pursuit of answers and to acknowledge the enduring mystery. Conferences and symposia were organized around the anniversary of the flight, bringing together experts from around the world to discuss not only this incident, but also other mysterious aviation events. These gatherings fostered a sense of community among those fascinated by the unexplained, encouraging ongoing dialogue and collaboration. As years passed, the story of the time-warped Cessna remained a popular topic, its details periodically revisited in light of new theories or similar incidents. The mystery continued to inspire both skepticism and wonder, serving as a reminder of the vast unknowns that still exist in the world and the enduring human quest to understand them. Ultimately, the incident became a part of the larger tapestry of human experience with the unknown, a testament to the limits of current scientific understanding and the perpetual drive towards greater knowledge. Whether viewed through the lens of cautionary aviation tale or intriguing scientific mystery, the legacy of the pilot's extraordinary flight continues to influence and inspire, a narrative forever woven into the fabric of modern mythology surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. In the dark expanse of the wartime sky, the ghostly echo of a World War II bomber's distress signal cut through the silence, challenging the boundaries of time and the understanding of those who heard it. This particular aircraft, a B-17 Flying Fortress, had been reported missing years earlier, its fate a lingering mystery among the air crews and radio operators who scanned the skies and airwaves for any sign of life. Yet, here was its call sign, unmistakably clear through the static, resonating across the airwaves long after the war had claimed it. The night was typical for a remote military radio station, with operators methodically scanning frequencies for any signs of enemy or Allied transmissions. The radio operator on duty, a seasoned technician named James, was well versed in the usual array of signals and static that populated the airwaves. But nothing in his years of service could have prepared him for the chilling sequence of Morse code that tapped through his headphones, spelling out a distress call that should have been impossible to receive. James was stationed at a secluded airbase in the Pacific, a pivotal point for communications between aircraft patrolling the vast ocean and their home bases. The base was quiet that night, with only the hum of distant engines and the occasional murmur of other operators breaking the monotony. As James adjusted the dials, fine-tuning the frequency in response to what he assumed was just another routine check, the signal came through. A series of sharp, deliberate dots and dashes that froze him in his seat. The signal was strong and clear, not the faded or fragmented echoes one might expect from a plane going down, or a transmission muffled by distance or interference. What made the transmission utterly astonishing was the call sign, a series of letters and numbers that James recognized immediately from old logs and whispered stories among the older staff. It was the call sign of the lost bomber, a plane that had vanished on a reconnaissance mission over the enemy territory, its crew never heard from again until now. Reacting swiftly, James noted the time and frequency of the transmission, then reached out to his commanding officer. Within minutes, the sleepy base was astir with activity. Senior officers poured into the communications room, listening intently as James replayed the recording of the transmission. The implications were staggering, and skepticism ran high among the gathered officials. Could it be a delayed echo of the original distress call, somehow trapped and then released by unusual atmospheric conditions? Or was it something more sinister, perhaps a trick by the enemy to sow confusion and fear? The initial shock of the transmission gave way to a flurry of activity. Technical specialists were called in to analyze the signal's origin, verifying its authenticity and attempting to triangulate its source. Historians and veteran pilots were consulted about the missing bomber's last known coordinates and mission details, piecing together the flight's intended route and its significance during the war. Meanwhile, James continued to monitor the frequency, half expecting further communications, or perhaps an explanation to unfold through the static. but no additional signals came through. The airwaves fell silent again, as enigmatic as they had been before the ghostly distress call pierced the night. This mysterious incident quickly transcended the confines of the military base, capturing the attention of military historians, aviation enthusiasts, and paranormal researchers alike. The story of the lost bomber and its sudden, unexplained reemergence through a lone radio transmission became a compelling narrative, weaving together elements of historical fact, unresolved mystery, and speculative folklore. As investigations into the phenomenon continued, the base remained abuzz with theories and inquiries, each person clinging to their own explanation of the events. The echo of the past, heard through the crackle of a modern radio system, challenged the very perception of time and technology, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. How could a distress call from a long-lost bomber so clearly and suddenly manifest after years of silence? The search for answers would delve deep into the archives of wartime aviation, the science of radio transmission, and the boundless realm of the unexplained. The B-17 Flying Fortress, known for its durability and formidable presence in the skies during World War II, had been part of a squadron assigned to a high-risk reconnaissance mission over enemy territory. The bomber in question, christened with a name that evoked a sense of invincibility, had left its base on a foggy morning in 1942, fully crewed and loaded with the latest navigation technology of the time. Its mission was straightforward but perilous: gather crucial intelligence about enemy positions and return safely. However, the aircraft and its crew mysteriously vanished without a trace, their fate becoming one of the war's enduring mysteries. This chapter delves into the historical backdrop against which the bomber operated, a world engulfed by the global conflict of World War II. The period was marked by rapid advancements in technology and warfare tactics, alongside the ever-present shadow of danger that loomed over military personnel. The missing bomber's story was not uncommon during these turbulent times. Many aircraft were lost due to enemy fire, mechanical failures, or navigational errors in the vast uncharted territories they patrolled. Yet, the disappearance of this particular B-17 had captured the imagination of many, partly due to its crew's reputed expertise and the critical nature of their missions. Interviews with surviving relatives and squadron members pieced together a picture of a highly skilled crew who had successfully completed numerous missions prior to their final, fateful flight. The aircraft was last seen veering off course, clouded by bad weather, with radio communications abruptly ceasing shortly after takeoff. The incident left a significant impact on the squadron and the home base, prompting an extensive search operation. Rescue planes and ships scoured the suspected crash area for weeks, hoping for signs of the aircraft or survivors. Despite these efforts, no physical evidence of the wreckage or crew was ever found, and the mission was eventually deemed lost at sea, its details classified and buried in military archives. Decades later, the unexpected transmission received by the radio operator James reopened old wounds and sparked a renewed interest in the lost bomber's fate. Military historians and archivists began to re-examine old flight logs, mission briefings, and survivor testimonies to gather insights that might explain the mysterious radio message. This re-examination was not just an academic exercise, but also a poignant reminder of the unresolved losses that many families still felt, holding on to hope for some form of closure. The renewed investigation into the bomber also brought to light the broader context of its disappearance. During World War II, the region where the aircraft vanished was notorious for its challenging weather conditions and heavy enemy activity. Theories about what might have led to its loss ranged from a catastrophic weather event that overwhelmed the aircraft's capabilities to an encounter with enemy fighters or anti-aircraft fire. Amid these historical explorations, the legacy of the crew and their mission was commemorated in various ways. Museums and war memorials included the bomber's story in their exhibits, honoring the bravery and sacrifice of those who flew such dangerous missions. Annual remembrance events also featured tributes to the lost aircraft and its crew, often attended by family members and former military comrades who shared personal anecdotes and honored their memory. As the past was painstakingly pieced together from snippets of history, the narrative of the missing B-17 and its crew evolved from a footnote in military history into a symbol of the unresolved mysteries of war. Each piece of evidence brought more questions, painting a complex picture of courage, loss, and the indelible mark left on those who wait for answers. The intrigue surrounding the ghostly transmission only deepened the mystery, suggesting that perhaps, in some form, the past was reaching out, prompting a new generation to uncover forgotten stories ensconced in the annals of wartime aviation. Upon receiving the startling and unexplainable transmission, the atmosphere at the remote military base was charged with a mix of skepticism and eerie fascination. The radio operator, James, who had initially picked up the distress signal, was immediately surrounded by a mix of commanding officers and technical staff, all eager to make sense of the report. The urgency of the situation led to a flurry of activity, as military protocols for handling unexpected transmissions, especially those that could be of historical significance, were swiftly enacted. The base commander took the lead, initiating a formal investigation to verify the authenticity of the signal and determine its potential origins. The first step was to confirm that the equipment James was using had been functioning correctly. Technicians conducted a thorough check of the radio systems, scrutinizing every component to rule out the possibility of a malfunction or error that could have fabricated the reception of the old bomber's signal. Parallel to the technical checks, the operations team reviewed communication logs from the night of the incident to cross-reference other signals and ensure there was no overlap or interference from other transmissions. They also extended their inquiry to neighboring bases and ships that might have been on the same frequency, seeking any corroborative evidence that could confirm the signal's legitimacy. As the initial shock wore off, skepticism began to permeate the discussions among the base staff. Experienced military personnel debated the likelihood of a signal surviving intact for years and suddenly emerging on their equipment. The technical experts, while confirming that the equipment was in perfect working order, were hard-pressed to provide a plausible explanation for how a World War II-era transmission could have been received in such a clear form after decades. Despite the doubts, the story of the missing bomber and its mysterious reappearance via radio waves captivated the imagination of everyone at the base. Theories abounded, ranging from delayed radio echoes, a phenomenon where signals bounce off ionospheric layers and reappear years later, to more speculative ideas involving time slips or supernatural interventions, which were popular in local folklore. To deepen their understanding, the investigation team decided to reach out to veterans and historians who might shed light on any similar occurrences or provide insights into the lost bomber's last mission. This led to interviews with elderly servicemen who had flown during the same period, some of whom recalled unexplained losses and tales of ghostly communications in other war theaters, which were usually dismissed as the stressed imaginations of pilots and operators. Amidst the technical and historical investigations, the psychological impact on James and others who had heard the transmission was palpable. The incident had stirred a mix of fear and curiosity, prompting discussions about the often ignored human element in military operations. Psychologists were brought in to help manage the emotional aftermath, facilitating sessions that helped personnel process what many felt was a brush with the inexplicable. As the days passed, the incident drew attention beyond the immediate military community. The story leaked to the press, and soon, headlines about the ghost transmission began to appear, piquing public interest and leading to a deluge of theories from outside the military. This public engagement spurred the military to be more forthcoming with their findings, balancing the need for transparency with the operational security that such investigations demanded. Despite thorough investigations and widespread speculations, the source and nature of the transmission remained an enigma. The lack of definitive answers only fueled more interest and debate, cementing the incident's place in the annals of military mysteries. This unexpected brush with the past had not only reopened a chapter thought long closed, but also reminded those involved of the enduring echoes of history that still resonate in the present, challenging our understanding of time, technology, and the tales left behind by those who came before. After the initial shock and flurry of investigations following the reception of the eerie transmission, the focus shifted towards a deeper technical analysis. This phase involved a thorough examination of the radio equipment used by James, the radio operator, and a scientific exploration of the atmospheric conditions that might have enabled such an anachronistic communication. Experts from the communications technology field were brought in to scrutinize the radio systems and any possible loopholes that might explain the phenomenon. The primary goal was to determine if there was any chance that the radio equipment could have malfunctioned in such a way that it picked up a stray signal and misinterpreted it as being from the World War II bomber. Engineers tested the sensitivity of the receivers and evaluated whether they could accidentally capture echoes from the past, a theory that some found plausible given the high-powered nature of wartime transmitters. Simultaneously, atmospheric scientists looked into rare but documented phenomena such as skywave propagation, where radio waves are reflected back to Earth by the ionosphere, allowing signals to travel over long distances beyond the horizon. This line of inquiry examined whether specific atmospheric conditions on the night of the transmission could have allowed for a long-delayed echo effect, where signals from the past are bounced back many years later. They delved into historical meteorological data to see if similar conditions had occurred in the past and correlated them with reports of unexplained transmissions. To rule out the possibility of a hoax or interference, cryptographers and communications experts analyzed the content and structure of the Morse code message received by James. They confirmed its authenticity as matching the style and urgency typical of World War II distress signals. This verification deepened the mystery rather than dispelling it, as it suggested that the transmission was indeed connected to the lost bomber. Throughout this technical exploration, workshops and meetings were held at the base, where experts presented their findings to military personnel and invited academics. These sessions often turned into heated debates about the limits of current scientific understanding and the possible existence of yet undiscovered natural phenomena that could explain such anomalies. The technical analysis also extended to a review of all recorded anomalies in military communications equipment across the globe. This comprehensive audit aimed to identify any patterns or similar occurrences that could shed light on the incident. However, no other instances of comparably delayed transmissions were found, which underscored the uniqueness of the situation and complicated the formulation of a conclusive explanation. Despite extensive testing and theorizing, the technical analysis yielded no definitive answers. The equipment was found to be in perfect working order, and no fully satisfactory scientific explanation could be provided for the transmission's origins. This outcome left many questions unanswered and prompted a shift towards considering more speculative explanations. As the investigation continued without clear resolution, the incident began to attract attention from outside the scientific community. Interest groups ranging from amateur radio enthusiasts to conspiracy theorists took up the cause, each offering their own theories on what might have happened. This broad spectrum of interest kept the story alive in the public imagination and ensured that it remained a topic of lively discussion in various circles. The inability of the technical analysis to provide clear answers only added to the allure of the mystery, transforming the incident from a mere anomaly into a legend. This legendary status was bolstered by the historical and emotional weight of the missing World War II bomber and its crew, whose fate remained a poignant reminder of the countless similar mysteries still unresolved from the era of the war. As the technical analysis yielded no definitive explanations, attention shifted toward a broader historical investigation. This new phase aimed to dig deeper into the history of the missing World War II bomber, exploring the crew's backgrounds, the aircraft's service record, and any past incidents or communications that might shed light on the mysterious transmission. Archivists and military historians began to comb through old flight logs, mission briefs, and service records, looking for clues that could link the lost bomber to the recently received distress signal. They revisited the day the bomber went missing, analyzing the geopolitical context and the specific mission it was part of. This meticulous review revealed that the bomber had been on a reconnaissance mission intended to gather crucial intelligence. The mission was high risk, with the aircraft expected to fly deep into enemy territory, which made the plane and its crew prime targets for enemy forces. Interviews were conducted with surviving members from the same squadron and with relatives of the missing crew. These interviews aimed to gather personal stories and any transmitted communications that could have been overlooked or not adequately recorded at the time. Some family members provided letters and other personal effects that included references to previous missions and the crew's thoughts and feelings about their roles in the war. These artifacts offered a poignant glimpse into the personal lives of those involved, enriching the narrative of the historical investigation. Additionally, historians sought eyewitness accounts from other military personnel who might have been in the area on the day the bomber disappeared. These efforts uncovered a few vague references to unusual radio traffic heard around that time, which had previously been dismissed as irrelevant or misidentified due to the chaotic nature of wartime communications. The investigation also extended to exploring similar historical incidents, where aircraft disappeared under mysterious circumstances, only to re-emerge in folklore or speculative sightings. This comparative analysis was useful not only in understanding the phenomenon, but also in placing the current incident within a broader historical and cultural context. Researchers delved into theories of ghost planes, a recurring motif in 20th century military and aviation folklore, which often symbolizes unresolved grief and the haunting memories of war. As the historical investigation unfolded, it also highlighted the technological advancements in radio and aviation technology since World War II. Experts on vintage military equipment were consulted to ascertain the capabilities and limitations of the period's technology, particularly the types of radios used in World War II bombers. These specialists provided insights into how atmospheric conditions, equipment malfunctions, or operator errors could have contributed to unexplained transmissions. Throughout this investigative process, the public's fascination with the story grew. Museums and war memorials began to feature exhibits on the missing bomber, using the incident to educate visitors about the uncertainties and perils of wartime aviation. These exhibits often included interactive elements, such as listening stations where visitors could hear simulated versions of the distress call, and panels discussing the nature of radio transmissions and how they can be affected by environmental factors. The historical investigation, while failing to provide a conclusive explanation for the distress signal, succeeded in reviving interest in the fate of the missing bomber and its crew. It brought closure to some family members, offering them a sense of connection to their lost relatives and the comfort of knowing that their loved ones had not been forgotten. Moreover, it encouraged ongoing scholarly interest in wartime communication mysteries, ensuring that the legacy of those lost in war continued to be remembered and studied. The ghost transmission episode ignited a cascade of theories and speculations that extended beyond the confines of straightforward historical and technical analysis. As no definitive answers emerged from the rigorous checks and investigative efforts, the discussion broadened to encompass a wider array of possibilities, including both natural phenomena and more speculative supernatural explanations. Among the scientific community, the notion of natural atmospheric phenomena played a central role in the discourse. Experts in atmospheric science and physics considered the possibility that unique atmospheric conditions might have allowed a radio transmission from decades ago to be reflected or refracted back to Earth. Phenomena such as sky wave propagation, where radio waves bounce off the ionosphere and travel vast distances, and even more obscure theories like ducting, where radio waves are trapped in layers of different temperatures and humidity, were discussed as potential explanations. These theories were bolstered by incidents in radio history, where signals thought to be lost or sent long ago were received much later, due to unusual atmospheric conditions. However, the exact conditions required to recreate such a specific and seemingly directed transmission as that of the missing W-2 bomber remained a point of contention and deep intrigue within the scientific panels discussing the case. On the other side of the spectrum, the paranormal enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists had a field day with the incident. The Bermuda Triangle, notorious for its mysterious disappearances and strange occurrences, was frequently cited in these discussions. Theories ranged from wormholes and time slips to interdimensional portals, suggesting that the bomber had momentarily bridged through time to send its distress call into the future. These ideas, while lacking scientific backing, captured the imagination of the public and fueled numerous articles, books, and documentary segments. Historians and cultural anthropologists also weighed in, viewing the persistent interest in the ghost transmission through the lens of cultural studies. They argued that such phenomena serve as modern folklore, stories that people cling to in order to deal with the chaos and unpredictability of life. The bomber's story, they suggested, had morphed into a kind of ghost story for the technological age, embodying the collective anxiety about war and the unknown. In academic circles, the incident became a case study in how unexplained phenomena can challenge our understanding of science and technology. Conferences and symposiums featured panels and papers on the incident, discussing not only the technical and atmospheric possibilities, but also exploring what this phenomenon reveals about human belief systems and the psychology of mystery. The theories and speculations also prompted further scientific exploration into the limits of current radio technology and atmospheric sciences. Grants were allocated for projects aimed at studying skywave propagation more intensely, especially as it relates to long-delayed radio wave travel. Such research endeavored to discern whether science might one day be able to explain anomalies that currently fall into the realm of the unexplained. In essence, the myriad theories and speculations surrounding the ghost transmission demonstrated the human penchant for mystery and the lengths to which individuals and communities will go to make sense of the inexplicable. Whether driven by scientific curiosity, a fascination with the supernatural, or a blend of both, the discussions and debates ensured that the story of the WW2 bomber and its eerie call for help continued to resonate, inviting more questions than it answered. As the ghostly transmission from the World War II bomber settled into the annals of unexplained military history, its cultural impact continued to resonate across various spheres. The incident not only captivated the imagination of those directly involved in its investigation, but also touched a broader public fascinated by mysteries and the supernatural. In the media, the story of the ghost transmission found a fertile ground. Documentaries and television specials explored the eerie event, often framing it within the larger context of wartime disappearances and paranormal phenomena. These programs delved into the historical background of the missing bomber, the personal stories of its crew, and the technical aspects of the radio transmission, all the while weaving in interviews with experts, historians, and family members. The narrative was invariably tinged with a sense of mystery and often speculative interpretations, which helped to draw in viewers and spark public discussion. The incident also inspired episodes in popular culture, influencing works of fiction in books and films. Writers and filmmakers used the concept of a ghost plane emitting a distress signal from the past as a poignant metaphor for unresolved past conflicts and the haunting nature of loss. These stories often explored themes of time, memory, and the unresolved echoes of war, resonating with audiences who found in them a reflection of universal sentiments. Moreover, the ghost transmission became a topic of interest in academic circles beyond the scientific community. Scholars in the fields of folklore and mythology examined how modern tales of ghost ships and planes serve as contemporary folklore, providing insight into societal fears and the ways in which people use stories to make sense of unexplainable events. Conferences and papers discussed the incident in the context of technological folklore, where modern technology intertwines with age-old narrative forms to create new myths. Educationally, the incident was incorporated into curriculums, particularly in courses dealing with the history of technology, communication studies, and the psychological impact of war. Students analyzed the event not only for its historical and technological aspects, but also for its implications on how narratives are constructed in the media and popular culture. Community events, such as talks and exhibitions at museums, often featured segments dedicated to the ghost transmission. These events aimed to educate the public about the science of radio communications, the history of World War II aviation, and the phenomenon of skywave propagation. They also provided spaces for veterans and historians to share their insights, and for visitors to reflect on the broader implications of wartime technologies. Through these various channels, the legacy of the ghost transmission endured, continually sparking new discussions and insights. It served as a reminder of the mysteries that still permeate our understanding of the past, and the ways in which these mysteries captivate and intrigue us. As new technologies and methodologies emerge, the possibility remains that future investigations could one day provide answers to this enduring World War II mystery, turning legend back into history. Yet, until such time, the ghost transmission remains a symbol of the enigmatic intersection between history, technology, and the supernatural. The enduring intrigue surrounding the ghost transmission from the World War II bomber encapsulates a fascinating blend of unresolved history, technological mystery, and human curiosity. As years have passed since the eerie incident was first reported, it continues to foster a sustained interest among amateur sleuths, historians, and paranormal enthusiasts, who each bring their own perspectives and theories to the table. The mystery of the transmission has not only become a staple in discussions about unexplained military phenomena, but has also encouraged a broader dialogue about the limits of our understanding of past events. The fact that no conclusive explanation has been found keeps the story alive in the collective imagination, serving as a potent reminder of the wartime sacrifices and the mysteries that may never be fully unraveled. Amateur historians and radio enthusiasts, in particular, have taken up the challenge, dedicating themselves to parsing through old military records, building replicas of WW2-era radio equipment, and even organizing listening events in hopes of catching similar anomalies. These community-led initiatives often result in gatherings where individuals share findings, swap theories, and keep the history of the incident relevant for new generations. Furthermore, the story of the ghostly World War II transmission has spurred ongoing research and technological exploration. Advances in radio technology and atmospheric science may one day provide the tools needed to uncover what really happened, or at least to offer more plausible explanations for such phenomena. This possibility excites both the scientific community and the general public, who are eager to see how new technologies might finally solve old mysteries. In addition to scientific and amateur investigations, the incident remains a poignant subject in remembrance and memorial activities. Annual events commemorating the crew of the missing bomber often include mentions of the ghost transmission, reminding attendees of the enduring mysteries of war and the unbreakable connection to the past those mysteries represent. These ceremonies provide a space for reflection on the impact of war and the personal stories of those who serve, linking the past directly with the present through shared narratives and communal memory. The ghost transmission also continues to inspire cultural works, including novels, films, and art installations that explore themes of time, memory, and the unknown. These works often pose deeper existential questions about reality, perception, and the nature of communication across time, engaging audiences in a multifaceted exploration of the incident's implications. This cultural resonance underscores the broad impact of the ghost transmission, demonstrating its capacity to inspire and challenge across various mediums and audiences. Conferences and academic symposiums regularly feature the ghost transmission as a subject of interest, attracting experts in communications, wartime history, and psychology. These forums often explore the psychological impact of such phenomena on soldiers and civilians alike, discussing how unexplained events can affect morale and foster a sense of the supernatural amidst the horrors of war. The discussions also delve into the role of technology in shaping our understanding of historical events, questioning how advances in equipment might alter our perception of what is possible or real. Online communities play a significant role in perpetuating the legacy of the ghost transmission. Forums and social media groups dedicated to military history, paranormal phenomena, and World War II technology provide platforms for ongoing discussion and discovery. Here, enthusiasts from around the world share theories, discuss new research, and even collaborate on projects aimed at uncovering more about the incident. This global engagement ensures that the mystery remains a lively topic of discussion, continually refreshed by new insights and perspectives. Ultimately, the legacy of the ghost transmission underscores a collective fascination with the unknown and a relentless pursuit of truth, however elusive it may be. Whether or not the mystery is ever solved, the story serves as a testament to the complexity of historical events and the human desire to make sense of the inexplicable. As it stands, the ghost transmission from the World War II bomber remains a captivating chapter in the annals of wartime history, a puzzle that continues to challenge, intrigue, and inspire those who encounter it. On a balmy evening in May 2003, a Boeing 727-223, registered as N844AA, sat quietly on the tarmac at 4 de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola. This particular aircraft had a rich operational history, having once ferried passengers across vast distances for major airlines. However, its glory days were seemingly behind it, as it awaited a new lease on life or its final resting place, parked among other forgotten relics of aviation. The Boeing 727-223 was a marvel of its time, renowned for its robust tri-jet configuration that made it a favorite among airlines for short to medium-haul routes. By the time it arrived in Luanda, this particular aircraft had transitioned from a commercial airliner to a potential cargo plane, reflecting the common fate of many aging aircraft. Its journey to Angola was a far cry from the bustling routes it once dominated. Here, it was meant to find new purpose in the cargo transport sector, a plan that never fully materialized. The aircraft's presence in Angola was emblematic of the broader context in which this mystery unfolded. Angola, at the time, was a nation grappling with the aftermath of a prolonged and devastating civil war that had only recently concluded. The war had left its airports, like many other infrastructures, in a state of disrepair and underregulated. Security protocols were lax, and oversight was minimal, conditions ripe for the unusual and the illicit. In this setting, the Boeing 727 had been grounded for over a year, accruing substantial parking fees and becoming a fixture on the airport's periphery. Maintenance on the plane was sporadic at best, performed just enough to keep it from complete dilapidation, with hopes still lingering for its eventual return to service. The aircraft was under the oversight of a company that had hoped to convert it for cargo use, though these plans had stalled indefinitely. On May 25, 2003, the airport buzzed with the usual activity, oblivious to the history about to be made. The Boeing 727, which had been a static feature for so long, was about to take center stage in one of aviation's most baffling mysteries. As the sun began to set, reports emerged of unusual activity near the aircraft. Witnesses later recounted seeing a small group of men boarding the plane, though details were murky and no official record of a scheduled flight existed. What followed next was as audacious as it was perilous. Without any clearance or communication with tower controllers, the Boeing 727-223 powered up its engines. Those on duty watched in disbelief as the aircraft taxied along the runway, its navigation lights off, maintaining a ghostly discretion. With a sudden burst of acceleration, the plane took off, disappearing into the darkening skies, leaving a trail of confusion and alarm in its wake. The immediate aftermath of the unauthorized takeoff was chaotic. Airport personnel scrambled to alert local authorities and aviation agencies, while the control tower made frantic attempts to establish radio contact with the now rogue aircraft. As minutes turned into hours without any sign of the plane or its illicit crew, the severity of the situation began to sink in. The aircraft had vanished, and with it, any straightforward explanation. The Angolan military, along with international aviation authorities, began piecing together the aircraft's last known movements. The search area was vast, spanning a significant expanse of the Atlantic Ocean where the plane was presumed to have headed. Meanwhile, international attention quickly escalated as news of the daring escape spread across the globe. The FBI and the U.S. Department of State became involved, given the American registration of the aircraft and the potential implications of such a security breach on international aviation. This disappearance triggered a cascade of investigative efforts and theories ranging from simple theft to more complex scenarios involving smuggling or espionage. The world was left to wonder, how could a sizable jet airliner simply disappear? What were the intentions of those who spirited it away? And most importantly, where did they, and the Boeing 727, ultimately end up? As the mystery deepened, the Boeing 727's unauthorized flight became a symbol of post-war Angola's challenges and the broader issues facing global aviation security. This incident was not just a case of an aircraft disappearance. It was a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities that existed in the international system. Vulnerabilities that could allow a fully loaded jet airliner to vanish into the night. As the initial shock of the Boeing 727's unauthorized takeoff began to wane, focus shifted to piecing together the puzzle of how such an event could occur. Investigations kicked into high gear, with international cooperation threading through efforts to trace the aircraft's potential routes and ultimate fate. The scenario was baffling. A large commercial jet had seemingly vanished into thin air, prompting a cascade of theories and extensive search operations. Authorities scoured flight data and radar records, attempting to chart a possible path the aircraft could have taken after its dramatic departure from Luanda. Given the Boeing 727's fuel capacity and the last known heading, calculations were made regarding its maximum range, pointing search efforts towards the Atlantic Ocean and beyond. However, the vastness of the ocean and the lack of precise tracking data from the time of disappearance significantly hampered these efforts. The Angolan government, embarrassed by the breach of its airport security, ramped up its involvement, collaborating closely with international agencies including the FBI, which had opened an investigation due to the American registration of the aircraft. The FBI delved into the backgrounds of those known to have been associated with the aircraft in the days prior to its disappearance. They scrutinized maintenance records, interviewed airport staff, and investigated the murky business dealings surrounding the aircraft's presence in Angola. Meanwhile, speculation abounded. One prevailing theory suggested that the aircraft had been stolen for its value as a flying machine, possibly to be used by rogue operators outside of the mainstream aviation industry. Another theory proposed that the plane was commandeered for smuggling purposes, given Angola's history as a hub for the illegal diamond trade. The idea that the aircraft could be repurposed for illicit activities in distant lands added a layer of urgency to the investigations. Adding to the complexity were numerous sightings reported across Africa and even South America. Each report prompted a flurry of activity, with local authorities scrambling to verify the accuracy of these claims. Yet none of these sightings were substantiated, and the aircraft remained elusive, as if it had indeed managed to ghost away into another part of the world. The international aviation community was also on high alert, as the disappearance highlighted significant vulnerabilities in global aviation security. The ease with which the aircraft was commandeered and removed from a supposedly secure international airport led to widespread discussions about the need for enhanced security measures. This incident acted as a catalyst for regulatory changes, prompting airports worldwide to tighten security protocols, especially concerning aircraft storage and access. Simultaneously, the mystery of the missing Boeing 727 captured the public's imagination, drawing attention from aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and the media. Forums and websites popped up with people theorizing about the fate of the aircraft, each adding their layer of speculation to the story. The intrigue was magnified by the dramatic nature of the aircraft's disappearance and the backdrop of Angola's political and economic climate. As weeks turned into months without any trace of the aircraft, the fervor of the initial search began to diminish. International attention gradually shifted away from the case, which nestled into the annals of unsolved aviation mysteries. However, the impact of this event continued to resonate, influencing policy and procedures within the aviation industry. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 in 2003 remains a stark reminder of the challenges and dangers lurking within international aviation, serving as a case study in the complexities of global security, the ingenuity of criminal intent, and the limits of modern surveillance and tracking technologies. As such, it continues to be a subject of study and speculation, holding a place as one of the aviation world's most intriguing mysteries. As the Boeing 727-223 mysteriously lifted off from Luanda Airport without authorization, the immediate realization of its disappearance kicked off a frantic response from both local authorities and international agencies. The aircraft's sudden and unauthorized departure prompted an immediate and extensive search operation that would span multiple countries and vast expanses of the Atlantic Ocean. Initially, the primary concern was the potential threat an aircraft of such size could pose if used for malicious purposes, given the global climate of heightened security, particularly in the post-9/11 era. The disappearance of a large jet fueled fears of terrorism. This urgency galvanized a coordinated international response, with the United States, Angola, and neighboring countries pooling resources in a desperate bid to track down the missing aircraft. The search operation was vast and complex, involving satellite imagery, radar data, and maritime patrols. The U.S. Navy deployed ships and aircraft to scour the Atlantic, focusing on the aircraft's last known trajectory, which suggested it might be heading east over the ocean. Despite these efforts, the vast open waters and the lack of a precise last known position hampered the search efforts. The Atlantic Ocean's enormity made the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack, with each passing hour diminishing the likelihood of a successful recovery. Meanwhile, the FBI and other international law enforcement agencies delved into the investigation of the aircraft's disappearance, focusing on the backgrounds of those associated with the aircraft in the days leading up to its unauthorized takeoff. Investigators explored various leads, including scrutinizing recent hires at the airport, examining flight logs, and interviewing those who last serviced the aircraft. They aimed to piece together a timeline of events and identify any potential suspects who might have had the knowledge and opportunity to carry out such a bold theft. Theories about the aircraft's disappearance varied widely. Some speculated that the plane might have been stolen for its scrap value, while others suggested it could have been taken by smugglers or terrorists. The investigation also considered the possibility that the plane was repossessed by creditors, given the financial difficulties faced by the airline operating the aircraft. One of the most challenging aspects of the investigation was the lack of communication from the aircraft post-takeoff. No distress signals or communication had been made, and the plane's transponder appeared to have been turned off, making it invisible to civilian radar. This lack of data severely limited the ability to track the aircraft's path after it deviated from its expected route over the Atlantic. As weeks turned into months, the initial intensive search efforts began to scale down. The vast area of ocean that needed to be covered, combined with the minimal evidence and the fading trail of the aircraft, made continued large-scale search operations unfeasible. The International Task Force had to make the tough decision to reduce the scope of the search, focusing instead on satellite monitoring and intelligence leads. This phase of the search operation saw a shift in focus from a rescue mission to an investigative quest, as hope of finding the aircraft, or understanding its disappearance, faded. The mystery of what happened to the Boeing 727 continued to puzzle investigators and captured the imagination of the public worldwide. The case highlighted significant gaps in international aviation security and raised uncomfortable questions about the ease with which an aircraft could be commandeered and disappear. The unresolved nature of the disappearance left a lasting impact on global aviation policies, prompting a re-evaluation of airport security measures, particularly in countries with less stringent regulatory environments like Angola. The incident acted as a catalyst for change, leading to tighter security protocols and increased cooperation between international aviation and law enforcement agencies. As the active search concluded without success, the story of the missing Boeing 727 settled into a narrative of mystery and speculation, joining the ranks of other unsolved aviation mysteries. It remains a subject of intrigue, a case study in aviation security vulnerabilities, and a stark reminder of the complexities of protecting global aviation from a range of threats. The disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda in 2003 sparked a plethora of theories, both plausible and far-fetched, as investigators, journalists, and the public grappled with the scant details surrounding its mysterious takeoff and subsequent vanishing. The intrigue was compounded by the aircraft's known condition and the geopolitical context, weaving a complex tapestry of possibilities that ranged from criminal activity to intricate conspiracies. One prevailing theory centered on the possibility of criminal intent, specifically aircraft theft, for illicit use. The 727 could potentially be repurposed for smuggling operations, given its capacity to carry significant cargo over considerable distances. Africa, with its vast, loosely monitored spaces and ongoing conflicts, presented a fertile ground for such activities. This theory posited that the aircraft was stolen not for the plane itself, but for the profitable opportunities it represented. Another theory suggested that the aircraft was seized to be used in a terror attack. This was fueled by the global atmosphere post 9/11, where fears of aircraft being used as weapons were at a heightened state. However, this theory gradually waned due to the lack of any corroborative terrorist claims or subsequent attacks, which would typically follow such high-profile thefts if they were terrorism-related. There was also speculation that the aircraft had been taken for insurance fraud. The idea was that the owner, perhaps facing financial difficulties, might have arranged for the aircraft to disappear in order to claim insurance money. This theory was supported by the aircraft's extended period of inactivity and accumulating fees at Luanda Airport, suggesting financial distress. However, detailed investigations into the insurance policies and financial state of the owning company yielded no substantial evidence supporting this theory. Adding to the web of speculation were numerous reported sightings of the aircraft after its disappearance. Reports came from various parts of Africa and even more remote regions, claiming sightings of an aircraft matching the description of the missing 727. Each report prompted bursts of activity from investigators and sometimes local authorities, but none led to any concrete findings. The elusive nature of these sightings only deepened the mystery, fueling more speculative theories among those following the case. Some conspiracy theorists even suggested that the aircraft was part of a covert operation, either by a private entity or a government agency, which explained the seeming lack of traceability and the muted official responses in some quarters. These theories often drew on the historical context of covert operations in Africa during the Cold War, suggesting a continuation of such practices in a new geopolitical guise. Amidst these swirling theories, the investigation faced significant challenges. The primary issue was the lack of physical evidence. Without wreckage, flight data recorders, or confirmed sightings post-takeoff, investigators had little to work with beyond the theoretical. The vast potential area where the aircraft could have gone down or landed, given its fuel capacity and range, made any search and recovery operation daunting and likely impractical. The international aspect of the case also posed legal and logistical hurdles. The aircraft's disappearance in Angola involved navigating the complexities of international law, cooperation between multiple countries' law enforcement agencies, and dealing with varying levels of resources and political will. The multinational nature of the investigation required careful coordination and was often hindered by bureaucratic delays and jurisdictional disputes. As the years passed, the lack of new evidence and the dimming prospects of solving the case led to a gradual reduction in active investigation efforts. However, the interest in the case did not entirely fade. It remained a popular topic among aviation enthusiasts, mystery aficionados, and conspiracy theorists, who continued to dissect every piece of available data and proposed new angles and insights. The story of the missing Boeing 727 became a part of the larger narrative of modern aviation mysteries, often compared to other incidents like the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. It served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities in global aviation security and the challenges faced in securing older aircraft and preventing unauthorized use. In sum, the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 is a multifaceted mystery that encapsulates the complexities of international aviation, the challenges of cross-border criminal investigations, and the enduring human fascination with unsolved mysteries. As such, it continues to intrigue and baffle, a modern legend that provokes both professional curiosity and imaginative speculation. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 in 2003 had a significant impact on global aviation security, particularly highlighting the vulnerabilities in aircraft management and airport security in less regulated regions. This incident spurred an overhaul of security measures and policies to prevent similar occurrences in the future, reflecting on the lessons learned from such a startling event. The disappearance underscored the critical need for stringent security protocols at airports around the world, especially in countries where oversight might not be as rigorous due to economic or political challenges. Following the incident, there was a concerted push to implement more comprehensive tracking systems for all aircraft. The idea was to ensure that airplanes could be monitored in real time, not just from takeoff to landing, but also while parked on the tarmac to prevent unauthorized access and use. One of the direct outcomes was the enhancement of the International Civil Aviation Organization's ICAO standards and recommended practices. These updates included improvements in aircraft tracking technologies, mandating more robust communication systems that could help track an aircraft's movements more accurately and reliably. Efforts were made to extend these regulations to include not only passenger aircraft, but also cargo planes and other non-commercial aviation vehicles. The incident also prompted a review of airport security measures globally. There was a renewed emphasis on controlling access to aircraft, requiring more stringent checks for ground staff and maintenance crews who had direct access to planes. Additionally, the installation of better perimeter security measures, such as surveillance cameras and motion detectors around critical areas like parking bays and hangars, became more prevalent. In many countries, the regulatory bodies responsible for aviation safety began conducting regular audits and inspections to ensure compliance with these enhanced security measures. Training programs for airport security personnel were overhauled to equip them with the skills and knowledge necessary to detect and respond to potential threats swiftly. These training initiatives often included modules on crisis management and emergency response to better prepare staff for unusual situations like the one that led to the Boeing 727's disappearance. Moreover, the incident highlighted the importance of international cooperation in aviation security. The ease with which the aircraft was taken from an international airport in Angola and disappeared without trace pointed to gaps not just in physical security measures, but also in the coordination between different countries' aviation authorities. In response, there was a stronger push for shared databases and communication networks that could help track aircraft across borders and jurisdictions more effectively. This collaborative approach was seen not only in operational measures, but also in legal and regulatory frameworks. International agreements and treaties were strengthened or established to aid in the recovery and investigation of stolen or missing aircraft, ensuring that countries could work together more effectively in the face of such challenges. The Boeing 727 disappearance also led to increased public and regulatory interest in the fate of decommissioned aircraft. With hundreds of older planes parked in airports around the world, often in states of disrepair, the incident served as a wake-up call to the potential risks these aircraft posed if not properly secured. Guidelines for the storage, maintenance, and final disposal of decommissioned planes were tightened to prevent them from becoming security liabilities. As these new measures and policies took effect, the aviation community reflected on the profound implications of the Luanda Boeing 727 incident. It became a case study in the vulnerabilities and potential risks facing global aviation, driving home the need for vigilance, preparedness, and continuous improvement in security practices. The legacy of this bizarre and unsettling event thus continues to influence the standards and strategies employed today to safeguard against similar threats to aviation security. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda in 2003 has not only captivated the attention of aviation experts and mystery enthusiasts, but has also significantly impacted the families of those presumed to be on board and other stakeholders. Over the years, this unresolved case has woven a complex tapestry of emotional, legal, and financial ramifications that continue to resonate. For the families and friends of the crew members involved, the disappearance has been a source of enduring pain and uncertainty. The lack of closure and definitive answers has left many in a state of prolonged grief and unresolved loss. Anniversaries of the disappearance often bring renewed media attention, forcing families to relive the uncertainties and stirring up the emotional turmoil that comes with not knowing the fate of their loved ones. This ongoing mystery has also spurred advocacy efforts by these families, who have sought to keep the case in the public eye and pressure international authorities to continue the investigation. They have called for more rigorous international regulations regarding aircraft security and more effective measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. Their efforts have highlighted the need for comprehensive support systems for families affected by aviation disasters, advocating for better communication and assistance from both governmental and corporate entities. For the aviation industry stakeholders, including airlines, airport operators, and regulatory bodies, the incident was a wake-up call that prompted a re-evaluation of security practices. The economic implications were significant, leading to increased costs associated with enhanced security measures. However, these investments were recognized as essential to restoring public confidence in air travel, particularly in regions where security concerns had been previously highlighted. The financial impact extended beyond the immediate stakeholders. Insurance companies, facing the reality of covering a complete aircraft loss without recovery, had to adjust their policies and premiums for similar risks. This incident led to more stringent risk assessments and higher insurance costs for older aircraft and those operated in higher-risk regions. Legally, the disappearance of the Boeing 727 sparked numerous questions about jurisdiction and international law. The aircraft's sudden vanishing acted as a catalyst for discussions on legal responsibility and the complexities involved in dealing with incidents that occur in international, or in this case, poorly monitored spaces. Legal experts and policymakers were prompted to explore new frameworks to better address these challenges, ensuring more robust international cooperation and legal preparedness. Moreover, the incident has had a lasting effect on the broader community of Luanda and the aviation industry in Angola. It brought to light the vulnerabilities in the country's aviation sector, prompting improvements in airport security and regulatory oversight. These changes were necessary to align the country with international aviation standards and to restore trust among international partners and travelers. The story of the missing Boeing 727 also continues to fuel academic and professional discourse within the fields of aviation safety, security, and crisis management. Universities, safety organizations, and industry conferences often refer to the case as a study point for discussions on risk management, emergency response, and the socio-economic impacts of aviation security failures. As we reflect on the broader implications of this unresolved mystery, it becomes clear that the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 is more than just an aviation anomaly. It is a multifaceted issue that touches on human, legal, and socioeconomic fields. The ongoing discussions and policies that have emerged in the wake of this incident underscore the complex interplay between global aviation practices and the need for a cohesive approach to addressing such unprecedented events. This case remains a poignant reminder of the ever-present need for vigilance, innovation, and cooperation across all levels of global aviation. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda Airport in 2003 has left an indelible mark on the global aviation community, prompting an ongoing re-evaluation of security measures and practices. The incident not only highlighted significant security lapses, but also demonstrated the potential consequences of operational oversight failures. This section explores the initial impacts and responses within the aviation industry and regulatory environments, highlighting the changes spurred by this incident. Following the aircraft's unauthorized departure and subsequent disappearance, there was an immediate recognition among global aviation authorities of the need for stringent security enhancements. This event underscored vulnerabilities at airports in countries with less rigorous regulatory oversight, particularly in post-conflict nations like Angola, where infrastructure might be compromised or outdated. As a result, international aviation regulatory bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, began to scrutinize existing security protocols, especially concerning aircraft on the ground. One significant change was the implementation of stricter controls on access to aircraft. Airports worldwide were urged to reassess their perimeter security, ensuring that all areas were adequately monitored and that access to aircraft was strictly controlled through biometric checks and electronic badge systems. These measures aim to prevent unauthorized access to aircraft, a critical factor in the Luanda incident, where the individuals involved were able to board and pilot the aircraft without detection. Moreover, the incident catalyzed enhancements in aircraft tracking technology. Real-time tracking systems became a focal point of development, driven by the need to ensure that all aircraft could be monitored continuously throughout their operations, including when parked. Technologies such as automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, started to see wider adoption, providing real-time precision tracking of aircraft movements, which would have alerted authorities to the unauthorized movement of the 727 much sooner. The global aviation community also saw a shift towards more collaborative security efforts. Recognizing that security is only as strong as its weakest link, there was a push for improved international cooperation and information sharing among aviation authorities. This was particularly important for tracking and managing the risks associated with older aircraft models, which might not meet the latest operational standards, but are still in use in various parts of the world. Additionally, the incident led to increased investment in training for airport security personnel. Training programs were overhauled to include modules on crisis management, threat detection, and response strategies tailored to scenarios like unauthorized aircraft operations. These training sessions aim to equip personnel with the skills necessary to identify and mitigate risks effectively, ensuring a proactive rather than reactive security posture. In the broader regulatory context, the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 highlighted the need for comprehensive international standards that could be uniformly applied across all member states. The ICAO and other bodies work towards harmonizing global aviation security standards, emphasizing the need for robust regulatory frameworks that could adapt to the evolving landscape of global threats. These changes collectively represented a paradigm shift in how aviation security was approached, reflecting a more nuanced understanding of the multifaceted risks present in global aviation operations. The legacy of the missing Boeing 727-223, therefore, extends far beyond the immediate mystery and intrigue. It serves as a catalyst for strengthening the safety and security foundations of the aviation industry worldwide. The unresolved disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 continues to reverberate across the aviation industry, serving as a poignant reminder of the challenges and complexities associated with securing commercial aircraft. The event not only catalyzed changes in aviation security practices, but also left a lasting cultural and emotional impact, particularly among those directly affected by the incident. For the families of the crew presumed to be on board and the stakeholders directly involved, the absence of closure has been a source of ongoing distress. The mystery surrounding the aircraft's fate has prompted these families to become advocates for stronger aviation safety measures and more rigorous oversight, ensuring that their loved one's legacy contributes to preventing future such incidents. Their efforts highlight the human aspect of aviation disasters, which often gets overshadowed by technical discussions and regulatory updates. In the broader community, the disappearance has fueled a continued fascination with aviation mysteries, drawing comparisons to other infamous cases like the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. This fascination underscores a deeper cultural attraction to mysteries and the unknown, particularly those involving technology and human ingenuity. The Boeing 727's disappearance has inspired documentaries, books, and articles, each exploring different theories and aspects of the case, illustrating our collective quest for answers and understanding. Moreover, the incident has had educational implications, becoming a case study in aviation security courses and seminars around the world. It is used to teach critical lessons about risk management, emergency preparedness, and the importance of robust security systems. These educational initiatives help prepare the next generation of aviation professionals to better handle the challenges of a globalized and interconnected aviation environment. The story of the missing Boeing 727 also continues to influence policy and practice. The incident has been instrumental in shaping ongoing discussions at the International Civil Aviation Organization and other regulatory bodies about how to effectively manage and secure aging aircraft fleets, particularly in regions with limited resources. These discussions often lead to updated guidelines and recommendations that aim to enhance the safety and security of international air travel. Lastly, the enduring mystery of what happened to the Boeing 727-223 serves as a catalyst for ongoing technological innovation in aircraft tracking and surveillance. The aviation industry continues to develop more advanced tracking systems that can prevent aircraft from disappearing without trace. These technologies, which include satellite-based tracking and automated flight monitoring systems, are now seen as essential components of modern aviation operations. As we reflect on the broader impact of this incident, it becomes clear that the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda has left an indelible mark on many levels. From sparking improvements in global aviation security to impacting families and inspiring cultural narratives, the legacy of this event is multifaceted. It continues to motivate advancements in safety and security, ensuring that the aviation industry remains vigilant against similar threats in the future, thereby honoring the memory of those involved in this mysterious disappearance. On a humid morning in late June 1937, Amelia Earhart, already a celebrated aviator and symbol of pioneering spirit, prepared for what was to be the most challenging leg of her ambitious quest to circumnavigate the globe. Alongside her was navigator Fred Noonan, whose skills would be crucial in navigating the vast and treacherous expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Their aircraft, a modified Lockheed Electra, was equipped with additional fuel tanks, transforming the cabin into a cramped space filled with just enough room for the pilots and essential navigation equipment. This setup underscored the gravity and daring nature of their journey. Amelia Earhart was not just a pilot. She was a visionary who had already broken numerous records and established herself as a formidable figure in the rapidly evolving field of aviation. Her goal to fly around the world was more than a personal challenge. It was a statement about the possibilities of air travel and the role of women in its future. As the Lockheed Electra took off from Lae, New Guinea, the weight of this ambition was palpable. The flight to Howland Island, a tiny sliver of land in the vast Pacific, was one of the most critical phases of her journey. The island would serve as a crucial refueling stop, without which the completion of the circumnavigation would be impossible. The preparation for this leg of the flight had been meticulous. Earhart and Noonan had spent countless hours poring over maps and flight charts, calculating and recalculating their planned route to account for the myriad of challenges they faced, including unpredictable weather patterns and potential navigational errors. The Lockheed Electra itself had undergone numerous modifications to maximize its range and reliability, tweaks that were tested and retested to meet the exacting demands of their journey. Their departure from Leh on July 2nd was watched by a small crowd, a mix of well-wishers and press, all aware of the significance of the moment. Earhart, ever the emblem of confidence and calm, waved from the cockpit, her expression one of determined focus. As the engines roared to life and the plane lumbered down the runway, there was a collective holding of breath among those watching. Once the aircraft lifted into the sky, it disappeared into the clouds, leaving behind an air of hopeful anticipation. As Earhart and Noonan settled into the flight, their path took them over some of the most remote areas of the Pacific. Communication during this leg was limited to scheduled transmissions with the Coast Guard ship Itasca, which was stationed near Howland Island to provide radio guidance and weather updates. The vastness of the ocean around them was a constant reminder of the isolation and risks inherent in their undertaking. The last communication with the Itasca was both routine and ominous. Earhart reported cloudy weather, some rain, and rough seas below. She mentioned they were flying on a line of position noted on their maps that should have brought them directly over Howland Island. However, as time passed, further attempts to establish radio contact proved fruitless. Noonan's expertise as a navigator, crucial for their success, was up against the daunting challenge of finding a minute target in the immense Pacific. The realization that the aircraft might be lost began to dawn on those waiting on Howland Island and aboard the Itasca. The scheduled radio checks came and went without a word from the Electra. Anxiety turned to alarm as hours passed with no sign of Earhart or Noonan. The Itasca began broadcasting a constant stream of messages, hoping to guide the Electra in by radio if they were close enough to hear but unable to respond. When the full scope of the situation became apparent, a massive search operation was quickly mobilized. The U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, along with other available Pacific military resources, launched one of the most extensive search and rescue missions of the time. Planes and ships scoured thousands of square miles of ocean, retracing Earhart's planned route and exploring other areas where she might have gone down. Despite these efforts, no trace of Amelia Earhart, Fred Noonan, or the Lockheed Electra was ever found. The disappearance became one of the greatest aviation mysteries of the 20th century, prompting a myriad of theories and continuing explorations that spanned decades. Amelia Earhart's legacy, fueled by her daring and her mysterious fate, continued to inspire adventurers and aviators, ensuring that her story, emblematic of the era's bold strides in aviation and the lingering risks of uncharted territories, would not be forgotten. As Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra soared across the Pacific Ocean towards Howland Island, her voice crackled over the radio in what would become the last transmissions ever received from the famed aviator. These brief communications conveyed a mix of routine flight updates and growing concern. The weather was worsening, and despite the Electra being equipped for long distances, navigating to such a minuscule target in the vast Pacific was proving more challenging than anticipated. On the morning of July 2, 1937, as Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, approached the vicinity of Howland Island, the tension aboard the Itasca, a U.S. Coast Guard cutter stationed nearby to support the flight, was palpable. The ship served as Earhart's lifeline to landing safely, equipped to guide her in with radio bearings. Earhart's transmissions, however, indicated she was having difficulty finding the island and receiving the radio signals meant to guide her approach. Earhart's last known transmission, fraught with static, indicated that she believed they were on course but could not see the island. She mentioned running low on fuel and requested that the Itasca take bearings on her signal. Despite the urgency in her voice, the specifics of her position remained unclear, complicating the Coast Guard's ability to provide effective assistance. The gravity of the situation deepened with each unproductive exchange. The plane was somewhere close, yet invisible, hidden by vast oceanic expanses. This final phase of Earhart's flight was marked by a series of critical decisions and unfortunate miscommunications. Earhart and Noonan were navigating largely by dead reckoning, having to rely on their calculations and the plane's instruments, as their radio equipment lacked the sophistication to effectively pinpoint their location relative to Howland Island. The challenges were compounded by environmental factors. The weather conditions included overcast skies and sporadic rain showers, reducing visibility and further complicating their efforts to visually locate the island. Meanwhile, on Howland Island, personnel waited anxiously. Equipped with binoculars and ears tuned to the radio, they scanned the horizon for any sign of the Electra. Time ticked by with growing dread as the reality set in. Earhart and Noonan might have missed the island entirely, or worse, run out of fuel and been forced to ditch in the shark-infested waters. Back on the Itasca, operators attempted to re-establish contact, broadcasting a steady stream of messages in hopes that Earhart would pick them up and use them to find her way. Unfortunately, technical limitations and a critical misunderstanding about the frequencies used for transmission hindered these efforts. The Itasca was equipped to transmit strong signals, but without confirmation that Earhart was receiving them, their utility was severely compromised. As hours passed without further contact, the situation escalated into a full-blown crisis. The initial search efforts were frantic, with the Itasca deploying its resources to scour the possible areas where the Electra might have gone down. Aircraft from the island joined in, expanding the search grid and covering larger areas in desperate hope of spotting debris, an oil slick, or any sign of life. This period of uncertainty marked the beginning of one of the most enduring mysteries in the annals of aviation. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan prompted a massive response, not just from the immediate search teams, but from the international community. Their fate captured the world's imagination and triggered widespread speculation. Theories abounded, each trying to make sense of how such a well-equipped and well-planned mission could end so abruptly and without a trace. The search for Earhart and Noonan continued for weeks, becoming one of the most extensive and costly in history. Ships and planes combed thousands of square miles of ocean, but the Pacific, vast and inscrutable, offered no clues. As the search efforts proved fruitless, the hope of finding them alive dwindled, leaving behind a haunting legacy of mystery and a poignant narrative of ambition and courage that continues to inspire and intrigue to this day. As the realization dawned that Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan might indeed be lost at sea, the scale of the search operation intensified dramatically. The United States government, spurred by public interest and the significance of Earhart's international stature, mounted an unprecedented rescue effort. This initiative quickly became one of the largest and most expensive search and rescue operations in history, emphasizing the urgency and desperation to find the missing aviators. Within hours of their last radio contact, the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard mobilized a fleet of ships and aircraft to scour the vast area surrounding Howland Island, the intended destination of Earhart's flight. The Itasca, already in the area and initially tasked with providing navigational assistance to Earhart, became the central hub for the initial search efforts. It was joined by other U.S. naval vessels and aircraft, including the battleship Colorado, which launched its float planes to cover an even broader area. The search strategy was multi-pronged and exhaustive. Planes were dispatched to fly grid patterns over thousands of square miles of ocean, looking for any signs of the Electra or its occupants. Ships crisscrossed the suspected areas where Earhart might have gone down, their crews keeping a vigilant lookout for debris or oil slicks that might indicate the location of a crash. Infrared cameras and other advanced, for the time, sensing technologies were employed in the hope of detecting the aircraft or life rafts. Despite these extensive efforts, the vastness and depth of the Pacific Ocean presented formidable challenges. The ocean's immense size and the difficulty of spotting small debris or oil traces made the search like finding a needle in a haystack. The weather conditions, which included frequent cloud cover and choppy seas, further hampered the search efforts, often obscuring visibility and complicating the navigation. As days turned into weeks, the urgency of the search began to wane, with each passing day reducing the likelihood of finding Earhart and Noonan alive. The emotional toll on the search teams and the public was considerable. Each day brought hope that was met with disappointment, a cycle that repeated itself relentlessly. The exhaustive nature of the search also brought about logistical strains and raised questions about the feasibility of continuing the operation indefinitely. Internationally, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart became a media sensation, captivating audiences around the world. Newspapers and radio broadcasts provided daily updates on the search, fueling public fascination and concern. This global attention not only underscored Earhart's significance as a cultural icon, but also highlighted the emerging interconnectedness of the world through modern communications and aviation. The U.S. government, aware of the high public and international stakes, continued to pour resources into the search. However, after spending today's equivalent of millions of dollars and covering hundreds of thousands of square miles without any success, the difficult decision was made to conclude the official search. On July 19, 1937, just over 2 weeks after their disappearance, the search for Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan was officially called off. The conclusion of this extensive search operation marked a somber moment. It was a testament to the limitations of even the most determined and resource-intensive rescue efforts of the time. The failure to find any trace of Earhart, Noonan, or the Electra left a void filled with speculation, sorrow, and unresolved mystery. This outcome not only deepened the enigma surrounding their fate, but also set the stage for decades of theories and explorations, each aiming to provide some resolution to one of the greatest aviation mysteries of the 20th century. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan over the Pacific Ocean in 1937 catalyzed a myriad of theories and extensive speculation that sought to explain the fate of these two aviators. Over the years, several prevailing theories emerged, each supported by various degrees of evidence and expert opinion, reflecting the persistent intrigue and the complex nature of their unsolved disappearance. The crash and sink theory is perhaps the simplest and most widely accepted explanation. It posits that Earhart's Lockheed Electra ran out of fuel while searching for Howland Island, leading to a crash into the vast Pacific Ocean. This theory is supported by the last transmissions from Earhart, which indicated that they were running low on fuel. The absence of any confirmed debris or oil slick could be attributed to the immediate sinking of the aircraft in deep water, leaving little trace on the surface to be detected by the search teams. Another compelling theory is the Gardner Island hypothesis, which suggests that after failing to locate Howland Island, Earhart and Noonan might have attempted an emergency landing on another island within the Phoenix Islands, now part of the Republic of Kiribati. Nikumaroro, formerly known as Gardner Island, has been the focus of this theory. Subsequent visits and expeditions to Nikumaroro have uncovered artifacts potentially linked to Earhart and Noonan, including pieces of plexiglass that may have come from the Electra's windows, and an old-fashioned sextant box similar to those Noonan would have used. Supporters of the Gardner Island scenario argue that Earhart and Noonan could have survived for some time as castaways. This theory gained traction with the discovery of human bones on the island in 1940, although initial examinations in the early days were inconclusive, and later analyses led to more questions than answers. Modern forensic techniques continue to examine these findings, adding layers of scientific inquiry to the historical mystery. A more controversial theory involves speculation of capture by Japanese forces, suggesting that Earhart and Noonan might have landed or crashed in the Japanese-controlled Marshall Islands. Some proponents of this theory argue that they were taken as prisoners under the suspicion of being American spies, and that their ultimate fate was covered up amidst the geopolitical tensions leading up to World War II. However, this theory is based largely on anecdotal evidence and has been met with skepticism by mainstream historians due to the lack of concrete archival proof from U.S. or Japanese sources. Each of these theories has been the subject of books, documentaries, and continued research, reflecting the global fascination with Earhart's story and the human desire for resolution. Expeditions to the South Pacific, particularly to Nikumaroro, have utilized modern technology such as satellite imagery, sophisticated sonar, and cadaver dogs to search for any trace of Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft. These efforts have often been spearheaded by organizations like the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, TIGHAR, which has dedicated decades to investigating the Earhart mystery. The public's fascination with these theories is not merely about solving a mystery, but also about connecting with the past and understanding more about a time when global aviation was still in its early, daring days. Earhart's legacy as a pioneering aviator and a symbol of courage, adventure, and the limitless potential of human ambition continues to inspire these investigative efforts. Each new piece of evidence, whether it conclusively supports a particular theory or deepens the mystery, contributes to the ongoing narrative surrounding Amelia Earhart's final flight. While definitive answers may still elude those who seek them, The pursuit of these answers serves as a testament to the enduring impact of her life and the intriguing nature of her disappearance. In the decades following the disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan, advancements in technology and methodology have rejuvenated efforts to solve one of aviation's greatest mysteries. These modern investigations have not only provided new leads, but have also refined our understanding of what might have happened to Earhart's Lockheed Electra on that fateful day in 1937. One of the most persistent efforts has been led by the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, which has conducted numerous expeditions to Nikumaroro Island, formerly known as Gardner Island. This atoll, part of the Phoenix Islands in the Republic of Kiribati, is central to the hypothesis that Earhart and Noonan may have landed there when they could not locate Howland Island. TIGAR's expeditions have focused on systematic searches both on the island and in the surrounding waters, employing advanced forensic techniques and technologies. Significant among the findings from these expeditions are items that could plausibly be linked to Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft. These include fragments of a plexiglass window that closely matches the type used in the Lockheed Electra and an aluminum panel that appears to be aircraft debris. Additionally, the discovery of a 1930s woman's shoe, a jar of anti-freckle cream — Earhart was known to dislike her freckles — and improvised tools suggest the possibility of castaways attempting to survive. Moreover, TIGAR's efforts have extended to analyzing bone fragments and other biological material found on the island. Initial analyses in the past were inconclusive, or led to the determination that they were from a male, which contradicted the hypothesis that they might belong to Earhart. However, with the advent of more sophisticated DNA technology, these materials are under continuous re-examination, holding out the possibility that one day they might conclusively link them to Earhart. These expeditions have also benefited from technological advancements in satellite imagery and underwater robotics. High-resolution satellite images have allowed researchers to scour the island for signs of an aircraft from the comfort of their laboratories before setting foot on the island. Underwater drones, equipped with cameras and sonar, have explored the deep waters around Nikumaroro for any signs of the wreckage, which would be definitive proof of the plane's final resting place. Despite these promising leads, each expedition has also underscored the monumental challenges of such an endeavor. The remote location of Nikumaroro, combined with its harsh environment, means that each trip is not only costly but also fraught with logistical difficulties. The coral reefs surrounding the island pose a hazard, potentially hiding and even destroying evidence of the Lockheed Electra's landing or crash. The modern search for Amelia Earhart is also marked by collaborations that span governments, private entities, and enthusiasts, each bringing their expertise and resources to bear on this enduring mystery. These collaborative efforts reflect a larger trend in the field of historical and archaeological research, where multidisciplinary approaches are increasingly seen as vital to solving complex puzzles. Parallel to TIGAR's efforts, other groups and individuals have pursued different leads. Some have focused on analyzing historical records and personal accounts from individuals in the Marshall Islands, where some locals have long claimed that Earhart and Noonan were captured by the Japanese. These investigations often involve combing through Japanese and American archives for any overlooked clues that might shed light on the aviator's fate. The renewed interest in Amelia Earhart's disappearance and the application of new technologies to the search have not only brought us closer to potentially solving this mystery, but have also had broader implications for aviation archaeology. Techniques developed and refined during these searches, such as deep-sea sonar imaging and DNA analysis from old remains, have applications in other investigations, expanding our capabilities to explore and solve historical enigmas. Moreover, these efforts underscore the changing nature of historical inquiry in the age of technology. With each new tool and each expedition, the public's fascination with Earhart's story is rekindled, ensuring that her legacy continues to inspire and that the quest for answers remains alive. Whether or not these modern investigations will ever conclusively solve the mystery of what happened to Amelia Earhart, they stand as a testament to the enduring human spirit to seek answers, no matter how elusive they may be. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 transcended the realm of a mere aviation mystery to become a powerful symbol of courage, adventure, and the endless quest for equality. Her legacy has profoundly impacted not only aviation, but also the role of women in STEM and broader societal contexts, inspiring countless individuals and shaping cultural narratives across decades. Earhart was more than an aviator. She was a pioneering spirit of her time, breaking numerous records and challenging societal norms that restricted women's roles both on the ground and in the skies. Her attempt to circumnavigate the globe was a bold assertion of her belief in women's capabilities and their right to compete on equal footing with men. This aspect of her legacy has made her an enduring icon in the feminist movement, symbolizing the struggle for equality and the fight to break through traditional gender barriers. In the world of aviation, Earhart's influence has been equally significant. She was instrumental in the formation of the 99s, an international organization of women pilots established in 1929 to provide support and advocacy for female aviators. Her leadership and vision set the stage for future generations of women in aviation, encouraging them to pursue careers as pilots, engineers, and space explorers. The organization continues to thrive, supporting women in aviation through scholarships, education, and mutual support, perpetuating Earhart's legacy of empowerment and involvement in the field. Moreover, Earhart's story has been a persistent presence in media and popular culture, serving as a rich source of inspiration for films, books, and plays. Each portrayal explores different facets of her life and disappearance, reflecting the public's enduring fascination with her story. These portrayals often emphasize her bravery and the mysterious circumstances surrounding her final flight. But they also highlight her role as a trailblazer for women's rights and her contribution to the early days of aviation. Her disappearance has also sparked numerous conspiracy theories and alternative explanations, which have been featured in various documentaries and investigative reports. This ongoing intrigue ensures that her name remains in the public consciousness, continually sparking new discussions about her life and legacy. The mystery of her fate invites people to explore not only the facts, but also the symbolic meanings of her journey and disappearance. Educationally, Earhart's life and career are studied in schools around the world, where her story is used to teach lessons about perseverance, courage, and the importance of pursuing one's dreams despite obstacles. This educational impact is perhaps one of the most enduring aspects of her legacy, inspiring students to learn from her achievements and challenges. Additionally, Earhart's influence extends to advocacy for aviation safety and technological advancements in flight. Her disappearance highlighted the limitations of aviation technology of the time and underscored the need for advancements in navigation and communication systems. Today, modern satellite and GPS technologies, which provide real-time tracking of aircraft, are part of her legacy, addressing the very challenges that contributed to her disappearance. On a more personal level, the annual remembrance events and continued interest in her life have provided a form of closure for those inspired by her story. For many, especially young women and girls, Earhart is a figure who represents the limitless possibilities of the human spirit. Her life encourages them to dream big and pursue those dreams with the same determination and fearlessness that she did. In sum, the legacy of Amelia Earhart is a tapestry woven from her achievements in aviation, her role as a cultural and feminist icon, and the ongoing mystery of her disappearance. As each new generation discovers her story, they find in her a source of inspiration, a reminder that the sky is not the limit, but just the beginning. The quest to uncover the truth of her final flight continues to evolve with new investigations and technologies, ensuring that her legacy will endure as long as the skies are flown. The enduring mystery of Amelia Earhart's disappearance continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world, transcending generations and cultivating a rich legacy that is as vibrant today as it was in the early 20th century. Her story resonates not only as a historical enigma, but also as a profound symbol of adventure, courage, and the relentless pursuit of dreams against formidable odds. This ongoing mystique contributes to her status as an iconic figure in history, aviation, and women's rights. Amelia Earhart's legacy is commemorated in various ways, from museums and educational programs to annual events that celebrate her life and achievements. Institutions like the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum in Atchison, Kansas, which was her childhood home, serve as custodians of her legacy, offering insights into her life and the era she influenced so deeply. These venues play a crucial role in educating the public and preserving the memory of Earhart's pioneering spirit. Moreover, Earhart's attempt to circumnavigate the globe and her subsequent disappearance have become a powerful narrative used in educational curricula across various disciplines. Schools and universities leverage her story to teach about early aviation history, the challenges of global navigation, and the societal context of the 1930s, particularly regarding gender roles and expectations. Educators also use her story to instill values of perseverance and resilience, highlighting how her life was a testament to overcoming obstacles and breaking barriers. In the broader cultural context, Amelia Earhart is a perennial subject in media and popular culture, her story having inspired numerous films, documentaries, books, and articles. Each new project that seeks to unravel the mystery of her disappearance or celebrate her achievements reintroduces her legacy to a new audience, ensuring that her impact is not confined to history books, but continues to be relevant in contemporary discussions about gender, technology, and exploration. The mystery surrounding Earhart's fate also continues to inspire adventurers, scientists, and historians. Modern expeditions equipped with cutting-edge technology aim to solve the puzzle of her disappearance, diving into the depths of the Pacific or exploring remote islands for any trace of her or her aircraft. Each effort, whether successful or not, keeps her story in the public eye and fuels an ongoing dialogue about historical investigation and technological advancement in exploration. Furthermore, Earhart's influence extends into advocacy for women's rights and empowerment in fields traditionally dominated by men. Her legacy is often cited in discussions about gender equality in STEM fields, encouraging a new generation of young women to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Her life story is a motivational tool used by numerous organizations and initiatives that aim to empower women and girls worldwide. Internationally, Amelia Earhart is not just remembered as an American aviator. She is celebrated as a global icon who pushed the boundaries of what was possible in her time. Her bravery and the mysterious circumstances of her last flight provide a universal appeal that crosses cultural and geographical boundaries. Festivals, exhibitions, and public talks in various countries commemorate her life, each adding to the tapestry of her global legacy. In reflection, the story of Amelia Earhart is more than an unresolved disappearance. It is a narrative rich with themes of innovation, bravery, and the unyielding human spirit. Her life and the ongoing quest to find her continue to inspire and challenge us, reminding us of the vastness of human potential and the enduring desire to explore the unknown. Her legacy, perpetuated through continuous interest and investigation, ensures that Amelia Earhart will remain an inspirational figure, symbolizing the pursuit of adventure and the endless quest for knowledge. In the quest to preserve and honor the memory of Amelia Earhart, her impact on the field of aviation and beyond has been memorialized in numerous ways that inspire future generations and deepen our collective memory of her pioneering spirit. This additional chapter seeks to encapsulate the tangible and lasting tributes that have been established to commemorate her life and legacy. Across the United States and around the world, various memorials and statues have been erected in Earhart's honor. Perhaps the most significant of these is located at the Amelia Earhart Airport, in her hometown of Atchison, Kansas, which not only serves as a functional airport, but also as a living homage to her legacy. The airport features a museum filled with personal artifacts, photographs, and stories that chronicle her life and career, providing a focal point for those wishing to understand and celebrate her contributions to aviation and women's history. Educational scholarships and programs bearing her name continue to support aspiring female aviators, encouraging them to pursue their dreams with the same boldness and determination that Earhart exemplified. These scholarships are often provided by aviation organizations, including the 99s, which Earhart helped establish, ensuring that her passion for flying and her advocacy for women pilots are passed on to new generations. Furthermore, Earhart's influence extends into annual events and educational programs that not only celebrate her achievements, but also look at her life through the lens of modern feminist and technological perspectives. Conferences and symposiums discuss her impact on navigation technology, global communication, and gender equality, reflecting on how her legacy aligns with contemporary issues in these fields. Additionally, the mystery surrounding her disappearance has inspired a variety of creative works, including plays, novels, and films that explore the many facets of her character and the era she influenced. These portrayals contribute to a broader understanding of her as a complex and multifaceted figure, not only as a heroine in flight, but also as a person who faced immense challenges with courage and resilience. As these memorials, scholarships, and cultural portrayals continue to proliferate, they ensure that Amelia Earhart's legacy remains vibrant and relevant. Each tribute serves as a reminder of her contributions to aviation and her role as a trailblazer for women, proving that her spirit continues to soar in the hearts and minds of those who follow in her footsteps. Through these enduring symbols and initiatives, Amelia Earhart's life and legacy continue to inspire awe and admiration, securing her place as an eternal icon of bravery and innovation. In the cold upper reaches of Earth, where flight paths cut through skies layered with ice and silence, military aircraft serve as both transportation and symbol, trusted, tested machines that brave the world's most unforgiving climates. One such aircraft was the Canadian Forces C-54 Skymaster, a four-engine transport plane used routinely in Arctic operations during the early 1960s. Built to be rugged and reliable, it carried cargo, personnel, and at times classified payloads through snow-blind corridors above the North Atlantic. On a winter day in 1964, one of these aircraft lifted off from Goose Bay, Labrador, headed for Thule Air Base in Greenland. It was a route the military knew well. The plane never arrived. Its crew called her the Snowbird, a name fitting for a plane that routinely danced with sub-zero altitudes, skating through clouds between icy islands and frozen fjords. That morning, the Skymaster carried 6 Canadian military personnel and a modest load of cargo. There was nothing unusual in the mission, and nothing in the pre-flight checks to raise alarm. The crew, seasoned in northern navigation, understood the hazards: crosswinds, poor visibility, radio blackouts, and the ever-present cold. But on that day, forecasts were clear. The aircraft's departure went as expected. Weather conditions were within operational limits, and the flight's course was well traveled, with military radars along the way ready to monitor its movement. Initial radio contact confirmed the Snowbird had reached cruising altitude. It was approximately halfway through its journey when the silence began. A routine position report never came. Controllers reached out, expecting a delay in check-in, maybe a frequency change or signal bounce. When there was still no reply after 10 minutes, then 20, the worry became formal. The aircraft had disappeared from communication, and soon after, from radar entirely. It was difficult to tell precisely when the plane vanished. In the Arctic, signals flicker, instruments shift under magnetic strain, and contact can dip in and out for no clear reason. But this was different. There was no fading signal, no static-filled final transmission, no distress call. The Snowbird had gone from present to absent in an instant, as if the sky had simply closed behind it. An immediate alert was issued. Canadian and American forces launched coordinated search and rescue operations from both coasts of Greenland and from Labrador. Aircraft combed the planned route, while teams on snowmobiles and dog sleds explored isolated fjords and ice fields. From the air, spotters scanned the snow for anything: an oil sheen, a shadow beneath the surface, a tear in the whiteness. There was nothing. The Arctic has a way of swallowing things. Planes, boats, and stories disappear into its depths, as if the landscape itself is complicit in their erasure. The rescue teams knew this well, yet held on to hope. Even with freezing temperatures and relentless winds, a survival scenario wasn't impossible. Emergency beacons had been known to fail in the cold. Crews had survived crash landings in worse conditions. But as days passed, hope thinned. No emergency beacon had activated. No visual trace of the aircraft or its crew was ever spotted. The grid widened, helicopters refueled mid-air to extend their range, and coastlines were flown over again and again. Search ships traced the edge of drifting ice, sonar pinging into black water beneath fractured floes. But still, there was nothing. No wreckage, no sound, no signal. Only the low growl of engines slicing through silence. After 2 weeks, the operation was scaled back. The official presumption was that the snowbird had gone down somewhere over the ocean or ice shelf, breaking apart and sinking below visibility. The cause remained unknown. Icing, mechanical failure, navigational error, any could be possible, but there was no data to support any theory. The Arctic, as always, offered no clues. In the aftermath, families were told the search had ended. They were left with no grave, no explanation, only a cold void where answers should have been. For the military, it was logged as a loss during routine transport. Tragic, but not unprecedented. The Cold War had many such silences. Still, for those who followed the story closely, something felt off. This wasn't just a disappearance. It was the complete absence of any trace. No debris, no distress, no drifted parts. In Arctic aviation, even violent crashes tend to leave marks. The snowbird, it seemed, had simply left the sky. Years would pass before questions resurfaced, and strange findings would cast shadows on the official account. But in 1964, the snowbird vanished with barely a sound, and the ice, as it often does, closed itself around the mystery. In the hours following the disappearance, a sense of urgency swept across Canada's northeastern military network. The Arctic is no place for delay. If the snowbird had made an emergency landing, time was already working against its crew. At temperatures well below freezing, with daylight brief and wind speeds cruel, survival was a narrow window. Every hour without contact tightened that window further. The initial assumption was straightforward: mechanical failure or navigational disorientation. It had happened before, though rarely with no warning at all. The military's first step was to backtrack the flight's last confirmed location. The snowbird had been on course, flying at altitude over the Labrador Sea, approaching Greenland's western edge. The radar contact had been faint, normal for that region, but it hadn't returned. That's when the search began. Rescue efforts launched from Goose Bay, from Thule, and from U.S. bases scattered along the North Atlantic corridor. Aircraft equipped with infrared scanners flew grid patterns day and night. Their crews peered through frosted windows, tracing white on white, searching for the unnatural. A wing, a shadow, a glint of aluminum in the snow. Helicopters ventured into fjords and valleys, landing on remote ice to investigate dark spots or anomalies picked up by satellite images. Naval ships patrolled the open waters north of Baffin Island, ready for any sign of debris. Canadian Rangers, Indigenous guides trained for Arctic survival, joined foot patrols through the rough terrain, probing the snowdrifts and rock fields for answers. Despite these immense efforts, no distress signal was ever recorded. The snowbird's emergency beacon, designed to activate automatically in a crash, had not transmitted. Not even a fragment of wing or fuselage was found. Radios crackled with possibilities. Had the beacon failed? Had the plane broken apart mid-air? Could it have sunk under thin ice and vanished beneath the surface? Search teams remained hopeful in the first few days. Downed aircraft had been found before, sometimes after weeks, but usually with at least some clue. Oil, fabric, a life raft carried by current. Here, there was only blankness. By the fifth day, crews began searching beyond the original flight path, exploring the possibility that wind or ice might have carried wreckage elsewhere. Still, the Arctic remained mute. Back home, the disappearance dominated military briefings and gripped local headlines. Families clung to updates, each new lead a flicker of hope. But those hopes dimmed as the reality set in. There were no leads, only absence. The search lasted more than 2 weeks. As the days grew shorter and weather worsened, aircraft were grounded more frequently. Fuel costs climbed. Risks to search personnel increased. Eventually, the operation was officially stood down. An advisory was issued. Presumed crash due to unknown cause, no survivors expected. Officially, the file was closed. The snowbird and its crew had been lost during routine Arctic transit, likely due to mechanical or weather-related failure. But privately, among the pilots and officers who had searched, that answer never truly settled. It wasn't just the disappearance. It was the precision of it, the completeness, the lack of trace. in a region where even the fiercest crashes often leave scars on snow and ice. In the following years, the story faded from headlines, but not from memory. In mess halls and on northern airstrips, the name Snowbird was still spoken quietly. It became something of a ghost flight, a reminder of the unforgiving sky and the limits of technology in a place ruled by cold and silence. Some mysteries in the Arctic are buried under layers of snow. Others, it seems, are lost in the space between radar blips and the quiet places where nothing answers back. The Snowbird had become one of them. Weeks had passed since the Snowbird vanished into Arctic air, and the official search had ended. But for those involved in the operation, pilots, radar technicians, search and rescue teams, the silence that followed was almost more unnerving than the disappearance itself. Usually, something turned up. A piece of metal, a fuel slick, a bit of fabric drifting in the sea. But the Snowbird left no signature behind. It was as if the plane had simply never existed. Despite the search being scaled down, a few aircraft continued flying the route unofficially, mapping areas not originally covered. These weren't missions on the record. They were quiet loops through unflown corridors, motivated by instinct more than protocol. In the north, there's a kind of unspoken obligation among air crews. If one of your own goes missing, you keep looking, even if no one tells you to. The Canadian military reviewed every radar record from that day. Cold War surveillance systems along the Arctic Circle, shared between NORAD and Canadian Air Command, logged aircraft movements minute by minute. Controllers double-checked the last known ping, noted at a routine altitude just before the signal blinked out. There had been no climb, no sudden descent. Just a faint echo. Then nothing. What puzzled many was the absence of disruption. No deviation, no loss of speed, no signal of an unfolding emergency. The Skymaster had been cruising cleanly, as if everything was normal right up until it wasn't. For seasoned aviators, this was the detail that stuck. If it had been weather, why no call? If it had been mechanical, why no signs of distress? There was another layer to the puzzle: geography. Much of the Snowbird's path crossed vast regions of thick sea ice and glacial rock, where even large aircraft can vanish with ease. A controlled ditching into frozen water might pull an entire fuselage under the surface in minutes. If ice closed over the site quickly, any physical trace would be sealed away until thawed, if it thawed at all. But even in such cases, fragments often escape. The Arctic moves constantly, pushing wreckage to shorelines or thinning over time. Here, nothing moved. The case grew colder. Military reports were filed, classified, and stored. Families were offered words of sympathy and the kind of closure that came without explanation. In remote bases, the Snowbird was quietly memorialized, not with statues or ceremonies, but with stories told over quiet meals and on long northern flights. Pilots would glance at the ice below and wonder where it might be, if it was even still whole. Years passed. The Cold War deepened. Technology advanced. Satellites began to map the Earth more fully, and aerial surveillance stretched farther across the globe. Still, nothing turned up. Occasionally, blips appeared on radar near Greenland's coast, unidentified returns that vanished as quickly as they came, but none could be traced back to the Snowbird. Each time, teams followed up, hopeful, only to find ice shadows, trick reflections, or nothing at all. Eventually, the case took on a different kind of silence, the kind that turns mystery into legend. The Snowbird wasn't just a lost aircraft anymore. It became a symbol among northern flyers, the one that got away, the flight that never called, never cried out, and never came home. Its memory was carried not in archives, but in cautious glances toward the horizon and unspoken respect for a sky that offers no guarantees. And then, long after the search had ended, long after official channels had stopped looking, something unexpected surfaced. A fragment, a hint, a small piece of metal bearing an identification code, one that matched the missing aircraft. But it was found far from where it should have been. The silence, it seemed, was not the end of the story. It was only the beginning of something stranger. More than a decade had passed since the Snowbird vanished, and the trail had long gone cold. Official records were boxed and archived, families had received their final letters, and those involved in the original search had either moved on or retired. The loss had become history, quiet, unresolved, and filed away. But for those who remembered, the story never really faded. It lingered in the background, resurfacing from time to time in aviation circles, in northern mess halls, and in the memories of those who had flown that same corridor and looked down, wondering. In communities across Labrador and coastal Greenland, where northern skies and military aircraft are a part of daily life, the snowbird was not forgotten. Locals recalled the low hum of search planes overhead during those weeks in 1964, the strange quiet that followed, and the stories that trickled through afterward. There were murmurs of an aircraft seen briefly in a blizzard, lights low on the horizon, then gone. Whispers of strange signals caught on old civilian radios. These were passed off as folklore, perhaps even stress-tinged memories in harsh conditions. But the persistence of those stories hinted at something deeper. For the families of the lost crew, time didn't dull the questions. Without wreckage, there was no grave. Without cause, no closure. Every few years, one of the relatives would write to the Canadian military or Department of National Defense, asking if anything new had been found. The answers never changed. Nothing new to report. Still, the story stayed alive in the shadows. Aviation researchers began to include the snowbird in growing lists of unexplained flight disappearances. Cases where aircraft had gone missing without distress calls, in fair weather, with no trace. These were often mentioned in the same breath as much larger, more well-known mysteries. But unlike those, the snowbird had occurred in a time and place where isolation itself could erase evidence. As new generations of pilots were trained, instructors occasionally told the story, not to frighten, but to remind. Of vigilance, of unpredictability, of how even the best machines and the most experienced crews could disappear without a sound. The snowbird became a cautionary tale, a ghost flight of the North. By the late 1970s, as Cold War tensions continued to shape Arctic airspace, renewed interest in the region's history brought a few researchers back to the snowbird's file. It wasn't prompted by any new evidence, just curiosity, and a sense that something about the case had never quite fit. One aviation historian began collecting anecdotal accounts from locals in eastern Greenland. Another started reviewing old magnetic mapping charts from the 1960s, looking for interference anomalies that could have affected navigation. What they found were inconsistencies, odd weather patterns logged around the time of the flight, irregular compass readings reported by other aircraft in nearby airspace that same week, and early military radar data that showed a blip deviating far from the snowbird's intended route, but never explained. None of it proved anything, but it was enough to reopen interest. Questions began to resurface. Could the aircraft have veered hundreds of miles off course? Was the failure not mechanical, but navigational? Or had something else entirely interfered? And then came the reports of debris. Small, scattered, and oddly located. The story of the snowbird, it seemed, wasn't quite finished. Somewhere in the far north, something had begun to re-emerge from the ice. It began quietly, almost without notice. In the late 1970s, a geological survey team working along the southeastern fjords of Greenland, hundreds of miles off the snowbird's planned route, came across something unusual wedged into a narrow ravine. A section of corroded metal, half buried in scree, bearing faded stenciled markings. At first, it was assumed to be debris from a weather balloon, or perhaps Cold War military equipment dumped long ago. But one technician, a former airman, recognized the style of the code. When the fragment was analyzed more closely, it revealed part of a serial number, one that matched the Canadian Force's missing Skymaster, the Snowbird. The news was passed through official channels, quietly at first, and then with growing curiosity. This wasn't where the plane was supposed to be, not remotely. The debris had been found nearly 150 miles east of its intended flight path, tucked into terrain so remote and rugged that no aircraft would have flown there without good reason. More pieces followed. Over the next 5 years, hikers, hunters, and Arctic researchers reported other small finds. A cracked portion of an engine cowling, an aluminum panel warped by exposure, a boot sole hardened by time. These artifacts were found far apart, often in inaccessible places, scattered like breadcrumbs in a region known for its glacial shifts and bitter wind. But none of it fit. The distribution of the parts didn't suggest a violent crash or an explosive breakup. In fact, many were oddly intact, showing little of the damage expected from a high-speed impact. There were no scorch marks, no melted edges. Some theorized that the aircraft might have made a forced landing, hard but survivable, and that the Arctic's slow, grinding elements had carried the remains far from the original site. Still, there was no fuselage, no engines, no instruments or cockpit remains, just fragments, mysteriously far from where they should have been. For many, it raised more questions than it answered. How did they end up there? Had the plane been blown that far off course by wind or navigational failure? Or had it landed and then somehow disappeared? The Snowbird was no longer just a lost aircraft. It was now a riddle with pieces that didn't quite add up. The rediscovery of Snowbird's fragments reignited a quiet storm of questions within aviation circles. What was once a closed case, another Cold War-era loss to the Arctic, was now a live puzzle. Researchers, historians, and retired military pilots began combing through flight charts, magnetic field logs, and weather data from that day in 1964. Theories that had once been dismissed were now revisited with fresh interest. Among the first ideas re-examined was navigational interference. In the 1960s, flying over the high latitudes often meant flying through areas where compasses became unreliable due to magnetic variation. Some theorized that the Snowbird's instruments could have been thrown off by a geomagnetic storm, an intense solar event known to disrupt radios, compasses, and even early autopilot systems. It wasn't out of the question. In fact, archived solar weather data showed mild solar activity during the week of the disappearance. Not enough to cause chaos, but perhaps enough to confuse a flight already vulnerable to Arctic variables. Another theory returned to the human element. Could the crew have made a decision to divert the flight, perhaps due to a mechanical issue they chose not to radio in? If they attempted a detour toward a more visible or familiar coastal route, it might explain the strange easterly position of the recovered debris. But again, that left another question. Why no distress signal? Investigators also reconsidered the possibility of a slow, controlled descent. The relatively undamaged nature of the fragments, no burn marks, no catastrophic signs, suggested a scenario in which the plane didn't crash at full speed. Could it have landed on ice, intact, and broken apart over time as glacial movements carried the pieces outward? If so, the main wreckage might still be locked beneath the ice, preserved, untouched. As these ideas circulated, a more unsettling possibility also emerged: interference of another kind. Some radar operators from the Cold War era came forward with declassified reports of unknown returns on Arctic radars from that same week. Blips with no transponder signals, no flight plans, and no clear identity. These anomalies had been dismissed at the time as glitches. Now, a few questioned whether they were something more. It was a theory with no proof, just timing and speculation. But it spread quickly. The idea that the Snowbird might have encountered something unexplained in the sky wasn't taken seriously by everyone, but it wasn't laughed off either. In a region where compasses spin and silence can be deceiving, even the outlandish starts to feel plausible. The official stance remained unchanged. But among those who knew the skies, the rediscovery of the fragments had changed everything. The Snowbird had not simply vanished. It had left behind pieces, silent, scattered evidence that something had happened. What exactly, no one could yet say. But the story was no longer a disappearance. It was an unfolding mystery, still drifting just beyond reach. The story of the Snowbird had settled into quiet legend, preserved in the faded corners of military records and the memories of those who'd once scanned white horizons for a glimpse of silver fuselage. But in the 1980s, as new attention fell on those long-forgotten fragments recovered in Greenland's fjords, the mystery took a sharper edge. Now, it wasn't just about a missing aircraft. It was about what had been missed, or perhaps ignored, in the earliest days after it disappeared. The Canadian military, in response to growing interest from civilian researchers, quietly reopened its files on the Snowbird's final flight. What they found surprised even those who had been involved from the beginning. Alongside the official reports of the search and recovery efforts were logs that had never been fully reviewed. Handwritten notes from radar operators, preliminary transcripts, and internal communications between airbases and early NORAD listening posts. These documents hadn't been hidden. They'd simply been archived and forgotten in the shuffle of Cold War bureaucracy. Among the more curious rediscoveries was a sequence of radar returns logged by a U.S. outpost in northeastern Greenland. On the day of the snowbird's disappearance, the station recorded an object moving at standard altitude across the radar net, initially presumed to be the Canadian aircraft itself. But then something odd occurred. The return abruptly shifted course, veering far east and dropping in altitude before vanishing entirely. The trajectory didn't match any known flight plan and wasn't flagged at the time due to the assumption that the blip had been an unrelated flight or a technical error caused by interference. After all, radar anomalies were common near the pole. But decades later, when the data was matched with the location where the snowbird fragments had been found, the path lined up almost perfectly. What had once been discarded as noise now looked suspiciously like a flight deviation, a real-time record of the plane veering far off its expected route. The question was, why? Retired personnel who had served in Arctic surveillance stations during that era were contacted. Some recalled the event faintly, but others remembered strange activity in the skies during that week. Unidentified blips, temporary equipment malfunctions, or radio blackouts that weren't fully explained. One technician, then only in his 20s, recalled a faint emergency tone heard briefly over a secondary monitoring frequency, one never used for official traffic. He reported it at the time, but it had been brushed off. There was no evidence it came from the snowbird. But in hindsight, he wondered. It became increasingly clear that the Arctic in the 1960s was a chaotic and heavily watched place. Military operations, weather experiments, early satellite tests. There was a storm of classified activity, much of which was never publicly documented. Some theorized that the snowbird may have unknowingly entered restricted airspace or encountered classified operations that, in the confusion, were never properly reported. If a radar station had tracked the aircraft going off course but didn't connect it to the missing Canadian plane, it could explain why the search had started in the wrong place, and why it ended without answers. Others took the theory further. Could there have been an interception? A misidentification? During the Cold War, such possibilities were not just conceivable, but dangerously common. Stories of near misses between NATO and Soviet aircraft were frequent in military circles. If the snowbird had been mistaken for something else, something unfriendly, could it have been forced down, accidentally targeted, or deliberately hidden? None of these ideas could be confirmed, of course. There were no records of interception, no reports of conflict. And yet, the gaps in documentation only invited more speculation. If the fragments were found in a location inconsistent with any plausible crash arc, and if no distress call was made, then something about the disappearance defied conventional explanation. Still, not everyone embraced the darker theories. Experienced pilots pointed to simpler, if no less tragic, possibilities. A navigational failure, compass drift perhaps, combined with a failure of the pressurization system could have rendered the crew unconscious. The aircraft might have continued on its own, guided only by autopilot or prevailing winds, eventually descending or breaking up in an area far from where anyone expected. It was a clean explanation, but it didn't quite match the condition of the recovered fragments. They seemed too intact, too misplaced. In the end, what the rediscovered documents did was shift the snowbird from a forgotten loss into an open case, one surrounded by layers of uncertainty and fragments of overlooked truth. Researchers compiled everything they could: satellite data, radar charts, recovered parts, and laid them out like a puzzle missing just one or two critical pieces. And that was the trouble. It was always just short of certainty. The snowbird had returned, in part, from the silence, but not enough to explain what truly happened that day in 1964. It remained a question half answered, a story retold in parts. And as the search continued, now digital, now forensic, now historical, the Arctic skies seemed to hold on to their secrets just a little longer. Decades had passed, but the Arctic never forgot. It held the snowbird's final secret beneath its endless white, untouched, unmapped, and unsolved. The fragments discovered along Greenland's rugged coastline were all that ever surfaced. The fuselage, cockpit, engines, and the 6 souls on board remained where they had vanished, locked in a mystery that the cold seemed determined to keep. But while the land gave up little, those drawn to the snowbird refused to let the trail go cold again. By the early 2000s, advances in satellite imagery, ice-penetrating radar, and remote sensing technology offered new hope. Civilian researchers, retired military officials, and a new generation of Arctic historians began revisiting the disappearance with tools far beyond what was available in 1964. Scans of Greenland's southern ice sheet, especially along routes connected to the recovered debris, were analyzed for anomalies, depressions, or metallic signals beneath layers of compacted snow. There were moments of excitement. A radar signature, faint but structured, was detected in a glacial pocket less than 70 kilometers from the fjord, where parts of the aircraft had first been found. But harsh terrain, unpredictable weather, and limited funding delayed any serious ground exploration. The location, remote even by Arctic standards, remained out of reach. Some in the aviation community advocated for a renewed official investigation. They argued that the snowbird wasn't just a lost plane. It was a case study in Cold War-era search limitations, the fragility of flight in high-latitude conditions, and the enduring gaps in early international cooperation over shared airspace. But official bodies remained hesitant. The case, long considered closed, wasn't a priority for a new generation of policymakers. Still, the snowbird never truly left the public consciousness. Documentaries were produced. Articles resurfaced in aviation magazines. Podcasts dissected the case, drawing in new audiences captivated by the surreal image of a plane that simply vanished. With every new mention, another layer of curiosity was added to the legend. And then there were the families. Time had dulled the sharpest pain, but not the longing. For children who had grown up without answers, closure remained elusive. Some had never even seen the last resting place of their fathers or brothers. A few made pilgrimages to the region, standing in vast, empty landscapes beneath sky-stretched silence, where the only sound was the wind pushing through ice. They weren't searching for debris. They were reaching for connection, a place to grieve, a point to begin and end the story. In a small memorial ceremony held in 2014, on the 50th anniversary of the flight, veterans, family members, and Arctic pilots gathered at Goose Bay. Stories were shared. Names were read. The snowbird was remembered not only as a tragedy, but as a reminder that in aviation, even the best-trained crews and the most reliable machines can be humbled by nature's scale, and by the unknown. What remains today is not just the unanswered question of where the snowbird fell, but how easily silence can swallow even the most traceable of things. In an age before global satellite tracking, before real-time black box transmissions and digital fail-safes, flights relied as much on the eyes and ears of their crew as on the steel beneath them. A navigational hiccup, a whiteout, a shift in wind. Any of these could start a chain of events that no one would see coming. There's also the lingering possibility, small but persistent, that the snowbird didn't just vanish. It was missed. Misread on a radar. Misplaced on a chart. That in the chaos of overlapping military activity, experimental aircraft, and sensitive Cold War operations, the truth of its last moments was quietly buried under layers of need-to-know silences and fractured record-keeping. But maybe the final answer will never come. Perhaps the snowbird's real story lies not in a definitive explanation, but in its resonance. It represents the margins of control in aviation, the quiet power of an environment that offers no second chances, and the humility required to fly through such places. Not every disappearance is destined for resolution. Some remain, like the Arctic itself, open, endless, and frozen in time. So the snowbird remains a question in the sky, a ghost in the ice. Its story told not in certainty, but in the search. And maybe that's what gives it its haunting power. That in a world so mapped, so digitized, so explained, we can still lose something so completely. Somewhere beyond the edge of radar, beneath snow too deep for memory, a plane waits. Whether it will be found or not doesn't change what it's already given. A reminder that mystery still exists, that even in silence, some stories still speak. High above the rugged coastline of Chile, the steady hum of a Chilean Air Force helicopter sliced through the sky. The aircraft, a well-equipped Cougar AS-532, was on a routine patrol mission, its crew trained to maintain vigilance over the vast expanse of ocean and land beneath them. It was a clear day in November 2014, with visibility perfect for the task at hand. Little did the crew know, their standard patrol was about to turn into an encounter that would captivate the world and ignite a storm of speculation and intrigue. The crew consisted of a seasoned pilot and a skilled naval technician, both members of the Chilean Air Force, tasked with monitoring the coastal areas for illegal activities and ensuring maritime safety. The helicopter was outfitted with a state-of-the-art infrared camera designed to detect heat signatures from a distance, making it an invaluable tool for their surveillance operations. As they approached a routine checkpoint along their patrol route, the technician monitored the live feed from the camera, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the calm of the patrol was shattered by an anomaly on the infrared screen. Initially appearing as an inexplicable blip, it quickly became apparent that this was no ordinary object. The pilot maneuvered the helicopter for a better view, while the technician tried to adjust the focus of the camera, zooming in on what appeared to be a flying object emitting an unusual heat pattern. The object moved with a precision and speed unlike any typical aircraft, its motion smooth yet erratic, defying the usual aerodynamic expectations. The technician recorded the object's movements, his hands steady despite the growing realization that this was no ordinary sighting. The object's thermal signature was unusually strong and consistent, suggesting it was not only metallic, but also generating a considerable amount of heat. As they continued to observe, the object began emitting what appeared to be plumes of vapor or gas, which were clearly visible through the infrared camera, adding another layer of mystery to the encounter. Communications between the helicopter crew and their ground control became frantic as they reported the sighting. Ground control, equally perplexed, confirmed that no other aircraft were scheduled to be in their vicinity at that time, and there were no known satellites or drones that could explain the presence of such an object. The pilot, maintaining a safe distance, maneuvered to keep the object within their visual and infrared range, while the technician captured as much footage as possible. This initial encounter, though lasting only a few minutes, felt longer due to the intensity of the moment. The crew was trained for a multitude of scenarios, but nothing quite like this. Their professionalism kept them focused on the task of documenting the encounter, even as the realization dawned on them that they might be witnessing something truly unexplained. After the object finally accelerated away at a speed that was impossible for their helicopter to match, the crew was left to return to base with their footage and a barrage of questions. The debriefing that followed was intense and thorough. Military officials were cautious but intrigued by the footage, which clearly showed an object whose capabilities surpassed current known aircraft technology. This marked the beginning of what would become a widely publicized and hotly debated UFO encounter. The Chilean government, known for its transparency in dealing with unidentified aerial phenomena, took the unusual step of releasing the footage to the public and seeking help from both national and international experts to try to explain the mysterious encounter. As the news of the sighting broke, it sparked a frenzy of media coverage and public speculation. People around the world watched the grainy infrared footage, captivated by the possibility of an encounter with technology beyond our understanding. The incident not only raised questions about what might be sharing our skies, but also highlighted the growing need for cooperation in addressing phenomena that defy easy explanation. This encounter, with its compelling visual evidence, was set to become a pivotal case in the study of unidentified aerial phenomena, inviting both skeptics and believers to ponder the possibilities of what lies beyond the known frontiers of science and aviation. As the Chilean Air Force helicopter continued its patrol along the pristine coastline, the crew inside was processing the surreal encounter they had just experienced. Equipped with sophisticated technology, the Cougar AS-532 had captured something unprecedented on its infrared camera, an unidentified flying object emitting heat and strange plumes, seemingly defying the known capabilities of conventional aircraft. The technology on board was primarily designed for maritime surveillance and search and rescue missions, capable of detecting heat signatures from great distances, making it an invaluable asset in identifying vessels or individuals in distress at sea. However, on this particular day, The infrared camera had recorded something entirely out of the ordinary. A fast-moving object whose thermal signature was unlike any aircraft or drone typically observed in their operations. Back at the base, the crew's initial report via radio had already stirred considerable interest among the ground control and senior officers. As they landed, the air was thick with anticipation and curiosity. The footage captured by the technician was immediately secured for analysis, with higher-ups in the Air Force and naval intelligence being alerted to the unusual sighting. The debriefing session was thorough. The pilot and technician were asked to recount every detail of the encounter, the object's appearance, behavior, and any electromagnetic interference noticed during the sighting. Questions were pointed and precise, aiming to rule out any conventional explanations such as experimental aircraft, weather balloons, or known drones. The crew maintained that the object moved with an agility and speed that were unlike any known aerial technology, further deepening the mystery. Following the initial internal review, the decision was made to involve technical experts in analyzing the infrared footage. This analysis aimed to verify the authenticity of what was captured and to gather more insights into the physical characteristics of the object observed. Specialists in aviation technology and infrared imaging were brought in, and they set to work examining the footage frame by frame. The technical analysis focused on several key aspects: the object's heat signature, which suggested an internal power source emitting a considerable amount of energy; the plumes, which could indicate some form of propulsion or discharge; and the flight pattern, which seemed to defy conventional physics with its abrupt changes in speed and altitude. Experts used software to enhance the image quality, hoping to glean more details from the grainy footage. The examination ruled out the possibility of a small aircraft or drone, as no known models possessed the combination of speed, heat signature, and flight capabilities displayed by the UFO. Theories began to circulate among the technical team, ranging from experimental military technology from another nation to more speculative hypotheses involving non-human origins. Meanwhile, the public's reaction was growing fervent. Once the Air Force decided to release the footage to ensure transparency and seek wider input, the video quickly went viral. Across social media platforms, forums, and news outlets, people shared the footage, with many speculating about the possible explanations for the encounter. The release of the video not only confirmed the authenticity of the event, but also opened the door to global scrutiny and debate. As the story gained traction internationally, ufologists and researchers dedicated to studying unidentified aerial phenomena took keen interest. They compared the Chilean encounter with similar incidents reported around the world, noting similarities in the descriptions of the objects and their behaviors. This global context prompted discussions about a possible pattern or phenomenon that transcended national borders. The media coverage varied from factual reporting by major news networks, focusing on the details of the encounter, to more sensational coverage by tabloids, which emphasized the mystery and extraterrestrial possibilities. Documentarians and investigative journalists descended on Chile, eager to capture the story from every angle, interviewing experts, witnesses, and even skeptics. The Chilean Air Force's encounter with the UFO became a case study in how modern militaries respond to unexplained phenomena. The transparent handling of the incident by the Chilean authorities was widely praised, and it set a precedent for how such encounters could be documented and discussed openly in the public sphere. As interest in the incident continued to swell, the need for a deeper investigation became apparent. The Air Force, in collaboration with scientific and military experts both nationally and internationally, planned a comprehensive investigation aimed at uncovering more about the mysterious object. This next phase would delve deeper into the technical, environmental, and historical data available, hoping to shed light on one of the most compelling modern UFO sightings to date. After the initial debrief and the immediate technical analysis, the Chilean Air Force moved forward with a structured response to the unusual sighting. The military's first priority was maintaining operational security and confidentiality as they navigated the complexities of a potential unidentified flying object that could have broader implications for national security. However, the decision to eventually release the footage to the public marked a pivotal shift towards transparency, aiming to demystify the situation and engage with the global community for broader insights. The aftermath of the sighting and the subsequent release of the infrared footage initiated a multi-phased response plan. Initially, the Air Force leadership conducted a series of confidential briefings with defense analysts to evaluate any potential threats that the unidentified object might pose. These meetings involved strategy discussions, reviews of radar and satellite data, and consultations with international partners to ascertain if similar incidents had been observed elsewhere. Simultaneously, the Chilean government took steps to manage the public narrative. Information about the encounter was carefully released to avoid causing undue alarm. The military's spokesperson provided measured statements that confirmed the sighting while emphasizing that it posed no immediate threat to national security. This approach was designed to maintain public confidence and prevent speculation from overshadowing facts. The leak and public response to the footage were overwhelming. Once the video was made available online, it quickly captured the attention of both national and international media, sparking a flurry of investigative reports, expert interviews, and public speculation. In Chile and beyond, the story became a topic of intense interest and debate, with the footage being analyzed and reanalyzed by various civilian UFO research organizations and independent experts. Media outlets played a significant role in shaping the public's perception of the incident. Major networks sought to strike a balance between reporting on the sensational aspects of the UFO sighting and providing a platform for credible experts to discuss the potential explanations. This coverage helped to elevate the discourse, moving it from mere conspiracy theories to more scientific and investigative discussions about what the object could have been. Online forums and social media also became hotbeds for debate. Enthusiasts and skeptics alike shared their theories, ranging from secret military technology and drones to extraterrestrial vehicles. This digital conversation expanded the reach of the incident, drawing in audiences from around the world who might not typically engage with military or aviation news. The Chilean Air Force continued to monitor these discussions closely, noting where misinformation spread and stepping in to clarify when possible. Their ongoing involvement helped to maintain a level of authority over the narrative, ensuring that the public received accurate updates as the investigation progressed. In response to the burgeoning interest, the Air Force organized a symposium where experts from various fields were invited to discuss the sighting. This event included panels with aerospace engineers, astrophysicists, military strategists, and representatives from the global UFO research community. The symposium was pivotal in fostering a multidisciplinary understanding of the sighting, highlighting the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. This collective approach not only enriched the investigation, but also demonstrated the Chilean military's commitment to transparency and scientific inquiry. By openly discussing the sighting and inviting international experts to contribute, they mitigated the risk of sensationalism and grounded the conversation in a search for verifiable truth. As the investigation moved forward, the Air Force and other involved agencies continued to sift through data, looking for any clue that might explain the nature of the mysterious object. Each piece of information, from radar signatures to historical aircraft records, was meticulously analyzed in the hope of uncovering a logical explanation for the sighting. This thorough and open approach ensured that whatever conclusions were eventually drawn, they would be based on solid evidence and careful consideration, maintaining public trust and scientific integrity throughout the process. Following the unprecedented encounter and the widespread public interest it generated, the Chilean Air Force initiated a formal and comprehensive investigation into the incident. This step was essential not only for national security purposes, but also to satisfy the curiosity and concerns of both the national and international communities. The official investigation was spearheaded by a special task force composed of experts from various fields, including military aviation specialists, aerospace engineers, and scientists specializing in atmospheric phenomena. The task force's primary goal was to analyze every aspect of the encounter thoroughly, from the technical specifications of the helicopter and its equipment, to the environmental conditions on the day of the sighting. The team started by scrutinizing the infrared footage captured by the helicopter's camera. This involved a detailed frame-by-frame analysis to understand the object's size, speed, thermal signature, and flight pattern. Special attention was given to the plumes emitted by the object, which were atypical for conventional aircraft or known drones. Experts in propulsion and aerospace technology were consulted to determine if the object could be an undocumented type of military drone or experimental aircraft, possibly from another nation. Parallel to the technical analysis, the task force investigated the electromagnetic environment during the incident. They collaborated with meteorologists and physicists to explore whether unique atmospheric conditions could have caused optical illusions or radar anomalies. This line of inquiry included a review of historical meteorological data to check for similar anomalies that might have been recorded but not publicized. The military also re-examined radar data from the day of the sighting to trace the object's flight path and origin. This effort was coordinated with neighboring countries' air defense systems to rule out the possibility that the object had crossed into Chilean airspace from abroad. Additionally, the task force checked for any unauthorized satellite launches or space debris re-entries that could explain the object's presence in the sky. As the technical and environmental analyses progressed, the Chilean military maintained open communication with international bodies, such as the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena, CEFAA, which had a history of investigating UFO sightings in a scientific and systematic manner. This cooperation ensured that the investigation adhered to international standards and benefited from a broader range of expertise. The official investigation also delved into the historical context, researching any previously reported similar incidents within Chile and in other parts of the world. This broader historical review helped to contextualize the encounter and provided insights into how similar sightings had been handled and interpreted by other nations' military and scientific communities. Throughout this extensive investigative process, the Chilean Air Force showed a remarkable level of transparency. Regular press releases and public briefings were organized to update the public on the progress of the investigation. These updates were crucial in managing public expectations and preventing the spread of rumors and misinformation. Furthermore, the investigation's openness attracted attention from the academic community and independent researchers, who were granted access to non-sensitive data. This collaborative approach fostered a rich dialogue between military officials, scientists, and ufologists, each bringing unique perspectives to the table. As the investigation unfolded, it became a model of how military organizations could handle unidentified aerial phenomena sightings transparently and scientifically. This approach not only helped to demystify the incident, but also encouraged a more informed and less speculative public discourse on the subject of UFOs and aerial anomalies. The thoroughness of the investigation, while time-consuming and resource-intensive, underscored the Chilean military's commitment to understanding the nature of the sighting fully. By systematically ruling out conventional explanations and considering every possible angle, the task force aimed to provide a conclusive answer to the mystery, or at least to narrow down the possibilities to the most plausible explanations based on empirical evidence and expert analysis. As the investigation into the Chilean Air Force's UFO encounter gained depth and complexity, the incident quickly captured the attention of the global UFO research community. Ufologists and researchers specializing in unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, took a keen interest, offering hypotheses and seeking to draw parallels with similar events documented worldwide. Internationally recognized organizations dedicated to UFO research eagerly followed the developments. Their involvement brought a plethora of theories, ranging from conventional to speculative, into the discussion. Experts from these organizations often highlighted patterns seen in other well-documented encounters, such as the movements of the UFO, its ability to emit heat and gases, and the way it interacted with its environment. These comparisons were vital in framing the Chilean event within a larger context of UAP studies, providing a comparative analysis that enriched the ongoing investigation. Researchers dove into databases of UFO sightings, pulling records of incidents that involved similar characteristics. They examined cases where objects were observed emitting heat or other types of energy, looking for clues that might explain the technology or natural phenomena behind such occurrences. This global perspective helped to situate the Chilean sighting within a broader narrative, suggesting that such encounters might be more common than previously thought and possibly indicative of a yet-to-be-understood phenomenon. The engagement with the international UFO community also opened up discussions on the need for a standardized approach to investigating UAPs. Experts advocated for the use of certain scientific methodologies and technologies, such as satellite tracking, advanced radar systems, and infrared cameras, to improve the detection and analysis of these mysterious objects. The dialogue highlighted the importance of international cooperation in sharing data and research findings, which could lead to more comprehensive understandings of UAPs. The theories proposed by the UFO research community ranged widely. Some researchers posited that the object could be an advanced unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, from an undisclosed aeronautical development program, possibly explaining its unusual thermal and flight characteristics. Others, more inclined toward extraterrestrial hypotheses, speculated about the possibility of non-human origin, citing the advanced capabilities that seemed beyond current human technology. Skeptics within the scientific and aviation communities, however, urged caution. They warned against jumping to conclusions without concrete evidence, advocating for a more grounded approach. These skeptics pointed to past instances where alleged UFO sightings were later explained through more mundane means, such as misidentified aircraft, atmospheric phenomena, or optical illusions created by environmental factors. The Chilean Air Force, aware of the diverse range of theories, worked diligently to maintain a balanced perspective in their investigation. They collaborated with both skeptics and believers to ensure that all possibilities were thoroughly vetted. This inclusive approach not only helped in distilling the vast amount of information and speculation, but also ensured that the investigation remained anchored in verifiable evidence. In addition to the theories revolving around the nature of the UFO, the incident also sparked a renewed interest in how governments handle the disclosure of information regarding UAPs. The Chilean case became a reference point in discussions about transparency and public engagement, with many lauding Chile's openness in dealing with the incident. This aspect of the case encouraged other countries to reconsider their policies on UAP-related information, potentially leading to more open and comprehensive public disclosures in the future. As the investigation progressed, the contributions from the global UFO research community proved invaluable. They not only broadened the scope of the investigation, but also fostered a more open dialogue about UAPs that transcended national boundaries. This collaborative spirit highlighted the universal curiosity and concern surrounding unexplained aerial phenomena, and set a precedent for future encounters, emphasizing the need for a cohesive global approach to understanding these mysterious occurrences. As the Chilean Air Force continued its investigation into the mysterious UFO encounter, a range of theories and speculations proliferated, each offering potential explanations for the observed phenomena. Among these, the extraterrestrial hypothesis garnered significant attention, captivating the imagination of the public and stimulating debate among experts and enthusiasts alike. Extraterrestrial hypotheses. Many in the UFO research community and the general public lean towards the possibility that the object could be of extraterrestrial origin. This theory was supported by the object's seemingly advanced capabilities, such as its rapid maneuvers, the ability to emit heat without visible propulsion systems, and the odd plumes that were unlike any known aircraft emissions. Proponents of this theory cited the lack of conclusive explanations from conventional investigative routes, arguing that the object's technology appeared to surpass current human achievements in aerospace. Alternative explanations. In contrast, a significant number of scientists and skeptics presented alternative explanations grounded in known scientific principles. One popular theory suggested that the object might be an undisclosed experimental military drone, possibly from another nation, testing advanced propulsion systems. This theory was supported by the fact that governments often conduct secret tests of new technological equipment, sometimes without broad disclosure even to other branches of their own military to maintain confidentiality. Atmospheric scientists brought up the possibility of rare atmospheric phenomena that could create illusions or reflections in the sky, misleading observers and instruments alike. Optical illusions, particularly in high-stress, high-altitude flight conditions, could cause pilots and sensors to misinterpret airborne objects. Additionally, advanced mirages, known to occur under certain atmospheric conditions, were proposed as a natural explanation for the sighting. Psychological and sociological perspectives. Psychologists and sociologists also weighed in, discussing the human factors influencing UFO sightings. They pointed out that under conditions of uncertainty and high tension, individuals are more prone to interpret ambiguous stimuli as significant or threatening. This cognitive bias, known as pareidolia, where people see specific, often meaningful images in random or vague visual patterns, could explain why the crew interpreted the anomaly as a structured, intentional object. Furthermore, sociologists discuss the societal impact of UFO sightings, noting that such events often reflect broader cultural anxieties about the unknown and technology. They suggested that public fascination with UFOs and extraterrestrial life often spikes during periods of social or technological change, highlighting these incidents as manifestations of collective fears and hopes about the future. Continued scrutiny and analysis. Throughout the investigation, the Chilean Air Force remained committed to a rigorous scientific methodology, carefully analyzing all available data and consulting with international experts. They conducted simulations and recreated the flight conditions using different aircraft and sensors to see if they could replicate the observations. These experiments aimed to rule out any equipment malfunctions or environmental factors that could have led to the sighting. As the investigation drew on, the lack of conclusive evidence to support any single theory meant that the UFO encounter remained open to interpretation. This ambiguity kept the conversation alive both within and outside the scientific community, maintaining a cycle of speculation and investigation. The ongoing scrutiny not only highlighted the complexities involved in studying UFOs, but also underscored the limitations of current scientific understanding when faced with anomalies that do not fit neatly into existing frameworks. In conclusion, the diversity of theories about the Chilean UFO sighting illustrates the wide array of possible explanations that exist when confronting unidentified aerial phenomena. From extraterrestrial to experimental technology, natural atmospheric effects to psychological factors, each theory offers a different lens through which to view the mysterious encounter, reflecting the multifaceted nature of human inquiry into the unknown. The 2014 UFO encounter by the Chilean Air Force quickly transcended the confines of a mere military incident to become a significant cultural phenomenon. The public's fascination with the unknown, coupled with the mysterious nature of the event, catapulted the incident into the media spotlight, influencing popular culture and altering public perception of UFOs. Media frenzy. As soon as the footage of the encounter was made public, it ignited a media frenzy. News outlets around the world broadcasted the infrared images of the unidentifiable object, with expert commentators speculating about its origins and implications. The coverage varied widely. While some news organizations approached the story with a degree of skepticism, others leaned into the more sensational aspects, sometimes overshadowing the factual basis of the encounter with speculative commentary. This intense media attention not only heightened public interest, but also placed considerable pressure on the Chilean Air Force and other governmental bodies to provide explanations and maintain transparency. Influence on popular culture. The incident also made its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes in television series, documentaries, and influencing plot lines in science fiction novels and films. These portrayals often depicted the UFO encounter as part of a larger narrative involving government cover-ups, alien conspiracies, or as a catalyst for dramatic interstellar diplomacy. By permeating various forms of entertainment, the incident sparked a broader cultural dialogue about life beyond Earth and humanity's place in the universe. Public perception of UFOs. Perhaps one of the most significant impacts of the incident was on public perception of UFOs. Prior to the incident, public opinion on UFOs often veered towards skepticism or was marred by stigma associated with conspiracy theories. However, the transparency and seriousness with which the Chilean government handled the investigation lent a newfound legitimacy to the discussion of unidentified aerial phenomena. This shift was reflected in surveys and polls, which showed an increase in the number of people willing to consider the possibility of extraterrestrial life and other unexplained aerial phenomena. Educational impact. Academically, the incident was used as a case study in various educational settings, from university courses in astrophysics and aerospace engineering to discussions in psychology and media studies classes. In these academic environments, the incident was analyzed from multiple perspectives, including the scientific implications of the sighting, the psychological aspects of public reactions, and the ways in which media can influence public opinion. This educational engagement helped cultivate a more nuanced understanding of the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. Community involvement. The incident also galvanized community involvement, with amateur astronomers and hobbyist drone operators launching their own investigations. UFO enthusiast groups saw a spike in membership and activity, organizing skywatching events and public talks to educate people about UFO sightings and encourage responsible reporting of such events. International conferences and symposiums. The global interest in the incident led to the organization of several international conferences and symposiums, where experts from around the world gathered to share their research and theories about unidentified aerial phenomena. These meetings not only helped consolidate a global community of researchers and enthusiasts, but also fostered an interdisciplinary approach to studying such phenomena, combining insights from science, sociology, history, and even philosophy. Through these various channels, the Chilean UFO encounter left a lasting impact on society and culture. It challenged existing beliefs, inspired new forms of artistic expression, and stimulated educational and scientific inquiry. Whether as a subject of academic study, a catalyst for artistic creativity, or a phenomenon that brings communities together, the incident remains a compelling example of how unexplained events can influence multiple facets of society, sparking curiosity and debate long after the initial sighting. Despite extensive investigations and widespread discussion, the Chilean Air Force's encounter with the unidentified flying object in 2014 remains shrouded in mystery. The lack of conclusive evidence to definitively explain the UFO sighting has left many questions unanswered, fueling ongoing interest and speculation. This unresolved nature of the incident has ensured its lasting place in the public imagination and continues to influence discussions on aerial phenomena and national security protocols. The continuous interest in the case is evident in the sustained scrutiny by both official and unofficial entities. Researchers, both in Chile and internationally, persist in revisiting the incident, exploring new theories as technological and scientific advancements provide new tools for analysis. The possibility that future technology could unveil more about the nature of the UFO keeps the conversation alive, with experts anticipating breakthroughs in imaging technology, atmospheric science, and data analysis. Moreover, the incident has had a lasting impact on how military and government bodies handle reports of unidentified aerial phenomena. Inspired by the Chilean government's relatively transparent approach, other countries have reevaluated their policies on UFOs. There is a growing movement towards greater openness, driven by a combination of public interest and the potential implications of UFO sightings for national security. This shift is reflected in recent decisions by several governments to declassify portions of their UFO files, making them available for public scrutiny and academic study. The ongoing mystery of the UFO sighting has also led to a broader public discourse about the nature of such phenomena. The incident has encouraged a more serious consideration of what these sightings might mean in the context of global security and humanity's understanding of the cosmos. It challenges the scientific community to consider the limits of current knowledge and explore new frontiers in physics and other related disciplines. In popular culture, the legacy of the Chilean UFO encounter continues to inspire various forms of media expression. Documentaries, podcasts, and fictional adaptations draw on the themes and intrigue of the incident, often using it as a springboard to explore larger existential questions about humanity, technology, and the unknown. These narratives contribute to a cultural landscape where the fascination with UFOs is not only maintained, but also evolves with changing societal attitudes. Furthermore, the incident has fostered an environment where communities around the world engage in more open dialogue about UFOs without the stigma that once surrounded such discussions. Online forums, social media platforms, and public conferences continue to buzz with debates and exchanges about the Chilean sighting, among others, fostering a global community of curious minds united by a shared interest in the unexplained. In conclusion, the 2014 UFO encounter, reported by the Chilean Air Force, serves as a compelling chapter in the ongoing narrative of humanity's encounter with the unknown. It remains a poignant reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our skies, and a testament to the enduring human drive to understand the seemingly incomprehensible. As it stands, The incident not only continues to intrigue and inspire, but also shapes ongoing conversations about the boundaries of science, the responsibilities of governments, and the infinite possibilities that lie beyond our current understanding. On the afternoon of May 25, 1979, the bustling atmosphere of Chicago's O'Hare International Airport was typical of a busy travel hub. Passengers of American Airlines Flight 191, bound for Los Angeles, were boarding the McDonnell Douglas DC-10, a familiar workhorse in the fleet, recognized for its distinctive three-engine configuration. Inside the terminal, families hugged goodbye, and travelers made their final calls before switching their devices to airplane mode. As they settled into their seats, the flight crew, led by Captain Walter Lux with over 22,000 flight hours, was methodically conducting pre-flight checks. The cabin crew efficiently demonstrated safety procedures, their routine polished by countless repetitions. The energy on board was a blend of excitement and the monotony of routine travel, with passengers adjusting overhead bins and leafing through magazines. Outside, ground crew buzzed around the aircraft. The hum of the jet engines blended with the clatter of loading equipment as luggage was stowed and fuel lines were secured. The final checks were marked by a visual inspection of the aircraft's imposing frame, which showed no outward signs of distress or malfunction. The DC-10 pushed back from the gate, its engines roaring to life with a surge that vibrated through the cabin. Air traffic control cleared the flight for takeoff, slotting it into the busy sequence of departures. As Flight 191 taxied to the runway, pilots reviewed the flight path and weather conditions, confident in the aircraft's ability to deliver another routine flight. As the aircraft aligned with the runway, Captain Lux increased throttle, and the DC-10 began its takeoff roll. Acceleration pushed passengers gently back into their seats as the plane gathered speed, racing down the runway. However, unbeknownst to those on board, a critical failure was unfolding. As the aircraft reached takeoff speed, a loud thud was heard, a sound unbefitting of a normal takeoff. From the cockpit, the crew felt a jolt through the controls. Warning lights flashed as an engine pylon holding engine number 1, located under the left wing, failed catastrophically. The engine, along with its supporting structures, broke away from the wing, flipping over the wing and severely damaging control lines and part of the wing itself. Despite the chaos, the aircraft momentarily lifted off the ground, climbing into the sky. But the damage was too severe. Control was compromised. The DC-10, struggling against the physics of its crippled state, began to roll ominously to the left. Onlookers at the airport watched in horror as the aircraft's wing dipped, grazing the ground. The plane crashed just beyond the runway in a massive fireball, sending black smoke billowing into the sky. Emergency services at O'Hare, trained for rapid response, were dispatched immediately, their sirens cutting through the shock of the onlookers. Firefighters and rescue teams raced towards the flames, but the devastation was apparent from a distance. The impact was not survivable. As the first responders made their way through the wreckage, the aviation community was already buzzing with the news of the disaster. Flight 191 had become the deadliest aviation accident in U.S. history at that time, a tragic record marked by the loss of all 271 passengers and crew, along with 2 individuals on the ground. In the control tower, confusion compounded the tragedy, with reports that the flight crew had communicated with air traffic control post-crash, an impossible scenario that muddled an already chaotic situation. This eerie detail sparked immediate speculation and a flurry of theories about what had actually transpired in the cockpit in those final moments. This bizarre communication would later become a focal point of the investigation, adding a layer of mystery to the crash. As federal investigators descended upon the crash site, their task was to unravel not only the mechanical failures, but also to explore the procedural and human elements that led to this catastrophic event. The implications of their findings would resonate far beyond O'Hare, rippling through the aviation industry and leading to critical changes in aircraft design and maintenance practices. The crash of Flight 191 was a watershed moment in aviation safety, serving as a harsh reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in complex systems and the perpetual need for vigilance in monitoring, maintenance, and regulatory oversight. The legacy of this tragic day would shape the future of aviation, compelling a re-examination of safety protocols to prevent a recurrence of such a disaster. As American Airlines Flight 191 ascended into the afternoon sky, those on board were unaware of the imminent disaster. The sequence of events on that fateful day in May 1979 unfolded rapidly, beginning with a critical failure that occurred just as the aircraft reached takeoff speed. A loud sound, almost like an explosion, was heard as the left engine and its pylon assembly separated from the wing, flipping over the top and slamming against the fuselage. This catastrophic failure was not only audible, but also visible to those watching from the airport, who saw parts separating from the aircraft as it struggled to climb. The aircraft initially continued to ascend, albeit with difficulty. Inside the cockpit, Captain Walter Lux and his crew were suddenly fighting to control an aircraft that was quickly becoming uncontrollable. The flight data later revealed that critical hydraulic lines had been severed when the engine detached, leading to a loss of hydraulic power to the control surfaces on the left wing. The damage was extensive, and the aircraft's ability to maintain lift and balance was compromised. From the ground, the sight was horrifying. Eyewitnesses described seeing the aircraft roll sharply to the left as it lost aerodynamic stability. The DC-10's left wing dipped down, striking a light pole at the end of the runway, which tore a gash in the wing and exacerbated the already critical situation. Fuel began leaking profusely, trailing flames. Seconds later, the wingtip hit the ground, causing the aircraft to roll completely onto its side and crash in a massive fiery explosion just beyond the runway perimeter. The impact was devastating. The aircraft, fully loaded with fuel for its cross-country flight, became an inferno. Rescue and emergency services at O'Hare were quick to respond, dispatching fire trucks and emergency personnel to the scene within moments of the crash. Despite their rapid response, the intensity of the fire and the total disintegration of the aircraft structure made immediate rescue efforts nearly impossible. The crash site was a scene of chaos and destruction. Twisted metal, charred debris, and personal belongings were strewn across the field where Flight 191 came to rest. First responders described the scene as apocalyptic, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky and the acrid smell of burning jet fuel and materials filling the air. Their primary focus was on extinguishing the fire, which took hours to fully control, and searching for any possible survivors, a hope that dimmed as the scale of the devastation became clear. Meanwhile, air traffic control at O'Hare, having witnessed the crash from their tower, were in a state of disbelief and shock. They immediately initiated emergency protocols, which included shutting down the airport to incoming and outgoing traffic. The control tower personnel, trained for emergencies but seldom confronted with a disaster of such magnitude, worked to manage the crisis, coordinating with on-site emergency teams and rerouting flights scheduled to land or depart. As news of the disaster spread, the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, was alerted, and a team of investigators was quickly assembled and dispatched to the site. Their task was daunting: to determine what caused Flight 191 to crash so disastrously just moments after takeoff. Initial theories ranged from catastrophic mechanical failure to possible pilot error, but the eyewitness accounts and early examination of the debris pointed strongly to a failure related to the aircraft's left engine and pylon. In the days following the crash, the area around the crash site was cordoned off as a massive investigation unfolded. Pieces of the aircraft were meticulously catalogued and examined. The engine and pylon were of particular interest, given their unusual behavior during the takeoff roll. Investigators began the painstaking process of tracing the maintenance history of the aircraft, particularly recent work done on the engines and pylons, which had involved a technique known as the milk stool method. This method was suspected to potentially stress the pylon structure unduly. As the NTSB delved deeper into the aircraft's maintenance records and the procedures used during recent repairs, they uncovered significant lapses in compliance with McDonnell Douglas's maintenance specifications. It became evident that shortcuts taken during maintenance could have led to structural weaknesses, setting the stage for the failure observed during the aircraft's final takeoff. The immediate aftermath of the crash not only focused on determining the cause, but also on supporting the families of the victims. American Airlines and various agencies set up support centers to assist relatives and loved ones, providing them with information and helping to manage the overwhelming grief that swept through the community. The airline industry, too, was forced to confront the potential implications of the disaster, as it became apparent that the crash of Flight 191 could have profound effects on public confidence in air travel, and particularly in the DC-10 model. The disaster of Flight 191 thus became a critical moment in aviation history, prompting a re-evaluation of aircraft maintenance practices and regulatory oversight, and raising serious questions about the safety protocols adhered to by airlines and their maintenance contractors. This tragic event not only resulted in the loss of 273 lives, but also marked a turning point in how aircraft maintenance was approached and regulated, with reverberations felt across the entire aviation industry. Following the catastrophic crash of American Airlines Flight 191, just moments after its takeoff from O'Hare International Airport, a perplexing and chilling detail emerged that added a layer of mystery to an already tragic event. According to reports, air traffic control received a communication from the pilot of Flight 191 after the aircraft had already crashed. This bizarre occurrence sparked a mix of confusion, speculation, and intense scrutiny among investigators, media, and the public. The alleged post-crash communication was first noted by air traffic controllers who were in a state of shock after witnessing the aircraft's abrupt descent and explosion. The claim was that a transmission, purportedly from Captain Lux, came through, even though the aircraft was visibly in flames on the ground. This transmission was described as garbled and brief, with some interpreting it as a routine final approach message, which was haunting given the timing and context. This eerie twist propelled the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, to delve deeper into the incident, examining every possible angle to understand how such a transmission could have occurred. Investigators began by scrutinizing the air traffic control audio recordings from that day, looking to verify the authenticity of the reported transmission and to pinpoint its origin. Technical experts were brought in to analyze the communication systems of the DC-10, along with the procedures followed by air traffic control. One theory considered was that there might have been a cross-channel interference or a malfunction in the communication equipment that replayed a previous message from Flight 191. Another possibility explored was a phenomenon known as phantom transmission, where stress and expectation lead listeners to misinterpret background noise or static as voice communications. Simultaneously, the broader investigation into the crash itself was gaining momentum. Autopsies and forensic analyses were underway to identify the victims and understand the dynamics of the crash impact. As each victim was respectfully identified and returned to their families, the community began to mourn the tremendous loss, with vigils and memorials springing up across the country. The investigation also focused on gathering and analyzing eyewitness accounts from other pilots, airport staff, and passengers who were at O'Hare at the time of the incident. These accounts were crucial in reconstructing the sequence of events leading up to the crash and provided additional context for the mysterious transmission. Some witnesses corroborated the timeline of the crash and the subsequent transmission, while others were unsure, adding to the ambiguity surrounding the event. As weeks turned into months, the NTSB compiled a detailed report that combined technical findings with human factors analysis. The goal was not only to provide answers about the crash, but also to address the haunting question of the post-crash communication, which remained a topic of fascination and horror. The final report suggested that the most likely explanation was a misinterpretation of static or a technical glitch that coincidentally mimicked a voice transmission. This conclusion, however, did little to quell the public's intrigue and the emotional impact of the incident on the families of the victims and the survivors. The idea that the pilot might have communicated post-crash had a profound effect, highlighting the human aspects of the tragedy. It served as a poignant reminder of the unexpected and often inexplicable nature of catastrophic events. The aftermath of Flight 191's crash and the mysterious communication underscored the importance of comprehensive emergency response planning and the need for rigorous maintenance and safety checks. It also highlighted the critical role of clear and reliable communication systems in aviation safety, leading to improvements in aircraft communication technology and protocols. Ultimately, the story of Flight 191, marked by this mysterious communication, became a case study in aviation safety courses and emergency response training, teaching future aviators and controllers about the complexities of crisis management and the importance of maintaining a clear head during emergency situations. The legacy of this event thus continued to influence aviation practices, ensuring that the lessons learned from this tragedy would contribute to safer skies for future generations. As the National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, and the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, intensified their investigation into the crash of American Airlines Flight 191, they encountered a complex web of factors that had led to one of the deadliest aviation accidents in U.S. history. Their inquiry extended beyond the initial impact and the unsettling reports of a post-crash communication, delving deep into the aircraft's design, maintenance history, and operational procedures. The DC-10, like any sophisticated aircraft, relied heavily on its design and maintenance to ensure safety. Early in the investigation, it became evident that the engine and pylon assembly detachment was central to the catastrophe. Analysis revealed that the pylon attachment points had been subjected to maintenance using a procedure known as the milk stool method shortly before the incident. This method, though not standard, had been used to expedite the maintenance process, but was now under scrutiny for its potential to impose undue stress on the structure of the aircraft. Investigators discovered that during this procedure, improper handling and insufficient support of the engine assembly might have caused microscopic cracks or stress points at critical junctures of the attachment. Over time, and under the strain of regular flight operations, these weaknesses likely propagated, leading to the catastrophic failure witnessed during Flight 191's takeoff. As the technical analysis continued, the NTSB focused on the aircraft's flight data and cockpit voice recorders, which provided crucial insights into the final moments before the crash. The recordings captured the flight crew's routine pre-takeoff checks and the initial realization of a severe malfunction shortly after liftoff. The crew's attempts to manage the rapidly evolving situation were evident, showcasing their professionalism and training under extreme stress. However, the loss of critical control systems made disaster unavoidable. Eyewitness accounts and ground video footage also played a significant role in piecing together the events leading up to the crash. These sources helped investigators confirm the sequence of mechanical failures and assess the impact dynamics. This evidence was crucial for reconstructing the accident and for validating the data extracted from the onboard recorders. Amidst these technical inquiries, the human aspects of the tragedy were ever present. The investigators' reports touched on the personal stories of the passengers and crew, emphasizing the profound loss experienced by their families. These narratives drove home the importance of the investigation's goal, to prevent such accidents from occurring in the future. The NTSB's final report on the crash of Flight 191 concluded that the primary cause was the improper maintenance procedure employed during the engine and pylon attachment. The report criticized the oversight practices that had allowed such procedures to be implemented without adequate scrutiny or understanding of their potential impact on aircraft safety. Following the release of the investigation findings, the FAA took immediate action to revise maintenance and inspection protocols for the DC-10 and similar aircraft. These new regulations mandated more rigorous oversight of maintenance practices and required additional training for maintenance personnel. The aviation industry as a whole reeled from the revelations, prompting a widespread review of operational and safety procedures across all airlines. Moreover, the crash and subsequent investigation had a lasting impact on aviation safety regulations and practices. It led to enhanced design standards for engine pylons and other critical structures, ensuring that future aircraft designs would incorporate more robust safety features. The tragedy also accelerated advancements in aircraft monitoring systems, including the introduction of more sophisticated diagnostic tools that could detect potential failures before they became catastrophic. In academia and industry training programs, the crash of Flight 191 became a case study in the importance of adhering to established safety protocols and the potential consequences of their neglect. The lessons learned from this incident have been used to educate generations of aeronautical engineers, maintenance technicians, and pilots about the critical interdependencies between design, maintenance, and operation in aviation safety. Ultimately, while the loss of life could not be undone, the rigorous investigation and its aftermath led to significant improvements in aviation safety. These changes have undoubtedly prevented other tragedies, serving as a somber reminder of the need for constant vigilance and improvement in the ever-evolving field of aviation. The crash of American Airlines Flight 191 had far-reaching impacts on aviation safety, propelling significant changes in both policy and industry practices. This tragedy served as a critical lesson for aviation authorities, manufacturers, airlines, and the public, highlighting the crucial importance of rigorous maintenance and regulatory oversight. In the wake of the disaster, one of the immediate responses was the heightened scrutiny of the McDonnell Douglas DC-10's design and maintenance procedures. The Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, undertook a comprehensive review of the aircraft's certification processes, particularly focusing on the engine and pylon assembly. This review led to mandatory design changes and modifications for the DC-10 fleet to enhance structural integrity and reduce the likelihood of a similar failure. Moreover, the FAA revised its regulations regarding aircraft maintenance procedures. The crash had underscored the potential consequences of deviations from standard maintenance protocols. As a result, the FAA tightened its oversight of maintenance practices, requiring more detailed documentation and rigorous compliance checks. These new measures aim to ensure that all maintenance tasks were performed correctly and that any modifications to procedures were thoroughly evaluated and approved by regulatory authorities. The aviation industry also witnessed a shift in how maintenance staff were trained and certified. Recognizing that the quality of maintenance directly impacts aircraft safety, training programs were overhauled to include more in-depth coursework on the specific mechanics of aircraft systems, particularly focusing on critical components like engines and control surfaces. Maintenance technicians were now required to undergo regular recertification, ensuring they remained current with the latest technologies and best practices. Airlines themselves began to invest more heavily in their maintenance operations, often upgrading facilities and equipment to meet the new, stricter standards. Many adopted more sophisticated systems for tracking maintenance history and scheduling, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Airlines also began to foster a culture of safety that encouraged employees to report potential issues or deviations from standard procedures without fear of retribution, a shift towards a more proactive safety management system. The impact of Flight 191 extended beyond regulatory and operational changes. It also influenced public perceptions of aviation safety. The crash, given its dramatic nature and the significant loss of life, drew widespread media coverage and public attention. This heightened awareness led to increased passenger interest in airline safety records and practices, prompting airlines to be more transparent about their safety measures and incident handling. In the broader context of aviation safety, the lessons from Flight 191 contributed to the development of more advanced safety technologies. Aircraft manufacturers began to incorporate more robust diagnostic systems that could detect potential issues before they led to failure. These systems, coupled with advancements in materials science and engineering, have led to newer generations of aircraft that are significantly safer and more reliable. The legacy of Flight 191 also includes its contribution to the evolution of emergency response and disaster management strategies at airports. The crash highlighted the need for rapid and effective emergency services, leading to improved coordination among first responders and the implementation of more sophisticated disaster response plans at major airports. Reflecting on the crash and its aftermath, the aviation industry recognizes that such tragedies, while devastating, provide critical opportunities for growth and improvement. The changes spurred by the Flight 191 disaster have undeniably enhanced the safety of air travel, turning the lessons learned from a moment of tragedy into enduring contributions to the safety and reliability of commercial aviation. The commitment to learning from past mistakes ensures that the legacy of those lost in Flight 191 continues to influence positive changes in aviation safety standards, helping to safeguard future generations of air travelers. The crash of American Airlines Flight 191, while a profound tragedy, catalyzed significant advancements in aviation safety and regulatory practices. However, the emotional and psychological impacts on the families of the victims and the broader community were deep and enduring. This chapter explores the personal ramifications of the disaster, the continuing mystery of the reported post-crash communication, and how these elements have influenced cultural perceptions and ongoing safety dialogues. For the families and friends of the 273 victims, The crash was a devastating blow that left a permanent scar. The sudden loss inflicted profound grief and a persistent quest for answers and justice. Support networks, both formal and informal, sprang up in the aftermath, providing counseling and a platform for shared grieving and mutual support. American Airlines and various community organizations established funds and memorials to honor the memory of the deceased, aiming to provide a semblance of solace to the bereaved. In addition to these support mechanisms, the families became pivotal advocates for aviation safety reforms. Driven by their personal losses, many relatives engaged with regulatory bodies, participated in safety conferences, and worked alongside lawmakers to push for stringent safety regulations. Their efforts ensured that the lessons from the crash translated into concrete legislative and industry changes, embedding their loved ones' legacies within the framework of improved aviation safety standards. The incident's mysterious aspect, particularly the report of a post-crash communication from the aircraft, added a layer of intrigue and continued public interest in the crash. This unresolved detail fueled speculation and numerous conspiracy theories, which found their way into media portrayals, books, and documentaries. The eerie nature of the alleged communication led to various interpretations, some seeing it as a technical anomaly, while others speculated about less explainable causes. These speculations and the dramatic nature of the crash itself captured the public's imagination, embedding the incident firmly within the cultural landscape. The story of Flight 191 has been recounted in numerous television programs and articles, often highlighted during discussions on aviation safety and disaster management. The crash is frequently cited in academic and training scenarios, serving as a grim reminder of the potential human cost of safety failures and the importance of adherence to maintenance protocols. Moreover, the incident spurred a re-evaluation of how airline disasters are communicated to the public and managed in the media. The need for timely and transparent information became apparent, leading to better communication strategies that focus on providing accurate updates and managing public relations sensitively and respectfully in times of crisis. The ongoing dialogue about the crash of Flight 191 and its implications has also influenced the development of new technologies aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Innovations in aircraft design, diagnostics, and materials have all been driven, at least in part, by the lessons learned from this disaster. Additionally, advancements in simulation and training tools have allowed pilots and crew members to prepare more thoroughly for a wide range of emergency scenarios. Reflecting on the broader impact, the legacy of Flight 191 extends beyond changes in policy and practice. It has become a poignant narrative of loss, resilience, and reform. The continued public and professional interest in the crash demonstrates the complex interplay between human factors and technological advancements in shaping aviation safety culture. It underscores the importance of learning from past mistakes and ensuring that the memories of those lost continue to drive improvements in an ever-evolving industry, ensuring their legacy contributes positively to the safety of future air travel. As the aviation community reflected on the aftermath of the crash of American Airlines Flight 191, it became evident that the incident had significantly altered the trajectory of aviation safety and regulatory practices. This part of the story delves into how the lessons learned from the crash have been implemented over time and continue to influence aviation safety today. The comprehensive investigation that followed the crash of Flight 191 led to significant enhancements in aircraft design and maintenance. One of the most critical changes was the revision of the Federal Aviation Administration (FAA) regulations concerning aircraft maintenance procedures and inspection protocols. The crash had exposed serious flaws in the way engine attachments and other critical components were inspected and maintained. In response, the FAA mandated more stringent inspection routines, specifically targeting the attachment points of engines to the wings, and introduced requirements for more detailed reporting by maintenance crews. This shift was accompanied by a broader industry movement towards a more proactive approach to safety, known as the Safety Management Systems, SMS. This framework encourages airlines to not only comply with existing safety regulations, but also to continuously assess and improve their safety practices. The adoption of SMS has been pivotal in shifting the culture within airlines from reactive to proactive, focusing on the identification and mitigation of potential safety risks before they lead to accidents. The tragedy also spurred advancements in engineering and materials science, leading to stronger and more resilient aircraft components. Manufacturers began to use more sophisticated non-destructive testing technology to detect faults in metal parts before they become critical. These technologies, such as ultrasound and eddy current testing, have become standard in the industry, enhancing the overall safety of aircraft. Training for pilots and maintenance personnel has also evolved in response to the crash. Simulation technology, which has significantly advanced since 1979, now allows for more realistic and varied training scenarios. Pilots and crew members are better prepared to handle a wide range of emergency situations, including those that may not have been well understood at the time of the Flight 191 crash. This comprehensive training is crucial in equipping today's aviation professionals with the skills they need to ensure passenger safety. Furthermore, the crash has had a lasting impact on emergency preparedness and response strategies at airports. Lessons learned from the response to the Flight 191 crash have led to improved coordination among emergency services, more effective disaster response plans, and better resources for handling mass casualty situations. Airports around the world have refined their emergency protocols, ensuring that they are better prepared to respond to accidents swiftly and effectively. The legacy of Flight 191 extends into public awareness and education about aviation safety. The crash underscored the importance of transparency and accountability in the aviation industry. Today, passengers are more informed about the safety records of airlines and the specifics of the aircraft they fly on. This informed passenger is a critical component of the aviation safety ecosystem, as public pressure and expectations continue to drive improvements in industry standards. In conclusion, the tragic crash of American Airlines Flight 191 was a pivotal moment that transformed the aviation industry. It brought about sweeping changes to safety protocols, regulatory oversight, and the technology used in aircraft manufacturing and maintenance. The lessons learned from this disaster continue to resonate, ensuring that the legacy of those lost lives on through each flight that safely reaches its destination. The improvements in safety practices and the ongoing commitment to preventing similar tragedies stand as a testament to the importance of learning from the past, no matter how difficult those lessons may be. On a seemingly ordinary day, Iran Air Flight 655, a civilian Airbus A300, was preparing for a routine journey across the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas, Iran, to Dubai, UAE. The aircraft, a symbol of modern civilian aviation, was equipped to carry a significant number of passengers in comfort and safety. Yet, on July 3, 1988, this flight would tragically transform from a routine air travel episode into a devastating international incident, forever marking a dark chapter in aviation history. The geopolitical climate of the late 1980s was fraught with tension, particularly in regions like the Persian Gulf, where strategic interests and political conflicts intersected dramatically. The backdrop of this tension set the stage for the catastrophic downing of Flight 655, a tragedy that escalated existing hostilities between the United States and Iran, and raised critical questions about military rules of engagement and the safety of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. At the heart of these tensions was the USS Vincennes, a United States Navy guided missile cruiser stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will. This operation was aimed at protecting oil tankers and international shipping routes from attacks amid the ongoing Iran-Iraq war, highlighting the region's global economic significance and the high stakes involved in maintaining control over it. The USS Vincennes, equipped with some of the most advanced naval technology of the time, including sophisticated weaponry and an Aegis combat system, was under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III. The ship was a floating fortress, capable of tracking and engaging multiple targets with precision. Yet, the complexities and pressures of operating in such a volatile environment would soon lead to a grave misjudgment. On that fateful morning, the Vincennes was already on high alert due to earlier skirmishes with Iranian forces. The crew was tense, their readiness for combat tested by the recent engagements. This heightened state of alert would prove to be a crucial factor in the tragic events that unfolded. As Iran Air Flight 655 took off, carrying 290 passengers, including 66 children, it ascended into clear skies, expecting an uneventful passage to Dubai. The passengers aboard the Airbus were a mix of individuals, families returning home, pilgrims on spiritual journeys, and business professionals. None could have anticipated that their flight path would intersect disastrously with the Vincennes mission. The tragic misidentification of Iran Air Flight 655 by the Vincennes sophisticated combat systems as a hostile Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet, rather than a civilian airliner, set into motion a chain of decisions that would culminate in one of the deadliest mistakes in naval history. This incident, with its profound loss of innocent lives, served as a somber reminder of the dangers civilian aircraft face during military conflicts and the dire consequences of miscommunication and error in the heat of combat. On the morning of July 3, 1988, Iran Air Flight 655 was preparing for its routine short flight over the Persian Gulf from Bandar Abbas International Airport in Iran to Dubai, UAE. The Airbus A300 was one of the mainstays of Iran Air's fleet, well maintained and capable of carrying a large number of passengers across international lines. On this particular day, the aircraft was filled with 290 passengers, including 66 children, who were looking forward to their destinations. The mix of individuals on board included Iranian pilgrims heading to Mecca after their stop in Dubai, families on vacation, and businessmen on routine travel. The captain of Flight 655, Mohsen Rezayan, was an experienced pilot with thousands of hours of flying time. His familiarity with the route and his aircraft were well established, factors that contributed to the routine nature of what should have been a short and uneventful flight. The crew's professionalism was a constant reassurance to their passengers, who trusted them with their safety across the often politically turbulent skies of the Persian Gulf. The flight crew completed their pre-flight checks with the practiced ease of seasoned professionals. The atmosphere inside the cabin was calm as passengers settled into their seats, stowed their carry-on items, and listened to the flight attendant's safety briefing. Outside, the weather conditions were ideal for flying, with clear skies and mild winds. At 10:17 a.m. local time, Flight 655 was cleared for takeoff. Meanwhile, the USS Vincennes, under the command of Captain William C. Rogers III, was on high alert. The ship, part of the United States Navy's Fifth Fleet, was armed with advanced weaponry and a sophisticated combat system designed to track and engage enemy targets efficiently. It was stationed in the Persian Gulf as part of Operation Earnest Will, which aimed to protect neutral oil tankers and international shipping lanes from attacks during the ongoing Iran-Iraq War. The Vincennes had been involved in several tense encounters with Iranian military forces in the weeks leading up to July 3rd. Earlier that day, the ship had exchanged fire with Iranian speedboats, heightening the crew's readiness and sensitivity to potential threats. The psychological pressure of continuous engagement and the perceived constant threat from Iranian forces colored the crew's judgment, setting the stage for the tragic events that would unfold. As Flight 655 ascended into the international air corridor, known as the Amber Route, it entered a region heavily monitored by military radars, including those of the USS Vincennes. The standard commercial flight path of Flight 655 would take it within proximity of where the Vincennes was operating. However, in the tense atmosphere of military engagement and the heightened state of alert, the approaching civilian airliner was misidentified by the Vincennes combat systems as a potential military threat. The crew of the Vincennes observed the aircraft ascending and, due to a catastrophic series of misinterpretations and misinformation, identified it as an Iranian F-14 Tomcat fighter jet, a type previously encountered in the region. This misidentification was due primarily to the psychological and situational stress factors affecting the Vincennes crew, compounded by the lack of effective communication between the ship and the aircraft. Attempts to contact the approaching plane were unsuccessful. In part, this was due to frequency discrepancies. Military vessels and civilian aircraft often operate on different communication channels. Moreover, the crew of the Vincennes, operating under the belief that they were dealing with a military jet, may have expected a different type of response than a civilian airliner could provide. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was rapidly made. Believing they were acting in defense against an imminent threat, the Vincennes fired 2 surface-to-air missiles at Flight 655. Within minutes, the Airbus A300 was struck, causing it to explode and plummet into the waters of the Persian Gulf. The aftermath of the explosion was catastrophic. All 290 people aboard were killed instantly, their lives claimed by a tragic misinterpretation in a high-stakes environment. The debris of Flight 655 scattered across the water, marking the spot where the aircraft met its tragic end, and where the intersection of a routine commercial flight and a military operation in a conflict zone resulted in one of the deadliest incidents of its kind in the history of aviation. On that fateful day, July 3, 1988, as the radar officer aboard the USS Vincennes saw the blip of Iran Air Flight 655 appear on his screen, the standard operating environment quickly escalated to a crisis situation. Situated in the strategic yet volatile Strait of Hormuz, the crew was acutely aware of the potential for encounters with Iranian military forces. The intense pressure and rapid pace required for decision-making aboard the Vincennes set the stage for what would become a tragic misunderstanding. The sequence of events leading up to the tragedy was both swift and disastrous. The Vincennes was already engaged in a tense confrontation with Iranian gunboats, and the atmosphere was charged with the urgency of defense. When the Airbus A300 appeared on the radar, the Vincennes' advanced Aegis combat system tagged the plane as a potential threat. This system, designed to track and engage under extreme conditions, did not differentiate between military and civilian aircraft without specific input to do so. Captain William C. Rogers III faced the critical decision of how to respond. The standard identification protocols called for confirming the aircraft's identity before taking any aggressive action. However, amid the chaos and under the impression that they were dealing with a potential Iranian military threat, the crew attempted to contact the approaching aircraft, using military frequencies to issue warning signals, which civilian aircraft like Flight 655 were not equipped to receive properly. The efforts to communicate failed, increasing the perception of a threat. As the aircraft continued its normal flight path towards Dubai, unaware of the unfolding situation, the crew of the Vincennes interpreted its silence and the maintained flight trajectory as confirmation of hostile intent. This misinterpretation was compounded by the psychological strain on the crew, who were operating under the assumption that any delay in response could be catastrophic given the high tensions in the region. In the critical moments that followed, the decision to engage was made. Captain Rogers, weighing the perceived imminent threat against the rules of engagement, authorized the launch of 2 SM-2MR surface-to-air missiles. The decision, made under the duress of active defense during perceived wartime conditions, was aimed at neutralizing what they thought was a military threat. The missiles were launched and tracked until they struck Iran Air Flight 655, causing a catastrophic explosion. The plane disintegrated in mid-air, killing all 290 passengers and crew aboard instantly. Debris scattered across the water as the reality of the situation began to dawn on the crew of the Vincennes. The immediate aftermath was one of confusion and horror. The U.S. Navy, realizing the magnitude of the error, scrambled to assess the situation. However, the damage was irreversible, and the grim task of accounting for the civilian lives lost began. This tragic incident highlighted the dire consequences of miscommunication and the devastating impact of military engagements on civilian lives. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate outrage and profound grief. The loss of 290 civilians, including many children, in such a horrific manner exacerbated the already tense relations between the U.S. and Iran. The Iranian government condemned the attack, mourning the loss of innocent lives and demanding international condemnation and justice. The incident became a symbol of American aggression and a rallying point for Iranian national sentiment. Internationally, the shootdown of Flight 655 stirred a wave of criticism against the United States. Governments and human rights organizations around the world questioned the protocols and the judgment that led to the use of lethal force against a civilian airliner. The tragic mistake prompted calls for a thorough investigation and a re-evaluation of military rules of engagement to prevent similar incidents in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the perilous intersection of military operations and civilian aviation, underscoring the need for stringent measures to protect innocent lives in conflict zones. The tragedy has had a lasting impact on international relations and military protocols, serving as a grave lesson in the costs of warfare and the absolute necessity for vigilant, informed command decisions in combat situations. The destruction of Iran Air Flight 655 by the USS Vincennes reverberated through the corridors of power in Washington and Tehran, sparking a complex aftermath characterized by political turmoil, international outrage, and profound grief. The immediate response from the U.S. military and government was a mix of defensive posturing and cautious regret, reflecting the delicate balance between national security interests and the tragedy of civilian casualties. Immediately following the incident, the United States Navy conducted a preliminary internal investigation to understand the sequence of events that led to the tragedy. The initial statements from the U.S. government were carefully worded, emphasizing the tense situation in the Persian Gulf and the Vincennes crew's belief that they were engaging a hostile Iranian military aircraft. Captain Rogers, commanding officer of the Vincennes, and his crew were initially defended by U.S. officials who highlighted the challenging conditions under which they operated. However, as details of the shootdown became clearer, the U.S. administration faced increasing pressure to address the incident more fully. President Ronald Reagan expressed deep regret over the loss of life, but stopped short of a formal apology, citing the need for further investigation. The administration's stance was seen by many as an attempt to mitigate diplomatic fallout, without fully acknowledging the extent of the error. In Iran, the reaction was one of immediate and profound indignation. The Iranian government condemned the downing of Flight 655 as a barbaric act and a gross violation of international law. The incident was portrayed in the Iranian media as a deliberate attack, exacerbating anti-American sentiment and rallying public support against the U.S. Mourning turned into anger as thousands took to the streets in Tehran and other cities to protest against what they saw as an act of aggression. The Iranian leadership used the tragedy to reinforce their narrative of victimization by Western powers, particularly the United States, which served to strengthen the regime's domestic standing at a time when it was still recovering from the prolonged and bloody Iran-Iraq war. Ayatollah Khomeini, the supreme leader of Iran, described the incident as an example of American savagery and declared that it exposed the true face of the United States to the world. Internationally, the incident drew widespread condemnation. The United Nations Security Council convened to discuss the shootdown, and while a resolution explicitly condemning the United States was not passed due to diplomatic maneuverings, the incident led to a series of debates about military engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. Numerous countries expressed their condolences to Iran and called for comprehensive measures to prevent such tragedies in the future. In the months following the disaster, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and other international bodies scrutinized the incident, leading to discussions about improving communication channels between military and civilian aircraft. This dialogue highlighted the need for enhanced identification protocols to distinguish military from civilian aircraft, a key factor that could have prevented the downing of Flight 655. The U.S. Congress also held hearings to examine the circumstances that led to the tragedy, questioning the rules of engagement and the use of force in crowded international waters. These hearings were often contentious, reflecting the deep divisions within the United States about the appropriate use of military power and the need to protect civilian lives. In 1996, 8 years after the incident, the United States and Iran reached a settlement at the International Court of Justice, where the U.S. agreed to pay $61.8 million in compensation to the families of the victims, though without admitting legal liability or formally apologizing. The settlement was part of a broader attempt to thaw relations between the two nations, although deep-seated mistrust and unresolved issues continued to plague U.S.-Iran interactions. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a significant event in the history of U.S.-Iran relations, embodying the tragic potential for misunderstanding and unintended consequences in high-stakes military operations. The political, legal, and diplomatic efforts to address the aftermath of the incident have shaped international aviation and military engagement rules, serving as a somber reminder of the importance of rigor, caution, and clarity in military operations around the world. The investigation into the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 was a complex and contentious process, involving multiple international stakeholders and fraught with geopolitical implications. The aftermath of the incident necessitated a thorough inquiry to determine the causes and contributing factors that led to such a catastrophic error by the USS Vincennes. The U.S. Navy conducted its initial investigation shortly after the incident. This inquiry aimed to piece together the events leading up to the missile strike and evaluate the decision-making processes of Captain Rogers and his crew. The investigation acknowledged that the crew had misidentified the civilian airliner as a military threat, specifically an Iranian F-14 Tomcat jet. However, the findings also highlighted the high-pressure environment under which the crew operated, citing the perceived threat of Iranian attacks and the intense psychological strain of their mission in the Gulf. Simultaneously, the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, launched its own independent investigation, focusing on the safety protocols and communication failures that contributed to the tragedy. This investigation scrutinized the radar systems and the protocols used by the USS Vincennes, examining how a sophisticated Aegis combat system could mistake a large climbing Airbus A300 for a descending fighter jet. The ICAO's findings were critical in understanding the technical limitations and human errors in complex combat systems. These investigations revealed a series of critical missteps and misunderstandings. The USS Vincennes had been operating in a declared war zone and was on high alert due to previous skirmishes with Iranian forces earlier that day. This context contributed to the crew's heightened defensive posture and readiness to engage perceived threats rapidly. Furthermore, the investigation found that the Vincennes radar operators had misinterpreted the standard commercial airliner's flight profile, mistaking its larger radar signature and steady ascent as aggressive maneuvers. Compounding these errors were failures in communication. Flight 655 was transmitting on a civilian air traffic control frequency, not the military frequencies monitored by the Vincennes. Attempts by the Vincennes to warn the aircraft used military channels, which the civilian plane was not equipped to receive. Additionally, psychological factors such as confirmation bias and tunnel vision exacerbated the crew's misjudgment, as they interpreted incoming data through the lens of an expected military confrontation. The findings of these investigations led to significant controversies and debates. In Iran, the U.S. Navy's explanation was met with skepticism and outrage, perceived as an inadequate response to the loss of 290 civilian lives. Many Iranians saw the incident not as an error, but as an intentional act, reinforcing deep-seated animosity and distrust towards the United States. Internationally, the incident sparked a broader discussion about the rules of engagement and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The tragedy highlighted the need for clearer differentiation between military and civilian air traffic, leading to calls for enhanced identification protocols and improved communication systems to prevent similar incidents in the future. In response to the global outcry and the internal reviews suggesting procedural failures, the U.S. military took steps to revise its rules of engagement and bolster the training of its personnel, especially in the identification and engagement of air targets. These changes aim to reduce the likelihood of such tragic errors in future conflicts, emphasizing the importance of verifying targets before engagement. The U.S. government also faced legal and diplomatic repercussions. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, claiming that the shootdown was not only unlawful but also a deliberate act of aggression. The proceedings at the ICJ were closely watched worldwide as they dealt with critical issues of international law and state responsibility. In 1996, the United States agreed to settle the case by compensating the families of the victims, though it continued to avoid admitting legal liability or formally apologizing, maintaining that the incident was a tragic mistake. The settlement, while providing some financial compensation to the bereaved families, did little to heal the deep wounds inflicted by the tragedy. The legacy of Flight 655 continues to influence U.S.-Iran relations and serves as a grim reminder of the dangers of military escalation and the essential need for rigorous safeguards in military operations to protect innocent lives in times of conflict. The ongoing discourse around this incident underscores the enduring challenge of balancing security concerns with the imperatives of human rights and international law. The political and military implications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 were profound, shaping the dynamics of U.S.-Iran relations for years and influencing global military and aviation policies. The incident became a significant point of contention, affecting diplomatic interactions and international perceptions of military engagement rules. In the immediate aftermath, the incident drastically exacerbated the already strained relations between the United States and Iran. It deepened the chasm of mistrust and hostility, complicating any efforts toward rapprochement. For Iran, the incident was perceived not just as a tragedy, but as a deliberate attack, reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The Iranian government leveraged this event to unify public opinion and garner international sympathy, portraying the United States as an aggressive and imperialist power. On the American side, the incident prompted a re-evaluation of military engagement rules, particularly concerning the identification and engagement of non-combatant aircraft in conflict zones. The U.S. military faced intense scrutiny both domestically and internationally, prompting discussions about the safeguards needed to prevent such incidents. In response, the Pentagon reviewed and tightened its rules of engagement and command protocols, particularly around areas with high civilian activity. One of the significant changes was the enhancement of the military's identification processes to distinguish between civilian and military aircraft more effectively. This involved improving radar systems capabilities and ensuring that personnel were better trained in interpreting radar data under pressure. The military also increased its emphasis on using multiple sources of information to confirm the identities of potential targets before engaging them. These changes were partly influenced by the broader shift towards more stringent standards for accountability within military operations worldwide. The incident underscored the necessity for robust checks and balances in military decision-making processes, especially in scenarios where the risk of civilian casualties is high. Internationally, the shootdown had ramifications for global aviation safety. It highlighted the vulnerability of civilian aircraft flying in or near conflict zones, and led to calls for improved communication between civilian and military entities. This led to increased cooperation between the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and various military organizations to enhance civilian aircraft safety during military conflicts. Procedures and technologies for better tracking and communication were developed, aimed at preventing similar tragedies. Moreover, the incident influenced international law regarding military engagements and the protection of civilians in armed conflict zones. It became a case study in numerous international law programs and military academies discussed for its legal, ethical, and procedural implications. The discussions often focused on the balance between national security interests and the need to protect civilian lives, shaping future legal frameworks and conventions. The diplomatic fallout from the incident continued to linger, impacting U.S.-Iran relations for decades. The lack of a formal apology from the U.S. government was particularly contentious, seen by many in Iran as an indicator of insincerity in addressing the consequences of the shootdown. This perception hindered diplomatic dialogue and contributed to the cyclical escalation and de-escalation of tensions between the two countries. Despite the passage of time, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the catastrophic consequences of military miscalculations. The incident continues to be referenced in discussions about military ethics, the rules of engagement, and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives in times of conflict. It serves as a somber lesson in the importance of vigilance, precision, and accountability in military operations, ensuring that the memory of those lost continues to inform and guide future military and diplomatic endeavors. The legal and ethical ramifications of the downing of Iran Air Flight 655 are as complex as they are profound. In the years following the incident, a series of legal actions and diplomatic negotiations highlighted the challenges of addressing such a tragedy within the frameworks of international law and bilateral relations. These proceedings also raised significant ethical questions about accountability and reparations in cases involving military mistakes with civilian casualties. In the aftermath of the tragedy, Iran sought justice and compensation through international legal avenues, claiming that the downing was not only a tragic accident, but a gross violation of international law. Iran filed a case against the United States at the International Court of Justice, ICJ, demanding accountability and reparations for the victims' families. This legal move was part of Tehran's broader strategy to internationalize the issue, seeking global condemnation of the United States and reinforcing its narrative of victimization by Western powers. The United States, while expressing regret over the loss of innocent lives, maintained that the incident was a tragic mistake during a complex combat situation. Initially, the U.S. government resisted admitting legal liability, framing the event as an unfortunate consequence of wartime operations in a high-threat environment. This stance was heavily criticized, both domestically and internationally, as it seemed to sidestep the broader issues of military accountability and the importance of safeguarding civilian lives. In 1996, after years of legal and diplomatic wrangling, a settlement was reached at the ICJ, where the United States agreed to pay $61.8 million, equivalent to $213,103.45 per passenger, as compensation to the families of the victims. This settlement, while significant, did not include an admission of legal liability or a formal apology from the U.S. government, which continued to impact the perception of the U.S. response both in Iran and among the international community. This resolution raised numerous ethical questions about the value of human life and the extent to which monetary compensation can serve as reparation for the loss of loved ones. It also highlighted the limitations of international law in dealing with incidents where military actions lead to civilian casualties. Many argued that the settlement, while providing some form of compensation, did little to address the underlying issues of military engagement rules and the protection of civilians in conflict zones. The ethical considerations surrounding the incident also extended to discussions about the rules of engagement and the responsibilities of military forces operating in civilian-populated areas or international airspaces. The tragedy underscored the need for clear guidelines that prioritize the protection of civilian lives and stricter controls on military responses to perceived threats. Furthermore, the incident has been a case study in ethics courses and military training programs, often discussed in the context of moral decision-making under pressure. It serves as a grim reminder of the high stakes involved in military operations and the profound ethical obligations of military personnel to make decisions that minimize harm to civilians. Reflecting on the legal and ethical implications of the Iran Air Flight 655 tragedy reveals a complex tapestry of human rights, international law, military ethics, and diplomatic relations. It highlights the ongoing challenges in achieving true accountability and justice in international incidents, and underscores the importance of ethical leadership and rigorous training in preventing similar tragedies in the future. The downing of Iran Air Flight 655 remains a poignant reminder of the tragic intersections between military operations and civilian aviation, a historical event that continues to evoke pain, provoke thought, and stir debates decades after the incident. The memories of the 290 lives lost on that fateful day have been immortalized through various memorials and remembrance ceremonies, both in Iran and around the world, serving as somber tributes to the victims and constant reminders of the need for vigilance in military engagements. In Iran, the tragedy of Flight 655 is commemorated annually with ceremonies that pay homage to the victims. These events are not only moments of mourning, but also of collective reflection on the broader implications of the incident for Iranian society and international relations. The crash site in the Persian Gulf has become a sacred space, marked by memorials that stand as a testament to the lives lost. Families of the victims and political leaders often gather here to honor the memory of those who perished, reiterating calls for peace and the protection of civilian lives in conflict zones. The legacy of Flight 655 also extends into ongoing diplomatic tensions between the United States and Iran. The incident is frequently cited in discussions of U.S.-Iran relations, symbolizing for many the deep-seated mistrust and animosity that complicates dialogue between the two nations. Even as diplomatic efforts are made to thaw relations, the shadows of past grievances, including this tragedy, loom large, influencing perceptions and interactions at diplomatic levels. Moreover, the downing has had a lasting impact on international aviation safety and military protocols. It prompted significant changes in the rules of engagement for military forces around the world, particularly concerning the identification of civilian aircraft in conflict zones. The tragedy underscored the critical need for robust systems and checks to prevent misidentification and ensure the safety of civilian air traffic. These improvements have been crucial in preventing similar incidents, contributing to safer skies for international air travel. Academically and in policymaking circles, the incident is studied as a case of what can go wrong when high-stakes military decision-making intersects with civilian life. It serves as a crucial case study in international relations and military ethics courses, helping to educate new generations of military officers, diplomats, and international lawyers about the complexities of engagement in globalized contexts. The lessons learned from the incident continue to influence policies aimed at enhancing the accountability of armed forces and reinforcing the norms of international humanitarian law. Legal frameworks and international conventions have also been influenced by the fallout from the Flight 655 tragedy. The incident has played a role in shaping international legal standards regarding state responsibility and compensation for wrongful acts, reinforcing the principles that govern state actions in international airspace and the treatment of civilians during military operations. These legal precedents continue to be relevant in contemporary conflicts, where the distinction between combatants and non-combatants can often be blurred. In sum, the legacy of Iran Air Flight 655 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a painful incident that resulted in unnecessary loss of life, but also as a catalyst for change in international military and aviation protocols. The tragedy remains a critical reference point in discussions about the moral and legal dimensions of military actions, serving as a somber reminder of the need for perpetual vigilance, rigorous training, and the moral courage to make decisions that prioritize human life. As such, the story of Flight 655 is not just a historical footnote, but a continuing influence on how military and civilian interactions are managed in an increasingly complex global landscape. In the heart of Lima, Peru, on Christmas Eve, 1971, Julianne Kupsi prepared for a flight that was supposed to take her from her boarding school to a joyful reunion with her father in Pucallpa. Born to German zoologists who had moved to Peru to study the rich biodiversity of the Amazon rainforest, Julianne had grown up in an environment where the line between the natural world and daily life was often blurred. At 17, she was as familiar with the sounds of the jungle as she was with the pages of her schoolbooks. Julianne's early years had been spent in the rainforest, where her parents, Maria and Hans Wilhelm Köpke, ran the Panguana Ecological Research Station. Under their guidance, she learned not just to endure, but to respect the untamed life of the Amazon. This upbringing instilled in her a deep appreciation for biology, an interest that was both academic and intensely personal. On that fateful day, as Julianne and her mother approached the bustling Jorge Chávez International Airport, the holiday spirit was palpable. Despite the festive atmosphere, a sense of urgency overshadowed their preparations. The airline they chose, LANSA, had a questionable safety record, but it offered the only available route that could reunite the family for Christmas. This decision, made under the pressure of circumstance, would soon prove to be perilously significant. As they boarded LANSA Flight 508, the aircraft, a Lockheed L-188A Electra turboprop, hummed with the chatter of families and solo travelers alike, all eager to reach their destinations. Julianne, seated next to her mother, tried to stave off the nervousness she felt about flying, particularly with LANSA. Her mother, an experienced traveler through the Amazon's unpredictable terrain, reassured her with a confident smile, masking her own apprehensions. The early stages of the flight passed uneventfully as the plane ascended into the clear sky above Lima. Julianne gazed out the window, watching the cityscape give way to the sprawling greenery of the Amazon. But as the plane approached the Andes, the weather took a sudden turn. Dark clouds loomed ahead, signaling the onset of a severe thunderstorm. The aircraft began to shake violently as it entered the storm, with lightning flashing ominously close. The pilots struggled to navigate through the worsening weather, the atmosphere among the passengers shifting from nervous to fraught. Julianne's grip tightened around her mother's hand, the comforting connection a stark contrast to the chaos unfolding around them. Then, without warning, a deafening sound tore through the cabin as the right wing of the plane was struck by lightning. In an instant, the aircraft began to break apart. Screams filled the air as the fuselage fragmented, and passengers found themselves plummeting towards the earth. Miraculously, Julianne remained strapped to her seat, her body hurtling through the open sky amidst the wreckage. As she lost consciousness, the last thing she saw was the canopy of the Amazon rushing towards her, a sight both terrifying and oddly familiar. Regaining consciousness, Julianne found herself alone in the dense undergrowth of the jungle. Her seat had cushioned her fall, a stroke of improbable luck that allowed her to survive the 2-mile drop. Dazed and injured, she realized the gravity of her situation. She was lost in the vast Amazon, with no sign of other survivors. Drawing on her childhood experiences and the survival skills her parents had taught her, Julianne knew she had to find water first. Recalling her father's advice that following water would eventually lead to civilization, she found a small stream. With a determination fueled by her instinct to survive and the hope of finding her mother and other passengers, Julianne began the arduous journey through the Amazon. Her trek was fraught with challenges. Each step took her deeper into the heart of the jungle, where every sound seemed amplified and every shadow could conceal a predator. However, Julianne's intimate knowledge of the rainforest became her greatest ally. She knew how to read the subtle signs of nature, which plants were safe to touch, and which sounds to heed or ignore. As days turned into an exhausting blur, Julianne's physical strength waned, but her resolve strengthened, driven by the memories of her parents' teachings and the profound connection she felt to the rainforest. Her journey through the Amazon not only tested her survival skills but also deepened her understanding of the natural world, a harsh, unforgiving, yet profoundly beautiful realm that had shaped the course of her life from the very beginning. On the ill-fated day of December 24, 1971, as Lanza Flight 508 ascended into the increasingly turbulent skies above the Peruvian Amazon, none aboard could have predicted the extent of the disaster about to unfold. The Lockheed L-188A Electra, already buzzing with the low murmur of passengers' conversations mixed with the sounds of the storm outside, faced an immediate and grave threat. The flight began routinely, with the aircraft climbing through the layers of clouds. As the plane approached the dense storm clouds, the pilots increased their altitude in an attempt to navigate above the worsening weather. Julianne Kupke, seated next to her mother, looked out the window, watching the lightning dance across the sky, her heart racing with each flash that illuminated the cabin. The storm intensified, enveloping the aircraft in a violent torrent of rain and gusting winds. Turbulence shook the cabin as the pilots fought to maintain control. Passengers tightened their seatbelts, gripping armrests, and each other, as the plane pitched and rolled. The flight attendants moved quickly down the aisles, reassuring passengers, their voices calm but strained against the roar of the storm and engines. Suddenly, a tremendous bolt of lightning struck directly at the aircraft. The impact was catastrophic, instantly severing the right wing and causing an explosive decompression. The fuselage began to break apart mid-air, the structural integrity of the plane compromised beyond the pilot's control. In moments, the aircraft transformed from a controlled environment into a chaotic maelstrom of wind, debris, and terrified passengers. Julianne, still strapped to her seat, found herself in a surreal situation as the cabin disintegrated around her. The roar of the wind and engines gave way to the sounds of tearing metal and the screams of passengers. The last thing Julianne saw before losing consciousness was the rainforest canopy spiraling towards her, a dizzying green expanse rushing up to meet her. The aircraft crashed into the dense jungle, scattering wreckage and debris across a wide area. The violence of the crash was such that survival seemed impossible. Yet, amidst the devastation, Julianne miraculously survived. When she regained consciousness, she found herself alone, surrounded by wreckage, in the deep jungle. Her survival was a stark contrast to the fate of the other 91 souls aboard, who perished in one of the deadliest aviation disasters in history. The immediate aftermath of the crash was marked by an eerie silence in the jungle, broken only by the sounds of nature quickly reclaiming the space. For Julianne, the shock of the crash soon gave way to the realization of her dire situation. Injured, dazed, and isolated, she faced the daunting reality that her survival depended on her ability to navigate through one of the most challenging environments on Earth. With no rescue in sight, Julianne drew upon her unique upbringing in the rainforest, recalling the lessons from her parents about survival in the wild. She knew she needed to find water and shelter, basic necessities for survival. Leveraging her knowledge of the rainforest's flora and fauna, she began to plan her next steps, understanding that her journey to safety was only just beginning. As she prepared to leave the crash site in search of help, Julianne's thoughts were with her mother and the other passengers, hoping against hope that others might have survived. Her journey through the Amazon would test her physical limits and emotional resilience, shaping into an epic tale of survival against all odds. Miraculously surviving the 2-mile plummet to the earth, Julianne Kupka found herself alone amidst the wreckage, still strapped to her row of airplane seats. The initial moments following her awakening were clouded with confusion and pain, but the urgency of her situation quickly dawned on her. She was deep in the Peruvian Amazon, one of the densest and most dangerous jungles in the world, and her survival depended on her immediate actions. As she unbuckled herself from the seat, Julianne assessed her physical condition. Remarkably, her injuries were minor considering the severity of the crash. A broken collarbone, a deep gash on her calf, and an eye swollen shut. The adrenaline coursing through her body temporarily masked the pain, allowing her to focus on her next steps. Her survival instincts, honed from years of living at a research station in the jungle with her biologist parents, began to take over. Knowing that clean water was critical, Julianne recalled her father's advice that finding a stream or river could lead to rescue, as waterways often ran past civilization. She heard the faint sound of running water nearby and used the noise to guide her through the dense undergrowth. Her progress was slow and painstaking due to her injuries and the challenging terrain filled with thick vines and hidden roots that made walking difficult, especially since one of her sandals was lost during the fall. Julianne's knowledge of the rainforest was a vital asset. She knew which plants were safe to eat and which to avoid, information that became crucial as her journey extended and food sources became a necessity. Her understanding of the rainforest's ecology helped her avoid poisonous plants and dangerous animals, skills not possessed by the average person lost in such an environment. As she navigated through the jungle, Julianne also had to deal with the psychological toll of her situation. The isolation and uncertainty could be overwhelming, but she kept her focus by setting small, manageable goals each day. Her immediate aim was to find help, but her broader goal was to stay alive long enough to be found or to find rescue. Memories of her family and her life back at the research station provided the mental strength she needed to push forward. Despite the lush greenery around her, the Amazon was not a benign environment. Julianne encountered numerous hazards that posed constant threats to her safety. She had to be vigilant of dangerous wildlife, from venomous snakes slithering through the underbrush to predatory jaguars whose roars pierced the night air. The ever-present insects, particularly mosquitoes, were not only a nuisance, but also a vector for disease, making her vulnerable to illnesses like malaria. The dense canopy often made navigation difficult, obscuring the sky for most of the day. This made it hard for Julianne to keep track of time and direction. Her only tools for navigation were the sun's position when visible and the flow of water in the creeks and rivers she followed. Her strategy was simple but effective. Follow the water downstream, hoping it would lead to a larger river and eventually to people. Despite the overwhelming odds, Julianne's determination and unique survival skills kept her moving forward. Each step took her closer to salvation, but also deeper into the physical and mental challenges of the Amazon. Her ordeal was far from over, but her resilience and resourcefulness set the foundation for what would become an incredible tale of human survival and endurance against the most daunting of odds. As Julianne Kupka's arduous trek through the Amazon jungle continued, each day brought new challenges and reaffirmed her determination to survive. Alone and injured, she depended entirely on her instincts and knowledge of the rainforest, a testament to the years she had spent in Peru with her parents. Her understanding of the environment, coupled with her resilience, became her most powerful tools for survival. Waking each day to the sounds of the jungle, Julianne set about securing the basic necessities: water, food, and shelter. She knew that waterborne diseases could be as deadly as any predator in the jungle, so she was cautious about where she sourced her water, sticking to small streams where the flow was more likely to be clean. Julianne recalled her father explaining that small streams would eventually lead to larger rivers, which were often used as pathways by local tribes and could lead to her rescue. Finding food was another challenge. Though the jungle was teeming with life, not all of it was safe to consume. Julianne relied on fruits and nuts that she recognized as non-toxic, careful to conserve her energy by not eating anything that could make her ill. She avoided hunting, lacking both the tools and the energy for trapping or killing animals, and instead focused on gathering, which was less energy-intensive and safer. As she navigated through the dense underbrush, Julianne had to constantly be on the alert for dangerous wildlife. She knew the sounds of the jungle well enough to pause when the normal chorus of birds and insects suddenly quieted, a sign that a predator might be near. Snakes, which could be camouflaged in the leaf litter, posed a significant threat, and Julianne used sticks to rustle the foliage ahead of her as she walked, giving any hidden snakes time to slither away. The physical demands of her journey were immense. Her injuries, though not life-threatening, made movement painful and exhausting. Her broken collarbone limited her ability to use one arm fully, complicating even simple tasks like collecting food or clearing a path through thick vegetation. The gash on her leg was a constant concern, as any infection could quickly turn deadly without medical treatment. Despite these hardships, Julianne's spirits were buoyed by moments of beauty and a deep-seated connection to the natural world. The lush canopy, the chorus of birds at dawn, and the clear, starry nights reminded her of the time she spent with her parents in the jungle. These moments of reflection were crucial, providing mental respite from the constant challenges of survival. As days turned into a week, the physical toll on Julianne increased. Fatigue, hunger, and the onset of infections began to wear her down. She knew she had to find help soon. Determined to increase her chances of rescue, Julianne started leaving markers along her path, hoping they would catch the attention of any search parties or local tribespeople. She also began to practice shouting for help during the day, when the noise of her voice could carry far in the quiet moments of the jungle. Her persistence paid off. On the 11th day of her ordeal, Julianne stumbled upon a small hunting camp, deserted but clearly recently used. Here, she found a small shelter and tools, which she used to improve her own condition and prepare for the possibility of spending more time in the jungle. This discovery was a significant morale booster, offering her a temporary safe haven and the means to better sustain herself. Julianne's journey through the Amazon tested her to the limits of human endurance, highlighting her remarkable resilience and adaptability. Her survival was not just a tale of overcoming physical barriers, but also a profound inner journey of strength, hope, and the unyielding desire to live. As she continued her trek, each step was a step closer to safety, driven by her deep will to reunite with her family and to return to the world she had left behind on that fateful Christmas Eve flight. As Julianne Köpke's arduous trek through the Amazon jungle continued, each day brought new challenges and reaffirmed her determination to survive. Alone and injured, she depended entirely on her instincts and knowledge of the rainforest, a testament to the years she had spent in Peru with her parents. Her understanding of the environment, coupled with her resilience, became her most powerful tools for survival. Waking each day to the sounds of the jungle, Julianne set about securing the basic necessities: water, food, and shelter. She knew that waterborne diseases could be as deadly as any predator in the jungle, so she was cautious about where she sourced her water, sticking to small streams where the flow was more likely to be clean. Julianne recalled her father explaining that small streams would eventually lead to larger rivers, which were often used as pathways by local tribes, and could lead to her rescue. Finding food was another challenge. Though the jungle was teeming with life, not all of it was safe to consume. Julianne relied on fruits and nuts that she recognized as non-toxic, careful to conserve her energy by not eating anything that could make her ill. She avoided hunting, lacking both the tools and the energy for trapping or killing animals, and instead focused on gathering, which was less energy-intensive and safer. As she navigated through the dense underbrush, Julianne had to constantly be on the alert for dangerous wildlife. She knew the sounds of the jungle well enough to pause when the normal chorus of birds and insects suddenly quieted, a sign that a predator might be near. Snakes, which could be camouflaged in the leaf litter, posed a significant threat, and Julianne used sticks to rustle the foliage ahead of her as she walked, giving any hidden snakes time to slither away. The physical demands of her journey were immense. Her injuries, though not life-threatening, made movement painful and exhausting. Her broken collarbone limited her ability to use one arm fully, complicating even simple tasks like collecting food or clearing a path through thick vegetation. The gash on her leg was a constant concern, as any infection could quickly turn deadly without medical treatment. Despite these hardships, Julianne's spirits were buoyed by moments of beauty and a deep-seated connection to the natural world. The lush canopy, the chorus of birds at dawn, and the clear, starry nights reminded her of the time she spent with her parents in the jungle. These moments of reflection were crucial, providing mental respite from the constant challenges of survival. As days turned into a week, the physical toll on Julianne increased. Fatigue, hunger, and the onset of infections began to wear her down. She knew she had to find help soon. Determined to increase her chances of rescue, Julianne started leaving markers along her path, hoping they would catch the attention of any search parties or local tribespeople. She also began to practice shouting for help during the day, when the noise of her voice could carry far in the quiet moments of the jungle. Her persistence paid off. On the 11th day of her ordeal, Julianne stumbled upon a small hunting camp, deserted but clearly recently used. Here, she found a small shelter and tools, which she used to improve her own condition and prepare for the possibility of spending more time in the jungle. This discovery was a significant morale booster, offering her a temporary safe haven and the means to better sustain herself. Julianne's journey through the Amazon tested her to the limits of human endurance, highlighting her remarkable resilience and adaptability. Her survival was not just a tale of overcoming physical barriers, but also a profound inner journey of strength, hope, and the unyielding desire to live. As she continued her trek, each step was a step closer to safety, driven by her deep will to reunite with her family and to return to the world she had left behind on that fateful Christmas Eve flight. As Julianne Koepke continued her harrowing journey through the Amazon, her determination was fueled by a singular focus: survival. Her days were governed by the essential tasks of finding food and safe drinking water, navigating through the dense jungle, and avoiding the myriad dangers that the rainforest presented. Each small decision had potentially life-saving implications, and Julianne's deep familiarity with the jungle environment became her greatest asset. Using techniques her parents had taught her during her childhood, Julianne tapped into her knowledge of the rainforest's biodiversity to sustain herself. She knew which plants were safe to eat and which were best avoided, knowledge that was crucial in an environment where a simple mistake could prove fatal. This practical botanical knowledge allowed her to nourish herself with fruits and nuts that were safe to consume, providing her with the energy needed to continue. Moreover, Julianne understood the importance of hydration, especially in the hot and humid conditions of the Amazon. She followed small streams, ensuring she stayed hydrated, without moving too far from a predictable water source. These streams not only quenched her thirst, but also guided her through the vast, disorienting landscape, serving as a natural pathway through the dense underbrush. Despite the physical exhaustion and mental strain, Julianne's spirits were periodically lifted by the sheer beauty of the rainforest. The rich sounds of wildlife, from the calls of exotic birds to the rustling of small mammals, reminded her of her childhood spent in similar surroundings. These moments of appreciation provided brief respite from the relentless challenges of survival. Julianne's encounter with wildlife also included moments of tension and fear. The Amazon is home to numerous predators, and Julianne had to remain vigilant against potential threats from jaguars, snakes, and even poisonous insects. Her approach was one of cautious respect, avoiding confrontation and making noise when moving to alert animals to her presence, which is often enough to keep them at bay. Navigation was one of the most daunting challenges. Without a compass or a clear path, Julianne relied heavily on the sun and the flow of water bodies to maintain her bearings. She was aware that rivers and streams are lifelines in the Amazon, often leading to settlements or being used by local people for transportation. By following the flow of water, she aimed to find a larger river that could lead to rescue. The psychological challenge of isolation was profound. Julianne was not only battling physical exhaustion and environmental hazards, but also the emotional weight of solitude. She talked to herself, recounting memories and lessons from her parents, which helped to keep her mind focused and her morale high. This self-communication was crucial in maintaining her mental health and staving off the despair that could come from her isolation. As the days passed, Julianne's initial hope of quickly finding rescue began to wane, yet her determination did not falter. She understood that her best chance of survival was to keep moving toward potential rescue points. This resolve was put to the test when, after nearly 2 weeks alone in the jungle, she stumbled upon a significant sign of human activity: an abandoned boat lodged in a small tributary. Realizing the potential of this find, Julianne used the boat as a shelter, gathering strength and resources. She found a small cache of supplies in the boat, likely left by fishermen, which included some basic tools that could be used for fishing or improving her shelter. This discovery was a significant morale booster and a turning point, providing her with slightly improved living conditions and renewed hope. Julianne's profound knowledge of the jungle, her resilience in the face of overwhelming odds, and her ability to utilize every available resource exemplified human survival instinct at its finest. Her ordeal continued to test every aspect of her being, but each challenge overcome brought her one step closer to safety, underscoring the indomitable human spirit's capacity to persevere through seemingly insurmountable challenges. Julianne Kupka's survival skills were crucial in navigating the harsh environment of the Amazon. Armed with a strong background in biology, imparted by her scientist parents, and her intimate familiarity with the rainforest, she employed a variety of survival techniques that greatly enhanced her chances of enduring the formidable conditions she faced alone. One of the first survival strategies Julianne used was her ability to identify and utilize the resources around her effectively. Her knowledge of the rainforest flora played a vital role in this. She could identify edible plants and fruits that provided necessary nutrition and avoided those that were poisonous. Understanding which plants could offer medicinal benefits allowed her to treat her injuries and prevent infections, which could have been debilitating or fatal in her vulnerable state. Moreover, Julianne's understanding of the rainforest ecosystem guided her in using natural landmarks and the behavior of the river systems to navigate through the dense jungle. The direction of water flow in streams and rivers informed her path, helping her move towards larger water bodies that were more likely to be near human settlements or regularly used paths. In terms of dealing with wildlife, Julianne's approach was based on avoidance and precaution. She knew that most animals are more scared of humans than humans are of them, and made sure to create noise while moving to alert any nearby animals of her presence. This tactic likely prevented potential encounters with predators like jaguars or venomous snakes. At night, she sought refuge in places that offered natural protection from nocturnal predators, using her surroundings to create makeshift shelters. Julianne also demonstrated resourcefulness in her use of the materials available to her. For example, she used vines for binding and building shelters, and turned large leaves into collection surfaces for rainwater or dew when clean water sources were scarce. This ability to improvise was a testament to her deep understanding of the environment and her creativity in survival situations. The psychological resilience Julianne exhibited was perhaps as critical as her physical survival skills. The mental challenges of being alone in such a daunting environment were immense. Julianne coped by setting small, achievable goals each day, which gave her a sense of purpose and progress. She also kept a mental diary, recounting her days and reflecting on her experiences, which helped maintain her mental health and stave off feelings of despair and isolation. The culmination of these survival strategies was evident when, after 11 days of relentless pursuit of survival, Julianne heard the sound of an engine in the distance. Realizing the potential for rescue, she mustered the strength to move towards the sound, eventually finding a small shelter used by lumber workers. Her decision to follow the sound, guided by the hope of human presence, ultimately led to her being found and rescued. Upon her rescue, Julianne was transported to a local hospital where she received medical treatment for her injuries and dehydration. Her story of survival quickly captivated the world, becoming a symbol of human resilience and the will to survive against all odds. Reflecting on her ordeal, Julianne often credited her survival to the combination of her scientific knowledge, survival skills, and the emotional fortitude instilled by her parents. Her incredible journey through the Amazon not only highlighted the human capacity for survival, but also underscored the importance of understanding and respecting the natural world. Her experience continues to inspire and educate, serving as a powerful example of the strength and perseverance inherent in the human spirit. Julianne Kupka's miraculous survival after an 11-day ordeal in the Amazon jungle not only marked her as a figure of extraordinary resilience, but also had a profound impact on her life and the wider world. Her harrowing journey through the dense, perilous wilderness and her ultimate rescue captivated global audiences, bringing attention to the human capacity to endure against overwhelming odds. After her rescue and during her recovery, Julianne's story was widely covered by the media, and she was often portrayed as a symbol of hope and human strength. Her experience resonated with many, providing a narrative that highlighted the importance of courage, persistence, and the will to survive. As she healed from her physical injuries, Julianne also had to navigate the complex process of psychological recovery, dealing with the trauma of the crash and the loss of her mother, who had perished in the disaster. Returning to civilization brought challenges. Julianne faced a flurry of media attention and public curiosity, which was sometimes overwhelming. Despite this, she used her newfound platform to raise awareness about the Amazon rainforest, its beauty, its critical importance to the global ecosystem, and the threats it faced. Her unique insights and first-hand experiences provided a compelling perspective on environmental conservation. Julianne's ordeal also reinforced her interest in biology, shaping her academic and professional path. She pursued studies in biology, earning a doctorate, and returning to Peru to conduct research in the Amazon rainforest. Her work focused on the ecology of the region, and she became an advocate for its preservation, leveraging her personal story to highlight the connection between human survival and environmental stewardship. Moreover, Julianne's survival story has been used in survival training and wilderness medicine courses as a case study on human endurance, psychological resilience, and the practical application of survival skills in extreme conditions. Her ability to stay calm, make rational decisions in crisis situations, and utilize her environmental knowledge effectively are often highlighted as key factors that contributed to her survival. In the years following her rescue, Julianne has participated in documentaries and written accounts of her survival, offering insights into her thoughts and actions during those 11 days. Her reflections often focus on the lessons she learned about the value of life, the strength of the human spirit, and the profound connection between humans and nature. Julianne's story has not only inspired countless individuals, but has also contributed to a deeper understanding of the Amazon rainforest's complex ecosystem. Her advocacy and research work have helped promote efforts to protect and preserve the Amazon, highlighting its critical role in global biodiversity and climate regulation. Her legacy is multifaceted, encompassing her contributions to science, her inspirational survival story, and her ongoing environmental advocacy. As Julianne continues to speak about her experiences and the lessons learned, she maintains a focus on the future, advocating for sustainable practices to protect the environment that once saved her life. In reflecting on her journey, Julianne Coepsia's narrative transcends the mere fact of survival. It encapsulates a profound journey of emotional and spiritual growth, a testament to the resilience of the human body and spirit, and a reminder of our inextricable connection to the natural world. Her life, profoundly shaped by those harrowing days in the Amazon, serves as a beacon of enduring strength, hope, and respect for life in all its forms. On a humid morning in early March 1962, the tarmac at Guam's airport was bustling with activity. Amidst this, a Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation, a long-range aircraft revered for its capabilities, was being prepared for a significant journey. This aircraft, operated by the Flying Tiger Line, was chartered by the U.S. military to transport troops and their equipment to Clark Air Base in the Philippines. The flight, numbered 739, was one segment of a multi-leg journey that had begun in California and was to ultimately end in Saigon. The Lockheed Constellation, known affectionately as the Connie, was a sight to behold with its distinctive triple-tail design and dolphin-shaped fuselage. On this day, it stood ready, its gleaming exterior reflecting the morning sun, as ground crew busily loaded the last of the cargo. The atmosphere was charged with a sense of purpose and urgency, common to military operations, yet there was an undercurrent of casual camaraderie among the crew and passengers. Flight 739 was carrying 93 U.S. soldiers, 3 South Vietnamese, and 11 civilian crew members. The military personnel were mostly engineers and technical specialists, tasked with setting up communication and logistics bases in Vietnam. The flight crew, seasoned and skilled, were well versed in the demands and responsibilities of such important missions. The captain of the flight, An experienced pilot with years of flying with both commercial and military charters performed a final walk-around inspection of the aircraft. He checked under the wings, examined the tires, and glanced over the engines, ensuring everything was in order before the long overwater flight. His co-pilot and navigator were already inside the cockpit, going through the pre-flight checklist, their voices a mixture of professional focus and occasional light-hearted remarks. Inside the cabin, the flight attendants briefed the soldiers on safety procedures. Although the mood among the troops was generally relaxed, many of them used to the routines of deployment. The flight attendants noted the attentive seriousness with which the soldiers listened to the emergency instructions. In the cargo hold, the last pieces of equipment were secured, the manifest checked and rechecked, to ensure that all was accounted for. Once boarding was complete, the crew closed the doors, and the captain made his way to the cockpit, signaling to the control tower their readiness to depart. Clearance was given, and the engines roared to life, a powerful, reassuring sound to both passengers and crew. The aircraft taxied to the runway, the early morning light casting long shadows on the ground. As the super constellation lined up on the runway, the captain made a final announcement over the intercom, his voice calm and confident. He reviewed the flight plan with the passengers, noting the expected flying time and weather conditions, which were favorable. There was a palpable sense of anticipation as the aircraft's engines revved up, the propellers spinning faster until they were just blurs. With a smooth surge forward, the plane began its takeoff roll, quickly gaining speed. The soldiers watched through the windows as Guam's landscape began to blur, the sensation of liftoff bringing a momentary weightlessness that contrasted with the heavy reality of their mission. As the aircraft climbed into the clear blue sky, it banked gently towards the west, setting course over the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The flight was expected to be routine, with hours of flying over open water. The crew settled into their roles, monitoring the aircraft's systems and maintaining regular communication with air traffic control. Below them, the Pacific stretched out endlessly, its surface a deep blue, occasionally broken by the white caps of waves. As Flight 739 reached cruising altitude, the captain switched on the autopilot, the aircraft humming steadily along its charted path. In the cabin, soldiers dozed or chatted quietly, the drone of the engines a constant backdrop. Everything seemed normal, the flight progressing as countless others had before. Yet, unbeknownst to those on board, this would be the last time Flight 739 would be seen or heard from. In the hours to follow, somewhere over the vast, mysterious depths of the Pacific, the aircraft and all its passengers would vanish without a trace, leaving behind only questions and a lingering sense of unease that would echo through the annals of aviation history. As Flight 739 steadily ascended to its cruising altitude, the vast Pacific Ocean unfolded below, a seemingly endless expanse of blue. The Lockheed L-1049 super constellation, a marvel of its time, was designed for long-range missions just like this, equipped with state-of-the-art navigation systems and powerful engines that hummed rhythmically, reassuringly. Inside the cockpit, the crew engaged in routine monitoring of their instruments, ensuring all systems operated within normal parameters. The flight path from Guam to the Philippines was a well-traveled route, typically uneventful, yet requiring constant vigilance due to its vast overwater stretches. The captain, a seasoned pilot with extensive experience in both commercial and military aviation, occasionally exchanged light-hearted banter with his co-pilot, breaking the monotony of the flight. However, their professionalism never waned. Each gauge and radar sweep was diligently observed, each communication with air traffic control crisp and clear. Inside the cabin, the mood among the passengers, mostly U.S. soldiers accustomed to the rigors of deployment, was one of subdued anticipation. Some tried to catch some sleep, resting against the rumble of the aircraft, while others read books or played cards, making the best of the hours ahead. The flight attendants moved quietly along the aisles, offering refreshments and checking on their charges with practiced smiles and gentle reassurances. Approximately 2 hours into the flight, as Flight 739 approached the midpoint of its journey over the open water, the captain made routine contact with air traffic control. Reporting their position, altitude, and status, everything was confirmed to be on track, with no deviations from the flight plan. The skies were clear, and weather reports indicated smooth sailing ahead. The controller at the other end acknowledged the update with a standard response, wishing them a continued safe journey. This communication, routine and unremarkable, would later be scrutinized and replayed, as it was the last confirmed transmission received from Flight 739. At the time, however, there was no indication of anything amiss. The aircraft continued on its path, the autopilot maintaining a steady course, the engine's steady drone a testament to their reliability. But as the minutes ticked by, an unseen and escalating issue was unfolding. Unbeknownst to the crew and passengers, a critical situation was developing that would soon culminate in the mysterious disappearance of Flight 739. The aircraft, now a mere speck against the vastness of the Pacific, was heading towards an uncertain fate. The last radar contact with the aircraft showed it continuing along its intended flight path. Then, inexplicably, the blip that represented the mighty constellation faded from the radar screens, vanishing without a trace. The disappearance was so sudden, so complete, that air traffic controllers initially doubted their equipment, frantically adjusting settings and calling out to the aircraft with growing urgency. "Flight 739, this is Control. Please come in," crackled over the radio, the controller's voice betraying a hint of concern. There was no response, only static filled the airwaves. Repeated calls, each more desperate than the last, met with the same eerie silence. As the realization set in that the aircraft was no longer on radar and not responding to communications, a chill ran through the control room. Emergency protocols were swiftly enacted. The disappearance of a military-chartered aircraft, especially one carrying over 100 souls, was a critical incident. The U.S. military, along with local aviation authorities, began coordinating an immediate response. Search and rescue operations were mobilized, with aircraft and ships directed to the last known location of Flight 739. As the news of the disappearance began to spread, the families of those on board, the military community, and the aviation world held their breath, hoping for any news of the aircraft. The mystery of what happened to Flight 739 in those final moments before it vanished would soon captivate the world, sparking questions, theories, and a massive search effort that sought in vain to uncover traces of the missing plane. The disappearance of Flight 739 triggered one of the largest search and rescue operations of the time, as the U.S. military, alongside international and local forces, launched an extensive effort to locate the missing aircraft and its passengers. Given the flight's last known position over the expansive Pacific Ocean, the area to be searched was vast and daunting, presenting significant logistical challenges. As soon as the aircraft was reported missing, the control centers coordinating the search mobilized a fleet of aircraft from various bases across the Pacific Rim. These included long-range patrol aircraft equipped with sophisticated radar and other sensory equipment designed for maritime surveillance and search operations. The U.S. Navy dispatched ships that were in the region to converge on the suspected area where contact with Flight 739 was lost. This initial response was a race against time, with hope still alive for finding survivors. Simultaneously, the Air Force's Rescue Coordination Center set up a command hub to oversee the operation, pulling in resources from across the military spectrum. This hub became the focal point for all communication and decision-making, ensuring that efforts were not duplicated and resources were deployed efficiently. Information flowed continuously, with updates on weather conditions, sea currents, and any sightings or debris reported by ships and planes partaking in the search. The search area, primarily defined by the last known radar contact with Flight 739, covered thousands of square miles of ocean. The area was known for its deep waters and challenging weather conditions, which could change swiftly and dramatically, complicating search efforts. The operation used a grid pattern, with each ship and aircraft assigned specific sectors to scour. The systematic approach was designed to cover as much area as possible, but the vastness of the Pacific Ocean and its deceptive tranquility made the task daunting. As days passed, the intensity of the search increased, but no trace of the aircraft or its passengers was found. The lack of debris or any sign of the aircraft was perplexing, leading to growing frustration and anxiety among the search teams and the families waiting for news. The operation continued round the clock, with search teams working in shifts, battling fatigue, and the emotional toll of the fruitless search. Meanwhile, speculation about the fate of Flight 739 began to mount. The absence of a distress signal prior to the disappearance raised questions about sudden catastrophic events, such as an explosion or a rapid descent into the ocean, which might have left little trace. The possibility of a hijacking or a deliberate diversion was considered but seemed less likely without any communication or ransom demands. Experts from various fields were brought in to analyze the flight's last known parameters and environmental data to model potential crash scenarios. These models were used to adjust search patterns, taking into account ocean currents and wind conditions that might have moved debris away from the initial impact site. Satellite imagery was scrutinized for any anomalies that could indicate a crash site, and other nations with satellite capabilities were requested to review their data. As the search extended into weeks, the hope of finding survivors waned, and the mission gradually shifted from rescue to recovery. The focus became finding any wreckage that could provide clues to what happened during the final moments of Flight 739. This was crucial not only for solving the mystery, but also for providing closure to the families and ensuring that any potential safety issues affecting other flights could be addressed. Despite the extensive efforts, the search was eventually scaled back. The decision was heart-wrenching for all involved, particularly for the families of those on board. Memorials were held in various locations, attended by military personnel, family members, and representatives from the Flying Tiger line. The gatherings were somber, with attendees clinging to each other for support, sharing memories of their loved ones, and grappling with the unresolved fate of Flight 739. The official end of the search marked a painful closure of this chapter, leaving a lingering mystery in the annals of aviation history. The disappearance of Flight 739 remained a topic of fascination and speculation, inspiring investigative reports, documentaries, and continued amateur sleuthing. The lack of concrete evidence or wreckage allowed for numerous theories to flourish, from alien abductions to secret military experiments, each adding layers to the enigma of the vanished aircraft. Yet, the most significant impact was undoubtedly on the families and the aviation community, who continued to feel the absence of closure and the haunting presence of those 107 souls lost somewhere over the vast, inscrutable Pacific Ocean. The vanishing of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 in 1962 continued to haunt the aviation community and the families of the missing. Without any wreckage or clues to provide closure, the mystery seemed destined to remain unsolved. But behind the scenes, various theories were actively being explored, each proposing a different scenario that might explain the sudden disappearance. One prevailing theory was a catastrophic mechanical failure. The Lockheed L-1049 Super Constellation was a reliable aircraft, but it was not immune to the intense demands of long-haul flights across vast oceanic expanses. Experts pondered the possibility of a structural failure that could have led to an in-flight breakup. This type of disaster could explain the lack of distress signals if the aircraft was destroyed rapidly and completely above deep waters. Another theory suggested sabotage or an explosion. Given the Cold War context and the military nature of the flight, speculations arose about the involvement of espionage or a targeted attack. Some relatives of the crew and passengers theorized that the plane might have been brought down by a bomb, perhaps planted to intercept the sensitive military cargo purportedly on board. This theory was bolstered by scattered reports from sailors who claimed to have seen a bright light in the sky that could have been an explosion. However, these accounts were never officially confirmed, and no physical evidence supported the explosion theory. Further complicating the mystery were the extensive military communications and radar networks spanning the Pacific, which astonishingly failed to track the aircraft beyond its last known position. The lack of radar evidence puzzled investigators and fueled conspiracy theories. Some suggested that the flight might have veered off course, entering an area where it was either captured or brought down by foreign military forces. Yet, without traces or credible reports from international or enemy states, this scenario remained speculative. As time passed, the intense focus of the initial search efforts waned, but the determination for answers did not. The military's initial response had been robust, reflecting the urgency and gravity of losing a plane carrying over 100 service members and civilians. When the official search operations were concluded, many felt a profound sense of incompleteness, driving them to continue seeking answers independently. This ongoing quest for clarity led to a resurgence of interest in the case among amateur sleuths and investigative journalists. Decades after the disappearance, New technologies and changing geopolitical landscapes allowed for fresh examinations of old flight data and military records. Freedom of Information Act requests revealed previously classified documents that shed some light on the military's internal responses and concerns regarding the flight's disappearance. The families of the passengers, united in their need for closure and understanding, formed a network to share information and support each other. Annual gatherings and memorials were organized, where stories about the missing were shared, keeping their memories alive. These meetings often served as a forum for exchanging the latest findings and theories, maintaining pressure on the authorities to keep the investigation open. In recent years, advances in underwater technology and satellite imagery have prompted new searches in the Pacific. These efforts are often funded by private entities and supported by volunteers, including retired naval officers and aviation experts. Each new search brought a flurry of media attention, rekindling public interest and, more importantly, offering a glimmer of hope to those still haunted by the loss. Documentary filmmakers and investigative reporters have also played a crucial role in keeping the story in the public eye. Documentaries have delved deep into the technical aspects of the aircraft's design and operation, interviewed former military personnel who were involved in the initial search and rescue operations, and highlighted the personal stories of those left behind. These films often end with a call to action, urging aviation authorities and the military to revisit the case with new tools and insights. The continuing mystery of Flight 739 not only serves as a poignant reminder of the risks inherent in aviation, but also underscores the limitations of mid-20th century technology in dealing with such disappearances. The story of Flight 739, woven through decades of speculation, research, and remembrance, remains a compelling chapter in the history of aviation, reflecting the enduring human need for answers and the relentless pursuit of truth, no matter how elusive it may be. The lack of definitive answers surrounding the disappearance of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 had a profound impact on the families of the passengers and the crew, as well as on military operations and the broader aviation industry. As years turned into decades without closure, the emotional weight bore heavily on those left behind, prompting shifts in policy and continuing dialogue about aviation safety and military procedures. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance was a time of intense grief and confusion for the families of the 107 individuals on board. The absence of tangible evidence or a clear explanation compounded their sorrow, leaving many to grapple with unresolved feelings of loss. This grief was accompanied by a growing frustration with the military and government agencies, perceived by some as withholding information or not doing enough to resolve the mystery. This sentiment spurred some family members to become advocates for change in how military-related aviation incidents were handled, particularly regarding transparency and communication with victims' families. Their efforts led to more structured policies on providing timely and clear information to families, which has since been adopted in other areas of military and civilian aviation. In addition to the emotional and procedural impacts, the disappearance prompted a re-evaluation of flight safety protocols and emergency response strategies. The military, heavily reliant on chartered flights for transporting personnel and equipment, particularly during the Vietnam War, began to implement more rigorous checks on aircraft and operators, including stricter standards for maintenance and crew training. This shift was mirrored in the civilian aviation sector, where the incident underscored the need for robust tracking and communication technologies. It catalyzed advancements in flight monitoring systems, including the development and eventual mandate of more sophisticated transponders and satellite-based tracking systems that could maintain contact with aircraft over vast and remote areas like the Pacific Ocean. The ongoing mystery also influenced public perceptions and policies regarding military secrecy and accountability. The initial secrecy surrounding the flight's mission and cargo fueled conspiracy theories and public speculation, leading to calls for greater transparency in military operations involving civilian contractors and equipment. As the decades passed, the families of those lost on Flight 739 found various ways to honor their memories. Memorials were established, and annual remembrances were organized, allowing relatives, friends, and former military colleagues to gather and share memories of their loved ones. These events also served as platforms for continuing advocacy for improvements in aviation safety and military accountability. The unresolved nature of the disappearance continued to inspire investigative journalists, researchers, and filmmakers, leading to periodic resurgences of interest in the case. Each new article, documentary, or book prompted public discussions and occasionally brought forward new information or theories, though none sufficient to solve the mystery. Most recently, technological advances in underwater exploration and satellite imaging have given new hope to those seeking answers. These technologies have the potential to explore and map the ocean floor at depths and with accuracy previously unattainable. Inspired by successful searches for other lost aircraft, such as Air France Flight 447, some family members and independent researchers have called for new searches in the areas where Flight 739 might have gone down. Despite the tragedy and the many years that have passed, the legacy of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 remains a powerful catalyst for change and a poignant reminder of the enduring human spirit's quest for answers and justice. The story of Flight 739 continues to resonate, a mysterious chapter in aviation history that still captures the imagination and determination of many around the world. As the years turned into decades, the unresolved mystery of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 continued to cast a long shadow over all who were touched by its disappearance. With neither wreckage nor definitive answers, the enigma remained a persistent reminder of the limitations faced in the search for truth within the vast, unyielding expanses of the ocean. The story of Flight 739, fraught with its enduring mystery, has transcended its era to become a symbol of unresolved loss and the pursuit of closure. Families of the missing, united by their shared grief, formed a close-knit community, bound together by the need to keep the memory of their loved ones alive and to seek answers. This community often gathered on anniversaries of the disappearance, creating a space not only to mourn, but also to share updates and continue pressing for action. Despite the passage of time, the call for new searches never completely died down. Advances in technology, particularly in satellite imaging and deep-sea exploration, rekindled hope among the families and the aviation community that someday the site of the crash might be discovered. Inspired by successful recoveries of other lost aircraft, such as the finding of the Titanic and the wreckage of Air France Flight 447 decades after their disappearances, advocates for reopening the case of Flight 739 argued that modern technology could finally offer the means to locate the remains of the aircraft. Efforts to leverage new technologies led to proposals for targeted searches using sophisticated sonar equipment capable of deep-sea mapping, as well as drones that could scan large areas of the ocean floor more efficiently than manned vessels. These proposals garnered attention not only from the families, but also from governmental and private entities that could provide the necessary resources. In the realm of public engagement and media, the story of Flight 739 maintained a captivating allure. Documentaries produced in recent years brought the case back into the public eye, featuring interviews with former military personnel, aviation experts, and family members. These documentaries often explored not just the facts of the case, but also the broader implications of such disappearances on aviation safety and military transparency. Additionally, the mystery inspired authors and filmmakers, leading to the creation of various fictional accounts and conspiracy theories that, while often speculative, kept the conversation alive. These narratives explored themes of Cold War espionage, alien encounters, and even experimental military technology, reflecting the human fascination with unresolved mysteries. Academically, the disappearance of Flight 739 became a case study in international relations and military studies programs, where it was examined in the context of U.S. military logistics during the Vietnam War era and the geopolitical tensions of the time. This scholarly interest helped to maintain a degree of academic attention on the case, ensuring that it remained a part of the discourse on aviation history and military operations. Legal and political advocacy also became a significant part of the legacy of Flight 739. Family members and their supporters often lobbied for changes in laws regarding the military's accountability to civilian families and the transparency of information concerning accidents involving military personnel and equipment. These efforts sometimes led to legislative changes and improved policies regarding family briefings and access to records. As the 60th anniversary of the disappearance approached, the U.S. government released several formally classified documents related to the flight. While much of the information had been redacted, the release of these documents represented a small victory for those who had long advocated for greater transparency. For some families, the documents provided new details that, while not solving the mystery, offered insights into the military's handling of the incident. The ongoing quest for answers about Flight 739 also highlighted broader issues related to the recognition of service personnel and civilians involved in covert or classified operations. This led to discussions about the ways in which such individuals are memorialized and honored, culminating in more inclusive memorials that acknowledge their contributions and sacrifices. Today, the legacy of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 is multifaceted. It is remembered as a poignant story of loss and the relentless pursuit of truth, a narrative that has impacted aviation safety regulations, military accountability, and the technologies used in search and rescue operations. For the families of those who vanished along with the aircraft, it remains a deeply personal story of waiting and hoping for closure. In a broader sense, the mystery serves as a reminder of the vulnerabilities in human endeavors, particularly in the face of vast and indifferent natural forces like the deep ocean. Yet, it also illustrates the human capacity for resilience, the enduring quest for knowledge, and the unyielding desire to find answers, no matter how elusive they may be. The profound impact of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739's disappearance stretched beyond the immediate shock and continued to resonate through the subsequent years, driving changes and fostering developments across multiple facets of society, from aviation technology to family advocacy and public policy. As the narrative of Flight 739 moved forward, it beckoned a broader contemplation on the themes of memory, technological progress, and the pursuit of closure. A pursuit that never seemed to diminish in intensity or necessity. Even decades after the disappearance, the commitment to finding Flight 739 was reinvigorated by technological advancements that offered new hope. The introduction of autonomous underwater vehicles, AUVs, and more sophisticated side-scan sonar technology provided tools capable of exploring the ocean depths with unprecedented detail and efficiency. Proposals for new search initiatives were drafted, with input from oceanographers, former naval officers, and aviation experts who believed that the aircraft's final resting place could be pinpointed with the right resources and a targeted approach. Family members and advocacy groups, empowered by these technological promises, renewed their calls for action. They organized conferences and engaged with experts in maritime search and recovery to outline feasible search plans. These plans were then presented to governmental and private agencies capable of funding and executing such ambitious undertakings. The dialogue between these families and potential supporters became a testament to the enduring hope that modern technology could finally unravel the mystery that time had not forgotten. The story of Flight 739 also found its way into educational curriculums and cultural reflections, influencing how future generations understood and interacted with the past's unresolved mysteries. Universities and educational institutions developed courses that dealt not only with the technical aspects of aviation, but also with crisis management, historical analysis, and the psychological impact of unresolved tragedies. These academic discussions often used Flight 739 as a case study to explore the complex interplay between technology, human factors, and nature. Culturally, the disappearance influenced artistic expressions across mediums. Playwrights, novelists, and filmmakers drew upon the emotional and mysterious elements of the story to craft works that questioned the nature of truth, the reliability of memory, and the human response to the unknown. These works contributed to a broader societal engagement with the themes of loss and resolution, illustrating how a single event can continue to inspire and provoke thought across generations. On a more practical level, the ongoing discussions around Flight 739 spurred further enhancements in aviation safety standards and search and rescue operations. The incident underscored the need for robust international cooperation in aviation incidents, leading to stronger protocols for sharing information and resources during multinational search operations. The global aviation community took to heart the lessons learned, or rather, the questions raised, by Flight 739's disappearance. Policymakers, influenced by the advocacy of families and communities connected to the flight, worked to refine laws regarding the military's responsibility to keep families informed and involved in the aftermath of accidents involving military personnel on non-combat missions. These policy changes aim to ensure transparency and accountability, preventing any future family from experiencing the same prolonged anguish of not knowing. As the years turned into a full circle of commemorations, various memorials and events were established to honor the memories of those lost on Flight 739. These acts of remembrance served as poignant reminders of the individuals behind the mystery, highlighting their lives and legacies rather than allowing them to be overshadowed by the circumstances of their disappearance. Through these memorials, the families found not only spaces of mourning, but also of celebration of the lives that had touched theirs so deeply. New memorials were dedicated, and annual gatherings were held, not just as rituals of remembrance, but as ongoing affirmations of the community's commitment to finding answers. Each ceremony, each plaque unveiled, and each story shared added layers to the collective memory of the event, ensuring that the narrative of Flight 739 would remain a living, evolving part of the historical and cultural landscape. Through these multifaceted legacies, the story of Flying Tiger Line Flight 739 continues to resonate. It serves as a powerful narrative about the limits of human endeavor against nature's immensity, the relentless pursuit of technological advancement to conquer these limits, and the undying human spirit's need for resolution and understanding. Even as the mystery endures, the quest for closure remains a poignant reminder of the indelible impact of those who were lost, and the unyielding hope of those left behind to tell their story. The Learjet 35 is a sleek, nimble business jet, built for speed and comfort at high altitude. Often seen shuttling celebrities, executives, and professionals across the skies, it's a symbol of precision engineering and luxury. On October 25, 1999, one such Learjet, tail number N47BA, was scheduled for a short, uneventful flight from Orlando, Florida to Dallas, Texas. Its flight plan was simple, its weather clear, and its systems all checked out. What should have been a routine trip would instead unfold into one of the eeriest and most heartbreaking mysteries in modern aviation: the flight that flew itself. That morning began quietly at Orlando Sanford International Airport. The Learjet sat prepped and fueled on the tarmac, awaiting its crew and passengers. Among those on board would be professional golfer Payne Stewart, fresh off recent victories and with a bright career still ahead of him. Stewart, known for his charismatic presence on and off the green, was headed to Dallas for business, traveling with his agents and close companions. The crew, consisting of 2 experienced pilots, arrived early, conducted their inspections, and found everything in working order. No warning lights, no strange behavior. Nothing to suggest anything other than a smooth flight ahead. At 9:19 a.m. Eastern Time, the Learjet taxied down the runway and lifted effortlessly into the morning sky. Controllers noted a smooth ascent and acknowledged a routine check-in as the plane climbed through 23,000 feet. The crew confirmed their heading, received clearance for further ascent, and switched frequencies as instructed. But after that final handoff to a new air traffic controller, radio silence. Repeated calls to the aircraft went unanswered. Controllers began to suspect a simple communications issue. Perhaps the crew was just slow to tune to the new frequency. It happens. But the silence continued. Minutes turned to more than 10. Then 20. As the Learjet continued climbing to its cruising altitude of 39,000 feet, concern quietly began to spread through the radar stations watching its steady path. There were no turns off course, no erratic behavior, no deviation in altitude. It flew with an eerie steadiness, almost like a textbook autopilot demonstration. But the longer it flew without a response, the more unusual the situation became. Air traffic control centers along its path continued to attempt contact, escalating alerts and reaching out to the aircraft again and again. Nothing. When the plane crossed into Missouri airspace and still had not responded, the Federal Aviation Administration began coordinating with military authorities. NORAD, the North American Aerospace Defense Command, was notified, and preparations began to scramble fighter jets. The goal was to intercept the Learjet, attempt visual contact, and determine whether the crew was in distress or the aircraft had been hijacked. But even as the military moved into action, there was still no sign of deviation. The jet flew northwesterly, passing over Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and into the Midwest. It flew for hour after hour, eerily consistent in its heading and altitude, cruising far above the ground as though everything was perfectly normal. All the while, those tracking it from the ground grew increasingly uneasy. Planes don't just go silent for no reason. Pilots don't miss repeated check-ins. Something was wrong. But what? And what were the people on board experiencing at that moment, if anything at all? F-16 fighter jets were finally scrambled from an Oklahoma Air National Guard base. The pilots quickly ascended to meet the Learjet's altitude and reached visual range as it neared Missouri. What they reported back was chilling. Through the cockpit windows, frosted over and opaque, they could see no movement, no sign of life, no signal or change in trajectory. The jet flew on, as if guided by invisible hands. As they circled the silent aircraft, the fighter pilots tried to make contact, maneuvering beside it, rocking wings, attempting hand signals through the glass. But there was no response. The Learjet flew on, ghost-like, cutting through the sky without a sound save for the engines that kept it aloft. Back on the ground, the realization began to set in. Whatever had happened on board must have happened quickly, and it had likely rendered everyone on the jet unconscious. Investigators would later suspect a loss of cabin pressure, an insidious and silent failure that could rob everyone of consciousness in just minutes, especially at high altitudes where the air is thin and time for useful action is measured in seconds. As the Learjet pushed farther into the open skies of the Great Plains, its engines still strong, it was clear the aircraft was running on autopilot, unmanned, unattended, and unable to correct course. Those watching on radar and through binoculars could only wait, powerless to alter its trajectory. The mystery, now fully underway, had moved beyond a simple communication issue. It had become something else entirely, a jet flying itself across the sky, unresponsive and unstoppable, with no one answering the call. The Learjet continued its silent course through the sky, a sleek silver arrow slicing westward at 39,000 feet, stubbornly steady, eerily perfect. Below it, the United States slowly unfurled, from the green forests of Georgia to the brown fields of Kansas, oblivious to the lifeless aircraft tracing its path across the heart of the country. From the ground, it looked like just another jet, business as usual. But from within radar rooms and military command centers, the reality was growing darker by the minute. After repeated failed attempts to contact the crew, FAA controllers initiated what's known as an INREC, an Information Request Notice, signaling concern for a flight no longer in communication. As the jet drifted into increasingly unfamiliar territory, a heightened state of alert kicked in. This was no minor radio failure. Something was seriously wrong. NORAD scrambled its fighter jets shortly after 10 a.m. Central Time. Pilots from the Oklahoma Air National Guard were directed toward the rogue aircraft. Flying at supersonic speeds, they caught up to the Learjet near Springfield, Missouri. The intercept was coordinated not only to assess the situation visually, but to act swiftly in case of hijacking or other security threats. What they found instead was more unsettling than any armed conflict they had trained for. The F-16s closed in on the Learjet's left side, approaching carefully. Through the aircraft's rounded windows, the fighter pilots tried to catch any sign of movement. Someone at the controls, a passenger shifting in their seat. But the cockpit windows were fogged or frosted, difficult to see through. At one point, one of the fighter pilots reported seeing what appeared to be condensation, or ice, coating the interior of the glass. There were no signs of a conscious crew. No response. No deviation. The plane simply continued. Communicating back to NORAD, the fighter pilots confirmed that the Learjet was behaving like it was on autopilot. It maintained altitude, speed, and heading with textbook precision, just as it had from the beginning. One pilot reported seeing what looked like the silhouette of someone slumped forward in the cockpit, still, unmoving. There was little else the military could do. They had orders not to shoot unless the aircraft was determined to pose an imminent threat to populated areas, and this one, chillingly, posed none. It was headed toward open plains, so the fighters stayed with it, shadowing its strange journey, while more jets were launched to take over escort duties further along the projected route. Back at the FAA, the focus shifted toward trying to understand what could have led to such a situation. The most immediate suspicion: hypoxia. Loss of cabin pressure at high altitude can quickly rob a person of consciousness within 30 to 60 seconds without supplemental oxygen. If the pressurization system had failed and the crew didn't respond in time, the results could be tragic and quiet. In just a few short minutes, everyone on board could have slipped into unconsciousness without ever realizing the danger. The Learjet 35's pressurization system was generally reliable, but like any system, it was vulnerable to failure. Investigators already knew the dangers from previous incidents. One of the most infamous had occurred in 1971, when an airline crew suffered a similar loss of pressure and was rendered unconscious until their autopilot brought them safely, and unintentionally, back to land. But those cases were rare, and never this prolonged. With the Learjet's radio silence stretching into hours, the reality settled hard. It was almost certain that everyone on board had been incapacitated early in the flight. The only thing keeping the aircraft airborne now was its autopilot system, steadily maintaining course, oblivious to the fate of those it carried. The aircraft continued its path over Nebraska, its fuel slowly burning away. In the final hour of its flight, fighter pilots noted the jet was beginning to drift slightly off course. The autopilot may have started to falter. The systems were nearing their limits. The silence had grown louder, not a mechanical failure, not an explosion or fire, but a slow, invisible descent into tragedy. No alarms, no frantic calls, just a flight gone eerily quiet. Families of the passengers and crew had begun to receive calls from authorities. The name Payne Stewart had already reached newsrooms across the country. The media, sensing something serious and strange, began circling. But for now, no one could confirm what had happened. Only that a jet with 6 souls on board was high in the sky, unresponsive, and on a steady heading toward nowhere. The flight that began with such normalcy had now passed its halfway mark, ghosted by jets and trailed by questions. All anyone could do was wait. Wait for the inevitable end, and for the investigation that would follow. Whatever had happened up there, it was unfolding at 500 miles an hour, far above the ground, inside a cabin where no one could speak to the outside world. The Learjet soared high over the Midwestern sky, the sun glinting off its polished fuselage as it maintained its unbroken, unwavering path. From the ground, it looked like any other business aircraft, calm, fast, efficient. But to those following it from control towers, military radar stations, and the cockpits of the F-16s assigned to monitor it, the jet had taken on an eerie quality. It was now deep into its ghost flight, heading toward the vast open spaces of South Dakota, a plane flying perfectly, without a soul guiding it. By this point, the Learjet had been airborne for over 3 hours. Fighter jets had tailed it since Missouri, taking turns from different Air National Guard units along its projected route. Their reports remained consistent. No response to radio calls, no movement visible inside, no signs of life. The cockpit windows remained frosted. Through the cabin windows, some F-16 pilots claimed to see what looked like passengers slumped in their seats, unmoving. The cabin pressurization theory now felt less like a hypothesis and more like a tragic certainty. The aircraft's route, originally intended to deliver its passengers from Orlando to Dallas, had long since been left behind. Without human input, the autopilot had locked onto a stable heading and kept the aircraft flying almost due northwest. It crossed Kansas, then Nebraska, and crept steadily toward the sparsely populated regions of South Dakota. There was no deviation, no descent, no flare, just smooth, steady, silent flight. Those aboard likely lost consciousness within minutes of the presumed cabin pressure loss. At 39,000 feet, the air is far too thin for human survival without pressurization or supplemental oxygen. If the system had failed and the crew hadn't quickly donned their oxygen masks, they would have slipped into unconsciousness before even fully realizing what was happening. Hypoxia doesn't come with flashing warning lights or piercing alarms. It arrives like a soft veil: confusion, fatigue, and then nothing. And in the calm quiet of a smooth climb, it's easy to miss until it's too late. In the Learjet's cockpit, The autopilot likely maintained level flight, while the aircraft cruised through the upper atmosphere. There were no inputs from the pilots, no course corrections, no descent planning. It simply flew, mechanically perfect and unnervingly indifferent to the condition of the people on board. The fighters assigned to shadow it could do little but watch. They flew alongside at a respectful distance, occasionally adjusting positions to recheck for visual clues. Radio calls continued, but no response ever came. With the Learjet not exhibiting any signs of aggression, deviation toward populated areas, or threat to national security, there was no justification to intervene physically. NORAD issued strict standing orders: do not shoot. Meanwhile, across the country, the story had begun to emerge. News outlets picked up on reports of a plane flying unresponsive across several states. As word spread, the name Payne Stewart entered headlines and broadcasts. The golfing world, already buzzing with his recent success at the US Open, was stunned. Fans, colleagues, and sports journalists held their breath, hoping for a miraculous explanation, or at least a safe landing. But aviation experts understood what the signs meant. This was not a survivable scenario. Just after 12 p.m. Central Time, fuel began running low. The jet, having traveled over 1,500 miles, had nearly exhausted its supply. Those tracking it braced for the inevitable. The aircraft could no longer stay aloft. There would be no emergency landing, no radioed mayday. There were no conscious hands at the controls. It was only a matter of time. Radar data showed the Learjet slowly beginning to descend. At first, it seemed like a typical programmed descent, the kind you'd expect from an autopilot approaching a destination. But it wasn't under control. It was a quiet fall, engines sputtering. No flaps, no gear, no course correction. A graceful but terminal arc toward the ground. At 12:13 p.m., in a remote field near Mena, South Dakota, the Learjet crashed. There were no survivors. The jet impacted the earth at high speed, creating a deep, smoking scar in the soil and scattering debris in a tight pattern. Local authorities and emergency responders were quickly on scene, but the outcome was as expected. The aircraft had completed its journey with tragic precision, flying itself right to the end. The news was swift and sobering. The wreckage confirmed what had already been feared. Among the 6 lost were Payne Stewart, his 2 agents, and the 2 experienced pilots who had flown many such routes before. The country mourned. The aviation world reeled. But more than grief, what followed was a haunting sense of disbelief. A modern aircraft with a seasoned crew, perfect weather, and no distress call, simply vanishing into radio silence and flying on until it could fly no more. Now, the questions began. What exactly had happened inside that cabin? Could anything have been done to save the crew? And how, in the age of radar and redundancy, could a plane become so utterly silent and still so deadly? The crash site investigation would soon begin, but the mystery and the sense of quiet horror had already settled in. The crash site near Mena, South Dakota, was eerily quiet. In the middle of a wide, open pasture, far from any major town or highway, a long scar marked the spot where the Learjet 35 had come to rest. Investigators arrived to find wreckage strewn across the field, much of it buried or fragmented from the high-speed impact. There was no fire, no smoke clouding the horizon, just twisted metal and solemn stillness, a fitting end to a flight that had unfolded in haunting silence. The National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, quickly secured the site. Their investigators began methodically collecting debris, photographing the scene, and marking the positions of recovered parts. The aircraft had disintegrated on impact, and there were no survivors to offer insight into what had happened in the sky above. But even in devastation, patterns emerge. Investigators knew that answers could still be found, if not in the wreckage itself, then in the systems that had quietly guided the aircraft on its final path. Within days, the flight data recorder, FDR, and cockpit voice recorder, CVR, were recovered. These devices, often referred to as the plane's black boxes, were damaged but largely intact. The FDR contained a record of the aircraft's performance, altitude, heading, engine parameters, over the final minutes of the flight. The CVR held up to 30 minutes of cockpit audio, continuously overwritten unless something triggered a need to preserve it. What they found on the voice recorder was unsettling in its emptiness. For the vast majority of the tape, there was no conversation. No last-minute panic. No emergency troubleshooting. No calls for help. Just the quiet hum of avionics, the occasional autopilot engagement tone, and eventually, nothing at all. The silence on the CVR confirmed what had already been suspected. The crew likely lost consciousness early in the flight. The remaining hours, the jet had flown itself. Further analysis of the flight data showed that the aircraft had performed normally for the first few minutes after takeoff. The climb was steady, the speed within normal limits, and all signs pointed to a well-handled departure. But around the time the aircraft reached its cruising altitude, 39,000 feet, everything stopped changing. The jet leveled off and held that altitude for the remainder of the flight, until the engines flamed out from fuel exhaustion hours later. The most probable cause was now becoming clear: a loss of cabin pressurization, which had gone unnoticed or unaddressed by the crew in the critical early moments. Without pressurization at that altitude, the atmosphere inside the cabin would have thinned rapidly. Hypoxia would have set in, quietly, lethally. Hypoxia is one of aviation's most insidious dangers. At 39,000 feet, the time of useful consciousness without supplemental oxygen is around 15 to 30 seconds. Pilots are trained to recognize its symptoms: lightheadedness, euphoria, impaired judgment, tunnel vision. But those early signs are subtle, easy to misinterpret or miss entirely, especially in a routine flight with no warning alarms. If the pressurization failure was gradual and the oxygen masks weren't deployed immediately, both pilots could have become incapacitated before they even realized what was happening. With the pilots unconscious and the passengers likely affected just as quickly, the aircraft's autopilot became the only force keeping the Learjet in the air. And it did exactly what it was programmed to do: maintain heading, altitude, and speed. For hours it executed its duties with mechanical precision, while the human presence inside faded into unawareness. The pressurization system itself became the focus of a detailed mechanical analysis. Every valve, sensor, and backup system was studied. No major defects were found, but due to the nature of the crash, some components could not be recovered or tested. Investigators concluded that either the pressurization system had failed silently, or the warning indicators failed to trigger the crew's attention in time. The oxygen supply system was also inspected: tanks, lines, and masks. But again, the impact had destroyed much of the evidence. No clear malfunction was recorded. With no distress call made and no manual intervention recorded after climb-out, the NTSB's final report leaned toward a grim but logical conclusion. The crew was incapacitated by hypoxia, the aircraft continued on autopilot until fuel exhaustion, and the crash was the tragic culmination of a system working exactly as designed, but without its most important component: conscious humans. The findings were sobering. There was no singular mechanical failure to blame, no villain, just a cascade of small failures or missed moments that allowed a routine flight to become a national tragedy. The very design of the aircraft, to fly smoothly, efficiently, and without pilot input for long stretches, had become its undoing. As the investigation closed in on its final findings, the public's questions shifted. If something so silent and sudden could render an entire cabin unconscious, what could be done to prevent it from happening again? The focus would soon turn to procedure, training, and systems design. But for now, the most haunting detail remained: a jet, silent and sleek, flying flawlessly across a cloudless sky, with no one left awake to see where it was going. In the weeks following the crash, the National Transportation Safety Board worked through every angle of the case, determined to understand exactly what went wrong aboard Learjet N47BA, and what could be done to keep it from happening again. The deeper they probed, the more chilling the reality became. This was not a case of one catastrophic failure, but a quiet chain of small, subtle oversights and missed opportunities that ultimately allowed a deadly scenario to unfold unnoticed and unchallenged. The investigation zeroed in on one element above all: cabin pressurization. At 39,000 feet, the human body cannot survive for more than a minute or two without supplemental oxygen. Commercial jets are designed to automatically pressurize the cabin as they ascend, mimicking a lower, livable altitude inside. If that system fails and the cabin pressure drops, hypoxia sets in fast, often before the symptoms are even recognized. The signs can be deceptive: dizziness, tingling, euphoria, confusion. It feels like nothing at first. That's what makes it so deadly. The Learjet's pressurization system was mechanically sound during its most recent inspections, with no known issues on record. But because the aircraft was destroyed upon impact, investigators couldn't recover every component. They couldn't confirm whether a slow leak had begun early in the flight, whether a valve had malfunctioned, or whether a system setting had been overlooked by the crew. What they did know was that at some point during or shortly after climb-out, something went wrong. Under normal procedures, a crew reaching altitude would check cabin pressure levels and confirm that the pressurization system was functioning correctly. If a warning light illuminated or an alarm sounded, pilots were trained to immediately don oxygen masks and begin emergency descent. That's the critical window. Seconds, not minutes. The crew of N-47BA didn't make a call. They didn't descend. They didn't engage emergency protocols. The only conclusion? They lost consciousness too quickly to act. The aircraft's oxygen system also came under scrutiny. Investigators wanted to know if the emergency supply, stored in high-pressure tanks and delivered through masks, had failed in some way. But there was no way to verify whether the masks had deployed or whether they had been used. The voice recorder revealed no conversation indicating trouble, no sounds of masks being donned, no struggle, no effort to troubleshoot. Just silence. This raised unsettling questions. Had the crew ignored early warning signs? Had they mistaken hypoxia's onset for simple fatigue or pressure changes? Or had the failure been so sudden and complete that they never stood a chance? The flight data reinforced a consistent pattern. Once the jet reached cruising altitude, it never deviated. Autopilot held the aircraft at 39,000 feet for nearly 4 hours. This indicated that the autopilot had been set properly before the crew lost awareness, but also that it had never been disengaged or overridden afterward. The aircraft remained in a perfectly stable cruise, flying as it was told, right up to the moment its engines gave out from fuel starvation. The NTSB's findings, while incomplete in hard physical evidence, pointed with overwhelming probability to a gradual loss of cabin pressure and a failure to react in time. It wasn't negligence. It wasn't sabotage. It was a quiet breakdown in human response, masked by the reliability of technology and the subtle danger of altitude. The report's conclusion was concise but grave. The probable cause of this accident was incapacitation of the flight crew members as a result of their failure to receive supplemental oxygen following a loss of cabin pressurization for undetermined reasons. It was a hard truth. This was an aircraft that did exactly what it was built to do. It flew straight and smooth, held its course, and executed every function as designed. And that was part of the problem. In the absence of human oversight, automation had no way of recognizing or responding to the unfolding crisis. The industry had long viewed automation as a safeguard, a way to reduce human error and lighten pilot workload. But this incident revealed an unsettling paradox. When the human element disappears, automation does not replace it. It simply keeps going. For pilots across the aviation world, the case became a cautionary tale. It emphasized the importance of early response to pressurization warnings, the need to remain vigilant even in routine climbouts, and the real present danger of hypoxia. In training programs, simulators were updated to reflect hypoxia scenarios more realistically, showing just how quickly a routine flight can spiral into silent catastrophe. For the families of those lost, the report offered little comfort. There was no villain, no mechanical flaw to fix. Just a small window of time that closed too quickly, and a flight that became one long, quiet drift into darkness. What remained was the sobering understanding that modern flight, for all its sophistication, is still deeply vulnerable to the unseen. At 39,000 feet, a missed cue or a failed system doesn't come with chaos. It comes with silence. And sometimes, that silence is the loudest warning of all. The crash of Learjet N-47BA, while tragic, left behind more than a trail of wreckage. It sparked change. In the months following the investigation, The aviation industry began taking a closer look at how it trained pilots to recognize and respond to hypoxia, and how it designed safety systems to account for the very scenario that had unfolded across America's skies. Simulators were updated to emphasize rapid onset hypoxia situations, showing pilots just how subtle and dangerous the symptoms could be. Training programs stressed that reaction time is everything. New emphasis was placed on immediate oxygen use at the first sign of cabin pressure loss, even before verifying the problem. Aircraft manufacturers and regulators reviewed pressurization systems and the alarms associated with them. The aim was to create clearer, more urgent warnings, both visual and audible, so that no early sign would go unnoticed or dismissed. Some aircraft began including additional automation that could descend a plane automatically in the event of pilot incapacitation. But perhaps the most lasting impact was in the collective mindset of aviation professionals. The Learjet incident reminded the industry that high-altitude flight isn't just about navigating clear skies. It's about respecting the invisible risks that come with them. At 39,000 feet, there is no room for hesitation, no second chances. The ghost flight of October 25, 1999, became a case study, not just in system failure, but in how quickly silence can fall when vigilance slips for even a moment. It wasn't just a story of a jet that flew itself. It was a quiet call to action that rippled through the aviation world, changing how pilots prepare, how aircraft are designed, and how deeply the human element matters, even in the most advanced flying machines. News of the ghost flight spread rapidly in the hours after the crash. By the time the Learjet came to its tragic end in a South Dakota field, the story had already gripped the nation. It wasn't just that a high-profile figure like Payne Stewart was aboard. It was the deeply unsettling nature of what had occurred. A plane, flying perfectly straight for hours, with no one in control. The public response was swift, emotional, and widespread. Vigils were held across the country. Golf fans, friends, and colleagues gathered not only to honor Stewart's legacy, but to try and process the surreal nature of the event. He had been more than a champion athlete. He was a personality known for his charisma, his old-school attire, and his spirit. The golf world mourned not just the loss of a player, but a symbol of the sport's character. Tributes poured in, from fellow athletes to fans who had never met him. Golf tournaments observed moments of silence. Flags at PGA events flew at half-staff. Beyond the personal grief, the crash triggered a deep fascination with the incident itself. People were drawn not just to the tragedy, but to the mystery, the unsettling idea of a plane in flight, silently continuing its journey with no human hand guiding it. It became the subject of intense media coverage, panel discussions, and late-night conversations. The phrase ghost plane entered the public lexicon, carrying with it a strange blend of technological wonder and human fragility. As the months passed and the investigation concluded, the public's focus turned to the legacy of the event. Families of the victims worked with aviation safety groups, pushing for reforms and sharing their stories. They didn't just want answers. They wanted to ensure that future flights wouldn't suffer the same fate. Their advocacy added a human face to the technical changes that would follow. And so, the story of the Learjet 35 that flew itself came to rest not only in a quiet field in South Dakota, but in the minds of millions who followed its journey. It served as a modern parable of how even the most precise machines depend on fragile human systems. A reminder that, in aviation, silence isn't always a sign of calm. It can be the first whisper of something going terribly wrong. In the years since, the incident has remained one of aviation's most haunting modern mysteries. It is taught in flight schools, discussed in safety briefings, and referenced in conversations about the evolution of autopilot systems and cockpit protocols. The aircraft's flight path has been recreated in simulations, studied in classrooms, and depicted in documentaries. But above all, it endures because it touched a nerve, a flight that began like any other, guided by trusted hands and bound for familiar skies, only to drift slowly into the unknown. The final chapter of N-47BA wasn't written by turbulence or storm, nor sabotage or chaos, but by stillness. A quiet cabin, a plane flying itself through clear skies, and a world below, watching, wondering, and learning. British Airways Flight 9 was a Boeing 747-236B, a wide-bodied giant of the sky built to travel oceans and continents in quiet, high-altitude grace. With 4 Rolls-Royce engines, a double-deck cabin, and an enviable safety record, the aircraft was an icon of international aviation, reliable, powerful, and capable of carrying hundreds of passengers comfortably across the globe. It was not a plane one expected to see in distress, let alone gliding silently through the dark with all 4 engines out. But on the night of June 24, 1982, this very aircraft, registration GBDXH, would be at the center of one of aviation's most remarkable survival stories. The flight was part of a long journey from London to Auckland, New Zealand, broken into multiple legs. That evening, Flight 9 had just completed a brief stop in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Passengers had stretched their legs, grabbed snacks, or wandered through the small terminal. Most were weary but in good spirits. They were nearing the final stretch. Next stop, Perth, Australia. At the controls for this segment was Captain Eric Moody, an experienced pilot with thousands of flying hours under his belt. Alongside him in the cockpit were First Officer Roger Greaves and Flight Engineer Barry Townley Freeman. All 3 were seasoned, calm professionals, the kind of crew passengers rarely think about, because everything always goes to plan. As the aircraft taxied for departure, the weather was reported as good. It was a routine evening in Southeast Asia, humid but clear, and the crew saw nothing of concern on their instruments. The 747 rolled down the runway with the familiar surge of thrust, lifting into the sky just after 8:40 p.m. local time. Inside the cabin, lights dimmed to a gentle glow as the plane climbed to its cruising altitude of 37,000 feet. By now, passengers had settled into the lull of overnight flight. Cabin service was underway, soft music played over the intercom, and outside, the view was pitch black. Just the occasional flash of stars beyond the window. In the cockpit, it was quiet. The aircraft was flying smoothly, and the crew made small talk while monitoring instruments. Over Indonesia's Java Sea, the aircraft's flight path would soon arc southward toward the Indian Ocean, placing it above volcanic regions, but the skies looked clean. Then, somewhere near the halfway mark between Jakarta and Perth, subtle changes began. It started with something beautiful. Strange blue-white sparks began dancing on the cockpit windscreen. They crawled along the glass like electric tendrils, glowing at the edges of the wipers. This phenomenon, known as St. Elmo's fire, wasn't entirely unheard of. It's an atmospheric electrical effect caused by static buildup, often seen near thunderstorms. But tonight it was different. The glowing shapes were brighter, more intense, and they were being noticed not just by the flight crew, but by passengers as well. Back in the cabin, a strange haze was forming. A soft mist seemed to be drifting from the vents. Some passengers thought it was smoke, others assumed it was condensation. Flight attendants moved through the aisles calmly, checking in with passengers but noticing it too. The haze was odd, and it had a faint smell. Something slightly metallic, a little like sulfur. Nothing alarming, but strange enough to raise eyebrows. Then the cockpit received its first real surprise. Engine 4, on the far right, began to lose power. Warnings flashed briefly, and then Engine 2 began surging. Within seconds, both Engine 1 and Engine 3 began spooling down. The noise in the cabin changed from the steady hum of jet thrust to something quieter, almost unsettling. And then the unimaginable happened. All 4 engines failed. For a moment, the silence was total. No engine roar. Just the rush of wind over the fuselage and the quiet chime of alerts in the cockpit. The 747, one of the most reliable aircraft in the skies, had become a glider at 37,000 feet. The crew checked and rechecked the instruments. This wasn't a gauge failure. The engines were out, every one of them. The aircraft was descending, gliding through the darkness with no power and no clear reason why. It was then that Captain Moody did something extraordinary in its calmness. He picked up the cabin PA and addressed the 263 passengers on board with the now famous words, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. We have a small problem. All 4 engines have stopped. We are doing our utmost to get them going again. I trust you are not in too much distress." It was a voice steady as steel, offering not false reassurance, but controlled clarity. Passengers looked around at each other, confused. A few gasped. Others thought it was a joke. But the flight attendants, trained for moments exactly like this, moved swiftly. They checked seatbelts. They steadied their voices. They reminded people that the plane could glide for a long distance. And up front, the crew began preparing for a descent with no engine power and no certainty about what lay ahead. Outside, the night was clear, but the sky wasn't empty. Not that anyone could see it yet. The Boeing 747 continued its silent descent through the upper atmosphere, gliding with nothing but inertia and altitude to guide it. In the cockpit, Captain Eric Moody and his crew worked through emergency checklists with quiet urgency, their training sharp, but their situation unprecedented. 4 engines out, no power, no warning, and no clear explanation. They had prepared for engine failures before. Every commercial pilot is, but never all 4. It was the sort of scenario that wasn't supposed to happen. And yet, here they were, in the middle of the night sky over Indonesia, coasting downwards in an aircraft that now resembled a 350-ton sailplane. Inside the cabin, time seemed to slow. Flight attendants, despite their own uncertainty, moved efficiently through the aisles. Passengers clutched armrests and exchanged nervous glances. Some whispered prayers. Others stared out the windows into the black void. There was no screaming, no chaos, just a steady hum of confusion and unease. The mist in the cabin was still there, faintly glowing in the dim lighting. A few passengers noted an unusual brightness around the wings, like a soft, unearthly halo. This was no ordinary turbulence. Something had happened, something environmental, and completely unexpected. The crew still didn't know the source, but they were beginning to suspect it wasn't mechanical in the usual sense. As the aircraft descended past 30,000 feet, a critical clock began ticking. Oxygen. At cruising altitudes, passengers and crew need supplemental oxygen to stay conscious. The aircraft had deployed emergency oxygen masks automatically when the engines failed, but they were only designed to function for a limited time, about 15 minutes, long enough to get the plane down to breathable altitudes. Captain Moody and First Officer Greaves performed glide calculations quickly. The 747 could descend at roughly 2,000 feet per minute with no power. That gave them maybe 20 minutes before they'd be near sea level. If they couldn't restart the engines by then, they'd need a plan B. Jakarta was the nearest viable airport, but reaching it depended on distance, descent rate, and a heavy dose of luck. They began trying to restart the engines, first in sequence, then out of sequence. Fuel valves were adjusted, ignition switches recycled, airflow was monitored. Nothing. The engines refused to respond. At this point, the crew made the difficult decision to declare an emergency with Jakarta Air Traffic Control. The transmission was calm but urgent. Total engine failure. Initiating descent. Requesting immediate vectors for possible landing. The controllers, stunned, began relaying instructions, advising vectors to Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, Jakarta's primary field. What no one in the aircraft knew was that they were flying directly through a dense, invisible ash cloud, part of a massive plume released hours earlier by Mount Galunggung, a volcano in West Java that had erupted without warning. Volcanic ash doesn't show up on traditional weather radar, and it doesn't look like a thunderstorm cloud from the outside. It's dry, fine, and composed of glass-like particles that can sandblast a windshield and choke jet engines. The volcanic ash had entered all 4 of the 747's engines, melting internally at high temperature, coating turbine blades, and then solidifying as it cooled. The engines had essentially suffocated, starved of clean air and jammed by glass dust. And because this phenomenon was not widely understood at the time, the crew had no idea what they were up against. Still descending, they passed through 25,000 feet, then 20,000. The lights flickered, the silence remained, and then something changed. Engine 4, on the far right, gave a cough, then a rumble, and then, against every odd, it restarted. The cockpit came alive with energy. If one engine could be revived, so could the others. Restart procedures were repeated immediately. Moments later, Engine 3 sputtered to life, then Engine 1. Within another minute, Engine 2 followed. All 4 engines were back, but celebration was premature. The engines had only come back online after the plane had descended beneath the ash cloud. It wasn't until they had cleared the volcanic particles that clean airflow allowed combustion again. And now, having regained power, the aircraft was still in a precarious position, descending, engines unstable, and visibility worsening by the second. The windshields, now coated with a layer of ash and microscopic debris, had been rendered nearly opaque. The crew could barely see forward. Forward lighting produced a milky white glare on the glass, like headlights in a foggy snowstorm. The approach to Jakarta would have to be managed not by sight, but by instruments, and by looking through the tiny clear strips on the side windows where the wipers had kept the view somewhat unobstructed. Passengers, meanwhile, hadn't fully grasped what had just happened. The engines had fallen silent and returned without fanfare. Most remained in a quiet daze, holding tightly to the armrests, oxygen masks dangling now, unsure of whether the danger had passed or only just begun. The crew adjusted altitude, stabilized speed, and turned toward Jakarta. The flight, once a simple overnight leg, had now become a race against further ash exposure, fuel calculations, and a difficult approach into an unfamiliar airport. With limited visibility, potential engine damage, and 263 lives in the balance. British Airways Flight 9 was no longer a glider, but it wasn't out of danger. As the crew steadied the now breathing engines and recalibrated their approach toward Jakarta, the stress inside the cockpit remained razor sharp. The 747 had dropped from 37,000 feet to below 13,000 during the terrifying engine-out glide. With the engines back online, they were climbing slightly to maintain safe maneuvering altitude, but none of the 4 power plants could be trusted yet. Captain Eric Moody, calm as ever, knew the aircraft had passed through something dangerous. Volcanic ash still wasn't even on the flight crew's radar, literally and figuratively. But the damage it had caused was evident in every system readout. The engines were now operational, but only just. And the flight deck's view of the outside world was a ghostly blur. The front windscreen, once a clear panel offering visibility for miles, was now frosted with a fine, gritty residue, etched by the abrasive glass particles of volcanic ash. Headlights reflected off it in a white, opaque haze. From the captain's seat, forward visibility was next to nothing. They could see a little more through the outer side windows, where the wipers had pushed away enough ash to form narrow slits of clarity. But the view directly ahead was like staring into a lit fog. Instrument flight rules, IFR, would have to carry them through the landing. That meant relying entirely on gauges, sensors, radio beacons, and air traffic control guidance. It wasn't uncommon in bad weather or fog, but this was different. The ash damage added an unpredictable element to everything. From airspeed indicators to engine temperature readings, everything had to be double-checked. Meanwhile, back in the cabin, the atmosphere was a mix of subdued tension and whispered relief. The engine's return brought a noticeable change in sound, and with it, a flicker of hope. But no announcement had yet come explaining what had happened. The flight attendants, trained for every possible scenario, kept the passengers calm with measured voices and quick, practiced movements. They offered reassurances, collected used oxygen masks, and quietly passed information back to the cockpit. Then came the announcement. Captain Moody's voice crackled over the intercom, deliberate, composed, and unmistakably British. He informed the passengers that all 4 engines had temporarily failed, and that the aircraft had descended to a lower altitude before successfully restarting them. He offered no dramatics, no guesswork, just facts. He ended with a line that would later be remembered by those on board for its surreal restraint. "We trust you are not in too much distress." The tone of the announcement left many passengers blinking in disbelief. The word temporarily didn't seem to carry the gravity of what they'd just endured. But Moody's cool demeanor had its effect. Panic never truly took hold. Instead, there was a strange kind of stillness, the calm that follows when people realize they're part of something far bigger than themselves, but are being led by someone who won't let go of the wheel. Below them, the lights of Jakarta began to come into view, dim through the smeared glass of the side windows. The aircraft had been cleared for approach to Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport. a military civilian facility with a long enough runway for a wide-bodied 747. But this was no ordinary landing. With forward vision compromised and concerns still hanging over the engine's reliability, the crew approached the descent with surgical precision. The autopilot assisted in keeping their trajectory clean, while instruments guided them along the glide path. They flew almost blind, save for those narrow bands of semi-clear vision and the glowing instruments inside the flight deck. As they neared 6,000 feet, small sparks danced along the wing edges again. St. Elmo's fire, the same eerie electrical phenomenon from earlier. It was a reminder they might not be entirely clear of the ash cloud yet. The atmosphere remained unpredictable. Any moment, an engine could surge or fail again. The crew made final landing checks. Landing gear down, flaps extended, speed adjusted, altitude descending. Through the side window, Moody could just make out the lights of the runway, but he would need help lining up. First Officer Greaves leaned to his side to aid with visuals, while Flight Engineer Townley Freeman monitored the engine's delicate parameters. It was a cockpit ballet, each man doing his part, trusting the others, moving in rhythm through one of the most demanding approaches in their flying careers. As the runway drew closer, there was no drama in the cabin, no countdown, no fanfare. Just the familiar pitch change as the aircraft flared, then the heavy thud of wheels touching down. The landing was firm, but smooth. The crowd of flight attendants, quietly gripping seatbacks, began to breathe again. On the tarmac, emergency vehicles rolled forward, unsure of what to expect from this wounded aircraft from the sky. But what they found was extraordinary. The engines were still running. The aircraft was structurally intact, and every one of the 263 passengers had survived. They had done it. They had landed a 747, blind and battered, after gliding through a full engine failure at cruising altitude, and no one on board had been lost. The mystery of what had nearly taken them down was still unresolved, but for now there was ground beneath their feet. The nightmare at 37,000 feet was over. When British Airways Flight 9 came to a complete stop on the runway at Jakarta's Halim Perdanakusuma International Airport, a stillness fell over the aircraft, unlike any other moment in the journey. After hours of tension, a powerless glide from 37,000 feet, and a descent through an obscured sky, the sound of engines idling on solid ground felt surreal. Passengers looked around, as if waiting for someone to tell them what had really happened. There was no cheering, no clapping. Just quiet exhalation, a shared disbelief that they had made it. Outside, emergency vehicles swarmed toward the aircraft. Fire crews, medics, and ground personnel moved into position, anticipating anything from engine fires to evacuation procedures. But there were no flames, no smoke, no injuries. The only unusual sight was the state of the 747 itself. The once shining paint on the leading edges of the wings was dulled and scorched. The nose cone was frosted over in an eerie gray film, and the cockpit windows were so sandblasted they looked like frosted bathroom glass, completely opaque from nose to crown. Captain Moody and his crew powered down the engines one by one. The aircraft's long flight had ended not in disaster, but in an emergency landing pulled off with remarkable composure and precision. And yet, none of them fully understood what they had just flown through. As maintenance crews swarmed the aircraft, the extent of the damage began to reveal itself. The engine interiors were lined with ash. Turbine blades had melted and resolidified. Tiny shards of glassy material coated the intakes and ventilation systems. On closer inspection, engineers noticed that the ash wasn't just dust. It was volcanic in nature, composed of sharp, abrasive particles. It had scoured the fuselage, dulled the landing lights, and, more alarmingly, interfered with the engines at a level no one had thought possible. British Airways immediately launched an internal investigation. But as data trickled in from Jakarta, it was clear that the source of the crisis wasn't the aircraft itself. It was the sky. Only after Flight 9 was safely on the ground did word reach the crew about the eruption of Mount Galunggung, a volcano roughly 110 miles southeast of Jakarta. The eruption had occurred earlier that day and sent a massive ash cloud soaring into the upper atmosphere. The eruption wasn't violent or fiery. It was quiet, distant, and largely unnoticed by air traffic control. No official NOTAM, notice to airmen, had been issued. The volcanic plume had drifted westward into one of the busiest commercial air corridors in the region, invisible on radar, undetectable until it was too late. Volcanic ash clouds are unique threats to aviation. They don't behave like thunderheads or storm systems. They don't show up on conventional weather radar because the ash particles lack the moisture content to reflect radar signals. Visually, they can appear like thin cloud layers, or even clear air under night skies. But inside those clouds are microscopic fragments of rock, glass, and minerals, lethal to jet engines. The heat inside a jet engine melts the ash into molten glass. This clings to the internal turbine components and then cools rapidly, solidifying again and blocking airflow. In extreme cases, it can choke the engine completely, extinguishing combustion and shutting down power, just as had happened aboard Flight 9. As British Airways and Indonesian authorities pieced together the timing and flight path, they confirmed the unthinkable. Flight 9 had flown directly through the heart of a high-altitude ash plume, and it had done so for several minutes before engine failure occurred. The ash had entered all 4 engines, cut them off simultaneously, and turned a powered flight into a silent glide. What made the survival even more remarkable was the fact that the engines reignited at all. Most pilots, and even manufacturers, didn't believe that once volcanic ash caused flameout, an engine could be restarted. But by descending below the ash cloud, where the air was clearer and denser, the crew had unknowingly given the engines a chance to breathe again. One by one, they had sputtered back to life. The landing was the culmination of this miracle. Flying blind, trusting instruments, managing systems strained to their limits. It was a display not only of engineering resilience but of human focus, coordination, and calm in a scenario for which no training manual could truly prepare. In interviews that followed, Captain Moody was quick to credit his crew, British Airways, and the aircraft itself. He downplayed heroism and emphasized teamwork. But among passengers and aviation professionals alike, the story took on a legendary quality. A 747, brought down by invisible ash, had glided through the dark and landed safely. Every person aboard had walked away. But the questions were just beginning. If ash clouds couldn't be seen or tracked, what protections did future flights have? How could crews be expected to avoid something they couldn't detect? And how many more flights were passing unknowingly through similar dangers? British Airways Flight 9 was no longer just a near disaster. It was a warning. A quiet, smoky wake-up call to the hidden threats of the atmosphere, and one that would change the aviation world forever. In the aftermath of Flight 9's miraculous landing, the magnitude of what had just occurred began to ripple far beyond Jakarta. British Airways, already conducting internal reviews, now found itself part of a growing international concern. What had struck down a 747 mid-flight, without a storm, without mechanical warning, wasn't turbulence, bird strike, or equipment failure. It was something far less understood, and until now, far more underestimated: volcanic ash. The crew of Flight 9, particularly Captain Eric Moody, quickly became the focus of attention, not only because they had saved 263 lives, but because they had flown through an event that few had believed possible. In press interviews, Moody remained characteristically calm and humble. "We're trained for emergencies," he told reporters, but this one was a bit different. A bit different indeed. Volcanic ash had long been known to pose some threat to aircraft, particularly propeller-driven ones at lower altitudes. But what Flight 9 experienced rewrote the narrative entirely. Jet engines, flying at altitudes above 35,000 feet, were supposed to be above most weather hazards. What no one had accounted for was that ash clouds, fine enough to linger invisibly in the atmosphere, could rise that high, and that their effects could be so devastating so quickly. The engineering teams that examined the aircraft back in Jakarta and later in London were astonished at the damage. All 4 engines had suffered severe erosion to their turbine blades. The combustion chambers were coated in a gritty glaze, molten ash that had fused with metal at high temperature before solidifying mid-process. Portions of the fuselage and wing leading edges were scraped raw, with paint stripped and sensor covers pitted. Even the landing lights and cockpit windscreens showed signs of abrasion, sanded down to a frosty opacity. Despite this, the aircraft had flown again, and that, more than anything, underscored the miracle. But it also revealed the urgency of a terrifying question. How many other flights had unknowingly passed through similar clouds, and how could pilots avoid something they couldn't see? Before Flight 9, ash clouds weren't monitored with the same seriousness as weather systems. Meteorological stations tracked eruptions when they were explosive or locally hazardous, but there was no global network for tracking ash dispersion in real time. Even radar systems, the gold standard in weather detection, failed to register ash because the dry, fine particles didn't return strong radar echoes. In the cockpit, there was no alert, no warning. Only the ghostly glow of St. Elmo's fire and a faint burning smell. Flight 9 had highlighted a blind spot, both literal and systemic. The aviation world responded swiftly. Within weeks, international aviation bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and major weather agencies, convened emergency meetings. Volcanologists were brought in. Ash behavior at altitude was analyzed. Flight 9 had shown that a jet could lose all engines at once, and that a modern aircraft, even one as large and robust as a 747, was not immune to a silent hazard lurking in plain air. New protocols were drafted. Airlines began training pilots to recognize early symptoms of ash encounters: the sudden static discharge, unusual smells, engine surging, and forward visibility loss. Emergency checklists were updated. Perhaps most importantly, aviation authorities started to develop the world's first volcanic ash advisory centers, VAACs, a global network designed to monitor volcanic activity and issue real-time advisories to aircraft flying in affected zones. Satellite monitoring of ash plumes also advanced significantly in the years that followed. Earth-observing satellites could now track sulfur dioxide and ash dispersal with far greater accuracy, enabling warning systems that could alert air traffic control, dispatchers, and pilots more effectively than ever before. Flight 9 had done something no one wished for, but everyone ultimately benefited from. It forced aviation to evolve. It filled a knowledge gap with a hard-earned lesson. For those aboard that night, the world carried on, but never quite the same. Passengers spoke later of a strange peace during the descent, of how calm the cabin remained even as oxygen masks fell and the engines went quiet. Many credited the demeanor of the flight attendants, who moved like clockwork, keeping passengers steady in the face of the unknown. Captain Moody and his crew received widespread recognition. Their teamwork under pressure became a case study in aviation training programs around the world. Pilots and instructors referenced Flight 9 as the benchmark for poise and process during emergencies. It was not just a near disaster. It was a masterclass in how to fly through one. And in the years to come, other flights would encounter volcanic ash. Some would divert early, thanks to new detection. Others, like the 2010 Eyjafjallajökull eruption in Iceland, would ground hundreds of flights altogether, a decision made not out of fear, but from the lessons learned aboard Flight 9. What was once invisible now had a name, a path, and a plan. The night sky was still dark, but no longer unknowable. Because one flight, flying blind over Indonesia, had opened the world's eyes. While British Airways Flight 9 had returned safely to solid ground, the shockwaves from its brush with disaster continued to ripple through the aviation world. The dramatic mid-air crisis revealed vulnerabilities in modern flight that had been previously overlooked or underestimated, especially in the context of a growing global network of long-haul routes that routinely crossed volcanic regions. Jakarta Air Traffic Control, stunned by the event, began working more closely with geophysical agencies to understand what exactly had happened above their skies. It turned out that Mount Galunggung had erupted earlier on the same day as the flight, an event largely unnoticed outside local geological circles. The eruption had released a massive column of ash high into the atmosphere, and with the right combination of upper-level winds, that plume drifted silently into international airspace. The problem was, no one had known it was there. There were no alerts, no radar echoes, no warnings. The implications were sobering. In the months that followed, attention turned toward developing long-overdue protocols for how volcanic activity should be communicated to pilots. What happened to Flight 9 could not be allowed to happen again. At the time, there was no unified global method for identifying and reporting ash in real time. That changed quickly. Under pressure from ICAO and national aviation regulators, the world's first volcanic ash advisory centers, VAACs, were proposed and developed. Eventually, 9 centers would be established worldwide, each responsible for monitoring volcanic activity within a specific region and issuing alerts to aviation authorities and pilots. These centers, including those based in London, Anchorage, Tokyo, and Darwin, now serve as constant monitors of potential ash threats. Flight manuals also began to include specific guidance for recognizing and responding to volcanic ash encounters. New checklists addressed the subtle but critical warning signs: the sudden glow of St. Elmo's fire, strange engine behavior, or the faint, gritty smell of sulfur in the cabin. Pilots were taught not to rely on radar, but instead to trust the signs and act immediately, by descending, turning away, and avoiding further exposure. Flight simulators were updated to include volcanic ash failure scenarios. For the first time, engine flameouts caused by ash could be replicated in training environments. What had once seemed like an impossibility, losing all 4 engines in a 747, was now a part of the training syllabus for airline crews around the world. Engine manufacturers, too, took note. Rolls-Royce and other leading companies studied the damage to Flight 9's power plants in exhaustive detail. The molten ash had entered the combustion chamber, fused onto blades, then cooled into glass. Engineers began designing turbines more resistant to such damage and refining protocols for testing engines after suspected ash exposure. But perhaps the most lasting change was psychological. The illusion of complete control in modern aviation had been fractured. Pilots and passengers alike had been reminded that the sky, so vast, so seemingly predictable, still held secrets. And while the industry had grown more advanced, more redundant, more secure, it was not invincible. Nature, when unmonitored or misunderstood, could still outmaneuver the best of machines. For the passengers of Flight 9, life resumed, albeit with a deeper appreciation for its fragility. Many kept in touch long after the flight, bound by a shared memory of quiet terror and miraculous survival. Some described it as life-changing. Others said they didn't fully understand the gravity of the incident until they saw the headlines afterward. As for Captain Moody and his crew, they returned to flying after a period of review and rest. They were never ones to seek the spotlight, but their actions, decisive, professional, and calm under extraordinary circumstances, became legendary. Their story was passed down in classrooms and cockpits, not just as an example of skill, but of the human strength required when the systems fall silent. Flight 9 didn't crash. It didn't break apart in the sky or disappear beneath the ocean. But what it gave aviation was as important as any near miss or tragedy. A warning that came in time. A mystery, solved just enough to spur global change. And a reminder, above all, that vigilance in the sky must extend beyond what can be seen. In the years that followed the safe landing of British Airways Flight 9, the story became more than an incident report. It became a benchmark, a moment in aviation history where everything worked as it should, even as everything failed. And the final pieces of the legacy it left behind weren't just procedural or mechanical. They were human. They were cultural. They were enduring. The passengers of that extraordinary flight returned to their lives, scattered across the world, some never speaking much about the night they drifted powerless over Indonesia. Others held on to it quietly, knowing they had walked away from something that, by any standard, should have ended very differently. Among them were business people, families, backpackers, and crew members, each with a version of the story that included the surreal calm in the cabin, the quiet descent in the dark, the soundless minutes when the world outside was nothing but stars and silence. For many, the memory wasn't traumatic so much as deeply humbling. Some passengers described an eerie sense of peace while the engines were out, perhaps a product of the crew's measured composure, or the shared understanding that panic had no place here. The cabin crew, too, received high praise. Their ability to continue service, maintain order, and assist passengers through confusion and fear was nothing short of professional excellence. British Airways Flight 9 became a celebrated example of crew coordination under duress. It entered training manuals, Aviation conferences cited it as the gold standard for CRM, crew resource management. And in the years that followed, as aviation evolved with faster aircraft and more automation, the story of Flight 9 reminded the industry of something simple. Machines alone don't save lives. People do. Captain Eric Moody's now famous announcement: "Ladies and gentlemen, we have a small problem. All 4 engines have stopped," became a case study in communication. It was a statement of impossible calm, delivered in a tone that seemed to compress the chaos of the moment into something oddly manageable. Moody, of course, didn't see it as legendary. In later interviews, he always redirected credit to his crew. It was a team effort, he insisted, the way flying is meant to be. And yet, it wasn't just the professional aviation community that took notice. The story captured imaginations far beyond the airport tarmac. It was covered in newspapers and on television, and eventually retold in books, documentaries, and podcasts. Writers saw in it not just technical drama, but the poetry of the impossible. A plane, silenced at altitude, returning from the brink without a single fatality. The Boeing 747 involved in the incident, GBDXH, returned to service after significant repairs and engine overhauls. It flew for years afterward, earning the nickname the Jakarta Jumper among those who knew its history. Every flight it made afterward carried with it a quiet legacy, proof of both the aircraft's resilience and the lessons it forced into the world. And those lessons rippled out far beyond British Airways. The aviation community began to share data more freely, particularly in volcanic regions. Airspace management protocols were rewritten, and volcanic monitoring programs saw new investment. Countries with active volcanoes began establishing better communication channels, with air traffic control centers and flight dispatchers. The volcanic ash advisory centers became fully operational and interconnected. Their early alerts would eventually be credited with saving countless flights from potential exposure in years to come. Notably, in 2010, when Iceland's Eyjafjallajökull volcano erupted and shut down a significant portion of European airspace for days, many remembered Flight 9. Airlines, governments, and meteorologists worked together in real time, guided in part by the experience decades earlier of a jetliner that had fallen silent over Java. The delays were frustrating, but the caution was justified. It was a sign that the system now understood what ash could do. Flight 9 never needed a monument to be remembered. Its legacy lived in every pilot who learned its story, every crew member who rehearsed a once unthinkable emergency, and every satellite pinging Earth's surface to track clouds the eye couldn't see. It became part of aviation's quiet conscience, a reminder that not every danger rumbles with thunder, and not every survival ends with applause. To this day, the events of June 24, 1982, serve as a reminder that the sky, for all its wonder and openness, still holds moments where instinct, skill, and calm resolve matter most. The engine stopped, the sky went quiet, and still, somehow, everyone came home. That's not just a mystery solved, that's a miracle flown.